Chapter 111. The news of the Taotai phantom appearing in the Biqiong Sea spread quickly, and soon spread to all the islands of Xianyao Star. In the Yongyao Empire, the 7 totem families are undoubtedly the focus of everyone's attention. Almost every citizen is paying attention to their situation, and the slightest disturbance will trigger heated discussions among the people. The news of the return of the pure-blooded heir of the Taotai family is still talked about by many people. The fierce beast Taotai does not often appear in front of people. Those who don't know the inside story are naturally curious whether this is related to the series of events that have occurred in the Biqiong Sea recently. Some people also speculated that it was because the scale of the sea beast tide was too large, and Marshal Ji Wu also came to the Biqiong Sea, and the military wanted to control the situation as soon as possible. Not long after, someone denied those speculations, because the ranking list of the Xingyao Military Academy's points competition was refreshed. The Yoguang camp gained nearly 300,000 points in just one day, surpassing the Tianshu camp, which had been sitting firmly at the top of the points list since the start of the competition, and became the new leader, achieving an almost impossible reversal. The Military Academy students, who waited for the ranking list to be refreshed on time every day, thought they were dazzled when they saw the results. They rubbed their eyes, exited the system and re-entered it, and confirmed it back and forth several times. The Yoguang camp still ranked first, and they reflexively suspected that there was something wrong with the school's statistical system. But thinking of GCU, who made such a big scene last time, the Military Academy students put away their careless suspicions, and quickly climbed onto the Xingyu forum, ready to wait and see what the big guys said. Sure enough, there were a lot of new posts on the homepage, and the titles were all the keywords Yoguang, points, and rankings. The hottest posts had already built up thousands of floors. Damn, is there anyone who can analyze what is going on with Yoguang? Is it related to the Taotai phantom that appeared before? I knew Ji Qingyuan was going to cause trouble. She has never stopped since the beginning of school, but how did she do it this time? Yoguang's ranking actually surpassed Tianshu. That's Tianshu. Since Tang Xixing became the leader, Tianshu has become so strong that it seems to be on a different track from other camps. At Yoguang, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Someone come and tell me what happened today. Otherwise, I will kneel down and beg you. Report. A big guy in the next post said that Ji Qingyuan may have led Yoguang's people to use the Taotai battle formation, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve such an amazing result. As soon as this was said, the military school student who was browsing this post rushed to the next post, and was dizzy with words of shock such as WTF. It's like this. How is it possible? Unlike the reaction of the Military Academy students on the forum, Tang Xixing's expression at this moment was wonderful. A few hours ago, when he and Feng Nancheng and others saw the fleeting shadow of Taotai in the clouds at the seaside, they had a vague premonition in their hearts. But when the undoubted result was placed in front of him, the Crown Prince, who suffered setbacks one after another, still couldn't help but feel a series of complex emotions such as resentment, regret and dissatisfaction. Tang Xixing thought that his biggest opponent in Xingyao Military Academy was Feng Nancheng, because the other parties stood on the same starting line as him, and had ambitions and means that were not inferior to his. But Feng Nancheng's likes and dislikes were too obvious. He was not a difficult person to deal with. As long as he grasped the timing and opportunity, he was confident that he could suppress the other party, and could not turn over. What really made him feel difficult was GCU. He had no idea what the man who could pretend to be indifferent to everything was thinking, and what he wanted. He once had someone try to lure him into the trap by offering to help him seize the power of the Taotai family, so that the Taotai family would fall into internal strife, but the dark line that he had established with great difficulty was destroyed in return. After learning this lesson, Tang Xixing realized that GCU's presence was not strong, not because he was not valued by Ji Wu, but because he was deliberately keeping a low profile. GCU lived like a transparent person in Xingyao Military Academy. After Tang Xixing provoked him several times without success and suffered losses, he did not continue to waste time on him, and quickly shifted his focus away from him, and developed his own power according to the original plan. In the final analysis, GCU was only Ji Wu's adopted son. He did not have Taotai blood. Even if he had ambition and strength, he could not become the head of the Taotai family. No matter whether it is Ji Qingqi or Ji Qinglian, who will inherit the Tiandu Ji family in the future, even if GCU has no rebellious intentions and is wholeheartedly helping them, the Taotai Corps will not be able to submit to a lord who needs to discuss everything with others. When a general cannot convince his soldiers, it is only a matter of time before the people's hearts collapse. Who would have thought that Ji Qingyuan would suddenly appear, not only with a deep mind, but also more talented and dazzling than Qi Xian at the beginning? People always have awe and yearning for the strong. At the beginning of school, Ji Qingyuan was very cunning to show weakness to everyone, and then rose strongly in the face of difficulties. Compared with other totem heirs, who appear in front of people with a smooth and natural attitude of superiors, she does not make people feel so distant, and the affinity she shows to her subordinates is not inferior to Qi Xian at that time. Qi Xian is an outlier. He was born in the Tingsha family, and he enjoyed absolutely abundant resources since he was a child. He was loved by the head of the Tingsha family, but he did not have the arrogance that noble children naturally developed. He was always polite to everyone. Even if Tang Xixing had speculated about him with a very despicable mentality, it was difficult to feel hypocrisy from Qi Xian's words and deeds. His smile was real, and the friendship he had with others was also real. But he was not an outlier. Qi Xian was a gentleman, but he was not indecisive. Before he graduated from the Xingyou Military Academy, he followed Marshal Qi Jing to the desolate Star region to hunt down star pirates. He led the Tingsha Corps' material escort team alone to seize the lair of an S-level star pirate group and successfully completed the material escort mission. He also found out the government officials who colluded with them in this incident, and broadcasted the execution of more than 1,000 people involved in the incident throughout the empire, showing the decisiveness that the heir of the Tingsha family should have. Before he died, the other little tongue snakes had no ambition to compete for the position of the head of the family, and were even willing to be loyal to him. Not to mention the little tongue snakes, who had graduated from Xingyou Military Academy and entered the Tongue Snake Corps for training. Even Qi Qinyu, the arrogant idiot, was convinced by him. All the little tongue snakes participated in the slaughter of the A-level star in Yuqiong constellation by the Tongue Snake Corps, which was a very rare thing for the Tongue Snake family, where the heirs were hostile to each other. After Qi Xian died, the remaining little tongue snakes could not suppress their ambitious brothers and sisters at all. The Tongue Snake family, which had the opportunity to compete for the top of the totem family, fell into internal strife again. Tang Xixing couldn't help but wonder, if Qi Xian was still alive, what would the situation be like now? Would he and Ji Qingyuan become friends or opponents? Soon, he threw away this unrealistic assumption. Qi Xian is dead, this is an indisputable fact. Instead of wasting time thinking about a dead person, it is better to think carefully about how to get back the first place in the standings. If his father knew that he couldn't even deal with Ji Qingyuan, would he be more disappointed in him? Unlike Tang Xixing's anxiety, Feng Nancheng was much calmer. He didn't even rest at his place of residence, but was dragged by Ying Heng to a tavern to drink. Recently, the number of mercenaries coming to Xianyaoxing has increased sharply. Mercenaries like to drink a little wine after the mission and talk about the recent gossip events, so the tavern business is booming and people come and go. The owner of the tavern they came to is a girl who looks young. Although she looks very ordinary, she has a warm personality and is very talkative. Unfortunately, she is blind and has difficulty walking. According to her, she was poisoned by some alien creatures and has little chance of standing up. She has a wide range of experience and can talk about everything. She also likes to listen to interesting stories from other planets. She is also good at mixing drinks, and the bar is always full every day. And there is always a tall, expressionless waiter next to her. If anyone dares to make trouble, he dares to draw his knife directly. There was a troublemaker who was left with one hand by him. Afterwards, he brought a group of people to smash and destroy, and as a result, everyone had an arm chopped off by him. Since then, no one has come to seek death. Ying Heng likes to eat, drink and have fun the most. I don't know where he heard about this. He came to join in the fun a few days ago. After drinking the wine mixed by the boss, it really tasted good. Tonight, he saw Feng Nancheng wandering around alone outside, so he pulled him over. The two sat by the window, and there were loud and low sounds of finger guessing and chatting around them. The storm had stopped, and the drizzle fell on the window, forming a thin layer of mist, adding a bit of mystery to the cold night. Ying Heng took a sip of the spicy liquor from the wine glass. Seeing Feng Nancheng staring out the window, he asked him slowly, "What are you thinking about? So serious?" Feng Nancheng was only in a semi-dazed state. Hearing his words, he lazily raised his eyelids and said, "I'm wondering who Ji Qingyuan is?" Ying Heng clicked his tongue twice, and said in an ambiguous way, "You're done." Feng Nancheng took a sip of the wine, held it in his mouth, and slowly swallowed it down, and gave him a puzzled look when he heard it. Ying Heng blinked and reminded, "When you are curious about her, you will be attracted to her, uncontrollably fall into her offensive rhythm, and lose your original judgment. Don't fall on her. Ji Qingyuan is a dazzling person in all aspects. It can be seen from the obedient attitude of the three brothers Ji Siyu towards her, that she is quite good at dealing with people. Even he wishes he had such a capable sister. Feng Nancheng sneered and showed full contempt for his words. Ing Hung did not feel offended, but just smiled lightly, as if he had foreseen that he would be defeated one day in the future. Soon, he changed the subject. By the way, I am really curious about how she arranged the Taotai battle array. This is also Feng Nancheng's doubt, or the doubt of everyone who knows about this. As we all know, the arrangement of the totem battle array requires the arrayer to make a totem oath, otherwise it is impossible to resonate with the totem and borrow the powerful power of the totem. Given Ji Qingyuan's current position in the Yaoguang camp, it is not surprising that someone is willing to pledge allegiance to her, but it is almost impossible to say that more than 90% of the people in the camp are willing to swear a totem oath to her. No matter why the military academy students join the Yaoguang camp, except for a small number of people of civilian origin, most of the military academy students are nobles, and the forces behind them are complicated. As long as they are not stupid, they will not easily stand on the side before graduation. Ji Qingyuan's return does give the declining Taotai family hope to maintain its prosperity, but she has been back for too short a time, and it is hard to say whether she can bear the burden of the totem family. It will take more than 3 years for her to graduate from Xingyang Military Academy and join the Taotai Corps. No one knows what kind of changes will happen in these 3 years. Once you stand on the side, there is no chance to turn back. For the sake of caution, most people will choose to wait and see for a while. Feng Nancheng held his chin with one hand and smiled at him. Why don't you go and ask? Anyway, you have good relationships with people. If she is willing to tell you, you can also help me solve my doubts. If there is a way to set up a totem battle array without the totem oath, this is important news that all totem families must not miss. I'm afraid that someone has thought of this now, and is ready to wait for the military academy students of the Yaoguang camp to come back and find out the details of the matter from them. Ji Qingyuan just put the blame on Tang Xisheng, and now he is making such a fuss. Is he afraid that Emperor Yongyao will not be afraid of the Taotai family? Ing Hung pretended to be displeased and knocked on the table with his knuckles. You are good at taking advantage of me. Don't think of making me your pawn. Feng Nancheng asked in surprise. What is a pawn? Don't you want to know? Ing Hung snorted at him. If you want to know, go ask yourself. I won't tell you even if I know. He drank the last sip of wine in the glass, picked up 2 peanuts, and put them in his mouth, stood up and stretched. Let's go, tomorrow we have to go out to sea to hunt alien creatures. Ji Qingyuan did this. You guys will definitely be more aggressive next time. How can I live? Ingyu, that little bastard, is there any brother like him? He doesn't share his brother's worries at all. Too much. It's really too much. Don't let me catch him, or I will definitely throw him into the Biqiong Sea. He won't come out of the sea unless he kills 1,000,000 people. Feng Nancheng looked at his back muttering and walking away quickly, and snorted lightly. Whatting long, it should be called Loach. When there is a commotion, he comes over, and when it comes to business, he runs away. No one is more slippery than him. On the sea, which was covered with a light drizzle, the dark sky was starless and moonless. Starships were flying in the sky, carrying exhausted military academy students. Although everyone was wet and their star power was almost exhausted, they could not hide their excitement and joy in their eyes. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the solemn and sacred Taohai totem, sharing the mysterious feeling that could not be expressed in words after borrowing the power of the totem, and talking about the underwater situation seen by the spiritual power attached to the Taotai phantom. Some people could not wait to open the task bracelet, and when the ranking of the scoreboard spread among the military academy, cheers resounded in almost all the starships. Yaoguang surpassed Tianshu led by Tang Xisheng. Who would have thought that a few months ago, Yaoguang was still the last one that everyone laughed at, and was recognized as the most hopeless camp among the 7 camps. This is not the credit of one person, but it is the credit of another person. Because everyone worked together to surpass Tianshu, and because of the appearance of Ji Qingyuan, Yaoguang had the opportunity to surpass Tianshu. Ji Qingyuan. President. You are so awesome. I don't know who it was, lying on the side of the ship and shouting at the top of his lungs. This sound seemed to stimulate the nerves of all the military academy students, and the sound waves flew on the magnificent sea. The president is awesome. Yaoguang is invincible. The president is awesome. Yaoguang is invincible. The president is awesome. Yaoguang is invincible. The military academy students cried and laughed, and everyone was as excited as a child who had not grown up. Shi Yuan silently curled the corners of her lips, glanced at Ji Qinglian and Tang Xia, who were excited beside her, and tapped their foreheads. You 2 drowned chickens, hurry back to wash and come to my study. The 2 of them covered their foreheads at the same time, and before they spoke, They saw her turn back to the room. The slender figure disappeared under the dim light of the corridor, and the flying silver-gray hair was like a dancing butterfly, free and unrestrained. Tang Xiao was suddenly stunned. Come and go as you please, maybe it's a kind of freedom. But who can deny that moving forward unswervingly with the goal of reaching the pinnacle of power is not freedom? Perhaps her judgment of Qing Yuan was wrong. She is not a tired bird in a cage, but a god overlooking the world. Tang Xiao looked down at her white palms, and suddenly bit her fingers to make a hollow grip. Ji Qinglian happened to look over, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said, "What are you doing?" Tang Xiao tilted her head and smiled at him, which made Ji Qinglian confused. She quickly raised her hand to rub the goose bumps on her arm. Tang Xiao rarely glared at him, but hugged the empty night sky. At the moment when the sound wave rose to the highest point, she closed her eyes and whispered, "I want to become the Yongyao Emperor." Ji Qinglian tilted her head and frowned. "What are you going to do?" Tang Xiao opened her eyes and made a face at him. "I'm going to beat you into a pig's head." Ji Qinglian immediately raised her eyebrows and glared. "Do you believe I will throw you into the sea now?" Tang Xiao laughed and quickly turned into a golden crow and flew more than 10 meters away and deliberately said, "Come if you have the guts." Ji Qinglian gritted his teeth, rushed up against the dense raindrops, and yelled, "If you have the guts, don't fly to the sky." Tang Xiao glanced at him. Ji Qi, who was walking slowly behind, saw this scene and touched Ling Dong's head. He didn't run away to avoid being lazy. Instead, he jumped onto the top of the star ship and leaned on his legs to look down at the brightly lit night scene on the sea. Ling Dong flapped its wings and flew to his side. She stretched out her wings very considerately to shield him from the dense raindrops falling from the sky. Ji Qi leaned against Ling Dong and took out a star fruit from the space bracelet and put it to its mouth. Ling Dong bit the star fruit with a wow and happily shook the unicorn on its head that was emitting a bright light. The deck of the star ship was full of laughter and noise. After shouting and making enough noise, the military cadets returned to the dormitory and did not forget to chat loudly through the bathroom door. After taking a bath and drinking the anti-cold potion distributed by the Taotai Chamber of Commerce, the military cadets came to the restaurant. The fragrant smell rushed into their noses, and their stomachs gurgled uncontrollably. There were several roast suckling pigs in the center of the restaurant. The skin was golden and crispy, and the fat oozed out and fell on the plates below, spreading the greasy meat aroma in the wide space. The excited cadets swallowed their saliva unconsciously, walked quickly to get the plates, and lined up in front of their favorite food. Various side dishes were also served, including Xian Yaxing's very famous cold green jade jellyfish. The chef's knife skills were quite good. The green jade jellyfish was cut into thin strips. When it was picked up, it was shaken in the air. The bright red chili slices slid down the green jellyfish strips, like jelly, chewy and crispy. The spicy taste made the cadets, who liked this dish, swallow their saliva unconsciously. The noise in the restaurant quickly subsided, and the cadets who had consumed a lot of physical energy took their plates and ate heartily. Shi Yuan was wiping his hair while listening to the president of the Taotai Chamber of Commerce's branch report on the recent gains. Ji Qinglian and Tang Xiao, two good kids, sat on the side and listened attentively. Our recycling team is still continuing the mission. According to preliminary estimates, after recycling today's batch of alienated creatures, we can not only turn losses into profits, but also reserve a large amount of alienated materials for the Chamber of Commerce warehouse. The first batch of payments has also arrived, and the finance department is making payments one after another. The president of the Taotai Chamber of Commerce's branch in Xianyaxing is Xinyu, a shrewd and capable woman who looks only 27 or 28 years old and is very considerate and thoughtful in her work. Shi Yuan has seen the accounts of the Xianyaxing branch in the past 2 years. It can't be said to be terrible, but it is basically a deficit. Jiwu handed over all the business of the Taotai Chamber of Commerce in Jinwu seat to her. As a poor man who had no food to eat, it was impossible for Shi Yuan to take money out of his pocket. She could only find a way to make the Taotai Chamber of Commerce make money. This Sea Beast Tide is a very good opportunity, but due to the subsidy policy of the Xianyao Star government, the price of alienated materials and alienated crystals will not be brought down due to excessive supply, but will be higher than usual. Shi Yuan certainly cannot buy those alienated materials and alienated crystals that are higher than the market price, but the Taotai Chamber of Commerce must operate, and it is bound to need commodity supply. Anyway, the military academy students are all going to hunt alienated creatures, so it is better to give her a bargain than to give others a bargain. Although the purchase price of the Taotai Chamber of Commerce is only 80% of the market price, she can lead the military academy students of the entire camp to hunt 10 or even 100 times the alienated creatures, and the star coins earned are naturally not comparable to the military academy students fighting alone. Anyone with a brain knows what to choose. The military academy students not only get points, but also earn star coins, and the Taohai Chamber of Commerce also gets a large amount of alienated materials. It is a win-win situation. After listening to the report of the branch president Shin Yu, Sure Yuan smiled a little. Everyone has worked hard on this mission, and this month's salary will be doubled. Shin Yu was happy to accept it, and left quickly to arrange other things. Ji Qingqi just came back with a lunch box, and saw two people sitting on the sofa listening, one holding his hair and frowning, and the other showing admiring eyes to his sister, and silently retracted his gaze. "Come and eat," he called. The former was undoubtedly Ji Qinglian, and the latter was Tang Xia. Shin Yu branch president reported on matters related to this sea voyage, which did not involve the internal affairs of the Taohai Chamber of Commerce, so Sure Yuan did not avoid Tang Xia. The little princess was obviously smarter than the stupid Ji Qinglian. From Shin Yu's report, she heard how cleverly Sure Yuan used this trick of borrowing chickens to lay eggs. While smacking her lips, she silently remembered this strategy in her heart and prepared to go back and figure it out. Ji Qinglian understood a little, but didn't seem to understand. He scratched his head for a long time and decided to eat supper first. Anyway, his sister was there, so it didn't seem to matter whether he understood or not. At most, he would go back to ask his sister to explain it clearly. The kitten had already jumped onto the table, sniffing the food that Ji Qingqi brought out with his little nose, and stretched out his little claws to try the chewy and shiny cold green jade jellyfish. Ji Qingqi quickly grabbed the kitten's short legs and stuffed it into his jacket pocket before it overturned the plate, not giving it a chance to mess up. The kitten tilted over, half of its head stuck out of the pocket, its short legs scratching the edge of the pocket, and let out a displeased howl. Ji Qingqi paused while serving the dishes, and took out an S-level alienation crystal from his space ring, and handed it to the kitten. He saw its round eyes become bright, and it quickly hugged the alienation crystal with its short legs and began to chew it, making its ears tremble. He stared at the furry little ears for a while, and while the kitten was concentrating on eating, he touched them without making a sound, and then quickly withdrew his hand like a guilty thief, and continued to serve the remaining dishes in the lunch box before anyone noticed. The kitten was used to being stroked by Jisiu, and did not react at all. Chapter 112. As for how to arrange the Taotai battle formation without the totem oath, Sure Yuan did not ask the military academy students to keep it secret, and she also knew that such things could not be kept secret at all. Most military academy students are not independent individuals. They cannot get rid of the pressure from their families and other aspects. She does not expect that through a collective mission, they can be completely devoted to her and choose the Taotai Corps. What she is doing now is only to achieve a simple purpose, to enhance the military academy students' favorability towards the Taotai family, so that they will give priority to join the Taotai Corps if they can choose. As for the absolute sense of belonging and honor, the premise of these is that she and these military academy students will suffer together and prosper together. Just joining the same camp and participating in the competition with an influence limited to Xingyao Military Academy cannot achieve such a deep binding. But what she didn't know was that most of the military academy students fully demonstrated what it meant to keep their mouths shut when facing outside spying, which made many people return home in defeat. Only a few military academy students revealed the situation at that time. Lei Lai also knew that it was impossible for the news to be leaked, but understanding and acceptance were not the same thing at all, especially since he had always been more concerned about gains and losses. He wished that all the military academy students in Yogwang would be of one mind so that outsiders could not take advantage of the loopholes. He thought for a long time, and still felt that he could not allow those with ulterior motives to come and spy on the military situation and hinder the rise of Yogwang, so he started to make a fuss around Sure Yuan early in the morning. "President, what if other camps learn our method and use the same method to hunt alien creatures? Wouldn't the advantage we have established now be gone?" With Tang Xixing and Feng Nanqing's execution ability, he didn't think his worries were unnecessary. These two people were recognized as the kings of Xingyu Military Academy, and they were also the heirs of the totem family. The resources they could allocate were not inferior to their own president. Sure Yuan was looking at the post-war gains calculated by the Taohai Chamber of Commerce. Hearing this, he said without raising his head, "Calculate how much time we have spent from training the battle formation to now. By the time they imitate the gourd, the sea beast tide will probably be coming to an end. The hunting intensity of the Jinhua Legion is very strong. In recent days, the pressure on the defense lines of major islands has been reduced a lot. This is indeed a sign that the sea beast tide is about to end." Lei Lai was comforted by her words, but he was still unwilling. Then the battle formation you worked so hard to research was so easily learned by them. No one knows better than him how much time and energy the president has spent on improving the Taotai battle formation. Without mentioning other things, just say that the Taotai totems on the 4,000 Thunder Dragon Bone spears were carved out by her one by one in just over a month. During this period, she almost hurt herself several times because she could not balance the power of thunder and the power of the totem. The situation was so thrilling that Lei Lai still broke out in a cold sweat when he thought about it. Seeing him so indignant, Shi Yuan couldn't help laughing. That requires them to become star pattern masters first. She engraved not only the Taotai totem on the Thunder Dragon Bone spear, but also the chain star array to balance the power of thunder and the power of the totem. And this chain star array was researched by her and GCU for the Taotai totem. At present, there is only one of its kind. Star pattern masters, who cannot communicate with the totem, cannot crack the mystery at all. As for whether someone would use this as inspiration to improve the totem battle formation in other directions, this was not within Shi Yuan's consideration. If such a thing really happened, she couldn't stop it. Lei Lai had a better idea after hearing her say this, and his depression and anxiety were relieved a lot. He said that the president didn't look like someone who would make wedding clothes for others. The Taotai battle formation consumes too much energy for military cadets, and cannot be used every day. The best interval is once every 5 days. Due to the special nature of the Thunder Dragon Bone gun, it will be more powerful when used in thunderstorms. Knowing that he would not be picked by others, Lei Lai rolled away to arrange the next hunting mission. I don't know what's wrong with Wen Songshu recently. He is weird and doesn't care much about the affairs in the camp. He holds a star snail and talks to someone all day. Lei Lai thought that he might not want to continue to stay in the Yaoguang camp, so he worked harder and harder, striving to replace the position of vice president Wen Songshu one day in the future and become the president's confidant. Shi Yuan didn't see that he still had such a little thought. When he heard the sound of the door closing, he took a sip of Yunning Luching at hand. The Taotai battle formation consumed her a lot, so she didn't arrange hunting tasks for the military cadets today, allowing everyone to act freely. However, hearing the occasional rushing sounds coming from outside, it is estimated that there are not many military cadets who are idle, and they still formed a team to go to the sea. On another sea area of the Biqiong Sea, the star ship engraved with the Golden Crow totem sailed slowly at a position not high from the sea surface, and the military cadets of the Tianshu camp were struggling to hunt alien creatures. The fact that they were surpassed by Yaoguang dealt a big blow to them. The military cadets, who were used to being crowned with the word strongest, felt ashamed and depressed, as if they were suddenly slapped in the face. If the current number 1 was Tianquan led by Feng Mancheng, they would not have such emotions, but it was Yaoguang who pulled them down from the number 1 throne. Yaoguang, who was the last one in Xingyao Military Academy a few months ago. Nearly 300,000 points were won overnight. In the history of Xingyao Military Academy, the camps participating in the Sea Beast Tide Points competition have never had such an impressive record. Tang Xixing looked at the Military Academy students on the sea, whose behavior was obviously anxious, and closed his eyes slightly. In fact, everyone knows that with the current hunting mode, Tianshu can't surpass Yaoguang and regain the top spot. But no one wants to waste time on complaining and confusion. Xingyao Military Academy has 7 camps. Yaoguang came from behind, and other camps are equally ambitious. Tianshu must not be trampled by other camps again. He turned around and looked at the frowning star pattern masters in the conference room. How is it? Can you crack it? A 3D image of the Thunder Dragon Bone spear was projected directly above the conference table, with every detail clearly visible. The Taotai totem on the spear was even more lifelike, as if it could break out of the spear at any time and bite off the necks of everyone present with its sharp fangs. The leading star pattern master was an old man with gray hair. He shook his head when he heard this. It is difficult to crack the key with just the image. If you can get the real thing, maybe you can try it. He is the chief star pattern master of the Zuanyaxing branch of the Jinwu Chamber of Commerce. Among so many people present, he has the longest experience and the strongest ability. Even he said so, which shows that there is indeed no other solution. In a short period of time, it is impossible for Tang Xixing to transfer stronger star pattern masters from other planets. This means that before the end of the Sea Beast Tide, he has no chance to use the Golden Crow battle formation to hunt a large number of alien creatures. As for getting the Thunder Dragon Bone Spear, it is obvious that Ji Qingyuan will not let it flow outside and be hacked by others. He cannot even determine the specific location of the Yaoguang camp now. Even if he does not care about the face of the Crown Prince, and lets people steal or rob, there is no place to start. Is he going to become a stepping stone for Ji Qingyuan? Like Qi Qinyu and Feng Nancheng? Tang Xisheng slowly clenched his fist and looked at the sea surface with surging waves again. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The heat about Yoguang's turnaround in the forum has not yet dissipated. Many people are squatting in front of the scoreboard, wondering whether Yoguang will maintain the glory of yesterday today and let everyone open their eyes again. It was not easy to wait until the scoreboard was refreshed. Yoguang still ranked first, but the increase in points was not high, only maintaining the middle level among the 7 major camps. This made many people breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that Ji Qingyuan's Taotai battle formation cannot be used recklessly, otherwise the other camps will have no chance of winning. Soon, the military school students found that they were too happy too early. The camp rank below Yoguang was not Tianshu or Tianquan, but Kaiyang, which began to decline after Qi Qinyu was relieved of his leadership position by the principal. After the start of this points competition, Kaiyang has been in the 5th and 6th positions, and occasionally dropped to the 7th. It has long lost its former glory, and the major camps are not paying much attention to them. Looking at their points again, they have skyrocketed by 200,000 today. The military school students who noticed this took a breath of cold air, and the forum immediately changed direction, and everyone's attention was focused on the Kaiyang camp. Who can tell me what Kaiyang did? Why did their points increase so much? Did they learn from Ji Qingyuan to set up a totem battle formation? It shouldn't be possible, right? Looking at the curve of Yoguang's previous points changes, we can guess how much time Ji Qingyuan spent training the Taotai battle formation. How could Kaiyang do it overnight? I want to know whether the bulk of the 200,000 points was earned by Qi Huan or Yu Shizhe. These two young masters started fighting as soon as they met. I think Yu Shizhe is more likely Qi Huan. People who understand will understand. Couldn't they just shake hands and make peace for the first place in the standings and join forces to defeat Ji Qingyuan? Don't go off topic. At Kaiyang, someone come and tell us what's going on. You guys made such a big scene without saying anything. How can we live? The rising Kaiyang camp has become the new topic center of Xingyu Forum. No one expected that Tianshu not only failed to regain the first place in the standings, but also failed to keep the second place. Tianquan was kicked by Tianxian again and fell to the 5th place. The 6th and 7th places were Tianji led by Yingheng and Yuheng led by Ji Yuanyu, respectively. The relatively stable pattern of the 7 camps of Xingyu was completely disrupted. At the same time, on the star ship engraved with a Qilin totem somewhere in the outer sea, Yu Shizhe's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He also saw the rankings of the major camps on the standings. Kaiyang is now divided into 2, and the 200,000 points were not obtained by him. There is only one possibility left. Qi Huan used a method unknown to him to bring Kaiyang away from the last swamp. How did he do it? Qi Huan could not have such strength. Could it be Ji Qingyuan's trick again? No, she didn't need to do that. Yoguang was already number 1 on the points list. Even if the use of the Taotai battle formation was restricted, she would definitely be able to use it again before the end of the Seed Beast Tide. The bloody battles in other camps had nothing to do with her. Was it Qi Qinyu who was behind Qi Huan's back? That's not right. If that arrogant woman had such ability, she wouldn't have been suppressed by Tang Xisheng and Feng Nancheng in the past. Yu Shiza narrowed his eyes. It couldn't be that Qi Huan's brain suddenly opened up, right? There were more than one person who had the same idea as him. In everyone's impression, Qi Huan was so naive that it was not an exaggeration to describe him as stupid. If Kaiyang hadn't gathered a large number of fans of the Tingsha family, how could he compete with Yu Shiza for the position of Kaiyang leader? In the previous camp competition, his performance was also mediocre, without any outstanding features. Now that Kaiyang's points have risen sharply, most people suspect that Yu Shiza has done something. Yingheng grabbed Yu Star Snatch without hesitation, resonated with Yu Shize's title sound, and said straight to the point, "Meow meow. What good way have you come up with to earn points? Share it. Our Yingyu is usually so close to you that we can wear the same pants. Rounding it off, you are also my brother. We are all family, so we can't be strangers." Yu Shize, He gritted his teeth and said, "You should ask Qi Huan about this. I don't know what happened." Yingheng was shocked. So he is the one who earned the points. He threw the star snail into Yingyu's arms, flipped through the title sound in his star snail, found Qi Huan's, and immediately began to resonate. The sound of waves layered on top of each other sounded, and the two title sounds with different bands soon pressed on the same rhythm point. Qi Huan's clear voice came from the other end of the star snail. "Brother Yingheng, what's the matter?" The little guy is quite polite. Yingheng blew a whistle and said shamelessly, "Huan Huan. I see that your Kaiyang's points have skyrocketed, and you have even taken down Tianshu. After all, your brother and I were good brothers who slept in the same dormitory. You are also my brother. Share your good way to earn points. Chi Huan seemed to laugh, and then sighed, Brother Ing Hung, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but Brother Nanchung just asked me if there is any way to earn more points, and said that I can't suffer any loss, Kai. The price is 5 billion star coins. If I share it with you directly, what if he catches me and beats me up later? Ing Hung, I haven't seen this little snake for more than a month. When did it turn into a loach? He opened his mouth and asked for 5 billion star coins. He didn't believe that Feng Nanchung would be the scapegoat. He laughed and was about to cry about his misery. But Chi Huan said first, Brother Ing Hung, the crown prince has also come to the sound of tide. I will find you later. Splash! The waves beat high, and the sound of tide stopped. Ing Hung held the star conch and said, Where did you learn to be bad? Did Ji Qingyuan teach you? Ing Yu raised his eyelids. Why do you keep talking about Ji Qingyuan recently? Ing Hung bit his fingers and tapped him on the forehead. Don't mind your brother's business. If you have time to talk nonsense in front of me, you might as well go to the sea and kill a few more alien creatures. Ing Yu slapped his hand away and counterattacked. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Ing Hung immediately raised his eyebrows and glared. Ing Yu, you are now hardened and dare to talk back to me, right? Ing Yu quickly jumped to the side to avoid his hammering fist, and walked out of the study in 2 steps, without looking back, saying, I'm going to kill the alien creatures. Sure, Yuan certainly did not cooperate with Chi Huan, nor did she teach him how to kill the fat sheep that came to her door. When she learned from Ji Qinglian that the number of points of the Kaiyang camp had skyrocketed, she was also quite surprised, and she guessed that it was most likely Qi Xian's credit. She had never seen Qi Xian, and did not know how brilliant he was when he was still alive, but she had read a lot of information about him, and could vaguely piece together the image of a gentleman who was good at planning and strategizing. To be honest, the Qi Xian presented in those materials was very different from the Qi Xian she saw from Qi Huan. However, since Qi Huan had derived Qi Xian, a second personality to redeem himself, Qi Xian must have all the excellent abilities and qualities of his brother in his eyes. If she had not found a new way to come up with the Tao Tai battle formation and kick Tianshu off the throne of first place, Qi Huan would definitely be the most unexpected dark horse in this points race. Sure, Yuan was also somewhat curious about how he had obtained such a high number of points. She ignored Ji Qinglian's wide eyes, and took out the star conch to resonate with Qi Huan's tidal sound. Qingyuan. It was not Qi Huan's clear voice, but Qi Xian's unique and unbridled voice. You haven't contacted me for a long time. Sure, Yuan smiled and said, If I don't contact you, can't you take the initiative to contact me? Chapter 113. Ji Qinglian has always disliked Qi Huan. She has been picking on him since the beginning of the school year. Later, her sister was captured by the Red Wolf because of him, which made her dislike him even more. Recently, everyone has been busy with their own things, and the two sides have not met much. Ji Qinglian has temporarily forgotten about him. Who would have thought that this guy would suddenly show up and show off? He watched his stupid sister talking and laughing at Qi Huan on the other side of the star snail, and he was so angry that his hair almost stood up. But he couldn't snatch the star snail away, so he could only curse Qi Huan in his heart for being shameless. Doesn't he have a sister? He has to catch someone else's sister to show his affection? Qi Xian didn't know that Ji Qinglian was criticizing him. He was sitting on the roof of the star ship with his legs propped up, looking at the sea reflecting the sparse stars in the sky, letting the cool sea breeze blow his hair. There will be no rain tonight. You also want to know how I gain 200,000 points a day? Qi Xian's tone was familiar, and his attitude was completely different from the ambiguous one when he chatted with Ing Hung before. Sure, Yuan knew what he was talking about when he said that. It seems that many people have come to you to inquire about the situation? Qi Xian leaned back and rested his head on his arm. Yes, I became a hot commodity overnight. After saying that, he laughed first. He did not lie to Ing Hung. Feng Nanchung and Tang Xixing did resonate with his tidal sound one after another, and wanted to get some information from him. Even Feng Shiyuan was not left out. How could Qi Huan have received such treatment in the past? Qi Xian hummed, You made such a big fuss yesterday. Didn't anyone come to inquire about the situation like you? Really not? Sure, Yuan deliberately said, Maybe I am more ruthless? Now everyone knows that Ji Qingyuan is not easy to mess with. If you want to get benefits from her, you must pay a greater price. No fool will come to her door to let her peel off the skin and pull out the tendons. Moreover, the improved totem battle formation is of great significance to the totem family. Whoever masters such a secret will not easily pass it on. If other families want to know more accurate content, they will naturally pay the corresponding price. Qi Xian was amused by her mischievous words, and his tone was a little pitiful. That may be because I am easier to bully. They all bully me. After chatting for a few words, Shi Yuan brought the topic back. How about we exchange information with each other? Qi Xian was quite interested. What do you mean? We can exchange methods of hunting alien creatures, Shi Yuan said straightforwardly. Qi Xian was slightly surprised. Now everyone knows that Ji Qingyuan has developed a new totem battle formation. The benefits are well known, and the disadvantages have not yet appeared. Although it is not clear how effective it is on the battlefield, it is definitely a remarkable achievement, and can provide ideas for further improving the totem battle formation. Perhaps because he cannot easily tell others about his existence, Qi Xian is particularly casual in front of Shi Yuan, the only person who knows his existence, and naturally asks the doubts in his heart. You will not do business at a loss. Does the new totem battle formation have any major defects? Will you know whether there are defects after we exchange? How can you do business without taking risks? Shi Yuan deliberately kept it a secret. Qi Xian sighed. What's our relationship? Is it necessary to be so mysterious? What's our relationship? Of course we have to settle accounts openly. Shi Yuan also laughed. Ji Qinglian, who was standing aside, was still thinking about how to cut Qi Huan into pieces. When he heard this, his ears were perked up and his spirits were instantly shocked. He swept away the depression just now, and straightened his back with a refreshed spirit. That's right, his sister is his sister. Why is Qi Huan, that useless snake, trying to get close to her? No one knows Ji Qinglian's dark thoughts. Qi Xian sighed. We were kidnapped together, and you know my little secret. I'm going to be sad if you say that now. Shi Yuan was unmoved. Then you can be sad. Qi Xian couldn't pretend anymore, and said unhappily, a woman who doesn't understand romance. Shi Yuan, Her voice was clear, and the ending sound was rising at this moment, with a sense of unquestionability that was not usually there. Qi Xian suddenly felt a slight itch like a feather scratching his earlobe. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say for a while. After a few seconds, he quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's exchange. Shi Yuan expected that Qi Xian would agree to the exchange. She expected that the other party would not use the same method to hunt a large number of alien creatures, and naturally would not refuse the new totem battle formation that was delivered to her door. I thought he was so capable. It turns out he just used the chain star array. Ji Qinglian said shamelessly after listening to the story of Mao Mao's sister. Shi Yuan glanced at him. It is not accurate to say that it is a chain star array. Qi Xian did not use a single method, and it required relatively harsh geographical conditions. He found a sea area full of coral reefs, selected coral reefs that could form a natural star array, hollowed out the inside of these coral reefs, filled them with a large number of black crystals engraved with bursting star patterns, and used them as the array base to arrange a super large bursting star array in the sea. If it was just like this, it would be difficult to hunt down alien creatures worth 200,000 points in just one day. Qi Xian took a different approach, using his own tongue snake blood as bait to gather a large number of S-level and SS-level alien creatures, let them kill each other, and wait for the right time to detonate the bursting star array in one fell swoop. This method is not brilliant, and it can even be said to be a different approach. Everyone knows that the pure blood of the totem family is comparable to Tang monk's meat. Devouring its blood essence can increase the upper limit of mimicry. The bounty for totem blood in the black market remains high, and there is even a black talent organization that specializes in hunting totem blood. The owners of the totem bloodline also know that the essence of the bloodline cannot be easily consumed. If it is not maintained in time, it will affect the future level promotion. Ji Qinglian muttered, but this guy is quite crazy. It's just an inter-school points competition. Is it necessary to consume the blood of the tongue snake? This method is probably not used even if Tang Xisheng and Feng Nancheng are told. Didn't that guy open up the Ren and Du meridians after experiencing a kidnapping? Shi Yuan didn't know whether the Ren and Du meridians were opened, but Qi Huan's transformation into Qi Xian seemed to be more remarkable than opening up the Ren and Du meridians. Such a slightly crazy approach does not match the Qi Xian presented in the information. The stunning effect coincides with Qi Xian's style of doing things. Shi Yuan did not respond, and Ji Qinglian did not feel neglected. He leaned forward slightly and said, we exchanged such a useless method with the balanced star array of the new totem battle array. Isn't it too much of a loss? Hunting alien creatures at the cost of totem blood to gain points that have no real use, not to mention that Tang Xisheng and Feng Nancheng will not use them. Shi Yuan will not either. Shi Huan made a fortune in this deal. Ji Qinglian was naturally unhappy, but he felt that his sister would not let him suffer a loss. She must have thought of this possibility in advance, and did so for another purpose. Hearing his words, Shi Yuan smiled. How long do you think we can keep the secret of the new totem battle array? A secret can only be considered a secret if it is known to one person. Once it is passed to the ears of the second person, there is a possibility of exposure. It is already known that she has created a new totem battle array. Even if she keeps the core star array secret from others, there will definitely be more and more external spies. And when she holds on to the new totem battle array tightly, regardless of whether it can play a role on the battlefield, the Tao Tai family will become the target of public criticism. The foundation of the prosperity of the totem family lies in balance. If a family gains the power to crush other families, the balance will be broken, and the other families will unite to establish a new balance. Take the Baizhe family as an example. Shi Yuan does not believe that other totem families will not be aware of the Tongxi royal family's fear of the Baizhe family. Even if the incident was secretly planned by the former crown prince, how could it be easy to slaughter the entire Baizhe family? The head of the Baizhe family not only kept a backup plan, but also secretly sent Yunxing out. How could he not pass on the message when he encountered a catastrophe? The only possibility is that the other totem families received her distress signal, but still remained silent, allowing Tianning Star to become a purgatory on Earth. Of course, this is just Shi Yuan's guess, and there is no substantial evidence. It is also possible that the Tongxi royal family used special means to block all channels for transmitting information, making Tianning Star an isolated island. Ji Qinglian didn't know the thought that flashed through her mind, frowned and thought, do you mean that sooner or later we will have to hand over the use of the new totem war? Instead of being targeted by them, why not win over allies in advance? Shi Yuan gave him an appreciative look. Since it will be handed over sooner or later, why can't she decide the time node of sooner or later? No totem family can endure decline, nor will they be willing to stay where they are forever. Everyone maintains a delicate balance on the surface, and who knows how many backhands they have behind the scenes. The Baizhe family is a lesson learned from the past. If you don't want to become the second Baizhe family, you must have a power that others cannot shake. Besides, what she traded to Qi Xian was just a simplified version of the balanced star array. Qi Xian copied it and made it. The balanced star array would collapse after one use, which was a huge loss of materials. Even if the totem family was rich, it could not be used frequently, and it was no different from chicken ribs. Why Qi Huan? Ji Qinglian didn't understand. Even though Qi Huan's performance this time was quite eye-catching, when thinking of his indecisive character, Ji Qinglian suddenly felt that Qi Qinyu, who was staying in some corner, was more worthy of cooperation than him. At worst, there was Ying Heng. The Yinglong family was peaceful, but in the vortex, how could they really stay out of it? Pulling him into the water and stirring up the quagmire, it would definitely be more lively in the future. Shi Yuan just smiled this time, and didn't solve his doubts for him. Ji Qinglian had to leave the study room with a lot of questions in his mind. On the way, he met Ji Qinqi, who was feeding star fruit to Ling Ning and the marshal. He went over and told him what happened just now. Ji Qinqi showed a thoughtful look, and said in Ji Qinglian's slightly expectant eyes, maybe Madame Qi's dream will come true. Ji Qinglian was confused. Madame Qi's dream? Qi Xian? But Qi Xian died a long time ago, and Qi Huan was a piece of mud that could not be helped. Wait! Could it be that Qi Xian is not dead? Ji Qinqi glanced at Ji Qinglian's startled expression, and just as he was about to speak, he saw him jump 3 feet high and blown away like the wind. The marshal, who was about to rub his head with his head, froze in place with a dull face. When he heard Ling Dong's almost mocking snort, he immediately sent his horse head to Ji Qinqi. Ling Ling was not happy, and raised his front hooves and neighed loudly. His strong belly arched, and he immediately pushed the marshal several meters away, and he almost stumbled and fell off the star ship. The marshal whimpered twice in grievance, and Ling Ling flicked his horse's tail, leaving him with a round and straight horse butt. Chapter 114. Let's talk about Qi Xian. Of course, he knew that his deal with Ji Qingyuan was a bit of a free-for-all, but he also knew that the other party would not come to him to be slaughtered. Since it was a transaction between both parties, there was naturally no saying that one party would suffer a loss or gain. It just depended on whether each party's goals were achieved. Obviously, her goal was to let him know how to arrange a new totem battle formation, not that even if the star pattern master obtained the balanced star pattern, he would not be able to replicate her success in a short time. As for whether he would spend a lot of time and energy learning the star pattern in the future, it was not within her consideration at all. Because Ji Qingyuan needed an ally to fight pressure together. People like Ying Heng who were slippery would not be her preferred partner. Although Feng Shiyuan had a close relationship with Jisiu, her status in Tianwu Feng clan was not high, and she had almost no say in major decisions. As for Yu Shizhe, Tianwu clan was already in danger. In recent years, it was even more low-key than the Yinglong clan, and would not force itself to take the lead in such matters. As for Ji Yuanyu, she is one of the leaders of the camp. Without the support of a large family, she is completely a rootless duckweed. As long as she is not stupid, she knows that she can continue to move up by keeping silent. After counting, he is the most suitable partner. Because only she knows that he is not Qi Huan. This feeling is really interesting. Qi Xian laughed twice, put away his scattered thoughts, and concentrated on looking at the balanced star array in front of him. The Totem Battle Array is a star array developed by the first generation of Totem family masters specifically for use on the battlefield. It can maximize the combat effectiveness of the Totem Oathbearers. For thousands of years, countless star array masters have tried to improve it, but all have failed. It's not that those star array masters are not capable enough, nor that they can't get in touch with the Totem Battle Array, but the core of the Totem Battle Array is the totem itself. People who can't communicate with the totem can hardly understand the law of the operation of the totem power, let alone improve the Totem Battle Array. Furthermore, the person who swears a vow to the totem will leave a totem mark on his body. The totem mark is the channel for the totem to transmit power to the oath taker. Although the star array master is proficient in various star patterns, he can't do anything about the totem mark that contains the authority of the totem. Star seal masters may give it a try, but star seal masters are in a special situation. No totem family will give the core secret of the totem to an outsider. It just so happens that the totem family has existed for so many years, and there has never been a person who is both a star seal master and has the pure blood of the totem. Therefore, no one has been able to communicate with the totem like Shi Yuan, draw totem marks by himself, and create a large number of totem oath takers the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, Qi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. She really trusted Jisiu. Qi Xian knew very well that with Ji Qingyuan's attainments in star patterns, this balanced star array could never be completed by her alone. If one counted the people around her who could interpret the totem mark, it would be none other than Jisiu, the 1-in-a-million star seal master. Jisiu, with his scheming and ability, would he really be willing to be a transparent person behind Ji Qingyuan? The successive turnarounds of Yugwang and Kaiyang greatly stimulated the military academy students in other camps. The most obvious change was that the forum, which had always been bustling, suddenly became deserted. At the end of the day, there were less than 10 new posts. Occasionally, someone would pop up to top the post, but they would soon be frightened by the cold atmosphere of the forum and feel guilty, and dared not to slack off. In the next 3 days, Yugwang and Kaiyang's points no longer had a leap forward growth, but they were also increasing steadily, firmly occupying the first and second positions. Tang Shixing was obviously not a pushover. Even if Tianshu failed to make a big splash, the daily points increase continued to increase, slowly approaching Kaiyang. At this rate of growth, it would not take a few days for Tianshu to pull Kaiyang down from the second place and compete with Yogwang for the first place again. In addition, the ranking tug-of-war between Tianquan and Tianxian continued. No matter who stayed in the fourth place, they would be kicked back to the fifth place in less than a day, which was also a different highlight, making the onlookers laugh. Even if the heirs of other totem families did not love each other, they would not be like Feng Shiyuan and Feng Nancheng, who would fight over anything. If you ask what the feud between the two is, no one can tell the reason. They only know that they have been at odds since they entered Xingyou Military Academy, and the unknown grudge between the two seems to have been going on for a long time. They are the two most outstanding heirs of the younger generation of the Tianwu Feng family. Many people are guessing who will inherit the Phoenix family, and what will happen to the other person. Just when the military academy students thought that the points competition would end with Yogwang or Kaiyang winning the first place, the points were settled on the fourth night. Tianshu, who ranked third, suddenly soared by more than 100,000 points and regained the first place in one fell swoop. This incident successfully made the forum, which had been quiet for many days, hot again. Compared with Yogwang's 300,000 points and Kaiyang's 200,000 points, Tianshu's more than 100,000 points are obviously not enough. But looking at the points competition, since the start of the competition, there are only 3 camps that have obtained more than 100,000 points per day, not to mention that it is at the critical time node, when the Sea Beast tide is about to end. What happened next was a complete shock to the military academy students. Tianshu had earned nearly 100,000 points for 4 consecutive days, far ahead of other camps. The forum went completely crazy, and everyone wanted to know what method Tang Xixing used to maintain such high returns. Everyone asked around, but could not get any news. Even most military academy students in the Tianshu camp did not know what happened. The quick-thinking people quickly focused their attention on the Tianshu core combat team, which was composed of all extraordinary talents acting with Tang Xixing. Old one, what do you think Tang Xixing did? Lei Lai nudged Wen Songshu with his elbow, and asked curiously. The two were leaning on the Xingzhou board, letting the salty sea breeze brush their cheeks, chatting about what happened recently in Xingyou Military Academy. When Songshu glanced at him, how should I know? I'm not a worm in his stomach. This guy usually talks nonsense about him, behind his back, and he only calls him Old One when he encounters something to get close to him. Who is talking about Old One and Little Lai? Lei Lai probably knows what kind of image he has in his mind, but he has always been thick-skinned, so he doesn't care about when Songshu's 1 or 2 rolling eyes, and even moves closer to him. You are so smart, you will definitely guess it right. When Songshu was shocked by his flattering tone, and got goosebumps all over his body. He raised his hands and rubbed his arms, just wanting him to speak more normally, but suddenly there was a light TSK from the side. The two looked up and saw Niao Linghan standing in front of the cabin door not far away with his arms folded, showing them a look that was hard to describe. Who would have thought that the 3 people who were tit-for-tat last year would now be sitting on the same starship and working for the same person? The moment their eyes met, when Songshu and Lei Lai looked away at the same time, showing their disdain. When the 3 of them were acting independently, they did not hesitate to harm others. To say that they dislike each other was to give each other face. That was to stab in the back. Niao Linghan was caught off guard by 2 slaps on the back of his head, and his expression froze for a moment. Before the reshuffle of Yugwang, as the leader of the largest group in Yugwang, Niao Linghan was undoubtedly the most popular person and had a great say. Now the situation has changed, and when Songshu and Lei Lai, who he did not take seriously in the past, are doing better than him. If he says that he has no thoughts in his mind, he must be lying. At this point, he couldn't continue to show off his power by dragging on the past, so he suppressed the awkwardness in his heart and took the initiative to walk over, clearing his throat and saying, I know why Tang Xixing can get so many points. This sentence successfully attracted the attention of Wen Songshu and Lei Lai. One of them raised his eyebrows slightly to signal him to continue, and the other immediately changed his indifferent look just now, his eyes sparkling. Niao Linghan was very satisfied with the effect of his words, and raised his chin slightly and said, I guess he used the real totem oath? The real totem oath? When Songshu and Lei Lai looked at each other. The waves hit the rocks exposed on the sea surface, and the fist-sized waves bloomed in the air. As the waves receded, a golden red light fell from the sky and turned into a flapping golden crow, carrying the majestic and scorching golden crow fire and rushing into the body of the purple mist octopus hiding in the sea flow. Even though there were cold sea currents in all directions, the purple mist octopus could not feel the slightest bit of coolness. Its body was like a bucket of continuously burning magma, and the water vapor in its body was quickly evaporated, leaving mottled red marks on its slippery body surface. Before the purple mist octopus could make a whine, its body exploded, like a balloon that had swelled to the extreme, and its flesh and blood fell on the sea surface, spreading a strong smell of burning. The golden crow's fire breath was completely unaffected by the sea water, and it turned into a dazzling golden crow again, flapping its wings and flying up, landing on a slender white hand. Tang Xixing stood on the back of the 3 feathered gulls, looking down at the sea covered by the blazing sun star formation. The extraordinary talents of the Tianshu camp stood in their respective positions, with golden red golden crow totems appearing between their eyebrows, and strands of golden crow's fire breath were drawn from them, turning into proud and awe-inspiring golden crows. The golden crow's sharp eyes watched every subtle change under the sea, and once the target was determined, it would rush into the sea at lightning speed and strangle its prey to death. Yes, all these military academy students made a totem oath to Tang Xixing, and they were now arranging the blazing sun star formation, the most powerful of the golden crow battle formations. Any area covered by the blazing sun star formation will be ruled by the golden crow totem. The alienated creatures in the formation will suffer a burning effect that will reduce their combat power by nearly 50%, and the oath bearers in the formation will get a 100% increase in combat power. This is the most terrifying and powerful part of the totem battle formation. No one dares to touch its edge head-on, including the strong men in the holy domain. He controlled the 3 gulls to approach Tang Xixing, and his tone was as respectful as ever. Your Highness, the school's academic affairs system has issued an announcement that this points competition will end at noon tomorrow. The CB's tide is about to end. Tang Xixing swept away the haze of the past few days, and responded in a gentle tone, "How is the situation with Ji Qingyuan and Qi Huan?" "No abnormality has been found yet, but Ji Qingyuan seems to be ready to use the Thunder Dragon Bone Spear again." "Qin," he said cautiously. "Yubwang has never appeared in the open sea, and no one knows their exact location. Qin, he bought this information from a military academy student of Yubwang at a high price, and the other party refused to reveal more." Tang Xixing did not respond immediately, but opened the scoreboard to take a look. Tianshu's current points are far ahead, nearly 400,000 higher than Yubwang, who ranks second. The thunderstorm has passed, and even if Ji Qingyuan repeats the previous miracle with the Thunder Dragon Bone Spear, it is impossible to get points that can surpass Tianshu in just one day. As for Qi Huan, from the fact that he has been inactive for a while, it can be seen that he probably paid a big price to get the 200,000 points. Putting away the scoreboard, Tang Xixing said, "No need to waste energy on them. On this last day, we will focus on hunting down the alien creatures and not give them any chance to turn over." Qin, he nodded and joined the battle. Time passed quickly. When the points were settled in the evening, the points of each camp increased, and the most obvious increase was still Tianshu. At this point, most military academy students felt that the first place in the points race would most likely fall into Tianshu's pocket. Unexpected, but reasonable. There was only half a day left. No matter how much miracles Ji Qingyuan could create, it was impossible for him to cross the gap of more than 400,000 points and lead Yogwan to regain the first place. Chapter 115. On the last night of the points race, almost no one could sleep. The military academy students of the 7 camps were like taking stimulants, frantically hunting the fewer and fewer alien creatures. As the sea beast tide approached its end, the density of alien creatures in the sea decreased, and the difficulty of obtaining high points also increased greatly. The islands in the inner sea no longer had the pressure of defense lines, and only some islands in the outer sea were still resisting the invasion of alien creatures. With the Golden Crow Legion, this situation will not last long. Above a certain sea area in the outer sea, Ing Hung looked at the slightly white sky and said with pain, "Why did Ji Qingyuan go to Yugwang? Can't she come to our Tianji? If she comes, I don't have to work so hard." At the end, he whimpered twice to express his strong will. Tang Xixu, who was standing beside him, and sweating profusely from killing alien creatures, heard this and twitched his mouth twice. In the past, Yogwang was always at the bottom, so Ing Hung could be a hands-off boss, and the 2 vice presidents made all the decisions. But now is different. Yogwang got rid of the original predicament in just a few months and kicked Tang Xixing's ass. He is no longer the poor little guy who can be bullied by anyone. If Ing Hung doesn't stand up, he will only be at the bottom. Although everyone knows that Ing Longs are salted fish, they still have to save face. If they always rank last in the camp competition, outsiders will not care about their real ability, but will only think that the heir of the Ing Long family is useless. Whether the Ing Long family is also at the bottom of the 7 totem families, give priority to other families to join. In this way, when recruiting soldiers, the Ing Long Corps can only pick up the leftovers from other families, which will damage its own foundation. Ing Hung whimpered several times, and when he saw that Tang Xixu did not respond, he was immediately unhappy. "Aren't you a member of our Tianji? Why don't you respond at all?" Tang Xixu was speechless. "If you have time to talk here, you might as well save your time and hunt more alien creatures." He turned around and accused, "Just tell me, how much time have you wasted on meaningless howling these days? If you want to curry favor with someone so much, you might as well go to Yabwang. I will lead Tianji, and my ranking will definitely be higher than yours." Ing Hung was not ashamed of being accused, nor was he angry about being coveted as a leader. After listening to Tang Xixu's words, he touched his chin seriously. "Go to Yugwang. What if I'm a little tempted?" Tang Xixu slapped him on the forehead, slapping away his excitement. "Don't bother, hurry up and hunt alien creatures. If Tianji loses this time, I will go to Yugwang to join Ji Qingyuan, and I will die if I follow you." Ing Hung immediately laughed at him. "You are willing to go, but Ji Qingyuan doesn't want you." Tang Xixu said expressionlessly, "Bounce?" Ing Hung, Isn't this kid 3 years old? And rebound? All the talents in the extraordinary realm of the Tianshu camp were forced by Tang Xixing to make a totem oath. Sure, Yuan held the star conch, and the sound of the tide resonated with GCU. He didn't know what he was doing, and there were crisp sounds of alien crystals colliding with each other. He was forced into a hurry by Yu and Shi Huan, and he didn't care whether doing so would backfire. GCU threw up an alienation crystal with one hand, and then picked up another from the table, and continued to throw it up. The star snail floated beside him, and swayed. Looking carefully, It turned out that Xianzhu was supporting it from time to time. Again, unless one's family has been completely tied to a totem family, military academy students will not easily make a totem oath to the totem heir during school. Even if they are grasshoppers on the same rope, they can't avoid having their own ulterior motives. Tang Xixing is indeed the crown prince of the empire, and is deeply loved by Emperor Yongyao. But who can tell what will happen in the future? There is more than one pure-blooded golden crow in the Tongxi royal family. If he stands on the side too early, it may arouse the suspicion of Emperor Yongyao. By doing this, Tang Xixing did gain a group of subordinates, who could not change their ways, but he also offended the families behind them in disguise. If he can successfully ascend to the throne, it will be fine. If not, he will have a hard time in the future. Hearing the gloating in his tone, Shi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately asked, "What did you do?" GCU paused in throwing the alienation crystal and sighed helplessly. "Sister, do you have to be so sensitive? I just asked someone to give him a little hint." Given Tang Xixing's situation at the time, even if he got the balanced star array, it would be impossible to copy and paste the Golden Crow battle array without the foundation of the star pattern. He would never use Qi Huan's method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 800. One can't be used, and the other can't be used. In addition, what other methods can allow him to hunt a large number of alienated creatures in a short period of time to obtain high points? Only the real totem battle array. Shi Yuan said meaningfully, "Brother, your network of contacts is very wide." GCU didn't dare to take this compliment, and said jokingly, "Unlike my sister, there are pawns everywhere." After the words fell, the two laughed at the same time, completely without the sarcasm of the past, but more like a harmless joke between friends. GCU didn't ask Shi Yuan if he could kick Tang Xixing down from the first place again. Because the answer to this question is obvious, there is no need to waste words. What is more desperate than forcing the prey to the top of the cliff, waiting for it to fly to the safe shore with all its strength, but finding that there is only a dead end in front of it? In order to consolidate his position, Tang Xixing has overdrawn the loyalty of his dependents. If he is still stepped on by his sister in the end, his psychological defense line will probably collapse completely, right? GCU put away the alienated crystal engraved with the ancient star pattern by him, and took the sound of the tide of Feng Shiyuan, which resonated with the star snail. Since we are going to give a gift to His Royal Highness, the bigger the better. It should be so big that he will remember it for the rest of his life, and feel uneasy every time he thinks of it. Qi Xian stood on the deck of the star ship, looking at the sea with red flames floating on it from afar. This is one of the high-risk areas of the Biqiong Sea. There is an active volcano under the sea. The red flames erupting from the crater are the top-level alienated flames second only to the totem fire. If no protection is taken, the gifted people in the extraordinary realm will only die if they are touched. The alienated creatures that can survive here are at least S-level, and there have even been 3 S-level terrifying existences, which were eventually strangled by multiple Saint Domain powerhouses. Yu Shizhe stood 1 meter away from Qi Xian. He caught a glimpse of his indifferent expression in his peripheral vision. He sneered in his heart, and pretended to be pretentious. The words he said were not very polite. "Are you sure you want to enter this ghost place? If there were outsiders here, they would probably be shocked." It was well known in Xingyou Military Academy that Yu Shizhe and Qi Huan disliked each other. It was common practice for them to mock and ridicule each other, but they often fought each other. How could they stay on the same starship peacefully, and so close to each other? Qi Xian glanced at them slightly, and his tone was not very friendly. "If you are afraid, just go home directly. I won't laugh at you." Yu Shizhe was not a powder keg that would explode at any time. Of course, he would not be provoked by such a harmless provocation, but he quickly felt unhappy. He sneered, "You are the first one to come to me to cooperate. Don't put on a condescending attitude. If it's not for the camp ranking, do you think I would be standing here?" Qi Xian shrugged. "Since it's for the camp ranking, don't just show off in front of me. Save your energy and save it for dealing with the alien creatures later, right?" Yu Shizhe and Qi Huan always win in verbal fights. Now he got a soft nail. He felt unhappy and depressed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Qi Huan, who was almost a different person compared to the past. Could it be that he was kidnapped once and his brain suddenly opened up? But no matter how much a person changes, it is difficult to change from a timid coward to a desperate madman, right? Everyone in Xingyao Military Academy doesn't know that there are a large number of S-level and SS-level alien creatures gathered in several high-risk areas of the Biqiong Sea. If you really want to get high points, these high-risk areas are the best choice. Tang Xixing was forced into a desperate situation, and did not even enter the high-risk area, which shows how dangerous it is here. Chi Huan really has. Before Yu Shize could think about it, the star ship suddenly accelerated, the defensive star array quickly unfolded, the honeycomb-shaped shield covered every star ship, and the red star power flowed in every corner of the shield. The notorious Hong Cheong flame swept over the star power shield, but nothing happened. Yu Shize narrowed his eyes slightly. Ordinary defensive star arrays can't resist Hong Cheong flames. Chi Huan has planned to come here a long time ago. At the same time, another high-risk alienation area in the Baiqiong Sea. Thick arcs of electricity surged in the dark clouds, and thunder fell from time to time, forming terrifying thunder balls on the sea surface. Occasionally, shadows swam under the sea, and the strong breath made people dare not touch its edge. This is the most terrifying thunderstorm area in the Baiqiong Sea, which is covered by thunder and lightning all year round. All the active creatures here are S-level, and above thunder alienated creatures. The alienated creatures with weaker levels dare not even approach the outermost area. At this time, in the thunderstorm area that everyone feared like a tiger, the fierce beast Taotai raised its head and roared deafeningly. The huge ring-shaped star array flew out strands of pure white light, and the huge light column shot up into the sky, connecting the thunder surging in the clouds. In the layers of thunderclouds, a larger and more ferocious Taotai was forming. In the center of the thunderstorm area, the deep purple megalodon was tightly bound by pure white star power ropes. It roared, biting its sharp fangs on the star power ropes, struggling hard, trying to get rid of the bondage of the caged star array. As it struggled, a huge bone sickle phantom fell from the sky, and the sharp tip of the knife pierced into the megalodon's eyes. The arc flowing on it was like a jackal that smelled blood, and madly drilled into the megalodon's broken eyeball. Pure white star power flowed in, tangled arcs formed into miniature gluttons, with their mouths wide open and fangs showing, tearing the flesh of the megalodon. Ji Qinglian held a thunder dragon bone gun in his hand, poured star power into his voice, and shouted loudly, "First attack team, change to formation number 3. The military cadets wore back clothes that could block the power of thunder, and did not hesitate to change the formation according to his order. Taotai phantoms rushed out from behind them, all rushing towards the megalodon that was still struggling frantically. If the top SS level megalodon could be killed here, not to mention the valuable materials on it, the points converted into points would also be considerable. Ji Qingqi was flying in the air on Lingdang. Seeing that the hunting mission led by Ji Qinglan was about to be completed, he immediately condensed, killing ashes, and turned into a stream of light, and fell towards the megalodon. He is the harvester. Lingdang let out a high-pitched hiss. Its natural instinct to fight made it feel like a fish in water in this environment. Its vibrating wings made it so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. It cooperated with Ji Qingqi and left several deep scars on the megalodon in just 1 second. The crisp cry of the golden crow suddenly sounded. Tang Xia, who participated in the battle in a mimic form, flew quickly close to the sea surface, and a large group of S-level and SS-level megalodon were chasing behind her. A megalodon shark suddenly jumped up from the sea, trying to swallow her in one gulp. Tang Xia calmly turned sideways, and easily avoided the megalodon shark's bloody mouth. She quickly flapped her wings upwards, and flew away from the sea without any warning. Almost at the moment when her figure left the near sea, a very dangerous beam of light fell from the sky, and landed accurately in the group of megalodon sharks. The megalodon had no time to escape. The thick beam of light quickly split into 36 narrow beams, stirring the seawater and raising huge waves, and in the blink of an eye, the narrow sea area was locked. Shi Yuan stood on the giant Taotai that had just formed and swooped down. She raised her hand, and the flying Tang Xia landed on her arm, asking for praise, and making a crisp cry. Shi Yuan smiled and praised. "Well done." Roar, the Taotai roared, as if the sound waves that could shatter the soul were wrapped in layers of thunder, and struck the sea surface. The megalodon was hit hard, and it painfully collided with the cage that held them, but it didn't get a chance to escape. In an instant, the fierce beast Taotai bit a megalodon. With a crisp click, the megalodon broke, and the bright red blood splashed out, dyeing a large area of seawater red. The midday sun shines on people, bringing a slight burning sensation. Tang Xixing's eyelids twitched, and he subconsciously asked Qin He beside him, "Is the ranking not out yet? Why? Why does he feel so uneasy? The score gap is more than 400,000. Unless Ji Wu comes in person, Ji Qingyuan will never be able to beat him." Qin He shook his head. The system shows that it is still counting. It has been more than 10 minutes since the end of the points race, but for some reason, the final points and rankings of each camp have not come out. It's just half a day of points counting. Is it necessary to spend so much time? Qin He also had a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. He kept refreshing the statistics page, but the system always showed the 3-word statisticing. He was wondering if the school system had suddenly broken down, otherwise it shouldn't have counted the points of the major camps until now. When he refreshed it again out of habit, the page was updated. The moment he saw the ranking and final points, Qin He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seeing his reaction, Tang Xixing suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He did not intend to be too anxious about this matter, so he immediately opened the statistics page of the task bracelet. The 2 words Yoguang entered his eyes, with an absolutely strong attitude. Yoguang. It's Yoguang. The first one is Yoguang. Tang Xixing's feet softened, and he almost fell. He glanced at the second one out of the corner of his eye. Kaiyang. The second one is Kaiyang. How could it be? How could it be Kaiyang? What about the third one? Tianxian. Tang Xixing suddenly closed his eyes. Fake. It must be fake. Chapter 116. If this points race had not had Ji Qingyuan's amazing performance, Qi Huan's stunning success, and had happened before the Lion Mercenary Guild incident, even if he lost, Tang Xixing would not have felt so strongly unwilling and resentful. He believed that he was not a person who could not afford to lose, and he could accept that there were always people who were better than him in this world, and that a temporary victory or defeat could not determine the future victory or defeat. But there was no if. The camp fortress he painstakingly built was like a sand castle built by a child on the beach in front of Ji Qingyuan, who never played by the rules, and a wave could destroy it. When he knew that Ji Qingyuan had developed a new totem battle formation, he fell into her offensive rhythm, and was forced to follow her pace, losing the calmness that a leader should have. He once laughed at Qi Qinyu for being like a clown, but in the end, he found that there was not much difference between him and her. Tang Xixing couldn't help but think deeply. When Qi Qinyu was in trouble, the reason why he was able to stay calm was not because of how clever his method of killing someone with a borrowed knife was, but because Ji Qingyuan didn't aim at him at that time. Once such a thought arose in his mind, confusion and fear were like a thorn in the flesh, firmly attached to Tang Xixing's subconscious, making him hesitate and timid. Your Highness? Qin He called him worriedly. Tang Xixing's face was extremely ugly at this time. His cheeks were bloodless, his lips moved continuously, but he didn't utter a word. His eyes were out of focus, and his golden red pupils seemed to have lost their spirit, showing a bit of dullness. Qin He knew him since childhood, and had never seen him lose his composure like this. Without getting a response, Qin He hesitated whether to speak to comfort him. Tang Xixing suddenly raised his hand to cover his eyes. Go back. These 3 words were light, and without any emotion, but he was calmer than before. Qin He was afraid of irritating him, so he didn't dare to say much. He replied respectfully, and ordered the Xingzhou to return. The points race was over. The military academy students of the Tianshu camp had enjoyed too many victories. They were not like the poor little people who had never seen the world and wanted to publicize their slightly acceptable results. But now, the Xingzhou was quiet inside and outside, and the atmosphere was so cold that it made people panic. This time it was not that they were too lazy to cheer, but that they were not qualified to cheer for the victory. They lost. Tianshu ranked 4th, losing to Yoguang, Kaiyang, and Tianxian in a row, and even Tianxian surpassed them. Look at Tang Xixing again. His face was still ugly, but the state of loss of soul just now had disappeared. Seeing that he adjusted his mood so quickly, Qin He breathed a sigh of relief, and wanted to say that this defeat was nothing. The sea beast tide is ever-changing. The school did not restrict the way the camps hunted the alienated creatures, nor did it care how much resources the camp leaders could mobilize to support their own camps. The variables were already large. If they strictly followed the rules of the camp competition, Ji Qingyuan and others would not be able to win. But before he said it, he thought of Yoguang's bad situation at the beginning of the game. Among the 7 camps, Yoguang had the fewest people and the most uneven combat power. As the heirs of the totem family, the resources that Ji Qingyuan could mobilize could also be mobilized by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Comparing the two, Tianshu, as the advantaged party, not only did not win, but also lost miserably. It would be ridiculous to make excuses for himself. Qin He couldn't say anything. First. We are first. Lei Lai pinched Wen Songshu's arm, and he almost jumped from the Xingzhou board to the sky. The value of the first place this time is different from the first place in the previous 2 camp competitions. It is not about winning a certain team in a certain camp, but about defeating all camps and getting the most team points. Before, Lei Lai also dreamed that Yoguang would become the strongest camp in Xingyao Military Academy one day in the future, but the gap in reality always made him feel unspeakable melancholy. Yogwang has been weak for too long. Even if the situation improves, it will take time to settle. He estimated that he would not have the opportunity to see Yogwang defeat Tianshu before graduation, but who would have thought that the surprise would come so suddenly? When Songchu's ears hurt because of his loud voice. But this is indeed a moment worth celebrating, so he didn't laugh at him for being so useless. Not only Lei Lai, the Xingzhou was filled with cheers from military academy students, and the warm atmosphere was comparable to the new year. Ji Qinglian was panting with exhaustion. Unlike the bystander left by his sister on the starship last time, this time he actually participated in the battle, and was responsible for part of the battle command. His mood also changed a lot, and he smiled proudly. The military academy students who had become familiar with him recently saw him stepping down from the marshal's back, cheered and rushed to him, picked him up and threw him into the sky. Ji Qinglian was startled and shouted, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. Killing for a day is not tiring." Before he finished speaking, he actually took a big gulp of the fishy and salty sea breeze, and the rest of the words were forced to get stuck in his throat. Someone laughed out loud. "Captain, we are the first. We beat Tianshu. We are so awesome." In the days when Tianshu overtook us, everyone was nervous and wanted to take back the first place, but the more anxious they were, the easier it was to make mistakes. It was the captain who led them to practice new formations over and over again, telling them not to be influenced by the outside world. With the president and vice president, Yogwang would definitely have the last laugh. I thought it was not very reliable for the president to arrange Ji Qinglian to be the captain, but it turned out that the president is the president, and will not give him special treatment just because Ji Qinglian is her brother. After all, he is the heir of the totem family, who has been carefully educated. His personality is indeed a bit impatient, but in terms of combat command, military academy students, who have been enrolled for 2 or 3 years may not be able to match him. The ability to control the situation he showed this time is even more impressive, and the military academy students under his command are willing to call him captain. Ji Qinglian heard their happy shouts, and her mouth closed again, with the corners of her mouth rising uncontrollably. On another starship, Shuri Yuan was also blocked by the military academy students, but she had accumulated power for a long time, so no one dared to rush up to her and made trouble. They just shouted, "President, President, we are the first." Tang Xia had already changed back to human form and followed Shuri Yuan. At this time, she was also infected by the joy of the crowd, and her cheeks were slightly red with excitement. Ji Qinchi had long anticipated what the scene would be like on the starship. Before the camp ranking was announced, he sneaked back to the room with a bell in advance. At this moment, listening to the continuous cheers outside, he also showed a very light smile. No one doesn't like the feeling of victory, and Ji Qinchi is no exception. Ling Dang noticed his mood change, came over and nudged his shoulder with her hoarse head, and snorted loudly. The joy was not only in Yogwang, but also in Kaiyang and Tianchuan's starship. Ever since Qi Qinyu was relieved of his leadership position by the principal, Kaiyang's status in the 7 camps has plummeted, and it has directly fallen out of the top 3. This is undoubtedly a big blow to the military academy students in Kaiyang's camp. Shi Huan and Yu Shizhe divided Kaiyang into 2, which exacerbated the situation. Many people are worried that Kaiyang will become the second Yogwang. In this points race, Kaiyang not only did not come last, but also stepped on Tianshu. If it weren't for Ji Qingyuan, the monster, it would be the real first now. As for Tianxian, influenced by Feng Shiyuan's leadership style, the military academy students did not pay much attention to the ranking of the points competition, but were more keen on making trouble in the competition. This time, Tianshu was repeatedly beaten by Yogwang and Kaiyang. They were the ones who posted the most instigation in the forum. The whole camp was filled with an atmosphere of watching the fun and not minding the big things. The joy brought to them, by ranking 3rd, was not as good as trampling on Tianquan led by Feng Nancheng. In just a short while, someone had posted on the forum to mock Tianquan. In Ning Heng's words, it was a big stick to stir up trouble. GCU, tell me the truth, you are so hard hunting alien creatures all of a sudden, what bad idea do you have? Feng Shiyuan sat on the side of the starship with her feet up, looking down at GCU, who was throwing alien crystals. The handsome young man changed into a tight combat uniform. The black and gold combat uniform complemented his temperament, and the close-fitting design outlined the perfect muscle lines all over his body. Even though Feng Shiyuan didn't have any romantic thoughts about him, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times, muttering to herself, wondering which warrior in the future could handle this monster. GCU didn't know what she was complaining about, and said lazily, "What bad thoughts can I have? I just realized that I am also a member of Tianxian, and I can't be the one who drags them down. I just do my best. Heh. Feng Shiyuan sneered. She went to the door to block him several times, but this guy just gave her some points to perfunctorily. Yesterday, he suddenly took the initiative to say that he would lead the team to go out to sea, and went directly to the high-risk alienation area of the Biqiong Sea, almost killing all the alienated creatures inside. This salted fish, who is not much better than Ing Hung, has no conscience at all. How could he find his conscience and help Tianxian punch Tianshu and step on Tianquan? Thinking of the setbacks that Tang Xisheng and Feng Nancheng had this time, Feng Shiyuan narrowed her eyes slightly. But before she could say anything, GCU turned his palm, put away the alien crystals, turned around and walked towards the cabin, and waved his hand with his back to her. Let's go! Feng Shiyuan saw him slip away so quickly, and snorted lightly. Sister is really likable. It was a sentence without a beginning or an end, and no one knew what she meant. When Rongyao came over, he saw her sitting alone on the side of the boat enjoying the sea breeze, and asked curiously, "Where is Yu? Wasn't she with you just now? How come she disappeared in the blink of an eye?" Feng Shiyuan gathered her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. "How do I know? Maybe she went to hide somewhere." Rongyao said regretfully, "I also want to ask him, what did the old crow do to offend him, so that he was willing to waste time on the game?" "What does it mean to waste time on the game?" Feng Shiyuan glared at him unhappily, and when she was about to speak, Xinglu was suddenly shook. She picked up the star snail while accusing Rongyao. Why waste time on such a serious matter as the competition? Before she finished speaking, her eyes stopped at the message presented by the star snail. At the same time, Shi Yuan, Tang Xisheng, Feng Nancheng, Ing Hung and others all received a tidal voice from their respective families. The peace negotiation delegation sent by the Winston Empire regarding the Rose Seat Armistice incident has entered the Yongyao Empire, and will arrive at the Golden Crow Seat soon. Chapter 117. The peace negotiation delegation of the Winston Empire was supposed to arrive 2 months ago, but the Rose Duke, who was the representative of the delegation, suddenly fell seriously ill, and the matter was delayed. Shi Yuan, who knew the truth, sneered at this. If Carol Patrick hadn't suddenly appeared that day and took Cyrus Garcia away, and she had forced the Rose Totem to communicate, causing the Rose Curse to backfire, the Winston Empire should have announced the obituary of the Rose Duke. Now, the representative of the delegation has been replaced by the Iris Duke, and the postponed peace talks between the two countries should naturally be put on the agenda. Thinking of Chris Hudson, Shi Yuan frowned slightly. Although that guy's brain circuits are always different from ordinary people, he is not an easy character to deal with. If he comes to the Yongyao Empire as a peace negotiation representative, things will most likely cause another wave. The Winston Empire has always had the ambition to unify the interstellar space. Not to mention the Chaos Star Field and the Desolate Star Field, the Yongyao Empire is clearly the biggest obstacle, especially the 7 totem families that stand proudly on the top of Yongyao like a stabilizing force. She didn't think the Winston Empire would honestly negotiate with the Yongyao Empire, especially Chris Hudson was a well-known war advocate in the Winston Empire. But it was not her who needed to worry about these, but Emperor Yongyao and several totem marshals. What she cared about was Chris Hudson's action of resonating with her title sound some time ago, which was not a friendly signal, especially since the other party knew part of her past. What would he do? Use this to threaten her to cooperate with some of his actions? Shi Yuan thought about the possible actions Chris Hudson might take and decided to prepare a response in advance to avoid being caught off guard by him and falling into a disadvantage in the game. The CB's tide ended shortly after the points game was settled. The Zuanyaxing Taoai Chamber of Commerce branch, backed by the Yaoguang camp, had accumulated a large amount of materials during the 2 or 3 month hunting operation, especially a lot of S-level and SS-level rare materials. These are good things that money can't buy. Once they are made into star weapons and sold, the Taoai Chamber of Commerce will definitely make a lot of money. Shi Yuan turned losses into profits as soon as she took over the Zuanyaxing branch of the Taoai Chamber of Commerce, and facilitated such a big deal. The heads of other branches saw it, and had a certain understanding of her ability. They knew that the eldest lady was not an embroidered pillow, and they all had their own calculations, and did not dare to neglect her. Therefore, Shi Yuan's taking over of other branches of the Jinwuzu became extremely smooth. She didn't need to emphasize it. The account books were clearly handed over, and all matters were explained very clearly. As soon as she returned to Xingyao Military Academy, Shi Yuan received an invitation letter from Tang Xisheng, saying that the school asked the leaders of the 7 camps to hold a post-match summary meeting together. Later, They would need to submit the action plan paper and competition experience of this competition to the school. The meeting time is tomorrow night. When Sure Yun heard the word paper, her eyelids twitched. She didn't want to write such things at all. Thinking of this, she turned her head left and right to look at the brothers who came back with her, and her eyes first passed over Lei Lai with clear eyes. This guy might be good at palace fighting, but forget about writing papers. Looking at Wen Songshu again, this guy is worthy of being the strongest worker out of the Iris training camp. He can do everything beautifully, and there is no problem writing papers, but he is already busy enough, and he is still asked to write papers. Sure Yun blinked, and turned her eyes to Nie Linghan standing next to Lei Lai. As the leader of the largest group in Yoguang, he must have done a lot of writing papers. The three people were confused by her look. Just when they were wondering if something difficult to solve had happened, Sure Yun cleared his throat and said, "Assistant Nie, I have a task for you." She briefly repeated the matter of attending the meeting and writing papers. Lei Lai really showed a look of relief, and even when Songshu frowned slightly, Nie Linghan still had a faint look. After listening to Sure Yun's words, he nodded calmly, "No problem." Sure Yun smiled with satisfaction and said in a light tone, "Then I leave it to you. It feels so wonderful to have a younger brother." The military school students have 3 days of vacation. She has been busy for so long that she is already in a very tired state mentally and physically. Knowing that Wen Songshu and others are similar to her, she did not delay their rest time and waved her hand and left first. Lei Lai watched her disappear, turned to look at Nie Linghan, and said in a pinched voice, "Assistant Nie, if I remember correctly, you hate writing papers the most, right? Why are you pretending in front of the president?" Wen Songshu obviously knew Nie Linghan's background, and laughed very impolitely. Nie Linghan sneered at these two people who were ruthless, turned his head, and left. Why are these two scheming guys pretending to be pure here? One of them is always talking about the long and short things from morning to night, and the other always looks like he is sure of success in everything he does. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Why are they playing Liao Shai? Only a blind man can't see the little calculations in their hearts. Seeing that he was so unsociable, Lei Lai nudged Wen Songshu with his elbow, and said with a click of his tongue, "Don't you think Nie Linghan is more interesting than before? When that guy was still the leader of Hanmei, he always acted as if he looked down on everyone. If it was back then, who would have thought that President Nie would play palace fighting with him one day?" When Songshu glanced at him, "Don't mess with him. Nie Linghan is not a pushover. He has no background but was able to bite off a piece of meat from Yun Jing, who was supported by Tang Shisheng, and let Hanmei stand firm in Yoguang. His scheming and means are far beyond ordinary people." At that time, not only did Yun Jing fail to get good things from him, but the two of them only dared to play some tricks behind the scenes, and never thought of confronting Nie Linghan head-on. After he reminded him, Lei Lai remembered the misery of living in the cracks at the beginning, and touched his nose. "Okay, I will avoid him from now on." With the president in front of him, even if Nie Linghan didn't like him, he would definitely not do anything to him, but it was difficult to prevent him from making trouble. Forget it, why play palace fighting? The president is not a scumbag who favors one over the other. It is better for the three of them to live a good life together. Sure Yun didn't know Lei Lai's little tricks. She went back to the dormitory, took a shower, dried her hair carelessly, and fell asleep on the bed. The kitten also poked its head out, turned its belly over, and slept beside her. When it was free, the kitten liked to run out of the spiritual power spring, looking here and there, and was very busy. During this period, Sure Yun didn't have time to play with it, and always let it work, which made it feel suffocated. The man and the cat slept soundly with their heads against each other, and even the air became comfortable and quiet. When Sure Yun woke up, the moon was already above the willow branches, and the world was bathed in the silent night, which made her unconsciously feel a sense of tranquility and peace. It was rare for her to have such a relaxing time. She made a cup of Yunning Luqing, sat on the rattan chair on the balcony, and emptied her mind, enjoying the leisure of the moment. No wonder GCU always liked to sit on the rattan chair in the yard to enjoy his leisure time. This feeling was really addictive. Unfortunately, this atmosphere did not last long, and her star snail began to vibrate gently. Sure Yun frowned slightly when her rare relaxing moment was interrupted. Who would resonate with her title sound at this time? It had better be something important. Sure Yun picked up the star snail and saw an unexpected name. Yun Xiao. Yun Xing's twin sister, Xiao Baizhe, who was kept in captivity by the Tongxi royal family. Speaking of which, she has been very busy recently, and has no time to go to the library. She has not contacted Yun Xiao for some time. What did she want to do with her at night? With doubt in her heart, Yuan answered the call. Xiao Xiao, why did you send me the call so late? Did something happen to you? Yuan Xiao had been under the surveillance of the Tongxi royal family. Because of her weak and sickly body, although she was the heir of the totem family and joined the Tianshu camp, she did not participate in the points competition held by the school like other military academy students. She came to Xingyou Military Academy more like a necessary mascot, a signboard for the Tongxi royal family to show kindness and compassion to ordinary people. Yuan Xiao did not speak immediately, but panted rapidly, like a person who finally struggled to climb ashore after drowning, obviously panting but weak. Yuan frowned and immediately asked, "What's wrong with you?" The Tongxi royal family was monitoring Yuan Xiao, which was also a kind of protection in another sense, not to mention that she had been staying in Xingyou Military Academy. Xingyou Military Academy had Chu Yining, a powerful Saint Domain master, in charge. Who could break through the heavy defense and hurt her? Yuan stood up, changed her clothes as quickly as possible and walked out. Before she left the dormitory, Yuan Zhao's intermittent voice came from the other end of the star snail. "Qing, Yuan, I saw." Before she finished speaking, she groaned, and the suppressed tone was drowned out by the dense sound of water hitting the ground. "Where are you now? Are you still in school?" Yuan squeezed out a character between her eyebrows, and when she opened the dormitory door, a pure black shadow enveloped her. In just a blink of an eye, her figure merged into the darkness. After leaving the dormitory, Yuan did not take the elevator, but jumped directly from the corridor, like a clever cat, and landed easily on the ground. Yuan Xiao made a difficult sound in response. From just now, Yuan noticed that she was controlling her volume, as if she didn't want people to know her current state. Yuan Xiao has been under surveillance, but it is impossible for her to have no private space. She is most likely in her room now. Considering what she just said, I saw it, it is not difficult to guess the situation she is facing now. She has awakened her mimicry talent, and this matter must not be known to the Tongxi royal family, who is monitoring her. Otherwise Yuan Xiao will no longer be a transparent person that not many people care about now, and will be kept in captivity by the Tongxi royal family as a tool for predicting the future. This is one of the reasons why she was able to survive the tragedy of the extermination of the family that year. The Tongxi royal family is afraid of the predictive ability of the Baizhe family, and they want to hold this power in their hands. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhao's body is too weak. She awakened Baizhe mimicry when she was nearly 18 years old. Although she is pure blood, she has serious defects. 9 out of 10 times, she will fail to summon and cannot transform into a mimic form, not to mention awakening a powerful talent like Baizhe Tianji. The Tongxi royal family had invited numerous doctors to examine her, and the conclusions they came to were similar. She might not have the opportunity to awaken her mimicry talent in this life. When she lived in Tiandu Star some time ago, she also heard Ji Wu say that Emperor Yongyao intended to choose a fiancé for Yuan Xiao. The meaning behind this matter is not difficult to guess. Yuan Xiao is useless, but her bloodline can be inherited. Yuan exhaled slightly, and rushed all the way in the direction of Yuan Zhao's dormitory. To see Yuan Xiao, you must avoid the people who monitor her. Black Iris's talent, Iris Abyss Messenger, is an excellent hidden talent, but there is a certain probability that it will be discovered by talents with higher levels than her. But it doesn't matter. Even if she is exposed, the other party can't keep her, and Chris Hudson will only be the one to take the blame. At the same time, in Yuan Zhao's residence, she fell into the bathroom in a thin pajamas, her eyes were red, and blood was oozing from her 7 orifices. She tightly grasped the star conch that Yuan had given her in private, and opened her mouth to try to speak, but the pain deprived her of the ability to speak. She moved her lips, and could only make a low, hoarse sound with difficulty. The sound of running water drowned out the tiny sound she made, and also made it impossible for outsiders to monitor her situation at this time, and they just thought she was still taking a bath. Chapter 118. When Yuan approached Yuan Zhao's residence, she sent several breaths in the dark, all of whom were gifted at the extraordinary level. The way they concealed their breath was very clever, and the mimicry talent was probably related to this. If it weren't for Yuan's strong mental power, it would be difficult to detect. Perhaps because there were too many monotonous and uneventful days, the 4 people in the dark were not very vigilant, and they didn't even notice her approaching in the shadow of a string of ants. This was convenient for Yuan. She controlled the ant group to enter the garden, and slipped into the small villa through the crack of the door. The decoration style of the villa was very simple. There were 2 pots of flowers on the flower stand by the door. The flowers bloomed and released a refreshing fragrance. The curtains in the living room blocked the light of the street lamps, and the bright moon, and the house was dim. Yuan's mental power swept through the empty living room. When she found nothing unusual, she quickly went upstairs. A faint light seeped through the crack of the door of the second-floor bedroom. She merged with the darkness and slipped in quietly. 2 wall lamps barely illuminated the room. There were traces of someone lying on the bed. The soft thin quilts were piled up irregularly. There was no sign of Yun Xiao. The sound of running water came from the direction of the bathroom. Yuan's mental power penetrated the closed door and sensed a person half lying on the ground. Judging from the breath, it was Yun Xiao. While she used her mental power to observe the situation outside the villa to prevent the monitor from noticing anything unusual, she carefully opened the bathroom door and quickly slipped in. Yun Xiao fell to the ground, unconscious, but still tightly holding the star conch that Yuan gave her. Her appearance was horrifying. Blood was flowing from all her orifices, her skin was as pale as paper, her heart was beating very slowly, and her breathing was extremely heavy, as if she might die at any time. Yuan half crouched down with a frown, briefly checked her condition, and reached out to cover her heart, releasing the power of the sacred tree to inject vitality. Yun Xiao's situation was not complicated. She passively used her talent in the process of awakening her mimicry talent, but because her mimicry and body were too weak, she could not provide the power consumed when using her talent, causing backlash. Baizhe Tianji is the most powerful mimicry talent of the Baizhe family. Not every pure-blooded Baizhe can awaken it, but if it cannot provide the necessary power consumption when used after awakening, the Baizhe totem will seize the user's life as compensation, which is quite overbearing. Therefore, the average lifespan of pure-blooded Baizhe who awakened, Baizhe Tianji, is much shorter than that of pure-blooded bloodlines of other totem families. As the emerald green star power was injected into Yun Xiao's heart, her breathing became stable, her heartbeat speed returned to normal, and her tightly locked brows slowly loosened. Yuan helped her up from the ground, used the star power to control the flowing water to wash away the blood on her face, and drew a communication star pattern into her body, asking in his heart, "How are you?" The pain in her body had not yet subsided, but Yun Xiao's consciousness had been much clearer. She blinked her wet eyelashes, and recognized that the person standing in front of her was Yuan. This was not the first time she had communicated with Yuan using the communication star pattern. After reacting, she immediately grabbed her wrist and said anxiously, "I saw it. I saw someone trying to kill you." As soon as the words came out, Yun Xiao felt a pain in her heart, as if a majestic force was pressing on her soul, and was severely interrogating her. Yun Xiao could not resist the impact of this force for a while. A fishy sweetness surged up her throat, and blood gushed out of her mouth, dripping down. Unspeakable pain climbed up her body, like a blunt knife cutting flesh, so painful that she could not bear it. Baizhe Tianji, to spy on someone's fate, the user's lifespan is required. Yun Xiao has been raised in Tianyao Star. He has no idea what secrets the Baizhe family has, nor does he know how to cleverly use his talent to protect himself while predicting the future. Yuan did not show much surprise about this. She was used to walking on the edge of life and death. If the protagonist of Yun Xiao's words was changed to someone else, it might be more likely to mobilize her emotions. She did not put on an arrogant attitude of indifference. Seeing that Yun Xiao was about to continue talking, she took the lead and said, "Don't say it, you will die." After saying this, she took the initiative to cut off contact with Yun Xiao. Baizhe can spy on the future, but while changing the fate of others, disaster will also befall him. Yun Xiao has said enough, there is no need to continue. The pain tore Yun Xiao's nerves, she could not muster any strength, so she could only sit on the stool half leaning on Yuan, barely supporting her body that seemed to be broken into pieces. Hearing this, she didn't know why her tears couldn't be controlled. She didn't want to cry even though she was in so much pain just now, but now she suddenly felt very wronged. It wasn't because Yuan rejected her kindness, but because she remembered that she had always thought that the kind and amiable people were actually just for show. They only cared about whether she had awakened her mimicry, and when she could awaken her mimicry talent. Since she awakened her mimicry, the doctor came to draw her blood every month, saying that it was to treat her body and help her awaken her talent, so that she could return to Yunhezuo to inherit the Baizhe family after graduation. But she was not sick at all, and her physical weakness was not caused by the mimicry defect. The real reason was that she had lost a lot of blood essence, which resulted in the awakening of mimicry for almost a year, and she was still no different from a weak ordinary person. No one cared whether she was in pain, lonely, or afraid. She could only look at the cold moon in the sky at midnight, thinking that it would be okay to die like this. But she was so timid that she didn't have the courage to end her life to gain the freedom of her soul. She could only be bound in a small cage and wither away day after day. Yuan Shao hugged Shi Yuan's waist and felt the pat on her back, which relieved her pain invisibly. She tightened her arms a little greedily. If Qing Yuan was her sister, she could tell her her fear without restraint and cry in her arms. But there is no if. Qing Yuan is a fierce beast Tao Tai who is protected by her mother, and she is a weak Bai Zai who is alone. Yuan Shao closed her eyes, and a hot tear fell from the corner of her eyes. Time passed silently. Yuan Shao relaxed her mind in the gradually easing pain, and fell asleep leaning on Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan lowered her eyes slightly, and used her star power to dry Yuan Shao's clothes. Just as she was about to pick her up, she squinted and looked outside the bathroom. There was someone outside the door. She supported Yuan Shao against the wall, and turned into a shadow, and left the bathroom. Almost the moment she came out, the room was shrouded in invisible darkness. Someone attacked her with 5 fingers and claws. The action was decisive and ruthless, and it was aimed at her life. In the moment before being strangled by the neck, Shi Yuan was like a cunning civet cat. She dodged backwards cleverly, avoided the fatal blow of the person who came, and quickly kicked away the long legs that attacked her lower body. It was a man. But he was not one of the 4 people responsible for monitoring Yuan Shao. Who is it? Shi Yuan turned her palm upwards, and a pure black dagger quietly appeared. The blade reflected a bloodthirsty light under the dim light of the bathroom, and then turned into a line of cold light in her hand, and slashed towards the neck of the visitor. The opponent's reaction speed was not worse than hers. When the crisis came, he missed the sharp blade and grabbed her wrist. The blade turned, and the sharp blade forced the man back. The two of them fought back and forth in the space swallowed by darkness. There was only the sound of fists and feet colliding in the air. The 2 wall lamps on the wall still emitted a faint light, illuminating the quiet and empty bedroom, so that the observers outside the villa would not notice the clues. Another time the blades faced each other. A familiar fighting move made Shi Yuan frown slightly, and she whispered, "Brother?" The 5 fingers wrapped in black gloves paused for a moment, and the dagger that was supposed to stab Shi Yuan mercilessly turned in another direction and disappeared from her sight, leaving only a fading cold light. It turned out to be Jisoo. Unexpected, but reasonable. Shi Yuan took the dagger and stood by the wall. Jisoo, who was covered by the shadow, was the first to reveal his figure. Looking into the cold ink-colored pupils, Shi Yuan spread his hands, and took the initiative to disperse the shadow on his body. The two looked at each other. Jisoo put his hand on his forehead. His expression was a little helpless. Obviously he didn't expect that the person who broke into Yuan Shao's room would be Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was able to recognize him, thanks to the sea beast. When Jisoo had difficulty conquering the ancient teleportation star array, he fought with her every few days to find inspiration. She always kept a hand in doing things. When fighting with him, she used a set of fighting skills on the surface. Now she needed to disguise her identity, and used another set of fighting skills. Obviously Jisoo was also a cautious person, and I don't know how he made a mistake here. Fortunately, there was this small mistake, otherwise I really don't know how it would end today. If the incident gets out of hand, it will definitely attract the attention of the observers, and Yuan Shao's awakening of the mimicry talent may also be exposed, which is not what Shi Yuan wants to see. Jisoo holds the same idea as her, so when the two fight, they tacitly keep the noise to a minimum. Shi Yuan glanced at the space around her that seemed to be wrapped in a thin black curtain. This seems to be the mimicry field. Jisoo drew a communication star pattern and hit her, and went straight to the point. "Why are you here? How is Yuan Shao?" His voice was always cold, but his tone was gentle, completely different from the intruder who had just attacked fiercely and made deadly moves. "She sent me the sound of the tide, and I came here when I heard that her voice was wrong. She has awakened the mimicry talent, and is, by Zai Tianji. She was backfired by the power, and is now in a coma. There is nothing wrong with her body." Shi Yuan also answered neatly. She knew that Jisoo was the surviving bloodline of the Bai Zai family, and Jisoo also knew that she was once a killer of the Blood Rose. They had exchanged secrets that could not be known to others, and these were insignificant. But Shi Yuan did not say what Yuan Shao had predicted. There were many people who wanted to kill her, and she couldn't count them even if she counted her fingers and toes. There was no need to worry about this prediction. Even the strong men in the holy domain had never spared her life. She didn't think her life would come to an end so soon. Rather than worrying about being killed, she was more interested in killing the people who came to kill her. Who could be so blind? Jisoo had no way of knowing the thought that flashed through her mind, and his attention was completely focused on Yuan Shao's awakening of, by Zai Tianji. This is not a good thing for Yuan Shao. Thinking of what Yuan Shao might face after the incident was exposed, he frowned slightly. Sure, Yuan asked back. Do you know that Yin Xiao is in trouble? Unlike Yin Xiao, who has been under surveillance since childhood, GCU lives a relatively free life under the protection of Ji Wu. He knows his identity, knows the hatred of his family, and is eyeing the Tongxi royal family. It is impossible for him to watch Yin Xiao being raised as an ignorant puppet. Even if he does not tell Yin Xiao about his existence, he will definitely do something to prevent the Tongxi royal family from easily controlling her. Her speculation is correct. GCU said frankly, I have arranged a star array here, and I can sense a strange breath. Sure, Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. With her mental strength, she didn't even notice that a star array was set up here. GCU seemed to see what she was thinking, winked at her, and said generously, It's just a little trick, mental power can't sense it. If you want to learn, I can teach you. She still underestimated her brother's attainments in star patterns, and he could actually set up a star array that even the saint-level mental power couldn't sense. Sure, Yuan certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing, and readily agreed. Just at this moment, the 4 people in charge of surveillance suddenly made a move. One of them appeared from the dark, and knocked on the door with his fingers. Miss, are you okay? Why don't you rest so late? Are you feeling unwell? After she finished speaking, she didn't even wait for Yun Xiao's response, and pushed the door open. Chapter 119. The woman looked around. The room was empty, and the light was not very bright. The bed had no signs of sleeping on it, and the school uniform jacket that Yin Xiao wore today was hung on the coat rack. The sound of water dripping from the bathroom came. A slender white hand rested on the bathroom door. The familiar face of the woman entered her field of vision from the open door. What's the matter? Yun Xiao stood in the door in a bathrobe, with a slightly frowned brow, as if unhappy. The woman's eyes did not shrink because of her expression. She looked at her very seriously for a few times before bowing and saying, I'm glad you're okay. Please go to bed early. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invites you to meet tomorrow morning to discuss important matters. Yun Xiao nodded coldly. The woman turned around, and when she was about to go out, she suddenly turned back and glanced at Yun Xiao sharply. Yun Xiao was about to come out of the bathroom when he met her gaze unexpectedly. He was startled and frowned. Do you have anything else to say? The woman showed a formal smile, walked towards her quickly, and walked past her, and went straight into the bathroom. Yun Xiao's expression became more repulsive. She moved her lips and wanted to say something, but finally held back and didn't speak. She watched the woman reach out and turn over every cabinet in the bathroom. As the woman moved, her expression changed from wanting to speak but not speaking to calm, as if she was used to going from wanting to resist to being forced to obey, and felt bored. She didn't look at the woman's rude behavior again and stepped out of the bathroom. The woman didn't care about her reaction. She carefully checked every corner of the bathroom. When she didn't find anything unusual, she returned to the room and saw Yin Xiao pulling up the quilt and lying on the bed, ready to sleep. This is a routine inspection. The people who are responsible for monitoring Yin Xiao often do this, and will not let her stay alone in a certain space for too long. The door is closed, the wall lamp is turned off, and Yun Xiao lying on the bed. Opens her eyes are clear, the quilt beside her hand bulges a small arc, and the kitten sticks out half of its head and nudged her palm with its soft furry ears. The darkness opens its huge mouth and swallows everything. After 2 or 3 months of tossing and turning, Rong Miao is very tired. Today, he returns to the dormitory and relaxes his mind, and sleeps all day and night. When he was sleeping, he suddenly received GCU's tidal voice, the content of which was concise. Come to my place, it's urgent. What's the matter? He rubbed his eyes and yawned. You will know when you come over. Be careful, and don't let anyone notice. GCU did not say much. It was rare for Rong Miao to hear him speak in such a serious tone, and the sleepiness disappeared immediately. He quickly changed his clothes, and quietly went to find GCU. In the quiet courtyard, Song was half lying beside the stream with his legs bent, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep. Bao Bao was crowded beside him, swinging his ponytail from time to time, sometimes hitting his horse's butt, and sometimes falling on the grass below him, feeling very comfortable. Rong Miao sighed in his heart. Others don't know, but he knows very well that Song is a stubborn horse, who doesn't care about anything except GCU. He doesn't care about anyone when it comes to Lingling. He looks arrogant all day long, saying that he is the best horse in the world. I don't know how my sister negotiated with him to let this little Pegasus stick to him every day. Song sensed someone coming, but because it was a familiar breath, he didn't even blink. Rong Miao didn't disturb them to rest, and walked quickly towards the small building. The door was open, and GCU was sitting on the sofa in the living room, but Rong Miao soon noticed that there was a person lying on the sofa opposite him. When he looked closely, it turned out to be Xiao Baizhe, who was kept by the Tongxi royal family. He took a breath and immediately said, "GCU, why is she here? What did you do?" Even if he didn't know the secrets of the royal family, he knew that Xiao Baizhe was just a puppet now. Even if he graduated from Xingyou Military Academy and returned to Yunhezuo, he could not really inherit the Baizhe family and restore its former glory. Yun Xiao is a well-known hot potato. Whoever touches it will be unlucky. The heirs of the totem family would at most nod when they met her, but they were not stupid enough to make friends with her and cause unnecessary trouble and suspicion. In this situation, it doesn't look like Yun Xiao took the initiative to find GCU. It is more likely that GCU stole the person out under the eyes of the surveillance. No movement was heard on the way here, and Yun Xiao's bodyguards probably didn't find out that she was missing. Rong Miao intuitively jumped into the big pit dug by GCU, and said in his heart that he was not careful in making friends. GCU did not answer his question, but said, she was backfired by the mimicry. You can see if she can wake up tomorrow morning? Mimicry backfired? Rong Miao was stunned at first, and then reacted, she awakened the mimicry talent. Didn't they say that Xiao Baizhe's body was too weak and his mimicry was also defective, so he couldn't awaken the mimicry talent? As soon as this thought came up, Rong Miao thought of the possible impact of this exposure, and resisted the urge to roar and said, "Are you fucking crazy? Dare to interfere in the affairs of the Baizhe family? Yun Xiao's situation is indeed worthy of sympathy, but who dares to risk offending the Tongxi royal family and save her from the dire situation? No one. Save her." GCU only said these two words, without giving the explanation that Rong Miao wanted. His expression was very calm, and his dark pupils were like a bottomless coal pond, precipitating unfathomable emotions, which was a far cry from the nobleman mask he always wore. Rong Miao was so angry that his head was smoking, but when he heard the 4 words, "I only believe in you," he felt like a basin of cold water was poured on his head, and he quickly calmed down and cursed, "I really owe you." He walked over quickly, summoned the Shenong book, and checked Yun Xiao's situation. People who are not familiar with GCU, confused by his appearance, will think that he is worthy of being a nobleman from a totem family, gentle and elegant, and his behavior is like a spring breeze. When Rong Miao first met him, he had the same thought, and secretly envied his handsome appearance and extraordinary demeanor. When he was assigned to the same group as him during the competition, he saw him being excluded and made things difficult for others, and was mocked as a dog raised by the Ji family of Tiandu. He didn't know what he was thinking at the time, and he was so angry that he rushed up to him stupidly and told him that those people were stupid and jealous of him for being favored by Marshal Ji Wu, and he shouldn't take those words to heart. I still remember GCU's eyes at that time, which revealed novelty and surprise, as if he was looking at some rare and wonderful thing. Rong Miao still thinks that he is the one who is really stupid. How many people from the totem family will be bullied? Even if it is a weirdo like Ji Huan, the only ones who dare to speak loudly to him are the heirs of the totem family. In the subsequent competitions, he personally watched GCU smash the star eyes that the school had set up at the competition site to observe the situation, dig out a large pit, and buried several people who had spoken rudely to him before in the pit, leaving only their heads, and set up a cage star array outside the pit so that they couldn't even climb out. It was difficult for Rong Miao to describe his mood at that time in words. Later, he learned that those people were instructed by Tang Xixing to alienate the relationship between GCU and the Tiandu Ji family. After that, he had a chance to experience some things with GCU, and he completely realized that this seemingly noble and elegant young master was essentially a vengeful person. No matter how big or small the matter was, offending him would inevitably pay the corresponding price. What really made them establish friendship was an accident. How is it? Seeing that he was silent, GCU couldn't help but ask. Rong Miao was pulled back to his mind by his voice, and immediately collected his scattered thoughts and concentrated on checking Yun Xiao's situation. The power of Shenong book penetrated into Yun Xiao's body. Rong Miao frowned slightly. There is a strong vitality force repairing her internal injuries. The injuries should not be serious, but the Baizhe totem's grab of her life is irreversible. In addition, her mimicry is flawed, so she may be in a weak state for quite a while. The backlash of ordinary mimicry can take away half of the talent's life, not to mention totem mimicry. I will try to speed up her recovery. She should wake up tomorrow morning, Rong Miao said, stretching out his index finger and gently tapping Yun Xiao's brow. The gentle wind blew from his body, carrying wisps of light green star power swirling around Yun Xiao. Shenong book divine blessing, A mighty vitality force descended upon Yanxiao, and with the power of the divine tree in her body, it quickly repaired her damaged body. The girl's pale face gradually turned red, her frown slowly relaxed, her breathing became stable, and she entered a normal sleep state. Rong Miao was greatly surprised, and could not help asking Jisiu, what is that power in her body? So strong. It can actually increase the healing effect of the divine blessing. Shenong Book is a branch mimicry of the ancient totem Shenong, and it is also the most powerful healing mimicry in the Yongyao Empire. Unfortunately, the Rong family has a weak bloodline, and has completely declined. In the past 100 years, only Rong Miao has awakened the Shenong Book. Rong Miao did not learn good things, but learned bad things. After becoming friends with Jisiu, he implemented his style of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. He was obviously a second-level extraordinary talent, but he only showed the combat power of a 9th-level talent to the outside world. In the eyes of most people, even if he possesses the mimicry of the Shenong Book, his healing ability is not as good as that of the 2nd level or even 3rd level healing talents unless he reaches the extraordinary realm, so there is really no need to pay special attention to him. Jisiu naturally could not expose the secret of his chief sister, and there was no need to be vague with Rong Miao, and frankly said, I can't tell you. Hearing this, Rong Miao snorted at him, you have so many secrets, you can't say this, you can't mention that, today you even dare to bring Xiao Baizhe out, I'm afraid I won't be surprised even if you carry a knife to kill Tianyao Palace in the future. Jisiu raised his eyebrows without comment, if there really comes such a day, I will definitely take you with me. Such a big super nanny, it's not a loss to take her anywhere. Seeing that he had returned to his usual joking tone, Rong Miao felt a little relieved and said unhappily, you are so kind that you don't think about me. You just lead me into a ditch. I don't want to follow you to die. Without waiting for Jisiu to speak, he immediately raised his hand to cover his eyes. I didn't see anything today, I don't know anything, I'm leaving. As soon as the voice fell, he ran away. Jisiu laughed softly, and didn't care whether he could hear it or not, and said thank you. Looking at Yanxiao again, he stopped laughing, looking at the face that was 7 points similar to the sister in his memory, raised his hand, and gently stroked the ends of her hair, and said softly, sorry. I can't take you away, I can't break your cage, and I can't let you know my existence. Xianzhu rubbed against his shoulder, and under the moonlight, there was no knife shadow on the ground, but a majestic and elegant auspicious beast appeared. Jisiu seemed unaware, picked up Yanxiao again, and walked into the vast night. Chapter 120. The process of getting back was smooth. The kitten lay on Yuan's shoulder, yawning lazily, with a relaxed and comfortable posture. Jisiu glanced at it, put the freshly cut cake in front of Yuan, and asked frankly, what did she see? If Yanxiao had not told what she had predicted, the backlash of mimicry would not be so serious. And she knew what would happen in the future, and chose to contact Yuan, which means that what she predicted was related to it. Are you sure you want me to tell you? Yuan poked a piece of cake and blinked. The more people know Baizhe's prediction, the greater the impact on the future, and the more serious the backlash will be. Yuan Zhao's body has barely recovered, but she can't stand it again. Jisiu obviously knew this, and frowned slightly. Yuan ate a small piece of cake and said slowly, it's not a big deal, brother, don't worry. Jisiu frowned even more. With her style of doing things, it is highly likely that she will not let Yanxiao finish telling all the things she foresaw. Yuan Zhao's mimicry backlash was so serious just by saying part of the content, how could it be a small matter? Seeing this, Yuan put the kitten on his shoulder, which was staring at the small cake with its ears erected, in front of Jisiu, and gently tapped the table with his fingers, making a crisp knocking sound, to draw his attention back. Let you play for a while. The kitten whined reluctantly, but still took a cute cat step that made people happy, raised its short legs, and kicked on the back of Jisiu's hand. The force was not strong, and it didn't look fierce, only cute. Jisiu sighed, and didn't ask any more questions. He lifted the kitten up, bent his index finger, and flicked it between its eyebrows. How come it's still so small after being raised for so long? It's not uncommon for a newly awakened totem to be in the state of a kitten. It may even be stronger after growing up, because of the long growth cycle, and the accumulated power. His sister is no longer a primary talent, and the kitten's size should have increased. However, from the first time he saw this little guy on Xiaomong Star to now, its appearance has never changed, as if this is its ultimate form. The kitten was not very happy to be greeted by him like this, and raised its short legs, showed its claws, and was about to hit his palm. Jisiu caught its short legs quickly, gently pinched its sharp claws, and said, why is it so bad temper? When he said this, His eyes were looking at Shi Yuan, and it was clear that he had a hint. Shi Yuan slowly finished the last bite of the cake and blamed him. You spoiled it. You gave it everything it wanted. How could it not have a bad temper? How old is it? She has been feeding it S-level alienation crystals all the time, but she didn't spoil it like this. GCU was so angry that he laughed. So it's all my fault? Shi Yuan nodded as a matter of course, without any sense of being a good kid. GCU stopped talking and focused on teasing the kitten. When he saw it opening its mouth to bite him, he immediately avoided it nimbly, and didn't give it a chance to be violent. The sky was white, and the first ray of light from the new day fell on the ground, illuminating the green grass full of emerald dewdrops. When Yunxiao woke up, the pain that almost tore her soul apart yesterday had disappeared, replaced by a heavy feeling of fatigue. Her hands and feet seemed to be filled with lead, and she couldn't lift her strength. Her head was also dizzy, and she couldn't concentrate on thinking. But she could feel that there was a majestic vitality slowly nourishing her body, so that she would not be like a disabled person who couldn't take care of herself and could only lie in bed and let others do whatever they wanted. Yunxiao squinted her eyes for a long time before gradually regaining consciousness and remembering what happened yesterday. A brief conversation, a reliable and cold embrace. Yunxiao buried her face in the quilt, covering the smile on her lips. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knock on the door sounded, and a woman's voice came from outside the door. Miss, it's almost time to meet the crown prince, you should get up. The smile on Yunxiao's face quickly disappeared, and she returned to her usual faint, submissive look. She sat up from the bed, changed into light and comfortable clothes, and went downstairs to have breakfast as planned. Standing by the dining table was a young woman with a high ponytail. Yunxiao remembered that her name seemed to be Xia Ran, one of Tang Xixing's trusted subordinates. Although she was not very interested, she still nodded to Xia Ran politely. Yunxiao knew from a long time ago that she did not have the capital to be willful. Although she lived in the imperial palace and had many servants, she was not a princess surrounded by stars, but a puppet kept by the Tongxi royal family. She was not familiar with Tang Xixing. Before he became the crown prince, she had never even met him. After attending Xingyo Military Academy for so long, she only met him once when she joined the Tianshu camp. Xia Ran had seen Yunxiao several times, when she knew or didn't know. It is undeniable that this little Baizé really has no sense of existence. The royal family spent countless resources on her, but she didn't awaken her mimicry until she was 17 years old. Now she is 18 years old, and it seems that awakening her mimicry talent is still a long way off. If it were any pure-blooded descendant of a totem family, she shouldn't be so incompetent. However, she is the only one left in the Baizé family, so there is no need to be too demanding. Xia Ran also nodded to her, and then stood quietly aside, waiting for Yunxiao to finish her meal, and then went to see Tang Xixing with her. Her non-urging behavior surprised Yunxiao a little, but that was all. Yunxiao was in the top floor office of Tianshu Xinghuan when she met Tang Xixing. The huge golden crow totem covered the entire wall behind the desk, and the complex textures outlined every detail of the totem, which was lifelike as if it could flap its wings and fly at any time. She just took a look and looked away. This golden crow totem was infused with golden crow fire by Tang Xixing, and it carried the power of the totem. Ordinary people dared not look at it directly. Yunxiao was weak and had little power, but this one glance gave her an indescribable burning sensation, as if a fire that had been extinguished in her body was about to be rekindled. It was like this when she was very young. She dared not look directly at the golden crow totem that carried the power of the totem. Looking at it for a long time would produce a suffocating feeling that even the soul would be burned out. Tang Xixing walked out from behind the desk and smiled and gestured to her. Sit down. He was wearing the uniform of Xingyu Military Academy and the badge of the Tianshu camp. He was no different from usual, and seemed to have completely recovered from the blow of losing the points game. Yunxiao was unsure what he wanted to do with her, so she sat down quietly on the sofa, patiently waiting for him to tell her the purpose of this meeting. Tang Xixing did not get straight to the point, but smiled and greeted. The weather has changed a lot recently, are you okay? Yunxiao lowered her eyebrows and replied, Nothing serious, thank you for your concern. Tang Xixing did not care much about her soft attitude. That's good. I communicated with my mother yesterday, and she asked about you, saying that you always stay alone and have no friends around you. So let me, as your brother, take you out for a walk and meet more people. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and she tucked the hair hanging down her temples behind her ears, revealing a little uneasiness between her eyebrows. I think it's good now. You are so busy, you don't have to accommodate me. She was not very familiar with the current Queen Yongyao. The person who raised her was the former queen, But the former queen fell ill not long after the former crown prince was assassinated and died 5 years ago. Since then, she has lived alone in the imperial palace. Because of her special status, not many people dared to approach her. The bodyguards who followed her had always been extremely wary of anyone who wanted to get close to her. During the time she knew Qing Yuan, she was even told several times to stay away from her. Yuan Shao had not seen Queen Yongyao many times, and she had the impression that she was a gentle and smiling elder, but she did not think that she, who was of humble origin, could suppress the mother of the second prince, who was from a noble family, and still sit firmly on the throne of queen, relying on the principle of harmony. He must be a ruthless character who would eat people without leaving any bones. It was definitely not a good thing that she suddenly cared about whether she could make friends, and asked Tang Xixing to come forward in person. Tang Xixing smiled and said, "What's the point of being busy? I just want to take you to meet more people. Besides, you will return to Tianjing Star after graduating from Xingyao Military Academy. There will be many things to deal with and cope with at that time. You can't cram at the last minute. It just so happens that the peace negotiation delegation of the Winston Empire will arrive at Jinwu Seat in 3 days. A banquet will be held at that time. The totem family and the major nobles will send representatives to participate. You can follow me to meet them." The more relaxed he was, the more uneasy Yuan Shao felt. She had never attended a banquet since she was a child. The only way to know the world was to read books. Enrolling in Xingyao Military Academy was her first time leaving the imperial palace. She knew very well that there was no word freedom in her future. The royal family was not educating her, but taming her. She would never be able to regain control of the Baizhe family. Knowing that it was a trap, she could not refuse, and had no ability to refuse, so she could only nod obediently. "Okay." Tang Xixing's smile became more and more genuine, and he opened the light brain and sent a file to her. "This is the approximate list and information of the participants of the banquet. You can take a look first." Yuan Shao opened the file. There was no information about the heirs of the totem family, only the information of the male heirs of the nobles and great nobles. In an instant, Yuan Shao realized the meaning behind the 3 words "make friends." She curled her fingertips slightly, resisted the nausea that surged to her throat, and said yes again. As a superior mimicry, the totem mimicry is absolutely suppressive to the ordinary mimicry. If the child born by the totem pure blood heir and the non-totem bloodline awakens the mimicry, the totem mimicry will be awakened first, and the difference is only the purity of the bloodline. Yuan Shao is not good at disguise, and her slightly pale face has exposed her mood at this time. Tang Xixing seemed unaware and said gently, "I heard that you and Qing Yuan have a good relationship?" His topic jumped too quickly. Yuan Shao pinched her palms tightly, reminding herself not to step into his language trap. She forced herself to calm down and answered in a proper manner. "Qing Yuan likes reading books and has unique insights. She always makes me feel refreshed. We are book friends. If I were half as smart as her, I would definitely make a lot of friends and be liked by many people. You wouldn't have to worry about me all the time." Tang Xixing smiled. Although his expression didn't change much, Yuan Shao felt the moment of stagnation hidden under his calm surface. Yuan Shao's eyes flashed slightly, and she continued to praise. "I heard that Qing Yuan also led the Yoguang camp to win the first place in this points competition. She is really amazing. She twisted the Yoguang camp into a rope so quickly." At this point, she tilted her head to look at Tang Xixing. "What do you think?" Chapter 121. On the surface, Yuan Shao and Tang Xixing's meeting was pleasant, but only they knew what they really thought. When she returned to her room alone, Yuan Shao took off her coat and lay flat on the bed. An unspeakable feeling of fatigue crept up from her limbs. The word marriage hovered in her mind like a curse, making her feel a tyrannical desire to destroy everything. But she knew very clearly that she couldn't do it at all. She could only accept the arrangement of the Tongxi royal family, go to the banquet, and meet so-called friends. The boredom was hard to control, and the knock on the door rang again. The woman's cold voice came. "Miss, the third princess is visiting." Yuan Shao frowned in confusion. Tang Xiyao? What was she doing here? She didn't remember that she had ever met the other party. The closest relationship was limited to nodding and saying hello when they met. Yuan Shao pursed her lips and sat up from the bed. In the evening, the post-match summary meeting of this points race was held in the top-floor conference room of Tianshu Xinghuan. Sure, Yuan only brought Niao Linghan to attend. When the two arrived, people from other camps had already arrived. Each camp had 2 or 3 people, mostly the president and vice president, except for the Kaiyang camp, whose representatives were Qi Huan and Yu Shizhe, who were independent. In the past, when camp meetings were held, Yaoguang's representatives were basically Niao Linghan and Yun Jing, the leaders of the first and second largest groups in the two camps. Yun Jing was nowhere to be seen at this meeting. Niao Linghan followed Ji Qingyuan quietly, with the documents in his hand, completely without the rebelliousness of the past. The vice presidents of several camps looked at each other silently, and all saw the surprise in the eyes of others. Niao Linghan was of humble origin, but his personal combat power was extremely strong, and he also had quite good leadership ability. He was one of the few extraordinary second-level talents among the students of Xingyao Military Academy, except for the totem family and the heirs of the great nobles. He had never shown any intention of getting close to any totem family. Tang Xixing and others wanted to recruit them to add a strong force to the legion, but they never succeeded. Who would have thought that one day he would honestly follow Ji Qingyuan and act as an assistant? Thinking back to the beginning, the first blow of Ji Qingyuan's entry into the Yaoguang Dome was to Niao Linghan, and the fact that the core members of Han A were collectively driven out of the 9th floor of the dome was still posted on the forum for several days. Originally, it was thought that Niao Linghan was driven by Ji Qingyuan because of the situation, and he was not really submitting to her. Now it seems that this conjecture is obviously different from the actual situation. Ji Qingyuan is really good at this. Niao Linghan naturally felt the many eyes on him, and knew why they were paying attention to him, but he didn't care. Ji Qingyuan had the background and ability, and did what he had always wanted to do, but couldn't do. She united the Yagangs who were acting independently, and she knew how to appoint people to the right positions. She didn't mind the conflicts that had arisen before, and she was quite generous. He was arrogant but not stupid. Why did he fight her to the death, and put himself in a disadvantageous position? In this world, no one will be an eternal enemy. As long as the goals are the same and the interests are related, they can fight with swords before, but now they can also shake hands and make peace. Besides, the conflict between him and Ji Qingyuan has not reached such a serious level. Feng Shiyuan saw Shi Yuan and immediately waved to her, saying with a beaming face, "Sister, come sit here with me." She pulled a chair next to her away and said to Ing Hung, who was sitting next to her, "Come over, don't squeeze our sister." Ing Hung also wanted to invite Shi Yuan to sit next to him, but Feng Shiyuan got there first, so he had to move his seat. He raised his eyebrows and said, "If I remember correctly, it seems that I came first. Isn't it too much for you to chase people away so confidently?" Having said that, he still consciously pushed his feet on the ground and moved the chair to the side, leaving 2 seats for Shi Yuan and Niao Linghan. Feng Shiyuan gave Ing Hung a look that said, "You are smart." Shi Yuan smiled and sat down next to Feng Shiyuan, greeted her, and chatted with her for a few words. She said with envy, "Sister, I should have gotten you into Tianxian. With you here, I don't have to worry about points and rankings, and GCU, that salted fish, will definitely not dare to be lazy." This is obviously talking about Yaoguang's unexpected victory in the points race. The ranking of this points race can be called a big reshuffle. Except for Ing Hang's Tianji camp, which ranked 6th with stable performance, the other camps were almost ranked in a position that no one expected at the start of the game. But the biggest dark horse is not Shi Yuan, but Qi Huan. Before she arrived, Qi Huan was the focus of everyone's attention, and he did not miss a word of probing in a roundabout way. His naive and ridiculous personality is more deeply rooted in people's hearts than Shi Yuan's previous image of a little white flower. No one expected that he would suddenly break out of the siege and step on Tang Xixing and Feng Nancheng. Yu Shiza, who came with him, was much more silent than before. He was probably stimulated by Qi Huan's amazing performance. He couldn't believe that the person who had always been belittled and ridiculed by him would make him look dull in this competition. Therefore, from the moment he sat down until now, Yu Shiza was like a gourd with a sawed mouth. He didn't say a word, which made Feng Shiyuan, who always liked to tease him, feel very boring. Ing Hung heard Feng Shiyuan's words and sighed. "You are the only one who knows how to plan. Otherwise, how come our Tianxian ranks higher than your Tianji?" Feng Shiyuan glanced at him and said, as a matter of course, "Ing Hung, eh?" He twitched his mouth hard. He didn't understand where this guy who was usually worse than him got the confidence to say this. Seeing that Ing Hung was blocked by himself and couldn't refute, Feng Shiyuan snorted with pride and continued to talk to Shi Yuan. Niao Linghan has always known that these two people are notoriously out of tune, and they often quarreled with each other in meetings in the past, but at that time it had nothing to do with him. He was just a spectator. Now, he was sandwiched between the two of them, and suddenly he felt a strange feeling as if ants were crawling all over his body. Fortunately, he was also a person who had seen big scenes, so he would not lose his composure because of such a small matter. He looked at Ji Qingyuan sitting next to him again. She smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes, and she didn't feel embarrassed at all. Her innocent and harmless appearance was very much like a little princess, who was loved by everyone, making it difficult for people to raise their guard. No wonder he felt that Ji Qingyuan was not to be feared at the beginning, and regarded Ji Qingqi, who was driven by her, as an object that needed to be guarded. But everyone in the meeting room focused their attention on her, measuring her, speculating on her, and being wary of her. The interaction between the few people was completely in the eyes of Tang Xixing and others. Their faces were no different from before, but what they were thinking in their hearts was only known to themselves. After chatting for a few words, it was time for the meeting. Tang Xixing, as the host of the meeting, simply said a few formulaic opening remarks and asked the representatives of each camp to give their summary of the game one after another. According to convention, it started with the lowest ranked Yuan camp. Ji Yuanyu was obviously prepared for this, and reported the performance of the Yuan camp in this competition step by step. There was no outstanding place, and no mistakes that needed to be reflected on. But falling from the 4th or 5th place in normal times to the 7th place is itself a matter that needs to be reflected on. The vast majority of the members of the Yuan camp are civilians. In terms of resource allocation, they cannot compare with other camps led by the heirs of the totem family. In regular competitions, they can still rely on strategies to gain some advantages, but once they encounter such a high degree of freedom, their shortcomings are exposed. This is a fact that all the leaders of the Yuan camp know but cannot change, because even they will give priority to joining the totem corps after graduation, gain merit on the battlefield, and strive to get rid of their civilian status and become a member of the nobility or great nobility. Xingyou Military Academy is just a springboard for them to move up. Next is Ing Hung. As a complete salted fish, he certainly can't take the trouble to prepare for such a thing. The representative who spoke was Tang Xixu, the vice president of the Tianji camp. Speaking of which, the original president of the Tianji camp was Tang Xixu, but he only served as the president for less than 3 months. Because he was too involuntarily, he annoyed Ing Hung, who only wanted to be a salted fish, and was kicked off the throne of the president by him. Ing Hung did not banish Tang Xixu to the coal palace, but promoted him to vice president, threw all the affairs of the camp to him, and threatened, "You can do whatever you want, but don't bother me and my dragon brothers and sisters." Tang Xixu learned that the reason for his rebellion was that he just wanted to be a salted fish, and his eyes turned black, and he almost fainted. But no one knew what he was thinking. He actually took the position of vice president seriously, and changed his previous style of doing things. As soon as this happened, he got a nickname on the Xingyou Forum, Tianji's strongest worker. Compared with Ing Heng's unreliability, Tang Xixu was obviously much more reliable. He made a meticulous report and praised Ing Hung for not giving up this time, which made other people's mouths twitch. Feng Shiyuan whispered to Shi Yuan secretly, "They are both talented." This was obviously not a compliment, and everyone present was sharp-eyed and listened to her words easily. Ing Hung tapped the table with his fingers and raised his eyebrows. "Feng Shiyuan, do you have any opinion about me? I am not praising you." "What? You are not a talent but a fool?" Feng Shiyuan was used to bickering with him. She was not panicked when she was caught saying bad things about others. She asked back with confidence. Ing Hung was blocked by her again and snorted, "No match for you." Others ignored them skillfully, and continued the next meeting process. Feng Nancheng obviously did not want to make a report in person. The vice president of Tianquan started this task very consciously. Compared with Tang Xixing, Feng Nancheng, who also suffered a major defeat in this competition, seemed to be much calmer. He did not do anything out of proportion from beginning to end, which made Tang Xixing seem to be lacking in concentration and made a stupid move. Shi Yuan's eyes swept over his calm and cold face. When she was about to look away, Feng Nancheng seemed to notice something and looked up. When their eyes met, Feng Nancheng smiled at her, without any arrogance, but with some hidden and unpredictable meaning. Shi Yuan smiled back gently, as if there had never been a conflict between them because of the game. As soon as she turned her head, she happened to meet Tang Xixing's eyes, and blinked at him briskly, just like she had pretended to be innocent in front of him before. Tang Xixing's hands, which were naturally hanging on his knees, slowly tightened, and then quickly bounced away as if he had been electrocuted. He endured the humiliation of being teased, and smiled elegantly and calmly enough. But before his smile could fully unfold, Shi Yuan had already looked away, and turned his head to Ing Hung and Tang Xixu beside her and said, "Will we have supper together later? Will the second prince come too?" Ing Hung would certainly not refuse. Tang Xixu was slightly surprised, but soon agreed, and even glanced in the direction of Tang Xixing as if inadvertently. His behavior was not provocative, but it was really aggrieved. The continuous blows had already made Tang Xixing feel gloomy, and now he was treated like this. He felt a fire rising from his heart to the top of his head, and he was so angry that his head was dizzy. He had never regarded Tang Xixing as a competitor, but that didn't mean he was not on guard against him. If Ji Qingyuan and Tang Xixing hooked up, it would definitely threaten his position, and Tang Xixing's uncle was his father's confidant, and they had always been eyeing the position of crown prince. Tianquan's report was over, and it was Tianqu's turn next. Seeing that Tang Xixing had his eyes down and didn't want to talk, the vice president of Tianshu took the initiative to start reporting. It is a routine operation for the major camps to plant spies for each other. It is no secret that Tang Xixing asked the core members of the camp to swear the Golden Crow Pledge in order to obtain high points in a short time. The vice president naturally could not bring up this matter. Just as he was about to evade the main point and fool around, he heard Shi Yuan curiously said, "Tianshu has surpassed our Yogwang in the last few days of competition. Can you share how you hunted a large number of alienated creatures?" She supported her hands on the table and gently dragged her chin with the back of her hand. When she spoke, she tilted her head slightly. Her silver blue eyes were clear and bright, as if she really just wanted to ask Tang Xixing for advice, not to attack him. Ing Hung loved to watch the fun. He was bored listening to the report and wanted to yawn. When he heard him say this, his eyes suddenly lit up and his playful eyes fell on Tang Xixing. Everyone present knew how Tang Xixing obtained a large number of points in a short period of time, but no one wanted to offend him, so they pretended not to know tacitly. Who would have thought that Ji Qingyuan was so bold, not giving Tang Xixing any face, and directly fired at him in the face? Could it be that Tang Xixing colluded with Blood Rose to assassinate Ji Qingyuan for some other reason? Everyone's thoughts raced, and their eyes looking at Tang Xixing were also full of emotions. This feeling. Tang Xixing couldn't help but think of that night a few months ago. Qi Qinyu thought he had caught Ji Qingyuan's handle, blocked her outside the blood-forbidden land, and swore to correct her as a black talent, but she easily countered and became a jumping clown in the eyes of everyone. Is he now in the same situation as Qi Qinyu back then? This thought came up, and Tang Xixing suddenly clenched his fists. No! He is not that fool Qi Qinyu, and will never be played around by Ji Qingyuan. Tang Xixing suppressed his anger and showed his usual gentle expression. This is Tianqu's trump card. How can I easily tell others? But if Qingyuan wants to know, you can use Yogwang's method of hunting a large number of alienated creatures in a short period of time as an exchange. This answer is not smart at all, and it is even a fig leaf. It is completely different from his past tactfulness. Others find it ridiculous. When Tang Xixing restrained his emotions and thought about how Ji Qingyuan would continue to attack him next, he suddenly heard her change the subject. Since it is a secret, I won't ask about it. The sudden attack and the end without any warning made Tang Xixing, who tried his best to restrain his emotions, feel like punching cotton, which was extremely aggrieved. He opened his mouth to speak, but Feng Shiyuan followed him, as if she had made an appointment with Ji Qingyuan, saying, "Oh my! Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are too stingy. We could all improve together. Why don't you take us to play?" Ing Hung laughed out loud, and after realizing that others were looking at him, he covered his mouth to hide his guilt and whispered, "I just suddenly thought of something funny. Don't stare at me like that, I'd be shy." He said the last sentence in a roundabout way, and Feng Shiyuan rubbed his arms in a very unkind manner. "You are already old. Can you stop pretending to be cute? It's so creepy, I have goosebumps." The two began to bicker again, and the topic just now seemed to have been revealed. But everyone knew that Tang Xixing had lost both his dignity and face this time. The vice president of Tianshu glanced at Tang Xixing secretly, and saw that his lips were straight and his eyes were emotionless. He knew that he must be furious at this moment, so he immediately interrupted Feng Shiyuan and Ing Hang's bickering and continued to report. Ji Yuanyu was still a transparent person, who looked at his nose and his heart. Feng Nancheng lowered his eyes, and no one saw the glimmer in his eyes. Yu Shiza and Qi Huan, one continued to be dumb, and the other held his chin with both hands and looked at Shi Yuan, almost writing the word admiration on his face. Qi Huan's performance made many people who secretly observed him murmur in their hearts, and they were more and more unsure of what role he played in this points race. The formal process continued again at the conference table. After Vice President Tianshu finished his speech, it was the turn of Tianxian camp. Feng Shiyuan said concisely, "The reason for our Tianquan's progress is very simple, all thanks to GCU." As for whether it was all thanks to GCU, only she knew. Anyway, with such a person to take the blame, She didn't have to rack her brains to think about how to deal with the temptations of Tang Xixing and others. Facing several gazes of "Can you be more perfunctory?" she turned her phoenix eyes, swiftly unfolded the phoenix folding fan, covering the lower half of her face, and said proudly, "I am not as stingy as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I will tell you the way, that is, to train Star Seal Masters well. They are better than thousands of troops." Everyone was speechless after hearing this. The threshold of Star Pattern Master is not high, but it is also a special talent picked from thousands of talented people. Their development direction is not single. They can become Star Array Masters, Star Martial Masters, Star Puppet Masters, etc., but the strongest and rarest are undoubtedly Star Seal Masters. Everyone knows how powerful a Star Seal Master is, but talents of this level cannot be cultivated by simply investing resources. Talent and luck are also needed. Among the students in Xingyao Military Academy, there are only 5 Star Seal Masters. Except for GCU, they are all at the entry or primary stage. At most, they can engrave the lowest level of mimicry marks for people who cannot awaken mimicry. They can't summon mimicry through mimicry marks to fight, let alone complete the high-level chain strangling star formation of GCU. Feng Shiyuan is just talking without any pain. He is still ungrateful after getting the advantage. Speaking of which, if it weren't for GCU and Ji Qiqi, one is more lazy than Ing Heng, and the other likes to be alone. Before Ji Qingyuan entered Xingyao Military Academy, other camps would not have been without a place for the Tao Tai family. But their ambitions may not be of any use. GCU does not have the blood of Tao Tai, and Ji Qiqi is only a subspecies of Tao Tai. How can a family that cannot communicate with the totem be called a totem family? Now that Ji Qingyuan has returned, the problems that were fatal in the past are no longer a big deal for the Tao Tai family. When it was Kai Yang's turn, Yu Shize glanced at Qi Huan slowly, without any intention of reporting. So everyone's attention was focused on Qi Huan. They had already found out through various means how Tian Quan could obtain a large number of points in a short period of time, but no one knew how Qi Huan was reborn. Playing the pig to eat the tiger? Obviously not. Who can be so innocent and simple for more than 10 years, and not be exposed even when the biggest competitor is gone, but instead emerge at a less important time? Qi Huan blinked innocently, and sent a look of help to Shi Yuan, like a little sheep forced to the edge of a cliff. His action successfully focused everyone's attention on Shi Yuan again. It was no secret that Qi Huan and she had a good relationship. In addition, she had a history of making trouble without making a sound. Now many people began to suspect whether she had colluded with Qi Huan during the game and deliberately stepped on Tang Xixing, causing him to lose his sense of proportion, and use the stupid move of forcing the military academy students in the camp to make a totem oath. Thinking of this, several people got goosebumps, and their eyes were full of fear when they looked at Shi Yuan. What innocent little white flower. She is clearly a carnivorous flower that eats people without spitting out bones. This method of taking one step and counting 10 steps is really hard to guard against. Even Tang Xixu, who had just agreed to have a midnight snack with Shi Yuan, began to wonder if he had stepped into the trap she set. Shi Yuan looked at Qi Xian silently, and the latter winked at her, as if to say, "We are accomplices who have exchanged secrets, so what's wrong with you taking a small blame for me?" Shi Yuan, She is used to letting others take the blame, but this is the first time she has taken the blame for someone else. Qi Xian is indeed as good as his reputation. Even if they are not the same soul, he is difficult enough to deal with. Chapter 122. Qi Xian's fake and real actions make it completely unclear whether Kai Yang's rise is related to Shi Yuan. Looking at Yu Shize, who is very likely to be an insider, he frowned and seemed to have encountered an unsolvable problem, which made those who wanted to verify with him feel nervous, and didn't know how to proceed with the next test. Shi Yuan knew that no matter what she said at this time, someone would doubt her. Fortunately, she just smiled and didn't respond to Qi Xian's black pot. Her ambiguous attitude once again confused the participants, who were full of thoughts. After all, Ji Qingyuan's black-hearted personality has gradually penetrated into people's hearts. The information she released may not be accurate. Most of the time, it is a trick to confuse others and conceal the real purpose. She never hesitates to cooperate with others, and is good at playing with people's hearts. It can be said that she has reached a certain consensus with Qi Huan, and is preparing for the next camp competition. Shi Yuan didn't know what others were thinking. If she knew, she would probably just find it funny and regret that she couldn't play dumb in the future. Qi Xian didn't really want her to be the target of public criticism. He just wanted to show off in front of her. He quickly began to report the performance of the Kai Yang camp in this points competition, and generously shared the method of hunting a large number of alien creatures. There are so many military academy students in the Kaiyang camp. This matter can't be concealed for long. Instead of hiding it, it's better to be open and honest. Anyway, the large star array arranged by the star pattern master in his camp at that time is only suitable for the terrain of the Biqiang Sea. It is basically impossible to use it in future camp competitions. The new totem battle formation that Shuri Yuan had invented was different. She solved the problem of communicating with totems, and using totem battle formations without making a totem oath, which meant that the totem family could expand more non-transcendent personnel, and its influence would continue to expand. Qi Xian knew that everyone sitting here tonight came for the new totem battle formation, and everyone wanted to hear from Ji Qingyuan about the core method of improving the totem battle formation. The report of the Kaiyang camp ended, and Shuri Yuan once again became the focus of the audience. She seemed to have noticed nothing, and did not let Niao Linghan attract firepower. Instead, she slowly put the hair hanging down her temples behind her ears, and said leisurely, "The reason for Yeguang's victory is very simple. I improved the totem battle formation." No one expected that she would be so straightforward to say what everyone wanted to know most. Even Tang Xixing, who was teased by her one after another, ignored the suppressed anger in his heart, and narrowed his eyes, to wait for her next words. Shuri Yuan smiled brightly. "I have already told Qi Huan how to improve the totem battle formation. If you want to know, you can ask him." Qi Xian, Faced with several pairs of surprised eyes, Qi Xian grabbed his hair helplessly. He was outwitted. He shouldn't have been so naughty just now. This time, not only did he fail to divert the attention focused on himself, but he also became an absolute ally of Qingyuan, sharing the temptations and pressures from all sides for her. Ying Heng reacted the fastest and said in an exaggerated tone, "Sister, you are too mean. What is our relationship? You only take Qi Huan to play, not me? I'm going to be sad." Shuri Yuan blinked briskly. "Who asked Qi Huan to treat me to a meal when I was about to starve to death on the street? This is a life-saving favor, and I must repay it with gratitude." Ying Heng did not go to Xiamengxing at first, but since he knew that Ji Qingyuan was found by Ji Siyu on Xiamengxing, and saw that she had made a name for herself in Xingyou Military Academy and easily dealt with Qi Qingyu, he asked Yingyu if he knew what happened on Xiamengxing. Yingyu didn't know how Ji Siyu found Ji Qingyuan, but he saw with his own eyes that Ji Qingyuan, dressed as a refugee, appeared at the restaurant with Qi Huan, and was ridiculed by Yu Shiza very rudely, and told Ying Heng everything that happened at that time. Therefore, Ying Heng knew that Ji Qingyuan and Qi Huan's friendship was established on Xiamengxing, and he was not surprised to hear her half-jokingly say this at this time. But then again, he and Ji Qingyuan also had an unusual friendship. Ying Heng propped up his chin and muttered, "I also invited you to eat the dried fish I fried myself." This matter can be traced back to the time when the sacred tree totem was born. In order to wash away the suspicion of obtaining the sacred tree totem, the two disguised themselves as Yuan Qin and went to the sea outside the Biqiang Sea to kill people. Ying Heng caught a net of finger-sized silver fish on a whim, set up a pot on the deserted island, and called it a picnic. As a result, because the eldest young master had never been to the kitchen, he didn't know that the fish needed to be processed before putting it in the pot, so he directly threw the living silver fish into the oil pan and fried it. The result can be imagined. The fried silver fish not only smelled fishy, but also the internal organs were not removed, and most of them were burnt. It can be called a top-notch dark dish. Under Ying Heng's strong recommendation, Shuri Yuan reluctantly tasted a bite, and gave all the remaining fried fish back to the sea. Now hearing what Ying Heng said, she said with disdain, "If you want to poison me, you can do it directly, no need to beat around the bush." At this point, she did not give others a chance to test, and stood up and looked around. "The meeting should be over here, right? If you have any questions, you can ask our assistant Ya, or discuss with President Qi. I will take my leave first." She also tilted her head to Tang Xixu and said, "Second Prince, let's go for a midnight snack together." At this time, she still invited Tang Xixu. It is hard not to doubt her purpose, especially from the beginning of the meeting to now. She did not give Tang Xixing any face, and sent out the signal that I have fallen out with him one after another. Feng Nancheng glanced at Tang Xixing's slightly tense jawline, and said slowly, "This is originally a camp exchange meeting, and the paper needs to be submitted later, so it really doesn't need to consume too much energy. Qingyuan, I'm a little hungry too. Can I go for a midnight snack with you?" he asked frankly, not feeling that there was anything wrong with his intervening. Feng Shiyuan's eyes swept over, confronted him briefly, then quickly retracted, turned to Shuri Yuan and smiled. "How can I be left out of such a good thing as a midnight snack? Qingyuan, can I go?" As soon as she finished speaking, Yushiza, who had been acting as a wooden stake, responded, I want to go too. He was weak in Xingyou Military Academy. If Ji Qingyuan and Qi Huan formed an alliance, the next step would most likely be to kick him out of the Kaiyang camp and let the Kaiyang camp return to the hands of the Tingsha family. If that really happened, he would lose the qualification to sit at the table, and it would be difficult for him to have a place in Xingyou Military Academy. Qi Huan would completely surpass him. Yushize definitely didn't want to fall into that kind of bad situation. Sure, Yuan was a little surprised by his words, but her purpose was to isolate Tang Xixing, so she certainly didn't mind one more person, and nodded happily. Okay. Half an hour later, all the presidents and vice presidents who participated in the meeting moved to the school cafeteria together, sitting face to face on both sides of the long table, attracting the attention of all the military academy students who came to the cafeteria for supper. Xingyou Forum quickly floated new posts. Why did the leaders of the 7 camps gather in the number 1 cafeteria? Breaking news. Breaking news. The leaders of the 7 camps appeared in the number 1 cafeteria. Oh my god! The leaders of the 7 camps are actually eating barbecue together happily? There are also military academy students secretly broadcasting live on the forum, and the popularity exploded instantly. The barrage and comment area are full of question marks, which fully reflects the mood of the melon-eating crowd at this time. Everyone's heart was burning with gossip, and they were anxious to know why these big shots would have a team building in the cafeteria. Some bolder ones deliberately passed by them with midnight snacks, hoping to find out some useful information to satisfy their strong desire for gossip, but their attention was on the skewers that were served one after another, and they didn't talk about any hot topics at all. The barbecue in the number 1 cafeteria is the most popular midnight snack in Xingyou Military Academy. Every night, it is not full, but the attendance rate is definitely more than 2/3. Today is the second day of the holiday after the points game. The military academy students have almost said goodbye to the god of sleep and started a relaxed and leisurely life. Tonight, the number of people who come to the number 1 cafeteria to eat barbecue is far more than usual. Sure, Yuan asked Ji Qinglian to order food in advance. She could eat directly after the meeting. Who would have thought that all the people who attended the meeting would follow, and the originally ordered food was obviously not enough. But when the various barbecue skewers were served on the table, the others were still surprised. Tang Shishu blurted out, So many? Ing Hung hooked his shoulder. Have you forgotten what our sister Qingyuan's mimicry is? Tao Tai. That's a Tao Tai. Famous for eating. And there is more than one Tao Tai here. There is also Ji Qinglian. 2 Tao Tai together, let alone the ones on the table, they can eat up even if the amount of food is tripled. Yu Shiza frowned slightly. Eat this? He has never eaten barbecue. Since being brought home by his grandfather, his diet has been strictly controlled, and he eats nutritious meals to ensure that his body grows and develops in the best direction. Never eaten it. Sure, Yuan was surprised. Barbecue is so delicious, but there are people who have never eaten it. Oh my god. What kind of difficult life did this Qilin have in the past? Yu Shiza listened to her tone and turned his head away uncomfortably. It's not like I ate a treasure that can improve my combat level. What's wrong with me not having eaten it before? Qi Xian took a skewer of barbecue and sent it directly to Yu Shiza. His movements were too fast, and Yu Shiza tilted his head back slightly. When he reacted, he was about to ask him if he wanted to fight. The wisps of meaty aroma mixed with the pungent smell of chili drifted into his nose. Yu Shiza, who rarely eats heavy-tasting food, swallowed unconsciously and hesitated whether to take the barbecue that was sent to his mouth. Qi Xian turned his wrist, moved the barbecue back, put it to his mouth and took a bite, chewed happily in Yu Shiza's wide eyes, and deliberately said, It's delicious. Yu Shiza felt that he really wanted to fight. Before he could say anything sarcastic, Ing Hung pulled him and blocked his mouth with a squid skewer with curled tentacles. Ing Hung swallowed the spicy meatballs in his mouth, hooked his shoulder and said, Sister Qingyuan treated me to a midnight snack. Why don't you eat it quickly? Yu Shiza was distracted by the hot and spicy taste in his mouth. He didn't care whether Qi Xian wanted to provoke him. He quickly grabbed the skewer and bit off a squid tentacles. Sure, Yuan's eyes flashed slightly, and when he turned around, he saw Qi Xian winking at him mischievously. He was clearly teasing Yu Shiza on purpose, and it was mostly friendly. If the two had not had a tit-for-tat relationship before, his behavior would be more like a harmless joke between friends. Sure, Yuan was thoughtful. Qi Xian is thoughtful, and will not do meaningless things. Is he changing his attitude towards Yu Shiza to resolve the conflict with him? The Tingsha family slaughtered the A-level stars of Yuqiong constellation because of Qi Xian's death, and fell out with the Qilin family, but no one knows how Qi Xian died. Even the intelligence network of the Tao Tai family can't find out what happened at that time. Judging from the result of the incident, it is obviously related to the Qilin family. But would the declining Qilin family really be stupid enough to risk a war with the Tingsha family and kill Qi Xian? This matter is full of weirdness. Perhaps the Tingsha family is also secretly Qing Yuan. There is no room around. Can we share the table with you? The sudden voice interrupted Shi Yuan's thoughts. She came back to her senses and saw Tang Xia standing not far away waving to her, with a smile in her eyes. Next to her stood Yun Xiao, who looked well behaved. As they were still in school, everyone wore school uniforms even during holidays. The school uniform with red background and white edges could highlight the spirit of the military school students, but Yun Xiao's face was slightly pale, and it was difficult to suppress the momentum of the school uniform. On the contrary, the strong color matching made her look a little more fragile, and her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, as if she had encountered a problem that was difficult to solve, and she looked absent-minded. Perhaps she noticed that someone was looking at her. Yun Xiao raised her head and met Shi Yuan's calm and gentle eyes. Chapter 123. The arrival of Tang Xia and Yun Xiao attracted a lot of attention. Their influence in Xingyu Military Academy was not as great as that of the presidents of various camps, but they were also among the top figures on the gossip rankings of the forum. As the only existing bloodline of the Baizhe family, Yun Xiao received as much attention as Shi Yuan when she first entered school, but she was low-key and rarely interacted with others. Gradually, she became a transparent person in the school. Some military school students did not even recognize her, and asked their companions who she was, and why she was walking with the third princess. Those surprised and puzzled words naturally did not reach Yun Xiao's ears. When she saw Shi Yuan, she thought she had hallucinations, and was pulled by Tang Xia to sit next to her, and then she felt a little bit of reality. She wanted to ask why the other party was here, but before she could say anything, she noticed the people sitting on both sides of the long table and immediately swallowed the words on her lips. In front of outsiders, she couldn't show too much closeness to someone, even if the person monitoring her must have reported to Tang Xixing that she had read books with Qing Yuan in the library many times. Shi Yuan was much more comfortable than her. As long as the Tao Tai family was still the totem family of the Yongyao Empire, even the Tongxi royal family could not restrict her behavior, so she naturally didn't have to care whether getting close to Yun Xiao would make people speculate on her purpose. She asked in a brisk tone, "Are you two here for a midnight snack too?" Tang Xia was already very familiar with Shi Yuan, and she touched her nose when she heard it. "Yes, I heard that Xiao Xiao had a lot of books, so I went to borrow them from her. I accidentally forgot the time while reading, so I just came to the cafeteria with her for a midnight snack." Of course, this is not the case. Tang Xia is not very interested in reading. Compared with those boring books, she prefers to go traveling with her bag. It was her brother who asked her to keep in touch with Yun Xiao, take her to banquets, and make more friends. God knows how awkward it is for her to stay in the same space with this taciturn little Baizhe. If it were before, she would probably just turn around and leave after doing some face-saving work, but after experiencing so many things after school started, she suddenly realized that this little Baizhe, who had limited interactions with her, had no freedom at all. She was like a young bird in a cage, living a colorless life. Tang Xia knew that Yun Xiao might not need her pity, especially the pity of her as a member of the royal family, but she just wanted to do something, even if it was insignificant, even if it would make people feel ridiculous. So after visiting Yun Xiao in the morning, she bit the bullet and invited her out for a midnight snack in the evening. Yun Xiao looked docile and well-behaved on the surface, but in fact, she was cold. When Tang Xia invited her, she was ready to be rejected. Unexpectedly, she agreed, so the current situation happened. Shi Yuan's eyes swept across Yun Xiao's slightly pale face, unfolded the light computer screen, and scanned the order code on the left. "You are not in good health. You can't eat these on the table. I will order you something light. What do you want to eat?" Yun Xiao didn't pursue food, but she smelled the spicy and pungent smell on the table, which aroused her greed. She whispered, "Can't I eat it without chili?" She had never eaten barbecue either. Shi Yuan seriously rejected her. Yun Xiao pursed her lips, but still chose to be obedient, and said with a little regret, "Okay then." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a furry little thing nudging her hand on her knees. She lowered her head, and saw a palm-sized kitten that appeared out of nowhere, and squatted on her knees. It put away its sharp claws, and gently patted her palms with its small paw pads. This was not the first time Yun Xiao had seen a kitten, but she still couldn't resist it. Pinching the soft little paw, the little depression in her heart about not being able to eat barbecue was swept away, and her slightly frowned eyebrows relaxed. Although the difficulties in front of her had not been solved, as long as she sat next to Qingyuan, she would unconsciously let down her guard and feel that all obstacles were not a problem. Yuan Xiao was coaxed by the kitten. Tang Xia noticed the slight change in Yuan Xiao's attitude when he spoke, and she was suspicious. Because there were many people around, she did not ask questions immediately, but decided to ask Shi Yuan after the midnight snack. During the time when the two of them often went to the blood-forbidden land to hunt exotic plants, they often came to the cafeteria to have extra meals. Tang Xia ordered her favorite food with ease, and asked Yuan Xiao for a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Yuan Xiao thanked Tang Xia with the kitten in her arms. Her attitude was still gentle and distant, but not as distant as in the morning. Tang Xia was a little happy. The interaction between the three people was more or less seen by others. Ji Qinglian sat on the right side of Shi Yuan. This was the position he had driven away from a few bastards, who tried to get close to his sister. Seeing Yuan Xiao sitting on the left side of his sister, he couldn't help but frown and muttered, "Little troublemaker." His voice was not loud. Everyone was either eating or thinking about something, so they didn't pay much attention. Shi Yuan glanced at him. It was a very ordinary look, but Ji Qinglian knew what she meant. She reluctantly stretched out her hand to her mouth, and made a zipper-pulling motion. "Isn't Xiao Baizhe a troublemaker? Look at that old crow, his eyes always drift here. Who knows what bad things are in his mind?" Under the leadership of Ying Heng and Feng Shiyuan, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively. Qi Xian did not forget to maintain Qi Huan's silly and cute personality. He quarreled with Yu Shizhe for a few words, and told Shi Yuan that the roasted eggplant was really delicious, and brought her a plate. Ying Heng yelled about why the cafeteria didn't sell alcohol, regretfully ordered a few bottles of juice, hooked Feng Nanchung's neck and asked him if he was happy to lose this game, and was slapped on the forehead by Feng Nanchung. Tang Shishu and he should have a good relationship, so he laughed out loud and asked him if he wanted to be thrown into the Biqiong Sea by Feng Nanchung to feed the fish. After provoking Feng Nanchung, Ying Heng came to Tang Shisheng, who was eating a bowl of porridge, and despised him for being picky. The table was full of barbecue, and the smell was fragrant everywhere, but he was unmoved. Tang Shisheng was very angry tonight, so he didn't have the energy to share with Ying Heng's non-aggressive accusations. He just threw him 3 words perfunctorily, "I like it." Ying Heng felt it was boring, so he went to tease Qin He, who was sitting next to Tang Shisheng seriously, and Vice President Tian Shu, who was eating very restrainedly, and trying not to blend into the joyful atmosphere around him. No one in the group was busier than him. Feng Shiyuan happened to be sitting opposite Yuan Xiao. Seeing her eating fried egg noodles in small bites, one hand was always under the table, and she said mischievously, "Sister Yuan Xiao, what treasure is hidden under the table?" Yuan Xiao didn't expect that she would suddenly talk to him. He was stunned for a moment, but after reacting, he thought about it seriously and replied, "A very cute little baby." Feng Shiyuan glanced at Shi Yuan and said, as if she had suddenly realized something, "Little baby." She even deliberately prolonged the tone. As she was talking, a familiar voice sounded behind her, "Stop bullying others." Feng Shiyuan turned around and saw Ji Siyu holding a star-shaped date that had been bitten twice, standing behind her condescendingly, and holding a particularly large lunch box in his other hand. Beside him stood Ji Qinqi, who was also holding 2 large lunch boxes. Neither of them wore school uniforms, and they should have just returned from outside the school. Feng Shiyuan snorted, "You are the only one who is kind and gentle to women," she said as she took the lunch box from Ji Siyu's hand. "What good things did you bring? I can smell the fragrance." Ji Siyu let go of her hand and sat down beside her. "The soup made by Adli clears away heat and fire, nourishes and beautifies the face, specially prepared for you." The person opposite him happened to be Shi Yuan, and when he said the last sentence, his eyes just fell on her. Feng Shiyuan took the opportunity to say, "You are right." Ji Qiqi looked at the people in the cafeteria, and then looked at the people at the table who were already eating happily. He put down the 2 lunch boxes and hesitated whether to leave first, and was pulled by Ji Siyu's wrist to sit down. Ji Qinglian glanced at him, and brought the grilled fish fillet to him. Without saying anything, she gave him a light kick under the table. "Eat it quickly if it's given to you. My sister brought the ingredients from home and gave them to the chef in the cafeteria to cook for you." Ji Qinqi had no choice but to swallow the words "I'm leaving first," and took a bite of the grilled fish fillet. The fish meat was particularly fresh, and the hot spiciness stimulated his taste buds, making him unconsciously secrete some physiological tears. So spicy. Seeing that he was no longer serious as usual, Ji Qinglian raised the corners of his mouth. Of course, it was spicy. He added super spicy, As soon as Shi Yuan opened the lunch box, he saw that Ji Qingqi's face was red from the spiciness, and he quickly poured him a glass of juice. Ji Qingqi drank the juice in one gulp, and recovered a little, staring at Ji Qinglian with a faint look. The latter seemed unaware, and ate his own food. When he opened his mouth again, Ji Qinglian quickly stuffed the super spicy grilled fish fillet into his mouth. Ji Qinglian subconsciously bit the grilled fish fillet, and of course coughed because of the spiciness. Ji Qingqi slowly withdrew his hand, took away the plate in front of Ji Qinglian, and replaced the grilled fish fillet. Shi Yuan watched them go back and forth with interest. It was rare to see the cheap second brother and the cheap third brother quarreling like this. He always gave in to this blowfish that exploded with a poke. When she laughed out loud, something suddenly touched her toes. Slowly, with a hint of tentativeness. And secretly, no one except her noticed. Shi Yuan looked back at Jisoo, who was eating a grilled meatball with relish. The weather was getting colder, and he was wearing a thin windbreaker. He probably came back from the mansion on Song. The hair on his forehead was a little messy in the night wind, adding a bit of unruly temperament. He seemed not to notice her gaze, and was concentrating on eating the grilled meatballs on the plate. The tip of the shoe under the table gently brushed her ankle, and the slender straight leg stopped beside her knee inadvertently. Even without direct contact, even through the thin fabric of clothes, Shi Yuan could still feel the temperature radiating from that long leg. Burning, with a strong sense of aggression. He was not a golden crow, but he was hotter than the blazing sun. Chapter 124. Apart from those annoying intrigues, this unplanned big dinner went very happily, at least most people thought so. Shi Yuan did not deliberately talk to Tang Shishu. Her goal of making Tang Shishing nervous, but unable to do anything had been achieved, so there was no need for her to always get close to Tang Shishu. In that case, her purpose would be too obvious, and she might not be able to sow discord between them. It might even have the opposite effect, and they would be plotted against by the two of them. After all, they were not fools, and would not be led by her nose all the time. In this way, Tang Shishu, who was waiting for her to make a move, was very confused, and almost couldn't help but take the initiative to find Shi Yuan. Fortunately, he was still a little rational, and didn't foolishly go to her door to be her pawn. After leaving the trouble of the new totem battle formation to Qi Xian, Shi Yuan was relaxed, but the former began to live a life of dire straits, and was tested by various parties on the core secrets of the new totem battle formation. First, Tang Shishing invited him to have breakfast, then Feng Nancheng asked him to train with him, and even Yushiza, who sneered at him when they met, sat cross-legged in his office. When asked if he was really stupid or pretending to be stupid, Qi Xian had no hobby of being abused, and very rudely asked Yushiza to leave his territory. It is almost a recognized fact in Xingyao Military Academy that Shi Yuan is difficult to deal with. It is not easy to get an advantage from her, and it is more likely to lose both the wife and the army. On the other hand, Qi Huan's performance in this points race is indeed eye-catching, but it is still unclear whether he achieves such results by himself or there is another pusher behind him. In contrast, it is definitely easier to use him as a breakthrough point than to deal with Ji Qingyuan, the fierce beast that can be friendly and cheerful with you one second and turn its face against you the next. However, the spying by all parties has not yet started in full swing, and another important matter has taken the attention of the heirs of the Totem family. The Winston Empire peace negotiation delegation represented by Duke of Iris Chris Hudson has arrived at Tian'ao Star. The peace talks are mainly led by Prince Tang Shijin of Beilai, and the other 6 major totem families must send representatives to listen to the content of the meeting. As the only pure-blooded Taotai of the younger generation of the Taotai family, Shi Yuan is almost undoubtedly the next head of the family. She is now sitting on the star ship heading to Tian'ao Star, accompanied by Ji Qinglian and Adlet. In addition to her, the heirs of other totem families have also received the same notice, and have successively asked for leave to leave Xingyao Military Academy. Tian'ao Star is the main star of Jinwu constellation, and the capital of Yongnao Empire. Its permanent population ranks first among the 7 main stars, and its commercial trade and tourism industries are quite developed. The distance between Xian'ao Star and Tian'ao Star is not far, and the star ship arrived at the destination in 3 hours at full speed. It is customary for the totem family to send representatives to listen to major events of the empire. As soon as the Winston Empire's envoys entered the territory of Yongnao Empire, Adlet ordered people to make arrangements in advance, and this trip was not rushed. Before entering Tian'ao Star, Shi Yuan's star ship was moored at the private port of Tianduji's family. Because of the main star's no-fly order, she needed to change to the star shuttle, and go to the mansion where she was staying from the ground channel. Ji Qinglian tilted her head, and leaned against the window of the star shuttle to look outboard. It looks no different from Tiandu Star. Although he was the son of the head of the Taohai family, he had plenty of food, clothing and money to spend, but Ji Qinglian had only left the star Corona constellation a few times. Most of his time was spent on training, which was secondary. The main reason was that it was risky for him to leave the sphere of influence of the Taohai family to go to other places for training before he came of age. The star Corona constellation was large enough to fully meet his training requirements before he came of age. Shi Yuan was also looking at the scene on both sides of the street. The kitten lay on her knees, arched his back, and stretched slowly. Her index finger gently rested on the kitten's back, stroking its soft fur from time to time. When she heard Ji Qinglian's words, she curved her lips slightly. This is a passageway. Can you tell the difference? The architectural layout of Tianyao Star is actually very unique. Looking down at the Imperial Palace from a high altitude, you can see the continuous palace walls surrounding the golden crow that is about to flap its wings. The palace inside the wall is an antique building, with red walls and glazed tiles, palaces and pavilions, magnificent and magnificent, showing the inviolable majesty of the royal family everywhere. The city outside the palace wall has strict building height restrictions. Many iconic buildings are carefully designed with the Imperial Palace as the central axis. Looking around, there is a vast blue and white, symbolizing the vast sky. Ji Qinglian retracted his gaze, leaned on the back seat of the Star Shuttle, and muttered, I really don't know why my mother wants me to come with you. Instead of listening to those meaningless arguments, it's better for me to go to the blood-forbidden land to cut alien plants. When he was about 10 years old, the Yongyao Empire and the Winston Empire also had a conflict, and it ended with peace talks. At that time, he followed his mother to listen to the peace talks. If he hadn't been thinking about being the heir of the Taohai family, and not embarrassing his mother, he would have almost fallen asleep at the meeting. The current peace talks are obviously the result of mutual compromise between the two countries. The Winston Empire is not without the power to fight again, but it does not want to expand the war and affect the interests of other Saint Totem families. The Yongyao Empire seems to have won a great victory, but in fact it is simply unable to rule the Rose seat, which has huge differences in ideology and beliefs from its own people. It can only exchange sufficient benefits through peace talks. Moreover, the reason why Emperor Yongyao launched this Rose War is that the Rose family ignored the Empire's warnings and insisted on shielding the Blood Rose killer who killed the previous emperor. The Empire's move was to avenge the previous emperor. Now that the Blood Rose has fallen apart, the leader Qi Sang and a series of killers, including Killer Zero, have died, and the previous Duke of Rose has also died of serious injuries. This war has been explained, and there is naturally no need to waste manpower and resources to continue. Shi Yuan saw that he was like a wilted grass, and asked with a chuckle, Do you know which other big figures came to the Winston Empire's delegation besides the Duke of Iris? Ji Qinglian was in high spirits, showing an expression of you asked the right person, and laughed, and their sickly crown prince, he had very well before entering Tianyao Star, and only showed up this morning. When returning to Tiandu Star before, Ji Wu handed over the Taohai Chamber of Commerce in Jinwuzuo to Shi Yuan, while Ji Qinglian and Ji Qingqi were responsible for the underground intelligence network. The Taohai family naturally wanted to find out who the members of the Winston Empire's delegation were. Ji Wu wanted to test his two sons, so he gave them the task of how to set up the intelligence network. Ji Qinglian and Ji Qingqi have been working together for a long time these days, and their heads were almost bald. Shi Yuan said slowly. Qi Qian reported this news to her the day after the Winston Empire's delegation entered the Yongyao Empire. She didn't know how he got the information, but the comparison was enough to show how immature her two adopted brothers' methods were in this regard. No wonder Ji Wu was worried about the lack of successors to the Taohai family. Ji Qingqi can still understand it. After all, he was taken to Tiandu Star when he was a teenager. No matter how hard he studies, it is impossible for him to develop in all aspects without shortcomings. He doesn't like to fight for power and profit, and prefers to be alone. He is not interested in things other than fighting. It is completely understandable that he is not good at intrigue. Ji Qinglian has been living in Xingwan City. He has been exposed to various courses since he can remember. His instructors and mentors are all outstanding in their fields. Judging from Ji Wu's attitude, it doesn't seem that he is busy with the affairs of the Legion and neglected his growth. How could he grow up like this? Ji Qinglian didn't know that his sister cat was criticizing him. He touched his chin and said, What do you think she is doing here? Shi Yuan scratched the cat's chin and saw that it squinted comfortably. He said casually, Maybe she is here to meet someone. Your Highness, can you tell me now why you followed the delegation to Yongyao Empire? The delegation of the Winston Empire stayed in Yugui Manor, which is close to the Imperial Palace. This is where the royal family receives foreign delegations. Now, Chris Hudson was sitting in the glass greenhouse with his legs crossed, holding a cup of black tea, letting the afterglow of the sunset fall on him, feeling comfortable and relaxed. As the Duke of Iris, who was high above the Winston Empire, he had been influenced by the aristocratic atmosphere since he was a child. Even though his attitude was uninhibited at the moment, it did not damage the elegant temperament that came from his bones. While speaking, he glanced casually at the girl sitting in the wheelchair opposite him. It might not be accurate to say girl. Amelia Reinhardt, the crown prince of the Winston Empire, was already 23 years old this year, but she looked rather immature, and looked only 17 or 18 years old. She has long curly golden hair, clear lake blue eyes, and a weak constitution that makes her skin appear too transparent, which is rare for normal people. At this moment, Amelia Reinhardt is wearing a platinum dress belonging to the crown prince of the empire. She sits in a wheelchair with her head slightly tilted and her hands folded, looking like an exquisite doll. It is hard to imagine that such a porcelain doll with the appearance of a little princess living in an ivory tower would be the crown prince of the Winston Empire. Hearing Chris Hudson's words, Amelia blinked lightly, no longer avoiding like before, but whispered, "I heard from Carol that the hyacinth that fascinated you is in the Yongnao Empire." As soon as the word hyacinth came out, Chris Hudson narrowed his eyes, and the laxity around him was completely restrained, replaced by an extremely dangerous aura, like a wolf king who was suddenly provoked, ready to jump up at any time and bite off the neck of the provocateur with fierce fangs. Amelia seemed not to notice his change in momentum, and said briskly, "I haven't seen her for a long time. The last time we had tea in the garden was 3 years ago." Her expression was innocent, as if she was just missing a friend she hadn't seen for a long time, and had no other purpose. Chris's sharp eyes wandered over her overly white face, trying to see what she really thought. But unfortunately, Amelia did not show any fear in the face of his offense, let alone reveal her true intentions. She smiled and met his gaze, curiously asking, "Chris, do you miss her?" Chris knew how shrewd the crown prince was. When she didn't want others to see her inner thoughts, even if the emperor of the Winston Empire was sitting here, it would be impossible to pry open her mouth and find out the purpose of her words. She would never do meaningless things. Since she mentioned Hyacinthus, she would definitely do something to his future duchess when she came to Yongnao Empire this time. Chris didn't want to get entangled with this sinister woman on this topic, and snorted coldly, "It has nothing to do with you." Amelia said with a little sadness, "How can it have nothing to do with me? You met Hyacinth at the banquet I hosted, and you also asked her out for dinner many times in my name." At that time, Hyacinth was still Cyrus's fiancée. Her beautiful eyes turned and she smiled brightly. "Chris, you are such a jerk, you even care about other people's fiancées." Amelia paused deliberately here. "To be honest, I should be your matchmaker." After being exposed, the corners of the Duke of Iris' eyes twitched twice, and he suddenly stood up and warned, "She is mine. No matter what you want to do, restrain yourself, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." His tone was fierce enough, and his momentum was quite terrifying. If someone else stood here, I'm afraid he would be scared and kneel down to beg for mercy on the spot. But Amelia was not frightened by him at all. She controlled the wheelchair to make way for him, and said with a smile, "I want to tell Hyacinth that you are a cruel bastard. She should stay away from you, so that she won't be intimidated by you when you are unhappy." Chapter 125. The formal peace talks will not start so soon. Before that, Emperor Yongnao will hold a welcoming banquet in the Imperial Palace to entertain the Winston delegation from afar. Adlet prepared dresses and jewelry for Shi Yuan and Ji Qinglian in advance, and introduced them to the important people attending the banquet. As night fell, the sky was dotted with stars, and the brother and sister took the star shuttle to the Imperial Palace for the banquet. Because of the arrival of the Winston Imperial delegation, Tianyao Star implemented traffic control, especially the streets near the palace, prohibiting the passage of unregistered star shuttles, and strictly checking the identities of people entering and leaving to prevent dangerous elements from sneaking in and threatening the personal safety of important figures in both countries. After all, more than a year ago, the late emperor was killed by the assassin of Blood Rose in the Imperial Palace. This incident caused an uproar in the empire. Many people suspected that there was an undercover of Blood Rose in the palace, and the two sides worked together to assassinate the late emperor. The current emperor, who was still the crown prince at the time, was furious. He thoroughly checked the entire palace, redesigned the defense map, and raised the defense level by several levels. Even the area near the palace was included in the strictly patrolled area. Today's imperial palace is like an iron barrel, and mosquitoes can hardly enter. Ji Qinglian obviously knew about this. Sitting in the star shuttle, he whispered to Shi Yuan, The defense is so tight, are you afraid of repeating the same mistake? Sure Yuan glanced at him. We are on someone else's territory, you should be careful when you speak. If you are caught later, I will not save you. Ji Qinglian snorted unhappily. I didn't mention any names, who would dare to take the blame? Besides, this is in our star shuttle, who can eavesdrop on us? He spoke confidently, without any sense of guilt for badmouthing someone in front of someone else's door. Sure Yuan was helpless and amused. It happened that the star shuttle drove into the imperial palace and merged into the traffic coming to the banquet, and the two of them ended the topic tacitly. When the star shuttle stopped, Ji Qinglian opened the door first and went down. He held Sure Yuan's outstretched hand in a gentlemanly manner, lifted the gorgeous skirt of her dress for her, and let her hold his arm, and walk into the sight of everyone. The two of them didn't come early. Many people had already come to the open-air garden, where the banquet was held. The polite, elegant and calm nobles stood in groups of 3 or 5, and chatted with each other. When the host announced the entry of the representatives of the Taotai family, everyone stopped talking and looked towards the entrance. Except for the grand banquet held by the Ji family in Tiandu half a year ago, this was the first time that Ji Qingyuan appeared in a noble banquet. The well-informed families, who paid close attention to the empire's situation, had heard about her performance in Xingyang Military Academy. At this time, she was wearing a light blue tube dress, and the light-colored silk was tied into a big bow behind her waist. The starry blue high heels were inlaid with sparkling diamonds, and only a little of the shoe tip was exposed when she walked. The silver-gray shawl-like long hair was tied up, and the dazzling silver crown shone brightly under the lights of the venue. The top-grade ruby inlaid on the crown reflected a dazzling light when she tilted her head. Facing the pair of smiling silver-blue eyes, some people took a small breath, and the heart in the chest beat uncontrollably and accelerated, and even the blood became hot. Several young nobles had a look of amazement in their eyes, and when they came to their senses, they wanted to walk over to talk to her. But before they could take a step, a chilling feeling as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast ran up their spines. Following this premonition of danger, they looked over and saw the same pair of silver-blue eyes, but without a smile, replaced by a strong displeasure and warning. The noble young men were all frightened and broke out in cold sweats. Suddenly they realized that the girl standing in the distance was not a captive daughter, nor a tool for marriage between nobles, but a dangerous beast Taotai of the Tiandu Ji family, an existence they dared not and could not offend. In addition to these noble young men, with little self-control, there were many shrewd family leaders in the venue. After the first glance of amazement, what they cared more about was the meaning behind the name Ji Qingyuan. Compared with the introduction banquet in Xingwan City, her appearance and temperament had not changed much. She was still simple, gentle, elegant, and decent. It is hard to imagine that such a girl, who looks harmless from head to toe, can fool Tang Xixing and other heirs, who have been cultivated by the family and elders since childhood. It can be seen how deep her mind is, and how big the gap between her appearance and her inner self is. God really favors the Taotai family, and gave such an excellent heir when it was on the decline. Sure Yuan seemed not to notice those prying eyes, and stood on tiptoe to whisper in Ji Qinglian's ear, "Third brother, do you know what you look like now?" Ji Qinglian glared back at those eyes that coveted Sister Mao Mao, and said casually, "What do you look like?" Sure Yuan said hurriedly, "Like a fighting cock whose territory has been invaded." Ji Qinglian, He was almost laughing out of anger. Who did he become a fighting cock for? It was not for the stupid Mao Mao, who would attract endless prying eyes when he stood in the banquet hall. Sure Yuan teased the cheap third brother, and immediately stroked his fur. Even if the third brother becomes a fighting cock, he will be the most handsome one in the whole venue. Ji Qinglian vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. Before he could think about it, he felt a stronger gaze coveting his cat's sister again. Looking up, there was a man standing at the intersection of the banquet hall. He had dazzling blonde hair, was over 1.9 meters tall, had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and long legs that were full of strength, hiding a heart-pounding explosive power. The man had just got off the star shuttle, wearing a black and gold dress embroidered with iris totems. The ribbon on his chest swayed gently as he raised his hand to fiddle with the sapphire cufflinks, adding a bit of indifference that didn't match his face. His eyebrows were full of wildness, and at this time, his thin lips were slightly pursed, and his extremely aggressive eyes fell on Sure Yuan, and his sexy Adam's apple rolled slightly, like a hungry wolf king seeing the prey that made him salivate. "It's Chris Hudson, the Duke of Iris of the Winston Empire." Ji Qinglian immediately stepped forward and blocked Sure Yuan behind him. He was not afraid of the other party's momentum at all. He said with a fake smile, "Duke Hudson, where are your etiquette?" He did not use honorifics, which was quite rude in such an occasion. Even his tone was cold, and anyone could hear the displeasure in his voice. The banquet hall, which was already quiet because of their arrival, became even quieter. Ji Qinglian was the son of Marshal Ji Wu and one of the heirs of the Taohai family, but his reputation among the nobles was not very good. Impulsiveness and irritability had almost become his synonym. Putting aside his prominent identity and background, few people looked up to him. Chris Hudson is different. He is the youngest son of the previous Duchess of Iris. He has 3 brothers with outstanding abilities. Under normal circumstances, it would not be his turn to inherit the position of Duke of Iris. But he has a strong ambition. When he was young, he took advantage of the old Duke's love for him to secretly develop his own power. He also took advantage of his 3 brothers' desire for power to sow discord among them, making them fight to the death, and reaping the benefits. In the end, he even sidelined the old Duke and kept him in Iris Manor for 3 years despite his serious illness. Now it has been 5 years since he became the Duke of Iris. In these 5 years, he has restrained his edge and become more unfathomable. How could the fledgling Ji Qinglian be his opponent? For a while, the nobles all wanted to watch the fun. If Ji Qinglian was slapped in the face by the Duke of Iris today, the entire Taohai family would be embarrassed. Even if Marshal Ji Wu came back to find a place, Ji Qinglian would have become a laughing stock in the noble circle. Of course, this is the Yongnao Empire after all. They will not let Duke Iris be too arrogant, and will come out to suppress his arrogance at the right time. The hyacinth that he had been thinking about was blocked by someone. Chris Hudson frowned unhappily, and stared at Ji Qinglian with a sharp hawk-like gaze, just in time to see a small piece of white arm exposed from his arm. Damn! How dare this kid stand so close to his hyacinth? Chris Hudson resisted the urge to strangle Ji Qinglian's neck, and said with a smile, "Who are you?" These 4 simple words are not very harmful, but extremely insulting. At least Ji Qinglian has never been offended like this in the past 18 years of his life. Even if someone doesn't know him when he goes out, they will guess his identity when they see the iconic silver hair and blue eyes of the Tiandu Ji family. They will not be too attentive, but mostly treat him with courtesy and stay away from him. In the past, he would not have tolerated the Duke of Iris's arrogant attitude, but now, he had no intention of rushing up to fight him. Ji Qinglian glanced at the bright-eyed cat sister standing beside him, and then looked at Chris Hudson again. He smiled lightly at first, and then said casually, "Duke Hudson has no eyes. Doesn't he have a good memory? A few months ago, your Iris Corps was stopped outside the 252nd star of the Rose by the Taohai Corps, and could not advance an inch. After my mother came back, she told me that if I led the Taohai Corps to be like that in the future, she would let me hang myself outside with a rope and never return to Xingwan City. She couldn't afford to lose this person." As soon as these words came out, you could hear a pin drop in the banquet hall. Chapter 126. Except for the Baizé Corps, which is not good at fighting, and is mainly responsible for logistics and material transportation on the battlefield, the soldiers of the other 7 corps are all humanoid weapons. It is difficult to say which corps has higher combat power, and which corps has lower combat power. However, because the commanders of the Taohai Corps, the Tingsha Corps and the Jinwu Corps act in a strong style, they are notoriously difficult to mess with, and those who hear the news are naturally more awed. The Yongnao Empire sent troops to the Rose Seat this time, and all these 3 difficult corps participated in it, just to catch the Winston Empire off guard, warn the Rose family with thunder, show strength to the world, wash away the shame, and make all parties dare not offend. After all, the death of the former crown prince and the former emperor at the hands of the Blood Rose almost destroyed the dignity of the Tongxi royal family. The Winston Empire also knew that the Yongnao Empire could not go to war with them. In addition, the Rose family was used to being arrogant in the empire, and even the royal family was not taken seriously. The major Saint Totem families were naturally happy to see the Rose Duke fall. How could they actively support him? Chris Hudson and Cyrus Garcia had been resentful for a long time, and they hoped that his power would be weakened. Although they were forced to send the Iris Legion to fight under the order of the Emperor, they dragged their feet all the way, and did not want to face the Taohai Legion head-on, and lose soldiers and generals for nothing. Who would have thought that his previous selfishness would become Ji Qinglian's handle to attack him? It doesn't matter whether Ji Wu said that to Ji Qinglian. What matters is that the Taohai Legion did block the Iris Legion outside the Rose 252 star, making it unable to support the Rose Legion. Chris Hudson couldn't refute Ji Qinglian's words at all. No one present could have expected that the impulsive and irritable Ji Qinglian would suddenly become so venomous. Just 2 or 3 simple words made the famous Duke of Iris lose face. After being surprised, they couldn't help but look sideways, wondering if he really changed his temper, or was he instructed by someone. So, the vague eyes fell on Shi Yuan again. The Taotai family prospers and suffers together, and Ji Qingyuan is a deep-minded person who is good at playing the pig to eat the tiger. It is possible that she hinted something to Ji Qinglian when he was provoked, which allowed this willful and arrogant young master to turn the tables. Chris Hudson naturally didn't know what the nobles of the Yongyao Empire were thinking. He narrowed his eyes slightly and re-examined the little man not far away, who was almost insignificant in the intelligence of this trip. He did not speak, but the invisible sense of oppression enveloped the entire banquet hall like a thick cloud. The talents with lower levels suddenly felt their chests suffocated and a little breathless. The nobles suddenly realized that Chris Hudson possessed the power of the Iris Totem, and was an absolute Saint Domain strongman. If he got angry, no one would be his opponent. He didn't kill him, but gave him a small punishment and a big lesson, and then used the excuse of failure. No one could do anything to him. Ji Qinglian was the only one who faced the breath of Iris. His combat power was only level 8, and he only awakened the subspecies Taotai mimicry, which made it difficult to cope with the strong suppression of the Iris Totem. However, in the blink of an eye, a layer of paleness appeared on his face, and fine and dense cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He clenched his fists, stubbornly straightened his back, and refused to bow to Chris Hudson. But how could the gap brought by the absolute strength gap be made up by whether he wanted to or didn't want to bow his head? No matter how determined Ji Qinglian was, his back still bent down little by little, and his knees seemed to be bent down uncontrollably as if they were under 1,000-pound gravity. If he knelt down here in front of the Duke of Iris, he would become a disgrace to the Yongyao Empire, disgrace the Taotai family, and shame his mother. Bloodshot appeared in Ji Qinglian's eyes, and every cell in his body was shouting in anger. No, he is his mother's son, the heir of the Taotai bloodline. How can he kneel here? 1,000-pound force suddenly came, and Shi Yuan, who had always been quietly protected by him, suddenly took a step forward. The Taotai breath suddenly rose, turning into a barrier that was invisible to the naked eye, blocking the suffocating pressure. The ferocious roar sounded from the depths of the souls of the people present, shaking their hearts and minds, and suddenly waking up from the oppression of the Iris breath. The girl in the gorgeous dress restrained her smile. Her silver blue eyes showed no emotion, and the unruly and fierce gluttonous breath crouched beside her, guarding her with an absolutely loyal attitude. It was this proud temperament, like winter white plum, that made Chris unable to stop. In the brief second of eye contact, he searched for the most beautiful adjectives in the world, but it was difficult to describe the hyacinth in this situation. The invisible and intangible breath of Iris almost turned into greedy tentacles to touch the face that made the Duke of Iris dream, and wanted to tie her up tightly so that others could not peek, let alone covet. Hyacinth. My hyacinth. The cool breeze at night blew through the branches and leaves on the treetops, making a slight rustling sound, and something uncontrollable wanted to swallow up the girl standing in the center of the banquet hall. A trace of imperceptible coldness flashed across Shi Yuan's eyes, and the fierce and gluttonous breath suddenly rose. Just at this moment, a clear young voice broke in, and the sound of the wind blowing through the treetops stopped abruptly. What are you doing? Why are you standing there without saying anything? Many nobles who were suffocated by the breath of the totem breath breathed a sigh of relief, and barely cheered up to follow the gazes of others. I saw Ing Hung, wearing a black and gold dress, walking from the cobblestone path on the other side of the garden. His formal boots made a crisp sound on the ground, forming a pleasant sonata, driving away the tension in the air. Tang Shishu, who had a gentle temperament, walked beside him, and boldly played with a red rose that had just been picked from the branch. Ing Hung seemed to be unaware of the subtle atmosphere in the banquet hall. He walked quickly to Shi Yuan and blocked Chris Hudson's aggressive gaze. He looked at Shi Yuan calmly, not caring about her awe-inspiring aura, like a down-and-out nobleman who had never seen the world, and uttered a small wow. Sister Qingyuan, you are so beautiful today. He praised sincerely, and his eyes were like looking at a close neighbor's sister, without any blasphemy or offense. If it were usual, Ji Qinglian would definitely snort at him, and then throw him a sentence. You have good taste. But now, his back was almost soaked with sweat, and the humiliation and unwillingness of being completely crushed by others took away his mind, and he didn't pay attention to what Ing Hung said at all. Shi Yuan's eyes paused slightly, but soon withdrew his imposing aura, changed his previous coldness, smiled with curved eyebrows, and the speed of changing his face was simply astonishing. She could sense Ji Qinglian's stiffness, and naturally took his hand, and continued Ing Hang's words. Thank you, it was my third brother who helped me pick out the dress and jewelry. Ing Hung put his hand on Ji Qinglian's shoulder very considerately, hooked his neck and said, You have good taste. His action brought Ji Qinglian back to his senses, and the boy's eyes dimmed slightly, revealing a decent enough smile, of course. Shi Yuan slightly raised his head to look at him, and when Ji Qinglian noticed her gaze and lowered her head, she smiled at him with curved lips. Ji Qinglian was stunned for a moment, and the complicated and chaotic emotions and the hot and swollen head suddenly calmed down. He pursed his dry lips, wanted to say something, but finally chose to remain silent. Ing Heng was undoubtedly a master at changing the subject, and followed the words of praising Shi Yuan to talk about some light topics. The conflict just now seemed to have passed just like that. Chris Hudson stood in the shadow of the street lamp, his expression gloomy. No matter what the inside story of this Rose War was, the Winston Empire was actually the defeated country. No matter how much the nobles wanted to see the Tao Tai family laugh, they could not flatter an enemy noble in such an occasion. After the atmosphere eased slightly, only the diplomat in charge of diplomatic affairs took the initiative to come forward and talk to Chris. Unexpectedly, Chris did not even look at him, and walked straight in the direction of Shi Yuan. His action undoubtedly made the nobles, who had stopped watching the fun, come alive again. But before Chris walked in front of Shi Yuan, someone called him. Duke Hudson. A clear and bright voice sounded from behind Chris, and the voice was ethereal, like the wind blowing silver bells under the eaves. Shi Yuan looked sideways. On the path where Ing Heng came from, a young major general wearing the silver olive uniform of the Winston Empire Royal Guard was pushing a blonde girl. In everyone's sight, Tang Xixing was half a step ahead of him, walking a little ahead, and Feng Nancheng and others followed behind. There were obscure discussions in the banquet hall. Amelia Reinhardt, the famous disabled crown prince of the Winston Empire. She was exactly the same as the image in the video image, sweet, delicate, pure and flawless, like a pure flower blooming in summer. At this time, she folded her hands on the silver blue dress, and between her rolled up hair were two clustered Ryukin roses, one large and one small. The pieces of delicate crimson petals reflected the fine starlight under the illumination of the venue lights, making her look like an elf fallen to the earth. Ryukin rose is the national flower of the Winston Empire, and only members of the royal family can wear it. Amelia didn't care about the gazes falling on her, and smiled and spoke again. Duke Hudson, don't be rude. Her words did not have any commanding meaning, but like a thick rope, firmly locked the Wolf King, who was ready to pray in place. The two people's gazes briefly collided in the air, obviously without any emotion, but accurately conveyed what they wanted to express. Chris changed his arrogant attitude just now and bowed slightly to Shi Yuan. Sorry, Miss Qing Yuan, you are so beautiful, I can't control my emotions. If I offend you, please forgive me. His tone was so gentle that he seemed to be showing love, and he lowered his proud head when he bowed. His attitude was so pious that people who witnessed the conflict just now could hardly believe their eyes. That disabled crown prince, who can only sit in a wheelchair, has such a strong deterrent power. Just a few words can make the Duke of Iris, who dared to point at Emperor Winston and scold him in Congress, change his attitude like a change of face. He is a strong man in the Holy Land. A strong man in the Holy Land with totem power. Ing Heng was also shocked by Chris's sudden change, but he soon noticed that Ji Qinglian frowned and seemed to want to do something, so he quickly pulled him to hint. Chris took the initiative to give in. In this situation, it is not suitable to have another conflict, otherwise the Tongxi royal family might put on a hat of destroying the peace talks between the two countries. At this time, big things should be made small, and small things should be made small. Shi Yuan had no consciousness of becoming the focus at all, and took a glass of red wine from the waiter, who was almost standing like a statue next to her. She pinched the high-foot glass and shook the wine in it, as if she was weighing something. The next second, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, she splashed the red wine on Chris's face, saying in a contemptuous tone, "It's okay." Ing Heng's mouth opened into an O shape. Tang Xixing's pupils slightly dilated. Feng Shiyuan took a breath of cold air. Yu Shizhe and Qi Xian were stunned. Amelia covered her face with her hands, hiding the corners of her slightly curved lips. Chapter 127. The scarlet wine fell from Chris's golden hair, which had been specially styled by a hairstylist, and the wine beads rolled to the ground, making a muffled sound of dripping. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the nobles held their breath at the same time, trying to minimize their presence. They even suspected that the scene in front of them was not reality, but an overly eccentric dream. How could Ji Qingyuan dare to humiliate Chris Hudson in public, whether he was the Duke of Saint Totem, who was second to none in the Winston Empire, or a Saint Domain powerhouse, who was hard to beat in the universe? There were only a handful of people who dared to offend him, and they definitely did not include the pure-blooded little Tao Tai, who had not yet grown up in the Tao Tai family. If Ji Wu was here, he would not have been so arrogant and embarrassed the Duke of Iris in front of so many people. Is Ji Qingyuan really as smart and clever as the rumors say? She is clearly a brainless fool. This glass of red wine completely puts the Yongyao Empire in a passive position. The peace talks between the two countries are in danger. When people were in panic, Chris Hudson slowly raised his head, and the red wine that had not yet flowed out flowed down from his forehead, flowing over his high nose bridge, and winding to the side of his lips. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, his posture at this moment is embarrassing enough, but his handsome face, and wild and flamboyant temperament can still easily move the hearts of many noble ladies. Regardless of position, right or wrong, the flowing red wine failed to suppress his momentum, but when he stretched out his tongue to hook the wine on his lips, he bloomed with a charming charm. Some noble young men thought sourly, he really deserves the title of the man that women in the Winston Empire want to marry the most. Chris tasted the rich aroma of wine spreading from the tip of his tongue, as if he was recalling something. His emerald eyes were fixed on the girl, who was only a few steps away from him. It was the Wolf King in the dark night, who was ready to show his fangs to the prey he had coveted for a long time. Tang Shishing frowned, took a step forward and prepared to say something to ease the anxious atmosphere at this time, but saw Chris curled his lips, and said something that almost made him fall to the ground. Thank you for your forgiveness. He knelt on one knee in front of Shi Yuan, trying to hold her hand, and kissed the back of her hand. Clang! Crash! Plop! Some people didn't stand firmly, and bumped into the dining table, some accidentally dropped the wine glass in their hands, and some were so shocked that they fell to the ground in an extremely funny posture. Various sounds mixed together, unreasonably dyeing this banquet, one of the highest standards in the empire, with a bit of funny color. Oh my god! Is Duke Iris possessed by a ghost? After such humiliation, he still thanked the humiliator for forgiveness in such a pious manner? Or was he too angry and his brain suddenly broke down? Suspicion and speculation filled the entire banquet hall. Chris held a hand wearing a white glove, and when he was about to kiss it, his eyes darkened. He suddenly raised his head, and what caught his eyes was not the hyacinth he had been thinking about, but a male face full of jokes. The young man had long hair tied up high, and his cold ink-colored pupils were like the most unfathomable cold pool in the world. The platinum dress wrapped his tall body. Even though the heavy shawl covered his upper body, the muscle lines that accumulated powerful strength could still be seen when the night wind blew it up. He raised his left hand and placed it around the waist of the girl, who looked a little surprised. Although it was not an absolutely intimate posture, Chris read a possessive desire that would not allow others to invade from it. GC raised his lips slightly, slowly withdrew his hand, and looked down at Chris, who was half kneeling on the ground with a victorious attitude. Duke Hudson, you really don't have to do this kind of courtesy. I am very anxious. He said he was anxious, but he didn't step aside. The upturned corners of his mouth told everyone present how good his mood was at the moment. The nobles who had not yet pulled their minds out of the speculation of his Duke Iris crazy were caught off guard when they heard his words and saw his posture. The corners of their eyes twitched violently. Was it because they were not in the right posture when attending the banquet? Or was the Taotai family so powerful that they could easily beat the St. Iris family or the entire Winston Empire? Otherwise, how could Ji Qingyuan and GCU have such courage to humiliate Chris Hudson in turn? Chris obviously did not feel the pleasure of being splashed with red wine this time. He stood up suddenly, and his sharp eyes turned into invisible cold knives, fiercely scraping GCU's hand that was holding Shi Yuan's waist. The dangerous aura around him surged, and he wanted to chop his arm off immediately and chop it into mud, but eyes can't kill, so naturally it's impossible to chop off that annoying arm. Chris was willing to accept the gift of Hyacinthus, but it didn't mean that he could tolerate the reckless provocation of the jumping clown. The breath of Iris hidden in the darkness came back, and the shadow of Iris swayed gently, and a heavy sense of oppression fell on everyone present except Shi Yuan again. Tang Shisheng, Feng Shiyuan, Ing Hung, Feng Nancheng and other gifted people with totem blood were forced to release their mimicry under this terrifying pressure to block the arrogant and domineering breath of Iris. Tang Shisheng and Tang Shishu looked very unhappy. This is the Imperial Palace. Chris Hudson is so arrogant that he clearly doesn't take the Tongxi royal family seriously. But Tang Shijin, who represented Emperor Yongyao to attend the banquet, didn't show up for some reason. If this continues, the situation will inevitably develop in an uncontrollable direction. The strange thing is that the nobles who were once again oppressed did not feel fear, but instead felt a sense of clarity that the dust had settled. This is right. How could the notorious Duke of Iris kneel on one knee in front of Ji Qingyuan like a dog, just to get her pity? Chris stared at GCU coldly, his eyes calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. GCU was not afraid of his momentum at all, but smiled and said, Duke Hudson? What are you going to do? Are you going to cancel the peace talks and continue the war with our country? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was silent. Tang Shisheng frowned even more after making sure he was standing firm, and the others were also puzzled. Ing Hung, who was closest to the center of the storm, had already entered an extremely speechless state. In terms of the ability to blame others, this brother and sister dare to rank first, and no one dares to rank second. It was obviously them who humiliated Duke Iris first, but they took the initiative to strike back like a victim. To be honest, Ing Hung couldn't understand the behavior of this pair of fake brothers and sisters tonight. Ji Qingyuan splashed red wine on Chris's face, and it could be said that the latter was unreasonable first. Ji Siyu suddenly appeared to provoke people, and he could no longer use his anger for his younger brother and sister to make up for it. He clearly did it on purpose. Could it be that Marshal Ji Wu wanted to provoke a war between the two countries and let the Tongxi royal family wuxia stare at the Taotai family day and night? This is indeed a good idea. In the face of external conflicts that cannot be ignored, no matter how many thoughts people in the same boat have, they will unite to deal with the coming storm. But in this situation, disrupting the peace talks between the two countries and offending the Duke of Iris to death seems like a stupid move that only a brainless person would make. Marshal Ji Wu can command the entire Taotai Corps and make the Taotai family the top of the 7 totem families by his own strength. Even if his brain is kicked by a donkey, he will not do such a stupid thing. The atmosphere became more and more gloomy. Seeing that the situation was about to fall into an irreversible situation, Shi Yuan turned his head and glanced at Amelia, who had been sitting in a wheelchair watching the excitement. Amelia noticed her gaze and blinked at her quickly when no one was paying attention. She was playful and mischievous, not like a crown prince at all. After a simple greeting, Amelia raised her hand. The young officer understood her meaning accurately and pushed the wheelchair forward. Wherever the two of them passed, the breath of Iris was like spring coming and snow melting away. At the same time, Amelia's majestic words reached everyone's ears. Duke Hudson, please control your personal emotions. It was clearly the same address, but compared to the tone of the girl next door just now, her tone was more cold than before, and her words were full of strength that would not tolerate disobedience. As the crown prince of the Winston Empire, she certainly couldn't slap her own people in the face, which would be tantamount to servility to the Yongnao Empire. To the ears of the nobles, this sentence sounded more like a preemptive protection than accusing Chris of exerting pressure regardless of the occasion. As expected, after the crown prince reprimanded Duke Iris, he immediately pointed the gun at GCU. Major General G, please also pay attention to the occasion. Duke Hudson is rude. I will discipline him. It is not your turn to meddle in other people's business. Major General is GCU's military rank in the Taotai Corps. In public occasions, everyone calls him by this name. Amelia made her attitude strong, but she did not intend to let things fall into a deadlock. She took the initiative to soften her attitude and smiled elegantly and calmly. The Winston Empire came with sincerity, and we also hope that the Yongnao Empire will also hold a peaceful vision to talk with us. Don't destroy the diplomatic relations between the two countries because of some trivial matters. After the voice fell, a long and distant chant was like a sea breeze blowing on the face. Under the dark night, the blue whale that covered the clouds and the moon rose into the sky, swaying its huge tail to beat the invisible star power wave, washing the entire banquet hall. The people near the palace looked up and saw the giant whale's long tail sinking into the darkness. They all exclaimed in amazement. Even the nobles who had seen the 7 totems opened their eyes wide, wanting to imprint the blue whale that had not been born for 100 years in their minds. The blue whale is the blood mimicry of the royal family of the Winston Empire. All members of the previous generation, including the emperor, had never awakened the pure-blooded blue whale. The imperial power fell, the royal family declined, and the emperor became a puppet controlled by the holy totem family. Until 10 years ago, the illegitimate daughter born by the emperor and the Duchess of Iris in Iris Manor awakened the pure-blooded blue whale. Amelia Hudson changed her name to Amelia Reinhardt from then on, and was taken back to the palace and named the crown prince of the empire. When the news spread to the Yongnao Empire, it became a joke for everyone after dinner, and after laughing, many people would curse it as dirty. After Amelia became the crown prince, she joined forces with Chris, and the former helped the latter win the title of duke. The two became allies from then on, and the relationship between the royal family and the Iris family became increasingly close. The hollowed-out royal power gradually returned to her hands. When most people's attention was on the jade blue whale, Chris slowly restrained the domineering Iris breath under Amelia's warning eyes. If it wasn't for meeting Hyacinthus, Chris would not have been the representative of this delegation. He looked at the girl standing beside GCU unwillingly, and couldn't swallow the anger at his heart, and slapped her without warning. Damn bug! How dared he covet his Hyacinthus? He should be crushed to death. Let Hyacinthus see how weak this bug is. He can't protect her at all. He will only be a burden to her, Chris cursed viciously. The palm wind was awe-inspiring, wrapped in the power of thunder and lightning, and was aimed at severely injuring GCU. An ordinary person can't beat a blow from a strong man in the Holy Land. GCU sneered nonchalantly, and was about to raise his hand to summon Xianzhu, but was suddenly grabbed by Shi Yuan's wrist. The girl who had just been protected in his arms pinched his wrist bone, as if to comfort and indulge him. When GCU reacted, Shi Yuan had already taken a step forward. The fierce beast Taohai rose from the ground, its sharp fangs glowing coldly under the light of the crescent moon. It raised its head and roared deafeningly, and its dangerous long tail swept across. The pure white star power turned into countless Taotai mouths, swallowing up Chris's attack, and turned defense into offense, stepping on the pure black holy iris swaying in the wind. Chris didn't expect Shi Yuan to make a move at all, his pupils slightly dilated, and subconsciously pulled back the remaining strength. But the enlarged shadow of Taotai in front of him almost made him lose his mind. The attack of the first-level supernatural being was just a light breeze in spring. What he couldn't accept was that Hyacinth blocked his attack for another man, and fought back for him. Chris bit his back teeth and tasted the bloody taste that was hard to ignore. He didn't want to accept the fact that Hyacinth had fallen in love with someone else, so he stood there straight, neither dodging nor avoiding. The holy iris was provoked by the fierce beast Taotai, and swayed its body in anger, but its owner had no intention of taking it to compete with it, so it could only stand there with its teeth and claws bared. Amelia couldn't bear to see Chris's worthless appearance. If she could, she really wanted to throw this bastard here, and turn a blind eye to it from then on. But the two of them represented the Winston Empire, and they would rise and fall together. It's okay to watch the fun, but you can't overdo it, and make yourself a part of the fun. She reluctantly released a finger-sized blue whale to stop the fierce beast Taotia's savage breath. Shi Yuan looked over. Their eyes met, and then quickly separated. The two forces interacted, shaking up layers of star power ripples, and in the wind, everyone's clothes rustled. As the cold wind dissipated, Shi Yuan let the little whale get into the layers of her skirt. Chapter 128. When the conflict was barely resolved, Tang Shijin, wearing a prince's dress, finally arrived. The nobles, who were exhausted, bowed and paid high respect to His Royal Highness. Tang Shijin looked normal, as if he didn't know what happened before. He greeted Amelia and Chris in a distant but polite manner, and said a few bland and formal words under the gaze of everyone, announcing the official start of the banquet. The light music played, and Tang Shijin, as the representative of Yongyao Empire, was supposed to invite Amelia to dance the opening dance, but the latter was ill, and couldn't stand for a long time, so it was naturally impossible to complete this process. Tang Xia, who came with Tang Shijin, wore a golden red dress, with an elegant posture and noble manners, like a proud white swan. At Tang Shijin's signal, she walked to Chris, who looked gloomy, and said calmly, "Duke Hudson, can I ask you to dance with me?" Tang Xia was surrounded by a faint golden crow fire breath, which was not aggressive, but had a strong presence, which aroused St. Iris's defense and naturally pulled Chris back to his mind. After Amelia's warning and a brief calm, Chris realized that his actions just now were too hasty. He was used to doing whatever he wanted in the Winston Empire, and he had absolutely strong strength to rely on, so he naturally didn't have to care about other people's eyes and emotions. But Hyacinth is now the heir of the Taohai family, and is in a natural opposition relationship with him. If he showed his affection for her in front of so many people, she would be suspected and fall into a dilemma. It was reasonable for her to distance herself from him. He should control his emotions, and wait until the banquet is over before going to find her. I hope Hyacinthus is not angry with him for this. It was at this time that Chris heard Tang Xia's words, raised his eyes slightly, and met her gaze. The third princess of Yongyao Empire, a bald chicken that was deliberately raised to waste. Another insignificant minion. Chris was not interested, but he also knew that this was a necessary process of the banquet. His previous actions had already annoyed Hyacinthus. If he made another fuss, she might think that he was narrow-minded and ignorant of etiquette. Thinking of this, he said two words in a businesslike manner, "Of course." Immediately, Chris took Tang Xia's hand and stepped into the dance floor. His every move was as elegant as possible, but it still revealed obvious perfunctory. Anyone could see that his mind was not here. Tang Xia seemed unaware, and played her role conscientiously. Before dancing, Chris restrained himself and only glanced at Shi Yuan with his peripheral vision. The girl that Duke Iris had been thinking about didn't look at him. She was looking up at the bug that he could easily kill with her eyes curved. Chris felt a nameless anger rising in his heart, but before he could react, he felt a pain in his instep, and something sharp stepped on him. He was forced to withdraw his attention. In front of him came Tang Xia's voice with a little apology and self-blame. "Sorry, Duke Hudson, I stepped on you." Chris suppressed his irritability and said to her, "It's okay." He wanted to look at Hyacinth again, and his instep hurt again, and this time the pain was more obvious. Chris finally realized that something was wrong, and narrowed his eyes to examine the panicked girl in front of him. "Did you do it on purpose?" Tang Xia is a princess of the royal family, and she is allowed to attend such an occasion. She should not be a fool who can't even dance. Chris can't find any other reason to explain her behavior except intentional. Being stared at by Chris's dangerous eyes, Tang Xia was not afraid, and even put away the false panic on her face, and said slowly, "Duke Hudson, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" The golden red eyes were so bright that they seemed to glow, and the provocative eyes added a different kind of brilliance to her. The familiar scene and expression made Chris slightly stunned, and he couldn't tell where he was for a moment. 3 years ago, at Emilia's birthday party, a young and beautiful noble girl took the initiative to invite him to dance and deliberately stepped on his feet. When he was aroused and exposed the other party's poor seduction skills, she not only did not feel flustered, but also looked at him with provocative eyes. The familiar pain came from the back of his foot again. Chris instantly squeezed Tang Xia's hand and said coldly, "Who taught you?" As soon as the voice fell, the dance ended. Tang Xia endured the force that almost crushed her hand bones, and snorted coldly, "I heard that the Duke of Iris of Winston Empire was born noble, and is an elegant gentleman. Your actions today are too different from the rumors, and you always say some inexplicable things. Could it be that the real Duke of Iris did not come, and the one standing in front of me is just a fake?" At this point, she paused and said proudly, "Also, I am a noble princess of the Empire. Please pay attention to your identity, and don't put on a duke's airs in front of me." Tang Xia released the golden crow fire breath, shook Chris's hand away, and walked out of the dance floor without looking back, holding up the hem of her skirt. Chris saw her stop in front of Tang Xixing, revealing a wronged look, taking off her gloves, showing him her pinched red hands, opening and closing her mouth, complaining about the grievances she had suffered. Her behavior was innocent and simple, making it hard to tell whether her previous behavior was deliberate or because she couldn't bear to see the enemy duke being so arrogant on her own land, so she used some insignificant little means to retaliate. Sure Yuan didn't pay attention to the situation on the dance floor. She was looking at her brother, who said he would not come, but suddenly appeared with interest. Seeing him turn his head to take the wine glass from the waiter's tray, she asked, "Why is my brother here?" Jisiu took a sip of red wine to cover up the subtle discomfort in his heart caused by her staring at him, and lied. "Qingqi was afraid that you would not be able to cope with this kind of occasion for the first time, so he dragged me to support you." Ji Qingqi was about to take Ji Qinglan, who had suffered a great shock, to rest. He was caught off guard by this sentence, and immediately cast a puzzled look at Jisiu. Jisiu showed him a standard fake smile. Ji Qingqi silently retracted his gaze, and wondered if he was too easy to bully, and he actually fell from a transparent person to a scapegoat. He felt that he couldn't take the blame for nothing, so he nodded and said to his sister seriously, "I dragged him here, forced him to change into a formal dress, tied him to a chair, and put on formal boots for him. I did everything." Jisiu, Ji Qingqi has always been frank in his actions, and always speaks seriously. In addition, he has the reliable strength of being able to take action and never talk nonsense, which gives people a sense of integrity that he never jokes and disdains to lie. Therefore, although these words were full of sarcasm, people could not hear the slightest joke. Sure Yuan blinked. "So that's how it is, thank you, second brother, you are so nice." She immediately left Jisiu behind, came over to hold Ji Qingqi's arm, and naturally ordered the former, "Brother, I want to go dancing with second brother. Please send third brother to the lounge." Jisiu, When turning around, Sure Yuan blinked at Jisiu, as if she had exchanged a little secret with him that others could not know. Ji Qingqi calmly greeted Jisiu's standard fake smile, holding her sister's hand and stepping into the dance floor. Seeing the two people walking away with laughter, Jisiu suddenly felt like he had shot himself in the foot. He dragged the absent-minded Ji Qinglian away, came to a secluded corner, released the mimicry field, and isolated from external prying. During this process, Ji Qinglian did not react at all. Jisiu frowned, and suddenly raised his hand, and slapped him. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the mimicry field, and the stinging feeling instantly reflected from the facial nerves to Ji Qinglian's brain. He opened his eyes wide and showed an expression of disbelief. Seeing that he finally had some reaction, GCU snorted coldly. Isn't it just that Chris Hudson almost pressed you to the ground with one finger? Don't act like you're half dead. It makes me feel that when your mother gave birth to you, she forgot to give birth to your brain. His words were sharp, and he didn't stop there. Don't you know that Hudson is a strong man in the Holy Land? You dare to provoke him even if you know it. It's not unfair for you to be killed here today. Of course, you are my mother's son, and Hudson will at most teach you a lesson, but he won't take your life. This sentence was even more sarcastic, almost completely denying the value of Ji Qinglian's existence. Ji Qinglian's eyes were red, and his lips were twitching. GCU still did not stop attacking him. If Qing Yuan hadn't stood up, you would be like a dog with a broken spine, lying in front of Hudson and panting humbly, making your mother a joke. Ji Qinglian's fist hanging at his side creaked. He knew that everything GCU said was right, and he also realized how incompetent he was, but those sharp words were like sharp scimitars, falling on his body, cutting painful blood marks, and the anger that was pent up in his chest and had nowhere to vent was like being added with firewood, burning more and more vigorously. After GCU sneered in mockery, he finally couldn't control his inner emotions and said hysterically, "You talk about me very well. What about you? Can you beat Chris Hudson? In the end, it was Qing Yuan who blocked his attack for you. What qualifications do you have to say about me?" Ji Qinglian was already incoherent, roaring with a hoarse voice, but every time he said a word, he felt more regretful. That's not the case. He didn't want to say that, but his emotions were like a dam that burst, rolling forward, not bound by any force at all. When the last meaningless accusation dissipated in the air, Ji Qinglian sat softly on the ground like a powerless doll, and hot tears dripped on his exquisite and expensive dress. He couldn't remember the feeling of sitting on the Star Shuttle and laughing at Emperor Yongyao for being greedy for life and afraid of death. He had no right to mock the Tongxi royal family. Seeing him crying silently, GCU sighed slowly, half squatted down, and gently patted the top of his head. He still remembered that when he first arrived in Xinguan City, Ji Qinglian, who was only 4 years old, was very disgusted with the fact that he suddenly had a brother, and he always ran to his place to make trouble. For example, when he was sleeping, he had to get into his bed, and made a fuss to prevent him from sleeping. In the end, he rolled around and fell asleep, holding his arms. When Adlet wanted to take him away, he still whined and refused. For example, when he was learning star patterns, he always rode the black flame dog trained by his mother, running here and there. He didn't want to pay attention to him, but he was really annoyed after doing it so many times, so he picked him up and spanked him hard in order to solve the problem once and for all. The little white ball was stunned by the beating, staring at him with round eyes, and sat on the ground crying for a long time. He just cried, never yelled, and it was really hard to hate his pitiful look. There were many such things, so many that GCU couldn't count them at all, and sometimes even made him forget the original intention of coming to Xinguan City. He didn't like Xingmian City, but he also liked Xingmian City very much. Ji Qinglian couldn't hold back any longer when he heard his sigh and burst into tears. Chapter 129. While dancing with Ji Qingqi, Shi Yuan could feel Chris Hudson staring at her all the time. His eyes were dark and obscure, which made her feel cold, as if being watched by a poisonous snake. Very bad. The famous Duke of Iris in the Winston Empire was arbitrary and wanton. On the surface, he was a polite gentleman, but in fact, he would never show mercy to his enemies. Not only did she plot against him and rob the treasure of the Iris family, but she also stabbed him in the heart before he achieved the holy domain, almost killing him. As long as Chris didn't have a masochistic habit, he would not let her go. Today he was so high profile that he didn't get angry even when he splashed red wine on his face. Mostly, he wanted people to think that they had a close relationship and provoked the Tongxi royal family to suspect her. As for why she didn't directly publicize that she was the killer of Blood Rose, this was not a wise choice. She is now the only pure-blooded Taotai of the Tianduji clan, and the two countries are in a well-known hostile relationship. If this matter is exposed, it may not necessarily drag her into the mud pit, but it may also be regarded as a rumor spread by the Winston Empire to divide the Yongyao Empire, provoke Ji Wu's anger, directly lead to the failure of the peace talks, and ignite the war again. Qing Yuan? A crisp voice sounded, pulling Shi Yuan back to her senses. She looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Yun Shao standing on the other side of the dance floor, waving at her. Yun Shao put on makeup today, and looked much more energetic than usual. She wore a white and green knee-length dress, with a one-shoulder design on the upper body. From the left chest to the lower right waist, green vines were entwined, revealing the vitality of greenery. The light gauze skirt was dotted with green leaves, scattering tiny starlight under the lights, making her radiant. Sure, Yuan didn't expect that she would also attend this banquet. He was slightly surprised, and immediately raised his hand to greet her. Ever since Yuan Shao was taken to Tianyao Star, he has been raised in the Deep Palace. Except for attending the state banquet with the queen every year to appease the Baizé court, he rarely shows up outside. The reason given by the royal family is also very simple. Poor health. When the Baizé family was slaughtered, the Baizé court fought bloody with the demon court, but because they were not good at fighting, they were dragged out of the nebulous city. When Marshal Yun Ye's adjutant broke out of the siege under the cover of a group of soldiers, Nebulous City had fallen and became a blood city. After this battle, the pure blood of the Baizé family was cut off, the subspecies blood disappeared, and the vitality of the Baizé core was greatly damaged. Yuan Shao was just a baby in swaddling clothes, and could not integrate the remnants of the core. The Tongxi royal family appointed and dismissed the general, who had made the Baizé oath, as deputy commander to command the Baizé corps. Over the years, the Baizé totem has not appeared in the world for a long time. The Baizé army has been declining day by day, and the fresh blood injected has become less and less. It has almost become a vassal of the Jingwu army. Looking at the several noble young men standing next to Yuan Shao, Sure Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Because she and GCU secretly intervened, Emperor Yongyao did not know that Yuan Shao had awakened, Baizé Tianji. He suddenly allowed her to attend the banquet. It must not be because he had a change of heart, and wanted her to return to Yunhezuo to revive the Baizé family. Then, there is only one possibility left. The current Emperor Yongyao wants to control the pure-blooded Baizé who awakened, Baizé Tianji. Yuan Shao is weak and cannot awaken, so let's continue her bloodline and change someone else. He really likes to hide in the gutter. The means are still as dirty as ever. Sure Yuan walked towards Yuan Shao, and Ji Qingqi followed her, keeping an eye on her skirt to prevent passers-by from stepping on it. The noble young men surrounding Yuan Shao looked at each other, not knowing whether to leave or stay. Ji Qingyuan didn't even take Krisha Dessen seriously. They didn't have strong strength, nor did they have the fortitude to remain calm when humiliated in person. They really didn't dare to get too close to this young lady. If she was annoyed, being splashed with a glass of red wine would not be a big deal. If the family was implicated, it would be an unprovoked disaster. At that time, Yuan stood in front of Yuan Shao, and the noble young men who had just been talking showed elegant and decent smiles, greeted her respectfully and politely, and tacitly walked away with their glasses. Yuan Shao immediately breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, "Thank you, Qingyuan." She arrived after the banquet started, and didn't know what had happened before. As soon as she arrived, Tang Xixing introduced a bunch of young talents, some of whom studied at Xingyao Military Academy like her, and some had already joined the government and the army. They were all talents carefully cultivated by various families. Their conversations and behaviors were impeccable, and their knowledge was also very broad. They would not make people feel bored when talking, but Yuan Shao felt uncontrollably nauseous when she thought that she would marry one of them soon, and she had no interest in chatting at all. Sure Yuan took the warm water on the waiter's tray and handed it to her. "When did you come? Why didn't you tell me?" Her attitude was very familiar, and her tone was full of concern, as if the person standing in front of her was a close friend, not a book friend, who was not very close to her. Yuan Shao took a sip of the warm water, pursed her lips when she heard her words, and didn't know how to start. She thought about telling Qingyuan about this, but she found it difficult to say it after holding the star snail several times. Seeing Yuan Shao silent and lonely, Sure Yuan guessed her thoughts, smiled, took the water cup from her hand and handed it to Ji Qingqi, and stretched out his hand to her. "Have you ever danced? Do you want to dance with me?" Yuan Shao was stunned, and before she could answer, Sure Yuan took her hand and walked into the dance floor. The girl's white and slender 5 fingers gently hugged her waist, leading her to follow the soothing and melodious music. Suddenly, a cool night breeze blew, and Yuan Zhao's bad mood went away with the wind. She took unskilled dance steps and concentrated on starting the first dance in her life. Others in the dance floor stopped unconsciously, looking at the two people who were out of tune with the banquet in surprise and astonishment. But they seemed not to notice their gazes, and danced freely and comfortably. Tang Xia stood beside Tang Xixing with puffed cheeks, staring at Yuan Shao, who was gradually smiling, and wanted to go over and replace him. Amelia was sitting in a secluded corner of the garden. Seeing this scene, she reached out and poked the upright young officer next to her, muttering, "Vincent, I want to dance too." The young officer who was poked on the outside of his thigh lowered his head and stared at the white finger that did not know how to restrain for 2 seconds. His voice was not loud, but his tone was very rigid. Your Highness, you don't want to. Emilia was annoyed and said firmly, I want to. Major General Vincent was silent for 2 seconds again, and compromised, not now. Emilia was still not very happy, and asked, then when can it be? Major General Vincent said in a serious tone, after returning. Emilia was not satisfied with this answer. She tilted her head slightly, and said something in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Major General Vincent was completely silent, and the roots of his ears hidden under his golden hair were quietly dyed with crimson. No one noticed the interaction in the corner of the banquet. After the dance ended, Shi Yuan led Yun Xiao out of the dance floor. Before they could stand still, Tang Xia rushed to her, holding her hand and said, Qing Yuan, let's dance too. So, Shi Yuan entered the dance floor again. When she led the satisfied Tang Xia out, Feng Shiyuan, Ying Heng, and Qi Xian had already lined up. Shi Yuan, She wanted to refuse, but when she met those pairs of sparkling eyes, she couldn't make up her mind for a while. When GCU handed the crying Ji Qinglian to Adlet and asked them to return to the mansion first, and then to the banquet hall, he saw Chris Hudson eager to take over Qi Xian's position. He snorted in his heart, walked to Ji Qingqi and asked him what happened just now. Ji Qingqi honestly told him about his sister's great achievements, and added, if you want to dance with your sister, you better line up quickly. GCU glanced at him. Ji Qingqi looked calm, as if he didn't know that he had exposed someone's little thoughts. GCU decided not to bother with this piece of wood, and approached him and whispered something. Ji Qingqi looked strange. GCU didn't care whether he heard it or not, and stepped directly into the dance floor, and snatched Shi Yuan from the smiling Qi Xian. Qi Xian was stunned for a moment. Before he could react to what was happening, Ji Qingqi, with a serious look on his face, half grabbed his shoulders, and carried him out of the dance floor. When he stood firm, he saw Ying Heng and Feng Shiyuan laughing beside him. From head to toe, there was no trace of the demeanor that an heir of the totem family should have. Shi Yuan noticed GCU when he returned to the banquet. She thought that the education class should have ended. Then, her eyes blurred and her cheap brother dressed like a white peacock replaced Qi Xian and broke into her field of vision. The palm with a higher temperature than ordinary people's skin was placed on her waist, showing a strong sense of presence. The black hair brushed across her face in the cool night breeze, bringing a slight itch. Shi Yuan looked back at Feng Shiyuan and Ying Heng who were holding Qi Xian on the left and right and laughing at him. He raised his head slightly and said to GCU, Brother, you are becoming more and more rogue. When he first met him, he still looked like a nobleman. His manners were elegant, his words were gentle, and he knew when to advance and retreat. Just a short conversation made people feel good about him. GCU said without blushing, What do you mean by hooligan? Before Ji Qinglian left, he asked me to keep an eye on you, and not let his little sister be taken away by a vicious dog. I saw him crying so miserably, so I had to agree with him reluctantly. It really sounded like what Ji Qinglian said. But he didn't look like he had the heart to say these things before he left. Shi Yuan looked suspicious. GCU suddenly whispered, What is your relationship with Chris Hudson? This question successfully grabbed Shi Yuan's attention. She was a little surprised that GCU would ask this question. Whether it was the time when Shinji was arrested and she came to him with the Black Iris token to pretend to be Black Iris to clear herself of suspicion, or when she and Black Iris teamed up to hunt down Cyrus Garcia on the Crazy Lion Star, GCU had never asked this question. Now that she was suddenly asked, she didn't know how to answer. Making excuses was not an option. The man in front of her was too smart, and could easily hear the loopholes in her words. Telling the truth was even worse. She didn't want to reveal her past to another person. Seeing her silence, GCU chuckled and said, I just asked casually. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. His tone was too tolerant, as if he was not the man who stroked her neck with the back of his fingers in Xingguan City, and said coldly, Don't be curious about me. GCU? You have changed. Chapter 130. After dancing the last dance with GCU, Shi Yuan left the dance floor. Feng Shiyuan and others gathered around, talking to each other, and took her to the rest area, not giving Chris Hudson any chance to get close. Before leaving, Shi Yuan whispered something in Ying Heng's ear, and the latter raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise, then walked towards Tang Shishu, hooked his shoulders, and went to the rest area with laughter and chat. Tang Shishu felt that she had bad intentions, but it was difficult to refuse in public. He has been in a rather contradictory state recently. Ji Qingyuan repeatedly showed her closeness to him, and she must have some ulterior motives, but when he was expecting her to do something, she was still distant, making him feel that she just wanted to stir up a conflict between him and Tang Xixing, rather than really wanting to get involved in the battle for the royal heir. But he didn't want to give up this powerful helper. Ji Qingyuan and Tang Xixing had almost torn their faces after the Lion Mercenary Guild incident. Even if she had no intention of intervening in the royal power struggle, she had to consider the impact of Tang Xixing's rise to power on the Taotai family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tang Xixi felt that he had the opportunity to pull Ji Qingyuan into the same boat. Therefore, in the face of Ji Qingyuan's repeated goodwill, he did not reject it outright. He knew very well that the chips he currently had were not enough to compete with Tang Xixing. If Ji Qingyuan was willing to help him deal with Tang Xixing, the situation would completely turn to him. Tang Xixing, who was standing aside, saw this scene, and his eyes gradually dimmed, but the people who came to talk to him one after another made him have no time to think about it. Sure, Yuan didn't stay at the banquet for long. She didn't really like such occasions, so when Ji Qinqi proposed to leave, she was ready to go with him. When she left, Ji Siyu naturally had no interest in staying here, and Feng Shiyuan and Ying Heng followed closely. So, everyone left in a flash. Tang Xia took the initiative to invite Yin Xiao to her bedroom to play. It was only today that she knew the real purpose of her brother asking Yin Xiao to attend the banquet. She felt mixed emotions, and also felt a sense of grief. She had no power, and was a pure-blooded golden crow with only a 5th level combat power. If one day her brother needed her to marry, would he ignore her wishes? Tang Xia didn't dare or want to think deeply, but the huge stone on her shoulders became heavier and heavier, and she became more and more panicked. She wanted to vent her inner fear, but she knew that unless she changed her current situation and had control over her life, no matter what method she used to vent her emotions, she would not be able to escape the cage of fear. In the end, she chose to bury these emotions deep in her heart. She was no longer the little girl who would do whatever she wanted, and would only ask her brother for help when she encountered difficulties. She could rely on her own strength to solve the obstacles in her future life and become a strong person. Yun Xiao vaguely noticed that Tang Xia was in a bad mood and wanted to ask her what was wrong, but the relationship between the two was only slightly better than that between strangers. After hesitating, she chose to remain silent. In her current situation, it was not suitable for her to interfere in other people's affairs. If she failed, she would not be able to solve the problem, and would even bring trouble to herself. The two of them walked forward silently with their own thoughts. The night was dark, and the road ahead seemed to have no end. After crossing a threshold, street lamps were lit on the wide palace road. Occasionally, the Golden Crow guards patrolled by. As the night deepened, the surroundings were quiet and silent, with only the sound of the two people's heels stepping on the ground. Away from the banquet venue, the woman hiding in the dark showed her figure, blocking Tang Xia and Yun Xiao, bowing slightly and saying, "Your Highness, the banquet is not over yet. You can't take Miss Yun away." She was the person responsible for monitoring Yin Xiao, codenamed Jinjiu, and was also the one who broke into the bathroom to search last time. Tang Xia frowned and asked bluntly, "Yun Xiao is not the protagonist of the banquet? Why can't I take her away? No matter how weak her combat power is, she is also a pampered royal princess, who grew up with no lack of bearing and majesty." At this time, she raised her chin slightly and spoke, showing a little more arrogance and unquestionable. Jinjiu glanced at Yin Xiao, who was hanging his head and not speaking, and was ready to move Tang Xixing out. Unexpectedly, Tang Xia seemed to have guessed her intention in advance, and sneered, "Don't use my brother to pressure me, my brother loves me the most. He will support me in everything I do. Be like Qing Yuan, predict what the other party might do in advance and seize the initiative." She put her brother as a backer, so Jinjiu couldn't use her brother's orders to stop her. If she brought up her mother, it would appear that she was incompetent and making a fuss. If she made a fuss, it would damage her mother's reputation. Jinjiu didn't know that she was being used as a guinea pig by Tang Xia to test her learning results, and she was really blocked by her words for a while. She was good at lurking and monitoring, but she was a complete weakness in reasoning. She could only watch Tang Xia lead Yun Xiao around her, and walk to a brighter place. For the first time, she maintained the dignity of a princess in front of her brother's subordinates. Tang Xia swept away her annoyance, and walked forward with her head held high. That's it. She can do it without relying on others. Qing Yuan said that strong combat power is important, but there are always stronger people in the world, and there will be times when power cannot be exerted. She can't just believe in power, but should master the ability to easily resolve difficulties and obstacles in any situation. For example, now, the fox is using the tiger's power to fight against the force. Although everyone knows that she is a useless vase princess, As long as she is still the beloved sister of the imperial crown prince, no one dares to boss her around, including the people who are watching Yun Xiao. Jinjiu didn't stop her again. Tang Xia quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Suddenly, she found that Yun Xiao was looking at her. She turned her head, and happened to meet her dark and bright eyes. This was the first time that Yun Xiao looked at her with this kind of eyes, with a little surprise and a little inexplicable amazement. Tang Xia suddenly felt a little embarrassed, pinching the hem of her dress and saying, What's wrong? Yun Xiao smiled at her, with curved eyebrows and sincere words, Thank you. She was surprised that Tang Xia would help her. After all, the two had only met a few times, and she was a well-known member of the Crown Prince party, so it was good enough that she didn't add insult to injury. Tang Xia felt even more embarrassed, stammering, No, nothing. It turned out that Yun Xiao was so beautiful when she smiled. This seemed to be the first time she smiled so realistically in front of her. Do you want to have some midnight snack? You were just dancing and chatting at the banquet just now. Tang Xia turned her head awkwardly and talked about something casually, trying to cover up the slightly red ears. Yun Xiao no longer politely refused or indifferently accepted, as she had done before. She thought seriously, I want to eat cake, fruit cake, and the cream should have more sugar. Tang Xia noticed her change in attitude and said happily, Then I asked the small kitchen to make it. Yun Xiao nodded. The two held hands, changed their silence when they came, and walked into the bright palace with laughter and chatter. Can I leave Xiao shouted Tang Xia? Jisiu asked with a frown. Yun Xiao was led by Tang Xixing to meet a lot of young talents as soon as she arrived. Those who were a little more active could basically guess the intentions of the Tongxi royal family, and Jisiu was no exception. Sure Yuan sat in the star shuttle wearing his dress coat, holding his chin with one hand to admire the night view outside the window. Why not? She is very smart. If she hadn't been spoiled, the crown prince would not be on guard against Tang Xixu, but her. She hadn't spent much time with Tang Xia, but it was enough to see that she was a malleable talent, with flexible thinking and strong execution. She would correct her mistakes, and not make excuses for herself. How many people in the world can have these 3 points? Hearing her say this, Jisiu raised his eyebrows slightly. You have a high opinion of her. He knew his sister's vision, which was quite high. When Songshu could only say okay in front of her. Sure Yuan turned around and deliberately said, That's definitely not as good as my brother. Jisiu was not very satisfied with her perfunctory, I'm not Ji Qinglian. Don't use the same tricks to deal with him to deal with me. Sure Yuan understood, fished out the kitten from the spiritual power spring, and handed it to him, giving him benefits as usual. Jisiu was stunned at first, then laughed. He took the kitten holding a half-eaten A-level alien crystal, which was still a little bit unresponsive, and gently poked its soft ears. The kitten was too lazy to pay attention to him. It turned its head with the alien crystal in its arms, facing him with its butt, and ate it with a grunt, making the whole cat shrug, making Jisiu want to flick its round little butt. Sure Yuan saw through his thoughts and warned, Its temper is getting worse. Don't provoke it. I'm not responsible if you get scratched or bitten. After coming out of the illusion, her combat power increased to the extraordinary first level. Although she has not yet recovered her peak combat power, the speed of improvement is far beyond her expectations. The kitten's ferocity also increased. Before coming to Tianyao Star, she went to the blood-forbidden land. This little thing can almost walk sideways in the middle circle. The smart alien plants sense its breath and run faster than rabbits. Jisiu was not afraid of being bitten at all. He gently hooked the kitten's chin. When it raised its sharp claws to attack, he caught the short leg accurately and skillfully, and even moved his face close to it, and rubbed it against its ears. After rubbing, he said, The little guy is very good and won't hurt me. Sure Yuan, It was obviously the kitten that was rubbed by her cheap brother, but she had the illusion that she was rubbed. Looking at the kitten again, it looked confused by the rubbing. It didn't eat the alien crystal anymore. Its body tilted slightly, and its short tail was tense. Ji Qi, who insisted not to ride a star shuttle with them, stretched out very comfortably. It's still happier to be alone. Late at night, Cinnamon Manor. Amelia glanced at the distraught Chris, not disguising the gloating in her eyes. I finally understand why Hyacinth would rather suffer with Cyrus Garcia than be your Duchess. Chris's sharp eyes immediately flew over like a knife. If eyes could kill, Amelia should have been torn into pieces by him in this short second. Amelia seemed not to notice his dangerous gaze, and stretched out her fingers to count them one by one. Garcia is prettier than you, and has a childhood friendship with Hyacinthus. Although he is a lunatic, he will act like a spoiled child in front of Hyacinthus, and pretend to be pitiful. What else can you do besides being stupid? Major General Vincent, who acted as a wooden man, Butler Leo, who came out to greet the master, After Amelia laughed at Chris, she did not intend to stay to bear the anger, and said to Major General Vincent, "Dear, let's go. Don't stay in the same space with such an idiot for too long, you will become stupid." Butler Leo, He silently reduced his presence. Major General Vincent pretended not to hear anything, and pushed the wheelchair away quickly. Chris, who stayed where he was, had a completely dark face, and his fist hanging at his side was clenched by him. Amelia returned to the room refreshed, holding Major General Vincent's wrist, with the other hand open, posing as if she needed to be carried by a princess, and said in a light tone, "Vincent, I'm tired, carry me to take a bath." The 5 fingers holding the wrist were soft and feminine. Major General Vincent's body was slightly stiff, and he said rigidly, "Your Highness, I go call the maid." He was about to turn around, but Amelia hugged his waist without warning, saying in a coquettish tone, "I don't want it. I want you to help me." Before he finished speaking, Vincent suddenly raised his hand to hug her shoulders, quickly took a step forward to protect her behind him, his sharp eyes pierced the windowsill, and the terrifying pressure swept forward. There was only a loud whistle. A slender figure appeared in the sight of the two through the flying curtains. She half leaned on the windowsill, bathing in the moonlight falling from the sky, and chuckled, "Am I here at the wrong time?" Before she finished speaking, a finger-sized blue whale swam out from behind the curtain, swam in front of Amelia with its tail swinging, and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Chapter 131. The familiar voice made Amelia's eyes light up slightly. She immediately let go of Vincent, and said in a surprised tone, 11. She stood up with the help of the wheelchair. Because she moved too fast, her steps were not stable when she walked forward. Vincent frowned slightly, immediately raised his hand to protect her waist, and couldn't help but remind her, "Your Highness, be careful." Amelia completely lost the nagging feeling she had just had towards him, and slapped his hand away. "I am weak, not a cripple, and it is still no problem to walk a few steps." It was as if she was not the one who was asking for someone to hold her not long ago. Vincent pursed his lips, slightly bit his fingertips, and took his hand back, but his eyes still followed Amelia. Amelia didn't pay attention to him at this moment. She walked towards the windowsill with a little worry in her tone. "Why are you here now? There are spies everywhere nearby. It's very dangerous here. Chris Hudson's presence as a representative of the delegation is already eye-catching enough. In addition, Amelia is the crown prince, and her weight is not too small. All forces are focused here. Once there is any disturbance, it will be heard by Emperor Yongyao in the first place. It is not a wise move for 11 to come here at this time." As soon as this thought came up, Amelia found something wrong. There is a shadow on the windowsill, but no one, and no breath can be detected. Looking carefully, there is a piece of blue S-level alienation crystal lying on the ground, with a faint light on the surface, which is not much different from the fluorite used for lighting. But as Amelia approached, a series of ring-shaped star patterns slowly floated up like waves under the deep sea, floating above the alienation crystal, flashing rhythmically, casting a slender figure. It was quite similar to the projection of the optical brain, but there was no specific image. If the alienated crystal had not actively spread the star power fluctuations, Amelia would hardly have noticed its existence. Is this a star array? She had never seen this type of star array before, and she reached out and gently touched the star power ripples that spread upward. The star power density was exactly the same as in the air, and it was difficult for mental power to accurately identify it. No wonder even Chris didn't notice that an S-level alienated crystal had sneaked into the cinnamon manor. The reason why Vincent could find something wrong was because his mimicry had a very strong detection ability. The blue whale that had just swam in front of Amelia swam back with its tail, circling around the alienated crystal, and Shadow lowered his hand and flicked its erected fins. Amelia blinked, then pouted and muttered, "I thought, you are so cautious, how could you do such a risky thing?" Hearing her words, the shadow hand let go of the blue whale and flicked her forehead with his fingers. It was gentle, like a breeze blowing across her face, not painful at all. It was the intimacy of a long-lost reunion. Sure Yuan saw her covering her forehead with a dazed look, and chuckled, "Why are you here?" Her tone was too familiar, and the natural and intimate movements made Vincent look sideways. Amelia wanted to hold the shadow hand, but touched nothing. She sighed with regret, and retreated to the next best thing. She half squatted down and poked the alienated crystal, and said slowly, "I came here when I wanted to. Why do I need a reason?" She has always been a person who does what she wants. When she is in the mood, she goes wherever she wants and does whatever she wants. No one can stop her. Some people in the Winston Empire criticized her for not having the vision and bearing of a crown prince, being vulgar and arrogant, and not being worthy of being the crown prince of the empire. This is good, it stirred up a hornet's nest. Amelia simply quit, and submitted her resignation to the Imperial Congress, wanting to step down as the crown prince of the empire. At that time, Chris had not yet become the Duke of Iris, and Amelia was still a puppet controlled by the old Duke. She wanted to quit, and the Iris family was the first to disagree. Her resignation was returned, and the forces attacking Amelia were dealt with by the Iris family and the Holy Angel family. The Holy Angel family intervened in this matter because the Duchess of Iris, Amelia's biological mother, and the Duke of Holy Angel had a close relationship with each other since childhood. Amelia's smooth return to the imperial palace to become the crown prince was due to the Duchess. In recent years, Amelia has used this relationship to not only secure the position of crown prince, but also to turn the tables, support her own forces to take power, and establish new cooperative relations with the Iris family and the Holy Angel family. She holds great power, and can ignore the words of Emperor Winston if she doesn't like them. Tang Shishing, who needs to worry about whether Emperor Yongyao will reuse other brothers and sisters, can't compare with her at all. It is precisely because of this that she suddenly came to the Yongyao Empire, which made many people wonder in their hearts, thinking about her purpose, fearing that she would cause trouble or die here. Sure Yuan saw that she didn't intend to answer directly, and didn't continue to ask, but turned his eyes to Vincent. Amelia immediately understood what she meant, and said bluntly, "Vincent, you go out first." Vincent frowned, hesitated for 2 seconds, and chose to obey her order. Since he became the captain of His Highness's personal guard, His Highness has never avoided him, no matter what he talks about. This is the first time he has been treated coldly. Hyacinth. Is she so important? Vincent looked out from the window of the corridor. The clouds blocked the crescent moon in the sky, and the night darkened, hiding all the twists and turns. Tianyoxing, in a remote and dark narrow alley somewhere, crisp footsteps came from far away, and the man sitting under the dim street light with his legs propped up turned his head. He wore a pair of thin black silk gloves, a cigarette in his left hand, and his right elbow rested on his knee, with an unruly posture. Behind the curling smoke, there was an ordinary face without any characteristics. The footsteps stopped, and the person stood at the corner of the alley, revealing only a pair of leather boots stained with a little blood. "Are you looking for me?" A hoarse voice like sawing wood sounded, cutting on people's eardrums, causing strong discomfort, and making it difficult to tell whether the person coming was a man or a woman. The man sniffed the faint smell of blood brought by the night wind, and asked instead, "Rose 13? As soon as the voice fell, a blood-red blade stabbed the man's eyeball fiercely. At the critical moment, 2 fingers clamped the thin blade of star power, and a wisp of red flame soared into the air, burning it up with a casual touch. The strength he showed made the people hiding in the shadows narrow their eyes slightly. As if he had never noticed the danger in the dark, the man flicked his cigarette butt and said casually, "Why are you so angry? Aren't you Rose 13? It was obviously him who asked the question, but he suddenly realized it in the next second. "It's my fault. I forgot for a moment that Rose 13 had died when she defected from Blood Rose. How could there be any Rose 13 now?" Silence, a silence so cold that it makes one's heart palpitate. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse voice sounded again, "What do you want me to do?" The man smiled with satisfaction, took out a large box from the space ring, and slapped it on the ground. The box opened with a sound, revealing the SS-level alienation crystals that were almost overflowing. These crystals reflected colorful glimmers under the dim street lights, which were beautiful. "I want you to kill someone. This is a deposit. After the matter is completed, the balance will be twice this." Even though Rose 13 had seen a lot of good things, she held her breath slightly when she saw these alienation crystals. He did not agree immediately but asked, "Who?" The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. Didn't the black market say that Rose 13 only recognized alienation crystals and did not choose tasks? He was answered by another silence. The man had no choice but to shrug and slowly utter 3 words, "Ji Qing Yuan." Click. The box containing the alienated crystal closed, and the next second it appeared in the hands of Rose 13, the breath in the darkness disappeared, and only 2 words blown away by the wind remained in the air. "Okay." The next day, when Shi Yuan got up to eat breakfast, only Ji Siyu and Ji Qiqi were sitting at the table, and Ji Qinglian, who was always the first to come to breakfast, was nowhere to be seen. The 2 were calm and composed, and did not react much to Ji Qinglian's absence, nor did they intend to comfort his severely injured heart. How ruthless! In order not to appear out of place, Sure Yuan kept silent, and quietly enjoyed the delicious breakfast made by Adlet. When breakfast was halfway through, crisp footsteps came from the direction of the stairs. The three of them turned their heads at the same time, and saw Ji Qinglian, who was dressed neatly, coming down from upstairs. His expression looked no different from usual, as if nothing had happened yesterday. Sure Yuan blinked. His cheap brother's military training was quite effective. He looked much more mature than before. She pulled out the chair next to her, and said in a brisk tone, "Third brother, good morning." Ji Qinglian was still a little distracted, but when he heard her voice, he immediately collected his mind and said with a smile, "Good morning." His reaction shocked Ji Qingqi. He looked at him repeatedly, as if he wanted to confirm whether he had been hit too hard and had become mentally confused. Ji Qinglian noticed his gaze, and looked back without dodging or avoiding. His frank appearance made Ji Qingqi suspect that what happened at the banquet yesterday was just a dream. Adlet brought breakfast over with a kind smile. "Master Qinglian, good morning." He is always like this, no matter what happens. He can greet the little masters with the best spirit. Ji Qinglian also greeted him. "Good morning, Adlet." Ji Siu put down the empty cup and asked him, "Are you going to the meeting today?" Ji Qinglian glanced at him and asked back, "Why not?" He originally came to listen to the peace talks between the two countries, and there is no reason for him to become a turtle because of Chris Hudson. Ji Siu laughed. "That's good." Ji Qinglian knew what he was laughing at, picked up the steamed bun and took a bite, without responding. Just at this moment, Sure Yuan's star conch sounded, and it was Yun Xiao who resonated with her title sound. She put the star snail to her ear and asked softly, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Yun Xiao's nervous voice came, "Qing Yuan, you have to." Before she finished speaking, Sure Yuan guessed what she was going to say and interrupted, "I know, don't worry." She changed the subject. "Pay more attention to your own safety, and stay with Xiaoya when you are free." Yun Xiao, who woke up from a nightmare, heard her gentle tone and unconsciously relaxed her mind, but was afraid that she could not understand what she meant, so she wanted to use more straightforward language to remind her of the upcoming danger. Sure Yuan interrupted her again. "I know everything, I will be fine, you protect yourself." Yun Xiao pinched the corner of the quilt tightly, and finally hummed softly, without mentioning what was about to happen. Chapter 132. The main content of the post-war peace talks was that the Yongnao Empire required the Winston Empire to pay enough compensation before it was willing to withdraw its troops from the Rose Seat. The specific question was how much compensation. Sure Yuan had read many files of the peace talks, and had a relatively detailed understanding of the process. After entering the venue, he obediently played the role of a bystander, and did not express any opinions throughout the whole process. The heirs of other totem families also lost their usual energy for joking and playing. They put on a serious attitude and pretended to listen to the meeting seriously. At the meeting, the officials in charge of diplomacy of the two countries spitted and cursed at each other, firmly safeguarding their own interests, just like a vegetable market. This vegetable market quarrel-style peace talks lasted for a total of 5 days. When the final treaty was signed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The meeting ended just at sunset. Ing Hung suggested that everyone go to the hot spring together to wash away the fatigue of the past few days, which was strongly agreed by Feng Shiyuan. These two like-minded guys always make the painting style relaxed and happy when they get together. Therefore, Ing Hung was responsible for encouraging Feng Nancheng and others to participate in the hot spring activity, while Feng Shiyuan put her arm around Sure Yuan's shoulders and wanted to take a hot spring bath with her. Seeing that she was going, Shi Huan naturally wanted to go too. In recent days, he had been in control of the body, and Qi Xian did not appear. He was not as depressed as before. Facing Yushiza's occasional provocations, he could not completely ignore them, but he rarely fought with him. He had made great progress. I don't know if it was related to Qi Xian's appearance. Qi Huan went, and Yushiza, who originally didn't want to go, had to follow him. Ing Yu, who was forcibly dragged over by Ing Hung to listen to the meeting, expressed strong speechlessness about this, and did not quite understand his mentality. Ever since the Sea Beast Tide Points competition, Yushiza has paid special attention to Qi Huan's every move, and has told him several times that Qi Huan is not right, and there must be a secret hidden. Ing Yu is not sure where he got the conclusion from, but Qi Huan has indeed changed a lot, and it began to change after Ji Qingyuan appeared. It is hard not to wonder if she did something behind the scenes. Then, Yushiza dragged Ing Yu away again. Putting aside their series of right and wrong relationships, Ing Hung also successfully encouraged Feng Nancheng and others. Although Feng Nancheng is a little arrogant, he is very sociable in many things. This time is the same. Ing Hung didn't say much, and he agreed. Tang Shishu has a good relationship with Ing Hung, and was persuaded by him in a few words to join the ranks of hot springs. Seeing that they were all going, Tang Shishing swallowed the words of refusal that were already on his lips. Ing Hung also invited Tang Shijin, but the latter needed to report the specific matters of the peace talks to Emperor Yongyao, and declined the hot spring trip. Feng Shiyuan wanted to call GCU over, but he didn't know what he was doing. The sound of the tide sounded for a long time, but no one answered, and the light brain couldn't contact anyone. Sure Yuan felt a little strange. GCU didn't come to the restaurant for breakfast this morning. Adlet said that he went out before dawn, and it seemed that there was something important, and he would return to the mansion in the afternoon. It was dusk now. According to Adlet, he should have stayed in the mansion by now, enjoying his leisure time leisurely, so he shouldn't be out of contact. Is he taking a rest? Sure Yuan didn't dwell on this matter for too long. GCU was not a servant she hired. He needed to be available at any time. It was normal that he couldn't be contacted for a while. Feng Shiyuan didn't care much, just muttered, "What is this guy doing now?" Obviously, in her opinion, it was normal not to be able to contact GCU. Sure Yuan took out the star snail and sent a message to Tang Xia and Yun Xiao, asking them if they wanted to take a hot spring bath together. Unfortunately, the two were at Queen Yongyao's place at the moment and couldn't come. After saying goodbye to Tang Shijin, a group of people went to the famous hot spring villa on Tianyao Star. The location was recommended by Tang Shishu. Tianyao Star has a warm climate, many dormant active volcanoes, and a hot spring industry is prevalent. The hot spring villa that Shuri Yuan and others came to is the most famous one. In addition to hot springs, there are many entertainment projects, including but not limited to educational leisure playgrounds, open-air mimicry battlefields, and alienated biological arenas. There are many choices. Everyone unanimously decided to take a hot spring bath first, and then go to various leisure and entertainment areas. When taking a hot spring bath, Ing Hung consulted everyone's opinions and chose a duplex hot spring pool separated by a rockery. Sure Yuan and Feng Shiyuan occupied a whole large hot spring pool, and Tang Shishing, Ji Qinglian, and others shared another hot spring pool. With Ing Hung, the atmosphere is absolutely impossible to be dull. Even if everyone is competing openly and secretly and dislikes each other, they all maintain the dignity that the heirs of the totem family should have at this moment, and talk about topics that have nothing to do with the family and position, including Ji Qinglian, who has always been impulsive. Everyone was talking at once, and Ing Hang's laughter could be heard from time to time. Sure Yuan was soaking in the hot spring pool, squinting her eyes comfortably, her body becoming lazy. If there was a big bed next to her, she would probably not be able to resist throwing herself on it and falling asleep. Feng Shiyuan couldn't help laughing when she saw her like this. "What did you do last night? Why do you look like you didn't get enough sleep? This hot spring is really comfortable to soak in, and it feels like all the muscles and bones are soft." Sure Yuan hummed and replied, "I didn't do anything, I just saw a few gossip posts on the Shanghai forum and accidentally stayed up half the night." Feng Shiyuan was very surprised. "You also stayed up late to read gossip posts?" In her impression, her sister is well-behaved, smart and quite studious. The places she frequents are the library, and the training ground, and the blood-forbidden land, and she rarely goes out for entertainment. Sure Yuan smiled at her. "I'm not a nerd or a training fanatic, of course I will read it." And she has read a lot. Every day she would take some time to go to the Shanghai forum to pay attention to what is happening in various countries and regions. If she sees information with potential value, she will ask Qi Qian to verify it to deal with changes that may come at any time and avoid being in a passive state. Feng Shiyuan held her face, her eyes sparkling, as if she had found an ally, and asked curiously, "What gossip do you read?" Sure Yuan was about to speak, when the tray floating on the hot spring suddenly heard the sound of the tide. Her star conch rang. Feng Shiyuan stopped talking. Sure Yuan picked up the star conch, and when she saw the note of the sound of the tide, she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Little black cat." This is her note to Shinji. Shinji should be attending classes at Xingyou Military Academy on schedule now. When he is free, he is probably helping Wen Soshu deal with the affairs of the Chamber of Commerce. Why would he suddenly send her the sound of the tide? And after that guy was rescued by her from Cyrus Garcia, every time he saw her, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, so timid that he never contacted her actively. It is estimated that Cyrus said something he shouldn't have said after taking him away, which scared people a lot. Could it be that Qi Lang is causing trouble again? When she was confused, Sure Yuan put the star snail to her ear. The expected hesitant words did not come out, but a panicking silence replaced them. Sure Yuan frowned slightly and asked tentatively, "Shinji? Why don't you speak? The silence did not disappear until a few long seconds later, when a short and strange laugh sounded in her ears. It was like a ghost that could only be active in the dark world suddenly found a channel to connect to the real world, and couldn't wait to follow this tidal sound to drill into her brain and control her body. Sure, Yuan narrowed her eyes. Who are you? The familiar process reminded her of a not-so-nice thing that happened before. The hoarse and strange voice finally responded, Miss G, your little black cat is here with me. If you don't want to see his body, go to Xingyu Sun Wheel by yourself with 10,000 SS-level alien crystals before midnight. After the short sentence, the star snail was filled with waves, and the sound of the tide belonging to Shinji disappeared in the waves. Sure, Yuan slowly tightened the star snail. Feng Shiyuan noticed something was wrong when she heard her ask who was on the other end of the star snail, and couldn't help asking, What's wrong? Did something happen to Shinji? She knew Shinji, who often followed Sure Yuan, was taciturn and had a weak presence. Sure Yuan shook his head. It's just a small matter, it won't interfere. She put the star snail back on the tray, and continued to soak in the hot spring. Seeing that her expression was no different from usual, and she was unwilling to say more, Feng Shiyuan did not ask any further questions. Instead, she continued to chat with her about gossip, and shared with her the forums where she often visited. Because of the arrival of the Winston Empire delegation, the public's attention has been focused on Chris Hudson and Amelia Reinhardt, and many posts related to the two have appeared on major forums. Compared to Chris, who can be criticized for basically nothing except his radical means of seizing power, Amelia can be gossiped about more than 10 fingers can count. For example, why is the Crown Prince so weak that he can't stand when he obviously has the top totem mimicry? For example, her intimate behavior with her captain of the guards. Do they have a relationship beyond ordinary superiors and subordinates? Or is her engagement with Laird Weissman, the only heir of the Griffin family, a political marriage or a mutual affection? It is also said that the relationship between the holy totem families of the Winston Empire is chaotic. If the totem bloodline is not exclusive, and can only awaken a single totem mimicry, I am afraid that there is no pure-blooded heir in the holy totem family, and all are mixed blood. The Yongyao Empire is different. The 7 totem families are forbidden to intermarry. Only the side branches whose blood is too thin to awaken the totem mimicry can intermarry. Sure Yuan patiently listened to Feng Shiyuan's words, and occasionally echoed a few words. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, Ing Hung raised his voice and said, Feng Shiyuan, Sister Qingyuan, how is your soaking? We are going to take a look at the mimicry battlefield. Feng Shiyuan gave Sure Yuan an inquiring look, and the latter shook his head. You go, I go back to my room to rest for a while. She looked drowsy when she was soaking in the hot spring, just now, which was obviously due to lack of sleep. Feng Shiyuan said with concern, Then you should have a good sleep. I go see if there is anything delicious and bring you some back. Sure Yuan smiled and said yes. So, everyone changed their clothes and met each other. Seeing that she was not going, Ji Qinglian did not want to go either. Sure Yuan did not agree and pushed him out. I am not made of ice. If you don't see me for a while, I will melt away. At the end, she shook the star snail in her hand, indicating that she had sent him a message and asked him to check it later. Ji Qinglian saw that she really did not seem to be in trouble, so she reluctantly followed the group to leave. Watching them go away, Sure Yuan could still hear Yushiza teasing Ji Qinglian whether she wanted her to become a mimic and get into his pocket and take it away. Ji Qinglian mocked him rudely for not having a sister and not understanding the psychology of being a brother. This was just a joke during the quarrel. According to Yushiza's personality, he would definitely laugh back, but somehow, he suddenly became silent, and after a few seconds, he said that he was not feeling well and turned back to the room. The others were bewildered. Even Ji Qinglian was confused, not knowing where he had touched his sore spot. Ingyu, who always liked to be invisible, said, Nothing, you guys go play, I go back to see him. Feng Nancheng seemed to know something, shrugged and said, Yushize has no sister, but he has an older sister. Because she is an ordinary person who cannot awaken the mimicry, she is not recognized by Marshal Yu Lao, and she has not been taken back to the Yuqiong seat. He probably thought of this. Yushize's father gave up his identity as the heir of the Qilin family for an ordinary person who could not awaken the mimicry, and married that woman under an assumed name. In the end, he died in the alien beast tied to protect them. This was not a secret among the totem family. Everyone had heard about it. After hearing what he said, everyone remembered this. Ji Qinglian pursed her lips slightly, regretting what she had said just now. Ing Hung saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, hooked his neck and said, Okay, it's not a big deal. With Ingyu, Yushize will soon be alive and kicking. Don't mention this in front of him next time. Let's go. Don't stand here and be a door god for others. Feng Nancheng turned on the optical computer and looked at the guide given by the hot spring villa, pointing to the simulated battlefield and said, "We can just go there to watch the finals now." Tang Shishu knew a lot about this, leaving aside the unpleasant topic and talking about the simulated battlefield. Shi Yuan returned to the room, resonated with Wen Songshu's title sound, and asked directly, "What is Shenji doing now?" Although she felt that Shenji had been caught with a probability of more than 99%, things that needed to be confirmed still needed to be confirmed, lest someone really took this as a loophole and wanted to get something for nothing to lure her into a trap. When Songshu was processing documents, when she asked him this, he said, should he be in the training ground? He usually. Before he finished speaking, he realized something was wrong. Shi Yuan asked them to keep their star comp open at all times. If they couldn't receive the sound of the tide immediately, they needed to tell them in advance. If she wanted to know Shenji's location, she could just resonate with the sound of the tide. There was no need to ask him. When Songshu said reflexively, "What happened to Shenji?" Shi Yuan was not surprised by his reaction speed. He sighed and said, "It's likely that he was arrested again." When Songshu, he didn't understand his boss's enemies very well. Why did they arrest Shenji to threaten her? Did the little black cat look like the boss's husband? Or was it that after the incident with Cyrus Garcia, a certain road that he had never been involved in had spread, and arresting Shenji would definitely threaten Ji Qingyuan? He said cautiously, "Last time again?" Shi Yuan looked at the time. "It shouldn't be him, but he must be coming for me. Check the place where Shenji appeared last time as soon as possible." This time she couldn't be sure who caught Shenji. When Songshu immediately responded and added, "Do you need me to do anything?" "No, if he was really caught, he should have arrived at Tianao Star by now, and you can't make it." Cutting off the sound of the tide, Shi Yuan contacted Qi Qian and asked him to check the surveillance and specific topographic map near Xingyu Sun Wheel. Xingyu Sun Wheel is the largest star power energy base on Tianao Star. The terrain is complex and the guards are strict. It is not easy to get in. Moreover, it takes a full hour to take the star shuttle from the hot spring villa. Now there are less than 2 hours left until midnight. She can't get 10,000 SS level alien crystals in such a short time. Obviously, the purpose of the kidnappers of Shenji is not the alien crystals, but her. Could this be the danger Yun Xiao had predicted? While changing clothes, Shi Yuan sent a tidal voice to Adlet, asking him where GCU was, but the answer he got was that he hadn't come back yet, and even Ji Qinqi had gone out. What a coincidence! The two helpers she was most likely to find couldn't be contacted at this moment. While thinking, a crisp crackling sound suddenly rang in her ears, and Shi Yuan's vision fell into darkness. The lights went out. Chapter 133. In the darkness, the senses become more acute. When the vision was occupied by the thick ink color, Shi Yuan heard her own breathing, and the slow beating of her heart in her chest. The hot spring villa was engulfed by the night, and tourists outside the window exclaimed because of the sudden loss of light. In the corridor, outside the house, the treading sound of heels on the ground came from far away, in unison, with the same rhythm, and it was almost impossible to tell which direction they were approaching from. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, salty, pungent, and nauseating. Shi Yuan narrowed her eyes slightly, and had guessed that the other party gave a specific time and place for her to rescue Shenji, which was false, and asked her to leave the large group and act alone, waiting for an opportunity to attack her. Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, diverting the target's attention, and taking precautions are very professional assassination methods, exactly the same as the method used by Blood Rose to assassinate Tang Shiza, the former crown prince of Yongnao Empire. Is he an acquaintance? Shi Yuan smiled with interest. In a flash, the glass window shattered, a ray of cold blood quietly devoured the darkness, and a line of cold light was wiped out in the air, carrying a cruel and bloodthirsty breath like a net. Time was stretched to the extreme at this moment. Everything seemed to be stagnant, the harsh sound of the wind, the explosion of the air being shattered by the sharp blade, the dripping sound of blood falling to the ground. When all the sounds gathered together, the vast sea gathered in an instant, and the sharp blood cone was only a millimeter away from Shi Yuan's temple, but the sound of the sharp weapon breaking through the flesh and piercing the skull did not sound. Shi Yuan, who was standing by the bed, was like a broken water mirror. His whole body was shattered, and he disappeared immediately. It was a phantom. The blood cone failed to hit the target, and in the blink of an eye it was deeply embedded in the wall, leaving a tiny hole, from which sticky blood oozed, reflecting a strange smiling mask right in front of it, found a flaw. In an instant, Countless short blades of star power emerged like stars in the sky, piercing the strange smiling face at lightning speed. The white light was like a rainbow, illuminating the house engulfed by darkness, leaving the figure hidden in the silent place nowhere to hide. Unexpectedly, the smiling mask did not dodge or avoid, and the corners of its mouth slowly rose, like a living thing, making a creepy low laugh. In a moment, the short blade came close, but failed to pierce it into a hedgehog. Instead, it was like piercing a thick water shield, blocked by invisible ripples, and could not move forward. Layers of blood spread outward. Blood stains climbed onto the short blade of star power. The red engulfed the pure white, and the short blade melted inch by inch, revealing Shuri Yuan's slender and graceful figure. She stood in front of the reflective full-length mirror, wearing only a thin, close-fitting combat uniform, with her bare feet on the ground, reflecting the white jade against the tiles, and her silver-gray long hair, slightly dampened by the hot spring, fell down, covering her smooth and round shoulders. A height of 1.71 meters is not short for a woman, but the tall full-length mirror stretched her shadow backwards, making people feel that she is weak and vulnerable. The pure-blooded little Tao Tai of the Tianduji family has awakened to mimicry for less than a year. Even if she can communicate with the Tao Tai totem, the power she can use is limited. The only trouble is the totem blessing on her body. But the totem blessing is not unbreakable. The bloody smell in the air began to gather bit by bit, forming wisps of thin blood. The blood splattered like red plum blossoms blooming in the snow, suddenly expanding into a dangerous cage, freezing the space. Blood cones flew out from the blood plum, trying to give the prisoner a taste of his own medicine, piercing the prisoner in the cage like a hedgehog. But Shuri Yuan, standing in the blood-colored cage, was not afraid of the blood cones that almost filled the entire room, and even smiled at the killer hidden in the dark. Innocent, harmless, as if she was not facing a ghost who wanted her life, but a knight who came to welcome her to the throne. For no reason, the smiling mask produced an indescribable palpitation, and the fear and powerlessness of being dominated by someone emerged uncontrollably in her mind. Impossible. It can't be her. The divergence of thoughts only took a moment, and the blood cones in the sky had already forced their way to Shuri Yuan's eyes. The familiar scene reappeared. The blood cone failed to complete the mission given to it by its owner, and melted inch by inch in the air until only a drop of bright red blood fell on the tile. The sound of dripping water continued to sound. The ground was covered with bright red, and the emerald green vines sprouted out. The thorny roots grew greedily, and the branches at the top of the branches spit out buds, blooming into bright and dazzling roses. The roses swayed without wind, emitting bursts of fragrance. The pure white kitten poked its head out from the flowers, holding a blood cone in its mouth that had not yet melted. It rolled its tongue and bit the blood cone into its mouth, chewed it twice, and swallowed it into its stomach, and the small shadow it fell on the ground quickly expanded. The person hiding behind the smiling mask saw this situation, and his pupils dilated sharply. At this moment, a sharp bone claw stretched out from the full-body mirror behind Shuri Yuan, and attacked her back without hesitation, trying to pierce her heart and crush her heart while she was not prepared. At the critical moment, the fierce beast Tao Tai swung its rough long tail, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit the white bone hand fiercely. Before the attack was over, a shadow emerged from the darkness, exhaled a breath of cold air close to Shuri Yuan's face, and smashed the sharp shadow blade into her chest. Blood spurted out and splashed on the shadow, but it was not as warm as fresh blood, but like the coldest snow water in winter. A light laugh sounded in the darkness, and the figure whose chest was pierced by the shadow blade disappeared. Shuri Yuan stood intact in the rose bushes, and said softly, "Why is the speed so slow?" The shadow turned around suddenly, and the blood red on his body gave off a faint fragrance, exactly the same as the rose fragrance in the air. He stared at the girl not far away coldly, and his white pupils turned strangely. The next second, several shadows rose from the ground. They held short daggers in their hands, like the god of death descending in the dark night, and did not hesitate to punish the ants who provoked him. The moment the shadow approached, the greedy holy scythe turned a cold arc in the air. The short weapon and the giant sickle met, and the black and white formed a strong contrast. The breath of Tao Tai crossed the cold sky, eroding the space swallowed by darkness inch by inch. In a flash, there were dozens of back and forth fights. With such a high frequency of fighting, outsiders could not intervene at all. The smiling mask finally suppressed the surging waves in his heart, and looked at the fierce beast Tao Tai, who was fighting with the white skeleton, but was not at all inferior. Ignoring the level suppression of the two great realms, absolute speed, powerful and irresistible power, and fierce and surging breath. It was definitely a pure-blooded Tao Tai. But the blood-red roses blooming all over the ground clearly told him that Ji Qingyuan was not only a pure-blooded Taotai, she had a close relationship with the blood roses. No wonder even the Black Goat family could not find out her life experience in the past 18 years. It turned out that she was a sequence rose who walked out of the rose training camp. Who is it? A slender figure appeared in the Smiley Mask's mind. No! The height and figure are completely different. No matter how much a person disguises himself, it is impossible to keep a false figure all the time. Who is it? Which sequence rose is it? Could it be the newcomer who appeared after he defected from the blood rose? What are you daydreaming about? Bai Cancan's eyes met the Smiley Mask, and the thin shadow was only a millimeter away from him. These eyes can't see, but they have a sharpness that makes people tremble. The Smiley Mask suddenly came back to his senses, suppressed his fluctuating emotions, and quickly calmed down. Looking at the girl who was fighting with the shadow in close combat and was not at a disadvantage, and even had ease, he slowly narrowed his eyes. The next second, Smiley Mask pulled out the narrow knife from his waist, appeared behind Shi Yuan without warning, and chopped down hard on her head. The expected totem blessing did not appear, and the greedy scythe hooked back and accurately blocked the attack of Smiley Mask. The verdant vines rolled up and stabbed Smiley Mask's heart. What a fast reaction speed! This is definitely not the strength of an ordinary sequence rose. It's a double sequence rose. Smiley Mask failed to succeed, and the alarm bells in his heart rang loudly. He no longer dared to regard the totem blessing as the only trump card of the little glutton in front of him. He disappeared again, and the narrow knife chopped Shi Yuan across the waist, and said at the same time, right waist. This attack was still resolved by the greedy scythe. Left shoulder. Smiley Mask spoke again. The narrow knife swung toward Shi Yuan's left shoulder. She dodged sideways, and the gluttonous sickle stabbed at Smiley Mask's heart from bottom to top. The attack missed. The Smiling Mask raised his eyebrows slightly, guessing that the little glutton in front of him was not an ordinary person. He knew that his purpose of deliberately reminding him was not pure, and he did not want to fall into his attack rhythm. But in such a high-intensity battle, almost no one can remain absolutely calm. At least among his past assassination targets, no one has ever ignored his verbal interference. Even if they struggled, they were still killed by his knife in the end. The Smiling Mask curled his lips and reminded again, left calf. This time it's the back. Now it's the right shoulder. Every time, his attack was blocked by Shi Yuan, and the speed of the two fighting became faster and faster. Back? The Smiling Mask reminded. But this time his narrow knife did not attack according to the reminder, but moved up 1 foot and stabbed Shi Yuan's neck lightly. Puff! The sharp blade penetrated the flesh and splashed bright red blood. The Smiling Mask's pupils shrank, and he looked at the white bone hand that pierced through his heart in disbelief. The girl who should have been beheaded by him stepped over his shoulder barefoot and landed on the ferocious beast Taotai, who turned around. She tilted her head slightly, sat sideways on the back of the beast, half covered her lips, and let out a surprised cry. The two looked at each other, and the girl blinked. Although she was smiling, her tone was contemptuous and mocking. Rose 13, I haven't seen you for many years. How come you haven't made any progress at all? She accurately called out the code name of the Smiling Mask in the blood rose. And not only Rose 13, but also the Shadow, who was about to take action, and the White Skeleton, who was accidentally injured by him, stopped their actions at the same time. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice their changes, and stroked the hair on the neck of the beast Taotai from time to time, and said slowly, I remember that I seem to have taught you before, when facing an opponent who might be familiar with you, don't use any moves that he might be familiar with or know. The corners of the mouth on Rose 13's mask were strangely raised and pulled into a straight line. He looked at the girl not far away in horror. Even though she was saying mocking words, her face was full of innocence. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice his sight, and leisurely brushed the cold blade of the greedy holy scythe. Is this the move I taught you when you first entered the training camp? I use this thing to train novices, and you use it to assassinate the pure-blooded Taotai with a 3S level bounty on the black market? At the end, she actually laughed out loud. Suddenly, she stopped laughing. Her eyes were as cold as a guillotine, and she gave a comment that made Rose 13's eyes split. Waste. The two cold and ruthless words were like a sharp chisel, hard into Rose 13's brain, hurting him so much that he almost lost the ability to think, and said reflexively, Instructor. He wanted to refute, but the severe pain from his heart at this time clearly and deeply reminded him how clumsy his offensive was. He had no power to refute. She knew that his heart was not on the left, but on the right, otherwise the blow from Bai Gu would definitely kill him on the spot. This oppressive feeling that even his life and death could be easily controlled made Rose 13 suddenly return to that endless rainy night. He was trampled in the quagmire of the Rose training camp, and the slender figure above his head was like a towering and insurmountable mountain. Her tone was cold and ruthless, and in front of everyone, she gave him an assessment: waste. It has been 3 years since he defected from Blood Rose. Every time he stepped on his assassination target, Rose 13 would hear these 2 words in his ears. The bounties he received in the black market were getting higher and higher, and the people who died in his hands were getting stronger and stronger, but he could never escape the shadow brought by these 2 words. He dreamed of standing in front of Rose 11, proudly announcing his brilliant achievements to her, and even challenging her, stepping hard on the most talented double-sequence Rose in the history of the Rose training camp, so that she could no longer control his life and death as a strong man. He became stronger like crazy, but before he could return to the Rose constellation, the Blood Rose fell apart. The Rose training camp was uprooted by the Golden Crow Legion, and Rose 11 died on Rose 404. Rose 13 could no longer remember what kind of mentality he had when he returned to Rose 404 when he got the news. But he searched the entire Rose constellation, and could not see his nightmare again. Chapter 134. The Blood Rose's sequence killers are notorious in the universe, but there is no definite news about how they divide the levels internally. Most people only know that the higher the sequence, the stronger the strength. According to this method of identification, Rose 13, as the sequence killer, who was once ranked 13th, is undoubtedly one of the few outstanding Rose sequence killers still alive in the world when the Blood Rose has been wiped out by the Golden Crow Legion. Therefore, when he blurted out the word instructor, Yuying and Baigu, who had paused their offensive because Shi Yuan scolded Rose 13 condescendingly, instantly wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. How could Rose 13's instructor be the little glutton of Tianduji's family? Is he blind? Can't he even recognize the person who taught him how to eat? And he took the initiative to come to his door to deliver food. The next moment, the alarm bells in their hearts rang loudly. They were mission partners, who had worked with Rose 13 many times. They were not close friends, but they were close friends. They knew a little about his past, and knew that he had always been resentful of the instructor who had abolished his Rose mark and kicked him out of Blood Rose. He also quietly returned to Rose 404 after Blood Rose was razed to the ground by the Golden Crow Legion, trying to find that person's body. So, Baigu met the shadowy whites of the eyes, and saw horror on that calm face. Ji Qingyuan was the chief of Blood Rose. Rose 13 had no time to care about other people's thoughts. He half knelt on the ground in embarrassment, covering his left chest pierced by Baigu, and his mind was in a mess. The most famous Rose sequence killer in the universe is undoubtedly the Killer Zero, who killed the former crown prince and the former emperor of Yongyao Empire. But no one in the outside world knows that there is actually no sequence code 0 in the Blood Rose, and the top killers are not single sequence roses from 1 to 9, but 9 double sequence roses from 11 to 22 to 99. Rose 11 is not well known in the universe, but she is the real leader of the double sequence roses, and is also the chief executor of the top secret assassination plan code 0. 8 years ago, she graduated from the Rose training camp at the age of 15, and became an ordinary killer in the Blood Rose. Just at this time, the top bounty of 103S level alienation crystals appeared on the Blood Rose task list, that is, to assassinate Tang Shizhe, the former crown prince of the Yongyao Empire. None of the famous killers in the entire Blood Rose, including the leader Qi Sang, dared to accept this bounty. Are you kidding? He is the pure-blooded heir of the totem family, whose strength is infinitely close to the top third-level extraordinary strongman of the Holy Domain. Unless the Holy Domain takes action, as long as Tang Shizhe communicates with the Golden Crow Totem, people below the Holy Domain who kill him will be sent to death. The killers of Blood Rose are cold-blooded, not stupid, and will not make unnecessary sacrifices. Just when everyone thought that this bounty would remain on the task list forever, she accepted the bounty order, and took 2 minions who graduated from the Rose training camp with her to the Yongyao Empire. Everyone thought that she was either crazy about fame, or blinded by the bounty of 103S level alien crystals, just waiting for her mission to fail, and be executed by the Tangxi royal family. 3 months later, the news that Yongyao Crown Prince Tang Shizhe died at the hands of Blood Rose was shocking, because there was a number 0 circled in blood next to his body, and the Killer Zero became famous all over the world. She received half of the bounty as a reward, and killed her instructor in the Rose training camp 6 months later. She took over as Rose 11, and became the new Rose 11, the most powerful and youngest double-sequence killer of the Blood Rose. She was also accompanied by 2 minions, who went to the Yongyao Empire at the same time. They took the lives of Rose 33 and Rose 99 successively, and became the most loyal supporters of Rose 11. At that time, Rose 13 was being sent to the Rose training camp in a container. He knew this because he saw the top-secret files of Blood Rose when he defected 3 years ago. The ups and downs of emotions were suppressed by Rose 13. He looked up at the girl sitting leisurely on the back of the fierce beast Tao Tai, lowered his head in the cold sight, pursed his lips, and said, I thought you died under the siege of the Golden Crow Legion. Sure Yuan was not interested in seeing his hesitant and cowardly look, and did not intend to wait for him to finish his words. He interrupted him coldly. Who asked you to come? Yuan and Baigu immediately looked at Rose 13. Not revealing the employer's information is the most basic professional quality of a killer. Rose 13 was born in the Blood Rose, so he should be more aware of and abide by this rule. Otherwise, who would dare to issue a bounty order to him in the future? Oh no, he assassinated his instructor and was taught a lesson on the spot. He probably won't have the chance to accept a bounty order again, and the existence of professional ethics doesn't seem to be that important. But Rose 13 is a tough guy. Once he was caught by a trap, his whole body was filled with poison, and the bones of his hands and feet were broken inch by inch. He did not reveal the employer's information, and took the opportunity of the other party to torture him, turn the tables, and killed the person, and ran away with his body. The person in front of him is someone he dreams of killing. Given Rose 13's temperament, he will most likely not compromise with her. As soon as Baigu made this judgment, he saw Rose 13, who he thought was quite strong-willed, lowered her eyebrows and said, I don't know the identity of that person either. He issued a secret bounty order to me through the Star Sea, asking me to come to Tianao Star to kill someone. 5 days ago, I met him once in the old city. He was a very ordinary-looking man, most likely disguised, and wearing a bionic mask. He had a special star weapon that blocked mental detection, and I couldn't mark his breath. By the way, he once used a red flame to easily resolve my attack, but I didn't see the specialness of the flame. I can only roughly estimate that the man has the combat power of the 3rd level of Extraordinary, and it is not ruled out that he is a top-level 3rd level Extraordinary strongman. He gave me 10,000 SS-level alienation crystals as a deposit, and will give me double the reward after the matter is completed. It was also he who told me that you would come to this hot spring villa today and asked me to prepare in advance. Rose 13 spoke everything he knew like pouring beans, as if he didn't know what professional ethics was at all. Shadow and Bones stood expressionless 5 meters away from him. If one must use an exact word to describe their expressions at the moment, it would probably be numbness. Who would have thought that the notorious Smiley Mask on the Shanghai Free Killer ranking would kneel down at the feet of a young girl so humbly, completely ignoring the reputation he had accumulated with great difficulty, and telling the assassination target the information of the bounty publisher without any struggle. After hearing the above, Sure Yuan frowned slightly and asked, When did he send you the message today? The person who suggested taking a hot spring bath to relax was Ying Hung, and the person who suggested coming to this villa was Tang Shishu. The Yinglong family needed the Tao Tai family as a target to attract the attention of the Tongxi royal family. For Ying Hung, the more prosperous the Tao Tai family is, the more stable the hatred is, and there is no reason to kill her. Tang Shishu wanted to win her over to fight against Tang Shisheng and seize the position of the crown prince of the empire, but the possibility of taking action was not high. Even if he wanted to imitate Tang Shiza and use his body as a knife to kill the entire Baizhe family in order to please the late emperor, he would not take action when Tang Shisheng was still firmly in the position of crown prince. If it succeeded, he might not become the crown prince, and if it failed, he would definitely not be able to bear the anger of the Tao Tai family. This move would do more harm than good. Rose 13 honestly reported a specific time. It was on her way to the hot spring villa. When the location was decided, there were many people around, including Tang Shijin and other diplomats, who participated in the peace talks and returned to the imperial palace to report. It was difficult to find the person who leaked the information. Cautious enough. No wonder he hired a killer from Shanghai despite his extraordinary strength. He certainly didn't want to reveal his identity. Fire. Was his mimicry related to fire, or was it a smoke bomb deliberately released? Sure Yuan lowered her eyes, and thought for only a few seconds. She tilted her head to look at the Shadow and Bones, who stood aside honestly and wanted to minimize their presence, and smiled at them innocently. The two of them felt a chill on their backs, and cold sweat dripped down, instantly soaking their foreheads and backs. Why is this killing god looking at them? They were tricked by Rose 13. If we had known that you could even be a pure-blooded glutton, we would never come to die no matter what we said. Sure, Yuan certainly couldn't hear the cries in their hearts, so he asked another question. Where is Shinji? Rose 13 answered obediently. I left him in warehouse number 24 of Xingyi. Sure, Yuan took out the star snail to contact Adlet, and asked him to send someone to find Shinji. While she was talking, the three of them were as quiet as chickens. When the crisp voice disappeared and the cold eyes swept over, Yuying and Baigu's hearts were hanging in their throats again. Rose 13. The 4 words made the 3 little chicks straighten their backs reflexively. Rose 13 hurriedly responded, What do you want, instructor? Before he finished speaking, a heavy object was thrown towards him, and the cold white star power illuminated the darkness in front of Rose 13's eyes, and he raised his hand reflexively to catch it. The touch of bone and jade, the heavy weight, the fierce and greedy breath. Rose 13 suddenly widened his eyes. Greedy holy scythe. This. Rose 13 never dreamed that one day, she would be able to hold the totem star weapon in her hands. This is the top star weapon in the universe. Sure, Yuan half leaned on the beast's eye and whispered. I seem to hear a fight over there. Yushiza frowned and looked straight ahead in the darkness, as if he wanted to see the place where the sound came from through the rooms. The hot spring villa uses star energy to illuminate, and some rooms have spare fluorite, but the light source was lost in an instant. This can never be explained by an accident. Something must have happened. The darkness brought by nature is nothing to Yushiza. Any gifted person who has awakened the mimicry can move freely in this environment. Ingyu listened carefully, and there was indeed a subtle sound of the wall breaking, like some sharp object chiseling into the wall. Before they could listen carefully, a majestic breath of gluttony suddenly shook open, but before it could expand outward, it quickly disappeared and dispersed. Yushize stood up suddenly. It's Ji Qingyuan. Something happened to her. He opened the door and rushed out, only to see a man in a black cloak at the end of the corridor holding the greedy holy scythe, carrying the unconscious Ji Qingyuan on his shoulders, and preparing to jump out of the window to escape. Noticing that someone was looking at him, the man in the black cloak turned around and revealed a very weird smiley mask. Yushize's pupils contracted, and he released the Kirin mimicry without hesitation, but before he could launch an attack, the smiley mask had already carried Ji Qingyuan and fell into the night. Ingyu was one step faster than him and rushed to the window, but he only saw the vast night. The man in the black cloak disappeared like a ghost walking in the dark night. At that moment, countless thoughts surged in his brain, and finally only one sentence remained. Ji Qingyuan must not be in trouble. Ingyu decisively turned into Yinglong and flew into the sky, making a deafening dragon roar. People in various parts of the hot spring villa raised their heads. Some were confused, some were horrified, and some were at a loss. Ingheng, who was about to sit down in the audience, changed his face drastically. Something happened. Something happened at the villa. Xiaoyu is warning? Let's go back quickly. Before he finished speaking, Ji Qinglan had already rushed out. Tang Xisheng, Feng Shiyuan and others were not stunned. If there was no major incident at the hot spring villa that Ingyu could not handle, he would not have shown his mimicry and spread the news in the first time in this way that might cause panic. Besides Ingyu, there are only 2 people in the hot spring villa who can cause such a change. One is Yushize, and the other is Ji Qingyuan. Yushize is the only descendant of the Qilin family. Apart from Yushize, the Tianyu family has not even a subspecies Qilin. To be honest, it is even more miserable than the Tianduji family. If he gets into trouble, Marshal Yu Lao will definitely not choose to settle the matter peacefully under the mediation of the Tongxi royal family, as when the Tingsha family massacred the A-level star of the Yuqiong seat. Ji Qingyuan is the daughter that Marshal Ji Wu finally found, and she is also the only pure-blooded Taotai in the Tianduji family. If she gets into trouble, Marshal Ji Wu will definitely dare to massacre Tianyao's star. Tang Xisheng and Tang Shisu both thought of this, and their faces became extremely ugly for a while. At the same time, in a corner that no one noticed, the star snail belonging to the instigator trembled and received a message from the star sea. Ji Qingyuan is in my hands. Give me the balance and she's yours. Along with this message came a video of a girl covered in blood and unconscious, with a greedy scythe held by a hand wearing a bloody glove, spinning like a toy. The totem weapon is connected to the mind of its owner, and if Ji Qingyuan hadn't really lost consciousness, the smiley mask would never have been able to hold the greedy scythe in his hands and play with it. Chapter 135. The no-fly order of the 7 main stars of the Yongyao Empire not only targets the transportation vehicles used by the people, but also includes flying mimicry. The pure-blooded Yinglong appeared above the hot spring villa in disregard of the no-fly order. Obviously, he was not crazy enough to provoke the majesty of the Tongxi royal family. Excluding this conjecture, there is only one possibility left. He is using this method to warn the public as quickly as possible that a major incident has occurred in the hot spring villa. In less than 3 minutes, an absolutely strong breath descended on the hot spring villa. The blazing golden crow fire rose up without warning, covering the entire hot spring villa to form an airtight golden crow cage. It is the totem domain. Everywhere covered by the totem domain is controlled by the domain owner. The person who released the domain is going to seal off the entire hot spring villa, and only people are allowed to enter but not leave. What happened? When countless people were shocked, Tang Shijin, with a cold face, walked out of the domain boundary wall. He was still wearing the prince's robe that he had not had time to change. Every step he took was filled with a murderous aura, which made those who saw him shudder. When Yushize saw him, he immediately supported himself with one hand over the railing on the terrace and jumped down, lowering his voice and saying quickly, "Your Highness, Ji Qingyuan was intercepted by the Smiley Mask." The Smiley Mask is a top killer ranked in the top 10 on the Shanghai Free Killer ranking list. His whereabouts are strange and his methods are extraordinary. All the bounties he accepted were completed without failure. He rose strongly in just 2 years. So far, no one has seen his true face or his mimicry. They only know that it is related to blood. He was basically active in the Chaos Star region, so how could he suddenly come to the Yongyao Empire and dare to attack the pure-blooded Taotai under the nose of the Tongxi royal family? This is not only a provocation to the majesty of the Tongxi royal family, but also a disregard for the 7 totem families of the Yongyao Empire. Tongxi Jin's expression completely turned cold. What was the situation at that time? With the action ability of the Smiley Mask, in the short few minutes when he arrived, he must have taken Ji Qingyuan away from the hot spring villa. Tianyao Star is so big, and the other party came prepared. It is definitely not an easy task to find someone in a short time. Yushize immediately told them that Shi Yuan separated from them after taking a hot spring bath. At this time, Feng Shiyuan and others also rushed back. She heard the conversation between the two and suddenly remembered the sound of the tide that Qingyuan received when taking a hot spring bath. At that time, she felt something was wrong, but seeing that Qingyuan didn't want to say more, she didn't ask further. Now that she thinks about it, Qingyuan's behavior of returning to the room to rest after taking a hot spring bath seems more like he wants to avoid people and do something. Feng Shiyuan frowned slightly, hesitating whether to express her guess. Free killers, like Smiley Mask, are outside the control of various forces. They only care about money and not people. He took Qin Yuan away, and there is a high possibility that he received a bounty order. The one who dared to attack the only pure-blooded Taotai of Tianduji family, and issued a bounty order, would definitely not be an ordinary person. Now is the critical time for the peace talks between Yongyao Empire and Winston Empire. It is not ruled out that someone wants to use Qin Yuan as a breakthrough to disrupt the peace talks for ulterior purposes. If it is found during the search that this matter is related to Winston Empire, Qin Yuan's life safety cannot be guaranteed. With Marshal Ji Wu's temper, he will never give up. Yongyao Empire and Winston Empire have been resentful for a long time. This peace talk is completely the result of mutual compromise. If the balance is broken, not only will the peace talks come to nothing, but there may also be a full-scale war. Qingyuan is so smart that she would not be unprepared even if someone threatened her with Shenji. Feng Shiyuan's mind raced, and she finally did not speak out her guess in front of so many people. Instead, she took out the star conch and sent the sound of the tide to GCU and Adlet, telling them what happened in the hot spring villa. Looking at Ji Qingyuan again, he stood behind everyone with a pale face and extremely stiff limbs, as if he had been frightened by the sudden change in front of him. At this time, no one paid extra attention to him. After Tang Shijin figured out what happened tonight, he said to the adjutant, who came over with a stern face, "Contact Marshal Ji Wu immediately, and tell her everything that happened here." Ji Qingyuan's disappearance could not be concealed and must be informed to Marshal Ji Wu as soon as possible, otherwise once she got into trouble, the situation would completely slide to an irreversible point. Inform the Jinwu army to immediately blockade Tianyao Star. From now on, no one is allowed to leave. Anyone who dares to disobey will be punished for treason. Tell the Ministry of National Defense to immediately issue a 3S level wanted order for the Smiley Mask, with a bounty of 103S level alien crystals. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. 103S level alien crystals is the highest bounty in the universe, and the total number of bounties issued by various countries and forces so far does not exceed 10. After issuing the last order, Tang Shijin swept his cold eyes over everyone present and slightly softened his tone. "Please go back and rest first, and pay attention to your own safety. Don't be alone. so as to prevent the treacherous people from doing anything more. His tone was not harsh, but everyone could hear the unquestionable in his words, and they also knew the seriousness of the matter, and they all agreed. The night was getting darker and darker, and the sky seemed to be covered with a layer of misty gloom, which made people unconsciously feel an indescribable panic from the bottom of their hearts. In the dim warehouse, Sure Yuen sat on the old chair that Rose 13 had specially covered with silk. Seeing the message replied by the other party, the corners of his lips slowly rose. Employer, if I remember correctly, the bounty I issued was for you to kill Ji Qing Yuan, right? What does it mean now? Are you going to go back on your word and threaten me? No matter who the person behind the scenes is, and which faction he belongs to, he should have received the news that Ji Qing Yuan was intercepted by the smiley mask. The other party was obviously very cautious and expressed strong dissatisfaction with the transaction process that was beyond the plan. He used this as a test to find out why the smiley mask did not follow the consensus reached in advance. It was not suitable to explain at this time. The more you say, the easier it is to make mistakes. The relationship between the killer and the employer is the simplest transaction relationship. There is no need to reveal the purpose of your behavior to the other party. Sure Yuen moved his fingertips slightly and quickly edited a message and sent it out. Smiley mask, double the balance. If I don't see the alienated crystal within 2 hours, Ji Qing Yuan will appear in front of Tang Shijin tomorrow. In just a short sentence, the words were full of threats. She didn't argue with the person behind the scenes at all. The Rose 13th gate stood beside Sure Yuen like a god. When he saw her reply, the corner of his eye twitched fiercely. As expected, she was an instructor. She was cruel and ruthless. She doubled the balance without any hesitation. She was not afraid that the other party would turn against her and terminate the transaction because of her lion's mouth. She seemed to be like this all the time. No matter what she did, she could plan, and she was confident. She could easily make the people who confronted her fall into her offensive rhythm, passively defend, and finally be defeated. This time was no exception. The dialogue box was silent for 3 minutes, and 2 words popped out in a compromise. Employer, location. Smiley mask. Prepare what I want first. After replying to this message, Sure Yuen threw the star snail to Rose 13, not intending to pay attention to the other party. Rose 13 caught the star snail steadily and said carefully, Instructor, what should we do next? He consciously classified himself into Sure Yuen's camp, and when he said the word we, he had no grudges. Sure Yuen simply said, Get a table. Rose 13 didn't understand. Bai Gu had quickly taken out a round table from the space ring and placed it in front of her. His skillful movements made Rose 13 look sideways. Sure Yuen smiled at Bai Gu. Thank you. Bai Gu was shocked by her words, and hurriedly shook his head and waved his hands, indicating that you're welcome. He was mute. Sure Yuen was not overly polite. She took out a plate of food prepared for supper from the space ring, and said without raising her head, You can take a chair and sit down. Eat until you are full before working. The 3 of them were stunned. No one expected that she would still be in the mood to eat. Since she awakened the kitten as a mimic, Sure Yuen's appetite has been amazing. It is normal to eat 3, 4, 5 or 6 meals a day. The space ring is always filled with delicious food made by Elite. She opened the food box, as if no one was around, and took a roasted beast leg for each of the 3 little followers. The aroma of food wafted out, and Rose 13 swallowed unconsciously. Just when she wanted to be polite, she saw Yuing had taken a chair and sat down in front of her instructor, and said lightly with his cold attitude, Thank you. Rose 13 wanted to bang his head, but before he could put this idea into practice, Bai Gu sat down happily and made a particularly flattering sign language. Thank you, instructor. Is he your instructor? Just call me instructor? Rose 13 glared at Bai Gu fiercely, and quickly found a chair to sit down, but because he moved too quickly, he accidentally pulled the wound on his left chest, and blood flowed out of the wound, with a faint smell of blood. Even though he was strong and his recovery ability was far superior to that of ordinary people, being pierced in the chest was not a minor injury. Even if he had drunk a high-level repair potion, it would be difficult to recover in a short time. This was not the most serious injury Rose 13 had ever suffered, and it was not even in the top 5. He raised his hand and touched the wound without much care. The blood was controlled by an invisible force and no longer seeped out. Sure Yuen paused while preparing to eat the roasted leg, took out a small bottle of emerald green potion from the space ring, and placed it in front of Rose 13. Drink it. This is the healing potion she condensed with the power of the sacred tree, which is better than the most advanced healing potion on the market. Rose 13 sensed the powerful vitality of the potion in the bottle, and was stunned for a moment. After reacting, she quickly pulled out the piston and drank the potion. The majestic vitality rolled from the throat into the stomach, and was quickly absorbed by the body. The dull pain in the left chest was like a wheat field that had been dry for a long time, and was nourished by the rain, and it was quickly relieved. Rose 13 felt the changes in her body, and pursed her lips. It has always been like this. When she was in the Rose training camp, Rose 11's training standards were always the strictest, and the punishments were always the most severe, but the potions given to them after they were injured were always the best. He never thought that he would see Rose 11 again, or even get a bottle of healing potion from her. Rose 13 looked at the two companions who were feasting, and raised her hand to touch the cold mask on her face. He once wanted to draw a clear line with the codename Rose 13, but at this moment, he strangely felt a sense of belonging from this codename. He took off the smiling mask, revealing a pale and sickly face. He looked only 18 or 19 years old. When he lowered his eyes and said nothing, he revealed the stubbornness unique to young people. Bones and Shadow were eating in a hurry. When they noticed his movements, they raised their heads at the same time. When they saw the face that was completely different from what they imagined, they were so shocked that the meat in their mouths fell off. It is hard to imagine that the notorious smiling mask is so young. Not to mention his fierce and treacherous assassination methods, he is simply a boy next door in his rebellious period. They are partners with the smiling mask, but they have never seen his true face. The two men, who were already approaching their 30s, cried in their hearts, "You kid, who has been calling us Big Brother for so long, is actually not even 20 years old?" But think about it carefully, Blood Rose has collected orphans everywhere to train them, and those without talent have long become a pile of bones, so it is normal for young people to become famous. Sure, Yuan saw the overly young face and chuckled. It's still more pleasing to the eye like this. It's not as beautiful as the three cheat brothers, but from the eyebrows to the corners of the eyes, it's written that she is well behaved, and she looks easy to bully. Rose 13's ears turned red, and she put the mask in her pocket and said stiffly, "I'm fierce." Chapter 136. Tick, tick. The faint sound of water drops falling on the ground seemed particularly cold in the empty abandoned warehouse. The crescent moon was setting in the west, and the dim light came through the window covered with spider webs and fell on the stagnant water, scattering a faint glow. The dull footsteps came from far away. The sound was not loud, but it seemed particularly clear in this quiet environment. Creaky. The old door was pushed open, and the dim shadows slowly seeped in. Someone looked in through the gap of the metal door. Rose 13, wearing a black cloak, sat astride an old metal chair covered with spider webs. With his hands in red gloves leaning on the greedy holy scythe, his posture was wild and wanton. The strongest star warriors in the universe became his trophies, and he really had the capital to be wanton. With a sharp creaking sound, the man slowly stepped into the warehouse, revealing an extremely ordinary face hidden in the shadows, exactly the same as the employer in Rose 13's impression. The man's eyes were dark, and when he saw the greedy holy scythe in Rose 13's hand, his eyes paused obviously. The 2-meter-high white bone sickle exuded the whiteness of jade, and even in such a dim environment, it was difficult to conceal its unique noble beauty. No one could resist its charm. It was indeed the greedy holy scythe, and the smiling mask did not scare him, but Ji Qingyuan was not seen in the warehouse. The man stopped 20 meters away from Rose 13, and said in a cold tone, "Where is Ji Qingyuan?" As an employer, he also paid a deposit in advance, but was threatened by the hired killer, and asked for a higher reward. This is definitely not a commendable thing. Rose 13 is a ruthless person. If he wants to, there is nothing he dare not do. Now that someone is backing him up, he is even less likely to be afraid of the mysterious man in front of him. He thought of the instructor's attitude when negotiating with others. He slowly put the greedy scythe on the ground, crossed his hands, and said casually, "Inspect the goods first. Don't fall into the other party's negotiation rhythm, take the initiative." Now he is the one who dominates the situation, and the person in front of him should follow his pace. As expected, the man frowned, very unhappy with his strong attitude. He stood there silently, his eyes became darker, and he was not prepared to do what Rose 13 said, as if he wanted to take the initiative in his own hands. But Rose 13 was obviously more patient than he thought, and was not angry about his non-cooperation, and was always calm. Time passed by, the man's shadow was stretched longer by the moonlight. The cold wind coming in from the crack of the door messed up his hair, and his reflection on the ground looked like a demon with bared fangs and claws. After a 3-minute confrontation, Rose 13 chuckled strangely. The faint smell of blood in the air gradually became stronger. He stood up from the chair without warning, and held a greedy holy scythe, Since you have no intention of trading, I will have to collect the 3S level bounty issued by the Tongshi royal family. Everyone knew that the bounty issued by Tongshi Jin was not for the smiley mask, but for Ji Qingyuan in his hand. The bounty was both a wanted order for the smiley mask and a way of telling him that as long as he sent the person back, 103S level alienation crystals could also be his reward for finding the person. As soon as the words fell, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground was heard. The man changed his tough and cold attitude just now and smiled faintly. This is a deal of 50,000 SS level alienation crystals. I have to confirm that the person is really in your hands. It will be bad if there is a misunderstanding. He bit the word misunderstanding, and the threat was evident in his words. If the smiley mask dared to fool him, even if he took the 50,000 SS level alienation crystals today, he would definitely die in the future. The smiley mask turned around and looked at the 4 large boxes that appeared beside the man. The boxes were all opened, and the colorful SS level alienation crystals lay quietly in the boxes, silently tempting people to put them in their pockets. 40,000 SS level alienation crystals are more than the bounty that Rose 13 has received in the past 3 years. Adding the 10,000 crystals paid in advance, this trip is simply a huge profit. The corners of the smiley mask's lips were strangely raised, and the bloody smell became thicker. The locked door behind the warehouse suddenly opened, and the bloody smell in the air condensed into a bloody man, holding the unconscious girl by the waist and walking out from behind the door. The girl's silver-gray long hair drew a cold arc in the air, and her body was stained with blood that had begun to turn black. At this time, she closed her eyes and leaned on the bloody man's arms, showing an unprecedented weakness, as if anyone could touch that white and slender neck and easily control her life and death. This is Ji Qingyuan, the only pure-blooded Taotai in the Tianduji family, the key to breaking the balance of the 7 totem families, and the fuse that was enough to cause the Yongyao Empire and the Winston Empire to turn against each other. Her hands and feet were tightly locked by special handcuffs, and there was no star power belonging to her on her body. The fierce and majestic Taotai breath was bound in the spiritual power spring, and even the greedy holy scythe could not control it. Rose 13 snapped her fingers. How is it? No misunderstanding? He also deliberately bit the word misunderstanding, and his words were full of malice. The man turned his eyes to him. Deal. He raised his hand, and the 4 large boxes containing SS-level alienation crystals closed again, and were pushed to Rose 13 by an invisible force. The blood man also threw the unconscious girl in his hand to the man in front. The crescent moon became lower and lower, and the moonlight was like a pillar, reflecting on the girl's blood-stained side face, which strangely showed the holiness that should not have existed. The man unconsciously accelerated his heartbeat, and when he stretched out his hand to touch the person, an indescribable sense of crisis suddenly surged from his heart. In a flash, red flames rose from under his feet, forming a honeycomb-shaped star power shield. At the same time, the man turned into an arrow from a string and rushed to the door of the warehouse without hesitation. But before he could escape to the door, the crisp sound of the lock closing rang out, the moonlight was swallowed by darkness, and the overwhelming blood color enveloped the man's vision, cutting off his way. Danger followed like a shadow, and the greedy holy scythe in Qiangwei 13's hand suddenly disappeared. The girl who was thrown into the air opened her eyes, as bright as stars, when the moonlight was completely swallowed by darkness. The special handcuffs that bound her opened with a click, and the tyrannical gluttonous breath gushed out, like a hungry wolf spider opening an airtight giant web, strangling the prey in the net. Sure Yuan held the greedy holy scythe, stepped on the invisible force field condensed by pure white star power, and slashed at the man's back with the power of destroying the world. The murderous intent in that moment alone frightened the man and gave him goosebumps all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he realized that he was frightened by a first-level extraordinary talent and immediately became angry. The red flame turned into a greedy giant snake, showing its ferocious fangs to the girl, who was swinging the sickle. The powerful pressure of a third-level extraordinary talent burst out and rushed straight to the slender figure. The man thought that his counterattack would win a complete victory, but unexpectedly, the greedy holy scythe was like a divine weapon that created the world. When it passed through the air, it easily resolved the level suppression he imposed. The shadow of the Taotai soared into the air, and the fierce and tyrannical aura suddenly overwhelmed the momentum of the flame giant snake. When the greedy holy scythe collided with the flame shield, the two forces collided with each other, setting off a terrifying air wave. The thorny vines quietly drilled out of the dust-covered ground, and the bloody roses were like a warning letter sent by the god of death to the dying, swaying without wind. Elegant and strange. In the blink of an eye, rose petals were scattered all over the sky, turning into sharp arrow feathers, licking the bloodthirsty edge in the darkness, and rushing towards the man who was about to fight back. Rose 10,000 arrows. The man's pupils dilated sharply, and he suddenly looked at the girl, who was only 3 meters away from him. She was so calm, and her silver blue eyes were stained with indifference, reflecting his ordinary face. It was obviously a state of power confrontation, but the man seemed to see the picture of himself being killed in those eyes. Rose Sequence Killer. Ji Qingyuan turned out to be a Rose Sequence Killer. No wonder the people of the totem family could not find her past no matter how hard they tried, but instead guessed that there were no pure-blooded Tao Tai wandering around in the Tianduji clan, and everything was a lie given by Ji Wu to confuse the vision. Ji Qingyuan was her secret heir. At the moment of distraction, the sky full of rose feather arrows approached, and the man clenched his teeth and made a decision in an instant. The red flame continued to rise, rising and flowing to form an airtight honeycomb star shield. Giant flame snakes emerged from the star shield and faced the bloodthirsty and sharp rose feather arrows. The two completely different forces collided and offset each other in the air, turning into masterless star power, dyeing the dim warehouse with color. The sharp sonic boom resounded through the empty warehouse. It was obviously an old place that needed to be demolished, but it stood firmly on the ground and could not be shaken by such a terrifying force impact. The red flame expanded wildly, and violent star power suddenly surged out. Rose 13, who was shocked by the absolutely gorgeous killing scene of Rose 10,000 arrows, sensed the changes in the star power composition in the air, and reflexively reminded, he is a black talent. Sure, Yuan's perception ability was only stronger than his, so he naturally discovered the subtle changes around him. Not only did she not retreat, she also used stronger force to suppress him, showing a provocative smile to the man. The man gritted his teeth, never expecting that her fighting power was only stronger than his own. Top-level extraordinary level 3. Ji Qingyuan was actually a top-level extraordinary level 3 Rose Sequence Killer. He asked the smiling mass to kill her. It was like a monk looking for Tathagata to discuss sutras, and met his ancestor. The flame star shield shrank brazenly, and in an instant, a terrifying energy wave burst out, engulfing all the rose feather arrows. The man inside the flame star shield turned into a wisp of fire breath, and disappeared on the spot along with the expanding energy wave. The old warehouse, that was as stable as Mount Tai, finally shook slightly in this explosion, and the dilapidated door creaked and cracked a gap for escape. The surging fire breath seemed to have found an outlet, and all rushed to the precarious warehouse door. The flame heat wave and the cool night wind collided with each other, dyeing everything around with a hot breath. The fire breath hid in the shadows, and fled outward at the fastest speed. Suddenly, he found that there was a shadow always sticking to him, like a thorn in his bones, unable to shake off or escape. The alarm bells in the man's heart rang loudly, but before he could pull out the shadow, a white bone hand grabbed him and firmly strangled his life. Unprecedented panic engulfed the man, the full crescent moon disappeared, and the gorgeous sea of roses occupied his vision. The girl holding the greedy holy sign slowly walked out of the sea of flowers, and looked down at him from a high position. The sky and the earth spun, and the red moon was in the sky. This is Rose Holy Realm, the mimicry field that can only be awakened by the pure-blooded heirs of the Rose family. How is it possible? Isn't Ji Qingyuan a pure-blooded glutton? Chapter 137. Since the Rose curse fell into a deep sleep under the effect of the lifeless flower, Shi Yuan's fighting power began to gradually recover. Especially after she obtained the inheritance of the sacred tree, the Rose curse was further suppressed, and could not pose a threat to her for the time being. After more than half a year, she was finally able to cast the Rose Holy Realm again. The endless sea of roses occupied the vision, the red moon shone on the earth, and the strange fragrance of the flowers engulfed everything. The girl was held up by a thick rose vine, leaning lazily on the wanton blooming petals. Her silver blue eyes were stained with enchanting red, and when she lowered her eyebrows and eyes, she looked like a demon god overlooking all living beings. The verdant vines were like poisonous snakes drilled out of the ground, one after another entwined around the man, making him unable to struggle and escape. The white bone hand pinched his neck, and pulled him up from the ground indifferently. The vines grew upwards and entangled into an airtight green cage. The thorny roots scratched the man's skin and greedily sucked his blood. The severe pain invaded the man's nerves, making him unbearable and almost screaming. The reason why the Saint Domain strongmen are called Saint Domain is because they have left the extraordinary realm and control their own domain. In the domain, I am a saint. The top third-level extraordinary strongmen are infinitely close to the Saint Domain, but there is still a natural chasm between them, and the Saint Domain strongmen who truly master the domain. The pure-blooded heirs of the totem family are not like that. They are favored by the totem. Those with excellent talents can control the domain at the third level of the extraordinary. Even if they are not as good as the real Saint Domain, they are still unmatched in the same realm. Ji Qingyuan is a pure-blooded rose. This thought was magnified wildly in the man's mind. When his sight was focused, a pale skull appeared in front of him without warning. The two empty dark eye sockets shocked him. The mimic white bones tilted the skull, and the collision of bones made a slight crackling sound, which seemed even more weird in the quiet and serene atmosphere at this time. Rose 13 came out of the sea of flowers and twitched her mouth when she saw this scene. By Gu, don't scare people to death. This was a joke and a mockery. A gifted person with extraordinary third-level combat power would never be scared to death by a skeleton. The shadow also slowly revealed his figure behind Bai Gu. He did not look at the imprisoned man, but raised his hand to feel the star power flowing in the field, looked up at the red moon in the sky, and showed obvious surprise on his face. This was the first time he was in the field and truly experienced the suppression brought by the totem field. Strong. So strong that it is fascinating. Is this the strength of the Rose Chief? No wonder Rose 13 slid to her knees on the spot after discovering Ji Qingyuan's past identity, as if she had forgotten that she had been thinking about avenging her previous shame. Also at the third level of the extraordinary realm, Ji Qingyuan's strength is simply beyond reach. The rose flower supported Shi Yuan and brought him closer to the man imprisoned by the flower branches. Even though his strength and blood were rapidly draining away, his complexion remained unchanged, and only his slightly twitching lips showed the pain he was experiencing at the moment. Shi Yuan raised his hand slightly, and the thorny flower branches meandered upwards, brushed across the man's cheek, and took off the bionic mask. The face exposed in front of Shi Yuan was not any of the faces she was familiar with. On the contrary, she had never seen this person before. He looked to be in his early 30s. Compared with the bionic mask, his real face was not outstanding at all, and was even exactly mediocre. His mimicry was also not special, and it was impossible to tell which faction he belonged to or who he served. The thorny flower branch strangled the man's chin, forcing him to look up. Shi Yuan said coldly, "Who are you? Who sent you?" She set up a trap on purpose, but only caught such a thing. She couldn't help but feel a little bored. This also proved from the side how cautious the person behind the scenes was. The man already knew that he had become a turtle in a jar. He endured the pain of being devoured and gritted his teeth without saying a word. Shi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. The rose branch winding out from behind the man pierced his shoulder blade without warning. The tiny thorns growing on the branches were like suckers, greedily absorbing his blood and star power. Nourished by the mighty star power, the branches sprouted buds, and the swaying roses blossomed with extremely gorgeous roses. If this continues, he will be sucked dry. Few gifted people can endure the pain of losing power, but the man in front of him only groaned, not intending to betray his master in exchange for his life. Rose 13 saw the clue and frowned, saying, "He should be a death warrior." Death warriors have undergone special training and absolutely obey the will of their masters. They are fearless and will decisively end their lives if they are sure that they cannot escape after being captured to ensure that the master's secrets will not be leaked. A third-level extraordinary death warrior is not something that everyone can afford to train. As soon as the thought came up, the man let out a strange low laugh, and bright red blood flowed from his lips, dripping onto the green vines that bound him. The rose branches seemed to have touched boiling water, and they shrank and dodged unconsciously. At the same time, a golden red light surged in the man's eyes, and the skin on the surface of his body climbed up with strands of dark golden textures, and the whole person swelled up like a balloon. Shi Yuan's pupils shrank slightly, and the overwhelming rose branches surged up, and the three people with Bai Gu quickly retreated. Almost at the moment of her retreat, the man was like a balloon that had expanded to the extreme, and exploded with a bang, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. The scorching heat swept around him, and the rose branches that bound him were ignited by the golden red flames, burning fiercely under the red moon, and finally turned into ashes and dispersed in the air. The flames ignited as soon as they touched, and the endless sea of roses instantly became a purgatory, and the cold white crescent moon returned to the horizon. The holy rose realm was broken. Shi Yuan fell back to the ground as if he had been hit hard, and a mouthful of blood gushed out from the bottom of his throat. Rose 13 managed to stabilize her body and cried out, "It's the Golden Crow Fire." The Golden Crow Fire is the most domineering totem fire in the universe. Once infected, it is like a thorn in the bone, which is difficult to erase. Its power is second only to the Golden Crow Curse that only pure-blooded golden crows can cast. Yunxing was burned by the Golden Crow Fire in the womb, and she is still blind and has difficulty walking. The only way for her to recover is to find Tang Shizhe, who cast the Golden Crow curse on the eldest daughter of the Baizhe family, and let him take back the power of the curse. But Tang Shizhe died more than 7 years ago, and his unique Golden Crow power has dissipated between heaven and earth. No one can recover the Golden Crow fire in Yunxing's body, and she can only sit in a wheelchair forever. Shi Yuan suppressed the surging blood in her body, and stared coldly at the Golden Crow fire that was blazing across the field. It happened that the rainbow sun was rising in the sky, and the morning sun shone on the earth. The burning flame seemed to be inspired by the gods, turning into a gorgeous golden crow, flapping its wings to fly into the sky, and disappearing under the sun's corona. This assassination. Was it an ulcer, or a frame-up? The sweet blood flowed from her lips, and Shi Yuan's face was pale. A hot breath swirled around the inside of her right arm, and grew, and took shape wantonly. She turned up her sleeves, and the fist-sized golden crow totem was like a thorn in the flesh, branded on that white arm, and the dazzling golden crow's eyes met her gaze, which was extremely provocative. Golden Crow curse. Shi Yuan closed her eyes. Rose 13 stared at the Golden Crow totem, her voice full of disbelief. It's the Tongxi royal family. It's the Tongxi royal family, who wants to kill you. The subspecies Golden Crow can also control the Golden Crow fire, but the Golden Crow curse can only be used by the pure-blooded Golden Crow. Shadow and White Bone stood aside, frowning at the words. Is the Tongxi royal family crazy? How dare they cast the Golden Crow curse on the only pure-blooded Taotai of the Tianduji clan? As long as Ji Qingyuan stretches his arm in front of the 7 totem marshals, the balance between the totem families of the Yongyao Empire will be broken instantly. Taking a step back, the mysterious man is going to use the Golden Crow curse to deal with the Smiley Mask. But this is also a disguised admission that the person who hired the murderer to kill Ji Qingyuan is a pure-blooded Golden Crow. Is the mastermind behind the scenes really so stupid? As for whether it is possible that the Tongxi royal family is playing the thief crying catch thief, it is impossible. The clear evidence is here. Even if Emperor Yongyao dreams of eradicating the Taotai family, he will not use such a stupid method. Not only will he completely offend Ji Wu, but he will also lose the trust of other totem families, and shake the foundation of the empire. Given Ji Wu's character, if the Golden Crow curse cannot be lifted, he will never give up. The Taotai family is very likely to directly leave the Yongyao Empire, and go to war with the Tongxi imperial family. This is more like frame up. Shi Yuan slowly uttered 4 words. Either there is a pure-blooded Golden Crow hiding in the dark, quietly controlling everything, or the person behind the scenes controls a pure-blooded Golden Crow and wants the Taotai family and the Tongxi imperial family to fight to the death. If the Yongyao Empire falls into civil strife, the biggest beneficiary will be the Winston Empire. Shadow frowned slightly. Emilia Reinhardt? The young crown prince is famous for his sweet looks and ruthless means. It is entirely possible that he designed this to make the fishermen benefit from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. Shi Yuan did not comment, but she knew better than anyone that anyone could kill her, except Emilia. Emilia's spiritual power spring had serious defects, and she was not expected to live past the age of 18. 5 years ago, when she was strolling around the palace of the Winston Empire, she accidentally discovered the dying crown prince. In order to leave a way out for herself, she used the powerful spiritual power accumulated in 2 lives to repair Emilia's spiritual power spring, and the 2 sides formed an unbreakable bond. If Emilia died, she would at most lose a part of her spiritual power. If she died, Emilia would definitely die. This is also the reason why Emilia took the risk to come to the Yongyao Empire to participate in the peace talks. Her spiritual power spring defect has a tendency to worsen, and she needs her help to repair it again. Emilia contributed greatly to her being able to escape from the net set up by Cyrus Garcia with her seriously injured body. It was Emilia who trapped Cyrus in the capital of the Winston Empire on the pretext that Cyrus was seriously ill, giving her a chance to breathe. Otherwise, with the 2 of them now in hostile camps, no matter how good their friendship was in the past, it would be impossible for them to have no grudges. Interests are the absolute shackles of friendship. Shi Yuan did not intend to discuss this matter in depth, and said to the 3 people who were not cursed by the Golden Crow under her protection, "Where are you going to go in the future?" Her tone was very light, as if she was asking if they had eaten today. The name of Smiley Mask has been blacklisted by the Yongyao Empire. Phantom and White Bone often act with him. It is only a matter of time before they are found out. The Yongyao Empire has no place for them. Returning to the Chaos Star region, they also need to be vigilant against other killers, who will do something to them for the bounty of the 3S level bounty order. White Bone looked at Rose 13, and Phantom also turned his face to where Rose 13 was. Rose 13 saw Shi Yuan smoothing his sleeves and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say much. He lowered his eyes, avoiding the topic of the Golden Crow's curse, and pursed his lips and said, "I have nowhere to go." There was a bit of loneliness and pity in his tone. Bai Gu raised his eyebrows, and there was a moment of silence on Yi Ying's cold face. Who said before that he would not return to the Chaos Star region after doing this job, and go to the Desolate Star region to avoid the limelight, and by the way, catch some black talents to form a star pirate group, and open up a few desolate stars to be a local emperor? Shi Yuan asked this question, but it was just a courtesy. Rose 13 and others knew that Ji Qingyuan was such a big secret of Rose 11. How could she let them go? Let's not talk about whether they will reveal her secret. If it falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, it may not be up to them to decide whether the secret can be kept. It's better to stay willingly than to let her use coercive means. Shi Yuan wiped the blood from his lips with a handkerchief, took out a star snail, and threw it to Rose 13. "I will be very busy next time, and have no time to settle you. You can contact him yourself. He will help you hide your tracks. The reward is 20,000 SS-level alienation crystals." It was exactly the amount extorted from the mysterious man. Rose 13 caught the star snail and tentatively said, "The rest." Shi Yuan glanced at him. "You three can divide it. At least you have worked hard." Bai Gu opened his mouth slightly, and forcibly restrained the urge to exclaim. Ever since he knew that Ji Qingyuan was Rose 11, he thought that even if he didn't die this time, he would lose a layer of skin. Unexpectedly, he was not only unscathed, but also got 10,000 SS-level alienation crystals. The person who can become the chief of Rose is really different, generous, and has a vision. He quickly calmed down. If he could speak, he really wanted to ask, "Instructor, are you still short of students? I am more obedient than Rose 13, more talented than Rose 13, and I will never cricket you behind your back." Shi Yuan didn't know that he had so many inner dramas. He turned around and waved at them, disappearing in the light of the early morning. The shadow walked in front of Rose 13, took the star snail away, and quickly resonated the only sound of the tide in it. When Song Shu rubbed his eyes, that were a little sore because of staying up late. When he heard the sound of the tide, he immediately cheered up and said, "Boss, how is it?" "Found it. I am Miss Qingyuan's new bodyguard named 12. She asked me to contact you, and said that food and accommodation are provided. Yes, I also brought two younger brothers. One is called 13, and the other is called 14. Bai Gu glared at him. "Why are you 12, and I am 14? He wanted to snatch the star snail and speak for himself, but he couldn't make any sound, so he could only try to kill Yuing with his eyes. Yuing couldn't see his eyes, and said to himself, "What are you good at?" "Killing people." When Song Shu, No, where did his boss kidnap three good brothers? Sitting on the star shuttle parked near the warehouse, Shi Yuan took the water handed by Qi Qian, gulped a few sips, and asked, "How is it?" Qi Qian saw her pale face in the rearview mirror and wanted to ask if the situation was not good, but thinking of his boss as more cunning than honeycomb coal, and his ability to control the situation 10 steps ahead, he swallowed the words on the tip of his mouth and replied, "I found it." Shi Yuan put down the water bottle. Qi Qian glanced at her before handing her a document. In the past 6 months, the Totem family's treasure house has not been opened. The maximum number of SS-level alienated crystals circulated by all large chambers of commerce in the Yongyao Empire, including the Totem Chamber of Commerce, does not exceed 200. 30,000 SS-level alienated crystals is not a small amount. Ordinary people can't afford it at all, but these 30,000 are the bounty promised to Rose 13. It is likely that they were prepared in advance, and it is difficult to check from there. Therefore, Shi Yuan suddenly raised the price by 20,000 crystals as a breakthrough. In just 2 hours, even the Totem family had to either open the treasure house of their own family or allocate the resource warehouse of the Chamber of Commerce, otherwise it would be difficult to gather them. As Shi Yuan opened the file, Qi Qian's voice sounded, "Between 1 and 3 o'clock this morning, only one Chamber of Commerce allocated more than 20,000 SS-level alienated crystals." Shi Yuan's eyes paused. "It's Mr. Fei's Aurora Chamber of Commerce." Just at this moment, Shi Yuan's star conch sounded, and the 3 words GCU slowly jumped in front of her eyes. Chapter 138. The mastermind behind the Aurora Chamber of Commerce is GCU. This is an irrefutable fact. Based on Shi Yuan's understanding of GCU, he must have absolute control over his power, and it is impossible for him to be easily exploited. Qi Qian also heard the vibration of the star conch. Seeing Shi Yuan holding the star conch and looking down without saying a word, He could not help but secretly glance at her with his peripheral vision. Although he was not quite sure how his boss knew Mr. Fei, he knew that the assassination in Sunset Plains was finally cleaned up by the people of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. If he did not trust the other party enough, with his boss's character, he would never allow himself to be taken away by Mr. Fei when he was seriously injured. What is going on now? Did Mr. Fei suddenly betray, or did the mastermind behind the scenes want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Even though Qi Qian was used to conspiracies and intrigues, facing the complicated situation in front of him, he felt particularly headache. Sure Yuan's fingertips lingered on the notes on the star snail. The waterlight and ice-transparent manicure that Feng Shiyuan had pulled her to do was still stained with a little blood, showing a bit of gorgeous and weirdness. After a long time, she connected to the sound of the tide. Ji Siyu's panting voice came from the other end of the star snail. Qing Yuan, are you okay? He seemed to have just experienced a high-intensity battle, his breath was unstable, and his pronunciation was a little vague. Sure Yuan frowned slightly, and asked instead of answering, "What's wrong with you?" Ji Siyu seemed to be relieved when he heard her voice, and then chuckled, "Nothing, I encountered a little trouble, but it has been resolved." "How is your side?" Obviously, he knew what happened in the hot spring villa, otherwise, he would not have asked Sure Yuan if he was okay right away. But her focus was not here, and she still did not answer his question. What little trouble can make you gasp for air? Sure Yuan is suspicious and cautious. She is alert to everything, will not easily trust people, and always uses the most rational attitude to judge the things she encounters, and the people she meets. This is also the most important factor that has kept her alive until now after experiencing so many dangers. Emotions can exist, but they must not surpass reason and take the upper hand, let alone dominate reason and act on impulse. Sure Yuan can no longer remember when, and what it felt like to believe in someone wholeheartedly. She is used to manipulating the weaknesses of human nature and using interests to establish a difficult-to-break cooperative relationship with people around her. This is the case with Amelia and Ji Wu. She doesn't know whether Ji Wu has a daughter who has been separated for many years, but when Ji Siyu gave the genetic test results that she and Ji Wu were mother and daughter, she knew that no matter who she was before, she would only be Ji Qingyuan in the future, a pure-blooded glutton of the Tiandu Ji family. As a refugee with nowhere to go, she could not refuse the supreme power of the totem family, and Ji Wu just needed a pure-blooded Taotai to stabilize people's hearts. The two sides hit it off immediately, tacitly agreed, and completed this mother-daughter relationship. So when she just returned to Tiandu Star, she was not indignant in the face of Ji Qinglian's difficulties and Ji Wu's tests. After all, no one would feel wrong because they had to step over a small puddle before picking up the pie that fell from the sky. The identity of a pure-blooded Taotai is the pie that God threw for her. If all interference factors are put aside, and the assassination tonight is viewed with absolutely objective criteria, excluding Amelia, Ji Siyu is the biggest suspect. He is Bai Zhe, who is cursed by the Golden Crow. He has an irreconcilable feud with the Tongxi royal family, and has the motivation to use her to break the precarious balance between the Tongxi royal family and the Taoai family, and even other totem families. In addition, with Ji Siyu's talent in star patterns, even if he does not have a pure-blooded golden crow in his hand, he is also capable of casting the golden crow curse, just as he can easily communicate with the iris totem through the breath of iris and disguise himself as a black iris. Ji Siyu is a dangerous and unpredictable person. After knowing him for so long, she still finds it difficult to see through his thoughts, and how many cards he has hidden. If the two of them were not bound to each other with secrets, she would not be 100% sure to take down Ji Siyu, and would never let someone who knew so many of her secrets go free. She believes that Ji Siyu must have had the same idea. They are of the same kind, fear each other, and understand each other. Because they don't want to have an unpredictable enemy, they become allies for the time being. Ji Siyu did not answer, and Sure Yuan did not ask any more questions. In silence, the breathing of the two unexpectedly reached the same frequency. Finally, Ji Siyu increased his breathing and chose to surrender in this delicate tug-of-war. He whispered, "My identity is exposed." The sudden words made Sure Yuan's pupils dilate slightly. Before he could ask what happened, he heard him say, "Qing Yuan, be careful." As soon as the voice fell, the sound of waves rang out in the star conch, and Ji Siyu's tidal sound was drowned in it, and no trace could be found. Sure Yuan almost subconsciously resonated with Ji Siyu's tidal sound, but did not get any response. The star shuttle fell into a numbing silence. Sure Yuan closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with scenes of her past interactions with Ji Siyu. There were scenes of him coldly threatening her not to be curious about him, of him fishing leisurely beside Song, and of him always carrying a food box to the training ground to bring her midnight snacks. It turned out that she and GCU had so many interactions. It seemed that it didn't take so much effort to treat a partner. Sure, Yuen spread her hands, and the blood color spread in front of her eyes. The kitten came out of her sleeves, lowered its head, and licked the blood that was gradually drying in her palm, and let out a slightly worried cry. Is it time to say goodbye? GCU, whose identity was exposed, could not continue to be Ji Wu's adopted son, otherwise it would aggravate the conflict between the Tongxi royal family and the Taotai family, and would also make Emperor Yongyao suspect that Ji Wu knew the whole story of the bloodbath of the Baizhe family, and deliberately kept GCU by his side in order to expose the matter one day and destroy the dignity of the Tongxi royal family. Cough, cough, cough. A series of heavy coughs sounded in the abandoned and empty building. Ji Qingqi half knelt on the ground and immediately poured the advanced repair potion into GCU's mouth. The handsome young man leaned against the dusty wall with one leg propped up. His face and body were covered in blood, and there was a knife wound deep enough to see the bone under his left chest. His face was extremely pale, and his left hand was half hanging down and was broken. Ji Qingqi was also covered in blood, and his blonde hair, which was always meticulously groomed, was stained with blood and looked particularly messy. Less than 100 meters away from them, the body was lying on the ground, and the blood almost dyed the ground red. Ji Qingqi put away the empty potion bottle and glanced at the shaking star conch in GCU's hand. Don't take it. GCU swallowed the sweet taste that surged up his throat, pulled the corner of his mouth, did not answer him, but said, "This is a series of traps, targeting neither me nor Qing Yuan." Since he learned that Yun Xiao predicted that someone was going to kill Qing Yuan, he has been secretly investigating who might attack her, excluding many options, but he did not expect that this was a series of traps against the Taotai family, the Tongxi royal family, and even all the totem families. If he is right, Qing Yuan must have obtained solid evidence that the Tongxi royal family is the culprit. This method of framing is not clever. Qing Yuan may not take the evidence to question Emperor Yongyao and break the precarious balance between the two families. But if the fact that he is of Baizhe's blood is exposed, Emperor Yongyao will doubt his mother's intention to adopt him. In order to prevent the Taotai family from becoming the next Baizhe family, his mother will definitely take the initiative. The best way to take the initiative is to use the evidence obtained by Qing Yuan to shut up the Tongxi royal family, win over other totem families, and gain the upper hand in public opinion. So, this is a dead end. The trust between the Taotai family and the Tongxi royal family will be completely bankrupt after tonight. Ji Qingqi was not interested in listening to his analysis of these, and did not seem to care much about what kind of situation the Taotai family would fall into in the future. He pointed at the star snail and said, "It's still ringing." GCU closed his eyes, and didn't want to pay attention to him. Ji Qingqi glanced at him twice, and suddenly said, "Do you think she suspected you and was wronged?" GCU, Ji Qingqi seemed not to see that he was pretending to be dead, and continued, "I don't know what Qing Yuan has experienced in the past, but she is too rational, so rational that she almost has no emotions." At this point, he paused and stared at GCU's pale face. She must have suffered a lot in the past, so it's not easy for her to trust others. As a brother, what's wrong with you being suspected by her? It's not like you can't explain it. She also said to be careful, as if she doesn't plan to see her in the future. I'm so jealous that my teeth are about to fall out. GCU. Shut up. Ji Qingqi took out a wet towel and wiped off the blood on his face and hair bit by bit, and said calmly, "Did my words hurt you?" GCU reluctantly turned sideways and faced him with his back. Ji Qingqi was speechless. Are you still being hypocritical? Shouldn't you think about why she suspects you? Did you do something or your people did something to arouse her suspicion? If you had just asked her directly, you would have figured it out long ago. Why are you still sulking here? GCU paused while holding Xing Luo's hand, opened his eyes, and looked at Ji Qingqi for a few seconds, as if he had suddenly realized something, and suddenly said, "Someone wants to alienate Qing Yuan and me." Ji Qingqi gave him an inquiring look without knowing why. Didn't he just say that the person behind the scenes was targeting the Taotai family and the Tongxi royal family? How come he wants to alienate him and his sister? GCU sneered, changed his previous depression and awkwardness, and said to Ji Qingqi, "You go back first, I have to see someone." Ji Qingqi frowned. "You are so injured now. Anyone can kill you, who are you going to see?" "I go with you." GCU shook his head. "Too many things happened tonight. You have to go back and tell your mother and Qing Yuan in detail what happened here, so as to decide what to do next. And now that the Tongxi royal family has known my identity, I can no longer appear as my mother's adopted son. Things happened too suddenly. According to the current situation, it is not appropriate for the Tao Tai family to break with the Tongxi royal family. The best way is to push all the things on him, wait for the opportunity, and completely get rid of the constraints of the royal family. Ji Qingqi guessed his unfinished words and moved his lips, wanting him not to think so much. His mother would not treat him as an abandoned child, but the words came to his lips, but he couldn't say it. Bai Zai's predictive ability destined them to be at the forefront of the storm at all times. Not only did the Tongxi royal family want them to die, but other totem families might not have this idea. Otherwise, the fire on Tianheng Star burned for a day and a night. How could no one find clues and go to rescue? A man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. The demise of the Bai Zai family is inevitable. Ji Xiu cannot return to Tiandu Star alive. His existence will only make the major totem families turn to the Tongxi royal family. Yuan Shao was able to survive until now, not only because the Tongxi royal family coveted her bloodline and wanted to control her as a puppet, but also because she had not awakened Bai Zai Tianji and could not threaten other totem families. Ji Qingqi took a deep breath and turned to leave, but before stepping out of the abandoned building, he whispered, "We will wait for you at Tiandu Star." He knew that if they separated this time, the people behind him would not go back, and Marshal Ji Wu's adopted son would also die in this assassination. Ji Xiu smiled, "See you later." He looked at the star conch in his hand that was stained with blood, and finally did not connect to the sound of the tide that had never stopped since just now. The morning light entered the house. Ji Xiu raised his hand to cover half of his eyes. A pair of military boots embroidered with the golden crow totem stepped on the light spots scattered on the ground. When the early sun was fading, he met a pair of cold golden red eyes. Tang Shijin stood in the morning light, calmly and indifferently looking at the young man covered in bruises not far away. Chapter 139. Ji Xiu coldly watched Tang Shijin approaching step by step. He was still wearing the gorgeous and eye-catching prince's robe, and the long cape inlaid with gemstones and crystals was hanging on the ground, not caring about the dust and cobwebs on the ground. The golden red ribbon hung from his shoulders, passing through rows of medals symbolizing power and military exploits, and pinned on the slightly open collar. The heels of the military boots fell on the ground, making a crisp treading sound. The prince, who commanded the Golden Crow army, no longer concealed his whereabouts, and walked slowly to Ji Xiu, but did not show his usual high attitude in front of people. Instead, he half knelt down, took off the white gloves embroidered with the Golden Crow totem, took out the medical box from the space bracelet, and prepared to treat Ji Xiu's wounds. He lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and put away the aggression that made people fear when he first appeared, and showed more tolerance and concern of an elder brother. But before his hand touched Ji Xiu's wound, he was grabbed by the other party. His cold and questioning eyes fell on his face, like a sharp blade just out of its sheath, scratching him painfully. When he came out yesterday, Ji Xiu did not tell anyone about his whereabouts. Ji Qingqi was able to come here because a mysterious person sent him a message that Ji Xiu was Bai Zai, who was ambushed and seriously injured and dying. The exact time and place as well as the picture of him being besieged and injured were also given. Ji Qingqi did not know that Ji Xiu was Bai Zai before. He suddenly got the news, and did not dare to tell others easily. He could not do nothing. After repeatedly failing to contact Ji Xiu, he had to come to find someone according to the location in the mysterious message. As a result, Ji Qingqi was ambushed and killed on the way here. If he had not been alert and kept a hand, he would probably have been lying dead in the wild at this moment, becoming the fuse for the Tao Tai family and the Tongxi royal family to tear each other apart. Among the four siblings, only Ji Qinglian followed the main force because of Shi Yuan's instructions, and was not attacked by anyone. Ji Xiu pinched Tang Shijin's wrist, ignoring the wound that broke open due to excessive force on his arm, and said in a deep tone, "What are you going to do?" He is indeed the most motivated and capable person to control this chess game. No wonder Qing Yuan suspected him. But besides him, there is another person who can do it. It is the Bailite Prince Tang Shijin, who has the same mother as him, but is highly valued by Emperor Yongyao. He is a pure-blooded golden crow. If he designs the assassination of Qing Yuan, he can easily leave evidence to frame the Tongxi royal family and make Emperor Yongyao speechless. Tang Shijin seemed not to feel his suppressed anger, and raised his eyes, and said, "Don't you always want to kill the Tongxi royal family? As long as the alliance of the totem family is not broken, the Tongxi royal family will always be invincible." The contradiction between the Tao Tai family and the Tongxi royal family is the deepest, which is the best breakthrough point. His tone was very calm, as if he was saying that the weather was really good today. But the above words seemed to give a strong answer, but in fact did not explain his purpose at all, but pushed everything to GCU. GCU was not moved by Tang Shijin's words, sneered and shook off his hand, and said sarcastically, "Aren't you the dog raised by Tang Shihao at his feet? You dare not go west when he points east. How dare you bite your master back suddenly?" Before the overthrow of the Baizé family, GCU had a very happy family, a gentle father, a flamboyant and passionate mother, and a brother with a weird personality but particularly tolerant of him. But his happiness came to an abrupt end in that blazing fire. In order to cover their escape, his father was beheaded by the Golden Crow Emperor's sword. His mother pushed him into the Star Gate, and had her throat broken by Tang Shizhe. His brother awakened the mimicry of the pure-blooded Golden Crow under the stimulation, but because of Tang Shizhe's malicious interruption, the pure-blooded Golden Crow became a defective subspecies of Golden Crow. When he met his brother again, the other party had changed his name to Tang Shijin, and was an instructor at Xingyou Military Academy under the false identity of Jin Shi. Si Jin, who became Tang Shijin, seemed to have forgotten the tragedy of more than 10 years ago. He became a running dog that Tang Shihao could call and go at will, handling his shameful business for him. After Tang Shihao ascended the throne of Emperor Yongyao, he was named Prince Beilai, who was above 10,000 people and commanded the Golden Crow Legion. Tang Shijin lowered his eyes at GCU's sarcastic words. His tone was as calm as ever. "If not, how could he trust me? Don't you want to be a good son in front of Ji Wu?" he asked lightly, and then immediately said, "You haven't lived in Tiandu Star for more than 10 years, and you really regard Ji Wu as your mother, right?" Tang Shijin picked up the tweezers and cotton again, and wanted to treat the wound of his kind-hearted younger brother. This time, GCU did not shake off his hand, but his eyes were still cold, as if he had never imagined that the brother who couldn't even lie in his memory would become the young man in front of him, who could not change his face even if he was stabbed in the heart. Tang Shijin did not hear any rebuttal. While picking up the disinfectant to clean GCU's wound, he continued to use words to cut a knife in his heart. With the intelligence capabilities of the Taohai family, do you think Ji Wu would not know that the fire on Tianhing Star had been burning for a day and a night? He sneered. "Don't deceive yourself. Ji Wu brought you back to Tiandu Star just to let you bite the Tangxi royal family one day. She let Ji Qinglan get close to you, because she calculated that you were hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. She loved you as her own son in order to bind you with affection, and let you and the Tangxi royal family fight to the death, but also remember to leave a way out for the Taotai family." Tang Shijin kept cutting scars on GCU's heart. Seeing that he clenched his fists tightly and sweated profusely, he not only did not soften his tone, but also stabbed him again. "You obviously know all this, but you still like Ji Qingyuan. You even told her that you were Baizé, and for her, you were jealous of Chris Hudson, and came to Tianyao Star at the risk of exposing your identity." GCU's wounds were cleaned up bit by Tang Shijin. His suturing skills were quite good, and his movements were neat and tidy. Finally, he asked the last sentence. "See you, do you still remember why you fought so hard to crawl out of the Colosseum in the chaotic star field?" GCU's pupils dilated slightly. The fire 19 years ago was his nightmare. The 2 years in the Colosseum were his suffering. Just at this moment, the star conch in GCU's hand made a low buzzing sound again. Tang Shijin saw the note. With just one glance, the star conch shattered under the crushing of the Golden Crow's fire. "See, you can like any girl, but she can't be the blood of the totem family, let alone the daughter of Ji Wu who used him as a pawn." Still no response. Sure Yuan put down the star conch and stopped resonating with GCU's tidal sound. Perhaps because the accident came too suddenly, she never thought that GCU's identity would be exposed in this way, and she was completely unprepared. So at this moment, her heart was empty, and she felt a sense of loss without support. After a brief moment of shock, Sure Yuan pursed her lips, put away the emotions that made her mind confused, and said to Qi Qian who was fidgeting, "Send me to Xingyuriluan. Adlet has found Shenji. Too many things happened last night. The purpose of the person behind the scenes is obvious. She needs to meet up with Adlet as soon as possible, and think about how to deal with the next change. When she has a plan, she will talk to Ji Wu in detail. Moreover, she needs to be prepared to leave Tianyao Star at any time, so as not to let the Tangxi royal family take her hostage." Before Qi Qian replied, Sure Yuan's star conch rang again. She picked up the star conch reflexively, but the note on it was not GCU's name, but a letter A. "This is her note to Amelia." Sure Yuan suppressed the sudden sense of loss in her heart, put the star snail to her ear, and asked, "What's wrong?" After that night, she and Amelia exchanged the sound of tides, but for the sake of caution, they agreed not to contact each other unless it was important, so as not to be discovered and cause unnecessary trouble. Amelia whispered, "11, someone came to assassinate me." They were 3-level extraordinary talents. There were 5 people in total. They were decisive and ruthless, carrying the Golden Crow curse. If it weren't for Chris, I would have been killed now. No matter how stupid Emperor Yongyao was, he would not have sent a dead soldier carrying the Golden Crow curse to kill her, not to mention that he was not stupid, but also a person with deep thoughts. With Chris Hudson, a strong man in the Holy Domain, there was no way to kill her in a short time, let alone a 3rd-level extraordinary talent. This was obviously an unscrupulous frame-up. In this way, the Winston Empire, which was originally a defeated country, can turn the tables and ask Emperor Yongyao for an explanation. Emperor Yongyao will certainly not admit that he sent someone to assassinate Amelia, but with irrefutable evidence, it doesn't matter whether he admits it or not. The Winston Empire can unilaterally tear up the newly signed peace treaty and refuse to pay compensation. In this way, the Tongxi royal family will not only face the accusation of the Taotai family, appease the other totem families, but also need to give an explanation to the Winston Empire. With internal and external troubles, even if Emperor Yongyao has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be difficult to solve the current predicament in a short time. It is really a well-planned chess game. Regardless of whether the assassination is successful or not, everyone is calculated into it, and becomes a pawn to drag the Tongxi royal family into the quagmire. The Winston Empire will not let go of the benefits that are delivered to it. The Taotai family can take this opportunity to get rid of the constraints of the Tongxi royal family. The situation has reached an irreversible point, and no one can stop this wild horse. Shi Yuan took a deep breath and said only one sentence, "Amelia, maximize your interests." Since the wild horse has already run away, why risk being seriously injured to forcibly intercept it? Amelia is a smart person, and has known Shi Yuan for several years. She is even half of her student. After a moment of stun, she reacted to her meaning and decisively said yes. After ending the short conversation with Amelia, Shi Yuan went down the list of notes of the sliding star conch and found Ji Wu's title sound. While waiting for the title sound to connect, Shi Yuan looked out the window. The rainbow sun is rising, full of vigor. The stars will always exist, but the Golden Crow will not rule this land forever. The sound of the waves disappeared, and Ji Wu's stern and tolerant tone came, "Qing Yuan." She only said these 2 words. Shi Yuan smiled and expressed her opinion. "Mother, Tao Tai should break free from the shackles that bind him. Since this chess game can make the Tongxi royal family fall into the abyss, why should she be entangled in who is the chess player? Taking advantage of the situation to reshuffle the Yongyao Empire and achieve her supreme power is what she should consider now." Qi Qian caught a glimpse of the smile on her lips, his heart trembled, and he dared not say a word, increased the speed of the star shuttle, and left this desolate old city. Chapter 140. 2 star shuttles drove into the open-air parking lot of the Ji family's private residence in Tiandu. Shi Yuan opened her eyes, put away the fatigue that flashed across her brows, gathered her thoughts again, opened the door, and got off the star shuttle. Ji Qingqi on the other star shuttle moved in sync with her. The 2 stood face to face, and when they looked up, they saw each other's embarrassed appearance. Compared with Ji Qingqi, who was covered in blood, Shi Yuan, who was only slightly pale, was obviously in better condition. She frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" When she was preparing to take action last night, she sent a tidal sound to Ji Qingqi, but did not receive a response. At that time, she had guessed that he was likely to be restrained by someone. She also knew that Ji Qingqi was strong. He looked taciturn, but was actually smart and alert. If those who plotted against him only saw his battle-maniac side, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Therefore, after she told Adlet about this, she was not overly worried. Looking at his appearance now, it can really be described as tragic. Ji Qingqi had simply wiped the blood on his face and hands with a wet towel on the way back, but his clothes were almost soaked with blood, looking like a butcher who walked out of a sea of blood and corpses. Hearing Shi Yuan's words, he lifted his bloody clothes with disdain and said helplessly, "It happened when I went to rescue GCU. He was injured much more seriously than me." "He was injured?" Shi Yuan asked subconsciously. When she received the sound of the tide, she heard that GCU's breath was not right, so she guessed that he was also attacked, but the man didn't know what he was thinking, and he avoided the question and didn't give her a definite answer. Ji Qingqi saw that she was speaking in a calm tone even when she was asking questions, and her expression didn't change much. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking. After thinking for a while, he said someone wanted to alienate your relationship, but he didn't tell me who it was. Shi Yuan paused as she was about to leave. A strange color flashed across her silver blue eyes. She turned back and asked, "Where is he now?" Ji Qingqi told her where she left, and added, You probably won't be able to see him now. Sure, Yuan sneered. Who wants to see him? After she finished speaking, she walked forward without stopping, leaving behind a neat and tidy back. Ji Qingqi blinked and quickly followed her. When the two entered the house, Ms. Lola was already waiting by the side. Seeing their miserable appearance, she showed no surprise at all, and only bowed slightly and said, Master Qingqi, Ms. Qingyuan, the marshal is waiting for you in the study. Jiwu received the warning from Adlet and rushed from Tiandu Star as soon as possible. He just arrived not long ago. At this time, hurried footsteps came from upstairs. Ji Qinglian supported the guardrail with one hand and jumped directly from the upstairs, landing in front of Shi Yuan. He saw the miserable state of the two people, and his breath was slightly choked. He immediately said, How did you get into this? Who did it? Although his tone was anxious, he was not as angry as before, and his mood was relatively stable. He didn't say anything unreliable such as I will kill him right away. Shi Yuan shook his head, Nothing, I've already dealt with the people I should deal with. Did you pay attention to what I told you to pay attention to last night? Ji Qinglian's lips moved, not wanting her to change the subject, but she couldn't find a reason to continue asking, so she pursed her lips and said, I paid attention. He shook his head. No one was watching Xingluo and Guangno at that time. Shi Yuan learned from Qiangwei 13 that someone notified him to go to the hot spring villa to assassinate him, and gave the exact time and place. After that, she suspected that the mastermind behind the scenes was hiding among the companions, so she asked Ji Qinglian to move with the main force and always pay attention to the actions of the others. Ji Qinglian glanced at her secretly and added, At that time, Ying Heng said that something happened in the hot spring villa. I deliberately pretended to leave in a hurry, but in fact I was observing their expressions and behaviors, and no one revealed any flaws. Although he didn't know what his sister wanted to do, since he was particularly told to be careful and not let others find out, he could probably guess that the matter was not simple, and the basic method used for surveillance and observation was mental perception. Ji Qinglian dared to guarantee that no one discovered his intentions. Shi Yuan was not surprised by this result. She had seen how cautious the person behind the scenes was, and it was not easy to catch his flaws. She nodded, I see, you did a good job. I tell you about other things later, I go see my mother first. Hearing her words, Ji Qinglian breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. In fact, when he first heard that something happened at the hot spring villa, he panicked for a moment, but when he thought of what his sister had told him, he quickly calmed down and seriously carried out the task she had given him. But the task did not progress, and then he learned that his sister was captured by the smiley mask, and Ji Qinglian was still a little panicked. He wanted to do something, but found that he didn't even have the combat power of the extraordinary realm, let alone finding his sister back. Once he left the crowd and acted alone, he might become the next target of the conspiracy. Ji Qinglian once again felt the feeling of being helpless and depressed. He was nervous and depressed, but he could only accept protection out of resentment. Shi Yuan smiled at him, and walked upstairs quickly. Ji Qingqi followed her, and patted Ji Qinglian on the shoulder. I go change clothes first, and I tell you what happened today later. Covered in blood, regardless of whether it smelled good or not, it was visually very shocking, and it was not suitable to walk around. Shi Yuan knocked on the door with his fingers, and pushed the door open after Ji Wu agreed. Ji Wu was standing in front of the bookshelf with her back to her in her casual clothes, with her long hair tied up and her eyebrows raised. Unlike her usual solemn temperament, the decisiveness accumulated on the battlefield over the years was completely restrained, making people unconsciously feel close to her. She was reading a book. The books in this study were all prepared by Adlet. Usually no one would read them, and most of them were for decoration. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ji Wu turned around and saw Shi Yuan, who looked embarrassed, and frowned slightly. Injured? The two sides had a conversation half an hour ago, but Shi Yuan did not mention his own situation. He only talked about the general process of being plotted against, and the purpose that the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to achieve. Shi Yuan rolled up his sleeves, revealing the arrogant and domineering golden crow totem on his left arm. Ji Wu's originally calm mood suddenly became turbulent. She immediately put down the book, took 2 steps at a time and walked to Shi Yuan, grabbed her wrist tightly, and stared at the cursed totem that was unscrupulously flowing with the golden crow's fire breath. Soon, she noticed something strange. There was a familiar breath that was quietly suppressing the golden crow curse that was trying to devour the Taotai star power. Ji Wu raised her eyes and met Shi Yuan's eyes. The immortal flower? Did Siyu give it to you? She had always known that Ji Siyu was cursed by the golden crow, and even took him to the alienated area at the junction of Xiaomong Star and Quangshi Star many years ago to find the immortal flower. For many years, GCU has been looking for other immortal flowers to completely suppress the golden crow curse on his body, but with little success. The immortal flower is a top-level exotic plant that can only be encountered by chance. It is lucky for ordinary people to find one, let alone get the second or even the third one. Sure Yuan nodded without changing his expression. The rose curse has fallen into a deep sleep, and Jiwoo could not have noticed its existence. The immortal flower in Cyrus Garcia's hand was indeed snatched back by GCU, so she was not lying. Without waiting for Jiwoo to speak again, Sure Yuan said first, "Mother, can you tell who cast this curse?" Everyone's aura is different, but the aura of power from the same source will be very similar, especially the aura of totem mimicry. Sure Yuan felt very familiar, but due to the level limit, she could not specifically identify whether it was the golden crow she had come into contact with. Jiwoo was different. She was a strong person in the holy domain. Whether it was insight or perception, she had already entered a realm that was unmatched by extraordinary talents. She could easily distinguish even the slightest difference in front of her. Jiwoo put her index finger and middle finger together, gathered power to her fingertips, and prepared to explore the source of this golden crow curse. The result of the exploration shocked her greatly. She confirmed it several times before finally accepting this result. Sure Yuan saw that her expression was wrong, and tentatively asked, "Mother?" Jiwoo told her the answer, "Tan Shize." Sure Yuan was even more surprised than her. How is it possible? Tang Shiza was killed by her own hands, and died from Rose 10,000 arrows. His whole body was almost pierced like a sieve, and there was no possibility of survival. Jiwoo also felt that the matter was too strange. I have seen Tang Shiza's body. He is indeed dead. It is impossible for a dead person to cast a curse. It is impossible that he left the golden crow curse on those dead soldiers when he was alive, and this happened to be used by someone with ulterior motives. This probability is even lower. The terrible power of the totem curse will cause a considerable burden to the cursor once it is cast. Even the top 3 extraordinary talents can only use it once in 10 years, otherwise it will damage the foundation, causing the realm to fall, and they will never be promoted to the holy domain again, and they will not use it casually. Tonight, more than 5 dead soldiers carrying the golden crow curse appeared. Unless Tang Shiza's brain was broken when he was alive, it would be impossible for him to consume his totem power in such a large amount. It must be that the person behind the scenes used an unknown method to do this. There is no need to waste too much time on things that cannot be figured out in a short time. Jiwoo asked, "What are you going to do next?" The shackles bound to Tao Tai are not so easy to break free. If you are not careful, you may make things worse and be dragged into a more terrible abyss. The Yongyao Empire is in chaos. The Winston Empire is the most powerful power group in the universe. It will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to expand its territory and power. At that time, the totem families that act independently will become small fish eaten by big fish. This is also the fundamental reason why the 7 totem families have been wary of each other for thousands of years, but have never turned against each other. However, human nature is mean and greedy. When the Baizé family perished, the delicate balance between the totem families had actually been broken, but there was no suitable opportunity to bring this matter to light. Someone must not want to wait any longer, so they arranged yesterday's drama, hiding behind the scenes, wanting the Tao Tai family to charge forward, waiting for them to fight to the death with the Tanshi royal family, and then come out to reap the benefits. Sure Yuan put down his sleeves, heard the test questions given by Jiwoo, smiled and made a knife gesture. Kill Tang Shisheng, blame other totem families, and make this muddy water more chaotic. Jiwoo suddenly narrowed his eyes, and laughed out loud the next second. Decisive enough. Cruel enough. With Ji Qingyuan, the Tao Tai family can be guaranteed to prosper for the next 100 years. Sure Yuan smiled and said, "Can you bring your third brother this time?" Jiwoo stopped smiling and said with relief, "You are doing well." She has been paying attention to the children, and knows that Qinglian has grown a lot during this period. He is no longer the spoiled young master who said whatever he wanted. She also knows that all this is due to Qinglian. She can see that Qinglian is willing to teach Qinglian, not just for show. The Tao Tai family will be a seamless iron plate if the children are united and friendly. Sure Yuan gladly accepted her compliment and asked, "Then when will we take action against Tang Shisheng?" Again, it is better to let him fight for you than to turn Ji Qinglian into an enemy. The road to the top is difficult for one person to walk alone. Jiwoo just smiled and said nothing. Her attitude gave Sure Yuan a bold idea. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Jiwoo said, "Come in." Adlet pushed the door open and walked in. The tuxedo jacket he usually wore was gone, revealing a black vest that outlined his decent and polite figure. There was a striking red drop on the edge of the white bow tie tied around his neck. Adlet bowed slightly, and calmly presented his master with a ring engraved with the golden crow totem. "Marshal, the hunting mission has been completed." The ring was golden red, and was exquisitely made. Even if it was dull, it could be seen that the owner of it was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure, Yuan had seen it before. It was worn on the index finger of Tang Xixing's right hand. It was a symbol of the crown prince of the empire. Jiwu took the ring and looked at it in front of her eyes, and smiled with satisfaction at Adlet. "Well done." Immediately, she crushed it with force. The powder fell down, and fell to the ground as dust. Sure, Yuan had already guessed what the appearance of this ring meant, and held her breath slightly, looking at Jiwu. He was indeed the most famous head of the Taotai family in history. His vision, courage, and means were all unmatched by ordinary people. Jiwu met her gaze, as if he did not notice her momentary emotional fluctuations, and tucked the hair hanging from her temples behind her ears for her, and taught her, "Qingyuan, you are now the heir of the family. If you have any ideas, you can put them into practice directly without asking me for instructions." She did not mind her children exercising power, and even welcomed it, as long as they could distinguish right from wrong and know the pros and cons. "It doesn't matter if you make mistakes. I am here, and no one can do anything to you." Jiwu's tone was not gentle, and even carried her usual vigorous and resolute manner, but it had the ultimate warmth in the world. Sure, Yuan felt the cool fingertips brushing against her temples, and finally understood why GCU, who was cold and crazy, would have a fondness for Tiandu Star. Jiwu did not treat him as a chess piece, but as a human being. She would test him strictly, but also give him trust and protection without reservation. She used human nature as chess pieces, and Jiwu used human hearts as hostages. Chapter 141. Tang Xixing is dead. The warm and bright sunlight shone into the spacious room, and the soft beam of light brushed Tang Xixing's military boots, casting mottled light and shadows on the ground. He had taken off his gorgeous and complicated cloak, but because he had something to do later, he did not change out of his military uniform. GCU, whose upper body was almost wrapped in bandages, lay on the big bed in front of him, staring at the ceiling with a cold expression, not moved by his words, as if the death was just a cat or a dog, which had no meaning to him. Not long ago, he contacted Gu Shi and learned from him that he had opened the resource warehouse of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce last night, and transferred nearly 40,000 SS-level alien crystals. Yesterday, he was held captive by assassins, and was imprisoned for more than 12 hours. How could he go to the resource warehouse of the Aurora Chamber of Commerce and take away so many alienated crystals? Thinking about the fact that the smiley mask took Qin Yuan away, how could GCU not guess why she suspected him? It was Tang Xijin who hired someone to plot against Qin Yuan, and in order to alienate the relationship between him and Qin Yuan, he put the blame on the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. With Qin Yuan's intelligence, she would definitely start the investigation from the bounty, and it would be a matter of time before she found the Aurora Chamber of Commerce. But she knew that the Aurora Chamber of Commerce was his property, and she also knew that he was of Baize's bloodline, so it was completely natural for her to have doubts. Thinking of what Ji Qiqi said before he left, GCU pursed his lips. Tang Xijin saw him staring at the ceiling without saying anything, and frowned slightly. "What are you thinking about?" He had no intention of hurting Cu, but some things were too late to make a decision, and he and Ji Qingyuan were destined to have no result. Rather than dragging it out until it was too deep and there was no way out, it was better to get out of it as soon as possible. GCU lowered his eyes, and asked instead of answering, "Who did it?" He had no right to blame Tang Xijin. The fire night 19 years ago was not just his nightmare. He was obsessed with the comfortable days, and lost his original intention to get to where he is today. The period of peace talks between Winston Empire and Yongyao Empire was the best time to take action. If you miss it, there will be no second time. Tang Xijin did not answer GCU's question immediately, but looked at him for a few seconds before slowly saying, "All kinds of evidence show that it was the Tingsha family who did it." When he said this, his tone did not change much, but his eyes were always fixed on GCU, as if he wanted to see something from his face. If it was really the Tingsha family who killed Tang Xixing, how could they leave such an obvious handle? It was obvious that someone framed him. At this time, the conflict between the Tingsha family and the Tongxi royal family was provoked. The Taotai family was the biggest beneficiary, and successfully pulled the Tingsha family to the forefront. But this is not a very clever trick. With Marshal Qi Jing's eyesight, it is impossible for him not to see the trick inside. Even if he cannot be sure that it was done by the Taotai family, He will not ally with Ji Wu just because he stands on the opposite side of the Tongxi royal family. According to Marshal Qi Jing's temperament, he may even do the opposite, find Emperor Yongyao to explain the facts and pros and cons, and propose a deal or cooperation. Emperor Yongyao is a smart man, and can bend and stretch. Compared with revenge for his dead son, the current crisis is obviously more important. He will not offend all the totem families, but will try his best to win them over and get through the difficulties at this time. Tang Shijin saw that GCU was silent again, and said with a hint of meaning, "Your mother seems to have made a bad move." GCU seemed to be unable to hear the sarcasm in his words, and said lightly, "Do you know how Qi Xian died?" The name Qi Xian is familiar to most people, and even well known. When he entered Xingyao Military Academy, he had a ruling power that was beyond the reach of other heirs of totem families. At that time, the Kaiyang camp led by him was far superior to the Tianshu camp carefully built by Tang Shisheng at this stage. Tang Shijin frowned. The conflict between the Taotai family and the Tongxi royal family is irreversible, not only because Ji Wu adopted GCU, who is of Baizhe blood, but also because the Taotai family is too powerful. Throughout the generations, pure-blooded Taotai has been passed down from one line to another, and there are no more than 5 subspecies of Taotai, but all of them can become talents and make the Corona constellation into a copper wall and iron wall, invulnerable to swords and guns. The heads of the Taotai clan of all generations have strong personalities and a tough style. They obey the orders of the royal family, but are not subject to the royal family's control. In addition, they have a very high status in the minds of the people, and they seem to be on the verge of becoming the uncrowned king. How could the Tongxi royal family tolerate this? But there is no such strong contradiction between the Tingsha clan and the Tongxi royal family. Ji Qinglian frowned. Ji Qingqi put down the teacup in his hand. Who said that? Ji Qinglian looked surprised. Ji Qingqi brought a cup of Yunning Luqing to him. Do you remember Qi Xian? The former first genius of the Yongyao Empire, the undisputed first heir of the Tingsha clan. Before he could achieve his glory, he fell from the sky without warning like a fleeting meteor, becoming a taboo that everyone in the Tingsha clan kept secret. The Tang snake family is notoriously shallow in kinship, and although they will leave a totem to protect the younger generations of the family, if a little tongue snake really dies outside, the head of the family will at most issue a wanted order for the murderer of the little tongue snake, but will not do it himself. Qi Xian was an exception. Marshal Qi Jing slaughtered all the Yulu stars of Yuqiong seat for him. Since then, the notoriety of the Tingsha family has spread throughout the world. Most of the free killers in the Chaos Star domain who value money over life have avoided the bounty orders on the black market for the Tingsha family. Ji Qinglian was about to ask what Qi Xian had to do with this, but suddenly remembered the strange cause of his death. A flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he said incredulously, "Is it related to the Tongxi royal family?" Ji Qingqi blew on the hot tea gently, and took a sip. "Of course." "How do you know?" Ji Qinglian felt strange. "I don't know." Ji Qingqi answered frankly, and then slowly added, "But now, Qi Xian's death must be related to the Tongxi royal family. If the mother doesn't take action, it's fine. If she does, she will definitely be fast, accurate and ruthless, and will not let the target have room to turn over. Just like the Yongyao Empire sent troops to the Rose Seat before, the combat targets of other legions were either the Blood Rose's nest or the Rose Legion's garrison. Only the Taotai Legion led by my mother, like an arrow shot from a bow, decisively penetrated into the heart of the Rose Seat, went straight to the Rose Manor, and destroyed the Rose Duke's treasure house, not only forcing the pure-blooded roses to run around, but also plundered the most essential and fertile resources of the Rose Seat. If I remember correctly, my mother seemed to give Qing Yuan the rose crown made by the Rose Duke as a trophy, as a meeting gift, allowing her to play with it at will. But he never saw Qing Yuan take it out, probably because she didn't like it, and threw it into the warehouse to gather dust. Ji Qinglian was just a little impulsive, not without a brain. After hearing this, he lowered his eyes and thought about it. When he raised his eyes again, there was a look of enlightenment in his eyes, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. It doesn't matter whether someone did something or not. What matters is that everyone believes that he did it. In the game between the totem families, there is no right or wrong, only victory or defeat. GCU leaned against the head of the bed with his upper body, took a few sips of the hot water handed over by Tang Shijin, and said, "Half a month ago, Marshal Qi Jing secretly met with someone." Tang Shijin didn't know about this. He frowned. "Who? How do you know?" GCU didn't give a clear answer, but just said, "A person who knows the real cause of Qi Xian's death and makes it absolutely impossible for the Tingsha family and the Tongxi royal family to form an alliance." Imperial Palace, Congress Hall. the frosty-faced Yongnao Emperor, the cold-eyed Ji Wu, a group of frowning marshals and heirs of various families, except for Marshal Qi Jing and Yun Xiao, the rulers of the 7 major totem families gathered. Beside the conference table, Tang Xixing was sleeping in an ice coffin. His face, which had lost its temperature, was pale and bloodless. Although someone had arranged his remains, his face still showed the shock and pain he had shown before his death, as if he couldn't believe that his life would end abruptly at the age of 23. Shi Yuan sat quietly beside Ji Wu, not affected by the deathly silence at this time. He lowered his eyes, his face was pale, and there was a bit of coldness between his eyebrows. His face, which was not very similar to Ji Wu, showed a bit of the same killing determination as hers. At this moment, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground came from far away, which seemed particularly abrupt in the overly depressing atmosphere at the moment. The marshals who were not in the center of the storm only felt their eardrums throbbing violently, and they felt a sense of uneasiness that things would be completely out of control. Finally, the door of the Congress Hall was pushed open, and Qi Jing, dressed in a marshal's uniform, stood outside the door. He looked to be in his early 30s, and his appearance was particularly attractive. On his tall nose were a pair of very beautiful fox eyes, but his temperament was not frivolous at all. He had the arrogance and indifference that belonged to those who had been in high positions for a long time, and even gave people a strong sense of oppression, so that people dared not look directly at his face. Next to him stood a woman in a black knee-length skirt. She was not Mrs. Qi, nor was she any pure-blooded snake, but a strange face that most people present had never seen. She looked cold, with a little sadness between her eyebrows, and her eyes were indifferent. She seemed to have no interest in anything in the world, and there was a sad and beautiful look that made people look at her. Yu Shizhe, who was sitting next to Marshal Yu Lao, stood up from his chair suddenly when he saw the woman's face, and almost blurted out the word sister. Yu Shizhe has a sister named Yu Guanchuan, who is an ordinary person who cannot awaken the mimicry. She was not accepted by the Qilin family, and has been living with her mother. She is one of the countless ordinary people in Yuqiong. After Yu Shizhe was taken back to Taiyanxing, he did not see his mother and sister for a whole 10 years. It was not until he was allowed to go out alone to train that he dared to secretly go to Yulixing to find them. Although the time they spent together was very short each time, it was one of the few happy times in his repressed life. Until Qi Xian died in Yuqiong, the Tingsha family slaughtered the entire Yulixing. He never saw his mother and sister again. They had no mimicry and no star power, and it was impossible for them to survive the inhumane massacre. He hated the Tingsha family and their domineering and strong character. In his dreams at midnight, he clearly realized that he would become one of them in the future. Yu Shizhe had never thought that he would see his sister again. His eyes instantly turned red. He moved his lips, but could not make a sound because he was too excited. Yu Guanchuan noticed that someone was looking at him. His sight became a little more focused. He turned his head and saw Yu Shizhe. She was stunned at first and said subconsciously, "Xiao Zhe." Yu Shizhe's sudden rise was already eye-catching. Coupled with her words, people who didn't know Yu Guanchuan immediately had a plan in their hearts, and wondered what Marshal Qi Jing brought her here for. Shi Yuan glanced at Ji Wu. The mother and daughter's eyes met briefly. Marshal Qi Jing seemed to be unaware of the strange atmosphere in the Congress Hall. He walked to a seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down directly. Yu Guanchuan nodded slightly to Yu Shiza, and when he turned his head, he met the eyes of Marshal Yu Lao. Without any expression, he sat down next to Marshal Qi Jing. Everyone who should have arrived had arrived, but no one spoke first. Before that, Emilia had brought Chris to make a scene. At that time, Emperor Yongyao had just received the news of Tang Xixing's death, and had no intention of dealing with him. It was Tang Xijin who was responsible and barely calmed them down. Then, Ji Wu brought Ji Qingyuan to ask for punishment. If the other marshals had not received the news and rushed over in time, she might have overturned Tian'ao Palace by now. Perhaps the atmosphere in the Congress Hall was too depressing. Marshal Ing, who was always responsible for easing the atmosphere and smoothing things over, laughed dryly twice and pretended to be curious. "Qi Jing, who is the girl next to you? Why don't you introduce her? If there was a reliable Inglong in the family, he wouldn't be sitting here on pins and needles." He was really fed up with this group of people. Wouldn't it be nice to just live a peaceful life? Would it be decent to play tricks and schemes and end up in disgrace? Marshal Qi Jing happened to be sitting right in front of him. Hearing this, he said with a fake smile, "This is Guan Kun, Xianer's surviving frost." As soon as these words came out, the whole room was silent, and Yu Shizhe widened his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 142. Qi Xian has never been married, and there is no news of him having a girlfriend. So where did the widow come from? Not to mention that the woman in front of him is the granddaughter of Marshal Yu Lao and the sister of Yu Shiza. With this relationship, Marshal Qi Jing should never have slaughtered the entire Yulu star and let his relationship with the Qilin family drop to the freezing point. To put it another way, Marshal Qi Jing was not satisfied with Yu Guanchuan, an ordinary person, as his daughter-in-law. It was also because she took her anger out on the Qilin family. How could he let her go, hide her for so many years, and bring her to the Congress Hall at such a sensitive time? The twists and turns inside made Marshal Ying's head hurt. He wanted to grab Marshal Qi Jing's collar and shake him hard, so that he could speak clearly in one breath, instead of just telling him half the story, making him anxious to know what happened in the past, and how Qi Xian and Yu Guanchuan were related. He was definitely not the only one who had this question, but no one was as eager and ignorant as him to ask about this as gossip. Looking at Yu Guanchuan again, her expression did not change much, as if she had tacitly agreed with Marshal Qi Jing's words. She was not at all uneasy in the core of the empire's power, and she did not dodge the scrutiny of the marshals. Her indifference and calmness were obviously not a pretense, but she was indeed not afraid of the marshal's sharpness. If you feel it carefully, you will find that there are very weak star power fluctuations around her, and she is not an ordinary person who cannot awaken the mimicry. If Yu Guanchuan is a gifted person, Marshal Yu Lao could not have taken Yu Shize back to Tiananxing alone. Could it be that a star seal master engraved a mimicry mark for her, making her a mimicry gifted person? This is indeed not a difficult task for Marshal Qi Jing, but from the death of Qi Xian to the present, with the intelligence capabilities of the totem family, the marshals had no idea that there was such an elusive variable as Yu Guanchuan in the death of Qi Xian. Marshal Qi Jing suddenly mentioned Qi Xian, who had long been dead, and said that Yu Guanchuan was his widow. It is definitely impossible that he was crazy and told people gossip about his son. Instantly most people present had a vague guess in their hearts. Emperor Yongyao, who was in a superior position, had a very ugly face from just now to now, or he had vaguely anticipated the upcoming crisis since he learned that Ji Qingyuan was kidnapped and Tang Xixing died suddenly. Hearing Marshal Qi Jing's words with deep meaning, his hands hanging on his knees trembled slightly. The arc of this movement was very small, and no one noticed it, but it did not prevent the marshals, who were like people, from casting vague glances at him. The new emperor has been on the throne for just over a year. Apart from declaring war on the Winston Empire and sending troops to the Rose Seat, the marshals have not had much contact with him. When they were young, the deepest impression they had was that the new emperor was a vassal of the previous crown prince Tang Shiza, always following behind him and doing his best for him, but he never had a sense of existence. At that time, no one thought that the powerless Tang Shihao could come to this day and become the supreme emperor of the Yongyao Empire. The previous emperor had many descendants. According to age and background, it was not Tang Shihao's turn to be the emperor. However, Tang Shiza died suddenly. As one of his most capable subordinates, and a pure-blooded golden crow, Tang Shihao stood up and took over the power he left behind. He became the most competitive prince for the throne and sang all the way to achieve the Holy Land. It can be seen that Tang Shihao is not a pushover. Ji Wu seemed to be uninterested in Marshal Qi Jing's daughter-in-law, who suddenly appeared. She tapped the table with her fingers, and there was a slight displeasure between her eyebrows. Since everyone is here, there is no need for me to keep some words to myself, right? Regarding Qingyuan being ambushed and killed last night, I hope your majesty can give me an explanation. Her words successfully attracted everyone's attention. Marshal Ying sighed in his heart that it was over. Ji Wu was overbearing and protective. When Tang Xixing bribed the remnants of the Blood Rose to assassinate Ji Qingyuan last time, she completely ignored the majesty of the royal family and went straight to Tianyao Palace to ask Emperor Yongyao to give an explanation. It has only been a short time since this incident, and now there is another drama of Ji Qingyuan being kidnapped by the Smiley Mask, and the mastermind behind it is suspected to be the Tongxi royal family. It would be strange if she could endure it. She must turn the imperial palace upside down. It was because several marshals heard the news that they rushed to the imperial palace in a hurry to prevent Ji Wu from losing her temper and fighting with Emperor Yongyao directly, but they did not know the details of Ji Qingyuan's kidnapping. As Ji Wu finished speaking, Shi Yuan, who was sitting next to her, pursed his lips slightly, lifted his sleeves, and revealed the eye-catching golden crow curse on his left arm. Who among the people present could not recognize this cursed totem? His face changed immediately, and the look he gave to Emperor Yongyao was full of undisguised doubt. The matter of the Rose Sequence Killer could also be said to be a frame-up by the Winston Empire, or someone else in order to alienate the Taotai family and the Tongxi royal family, But the Golden Crow curse could not be imposed by anyone except the pure-blooded Golden Crow. The existing pure-blooded Golden Crows are all core members of the royal family, under the jurisdiction and control of Emperor Yongyao. Could it be that a pure-blooded Golden Crow is tired of living and the supreme power enjoyed by the top nobles, and wants to push itself and the entire Golden Crow family into the fire pit? Listen, this is so ridiculous. But several marshals soon found that the shock on Emperor Yongyao's face was no less than theirs, and they even blurted out, "How is it possible?" His reaction was so real that there was no trace of falsehood, and for a moment, it was impossible to distinguish the truth from the false. Ji Wu obviously didn't buy his account, and sneered, "I want to know why this cursed totem appeared on Qing Yuan's arm more than your majesty." She bit the word your majesty, and no longer had the respectful respect of the past. It was full of irony, which made Emperor Yongyao feel particularly harsh. Ji Wu's arrogant attitude has not been 1 or 2 days. People who are familiar with her know that it is okay to play tricks on her, but don't let her catch you, otherwise she will not give anyone face, and will turn against you on the spot. Except for Marshal Yu Lao, several marshals knew her when they were young and knew her temper best. They never dared to provoke her. Over the years, every marshal has had a good relationship with her. Having been in a high position for many years, Ji Wu is not as aggressive as he was when he was young. In recent years, because the Tiandu Ji family has lost a pure-blooded Tao Tai, he has changed his behavior and tends to be low-key. But Tao Tai is Tao Tai. Even if he restrains his edge, he cannot change the nature of the beast. Ji Qingyuan is the pure-blooded Tao Tai that Ji Wu has finally found. She is the continuation of the glory of the Tiandu Ji family in the next 100 years, and also her Achilles heel. The Tongxi royal family cursed her with the Golden Crow, which clearly shows that they want to tear their faces with Ji Wu. Of course, the marshals will not fail to see that this matter is strange. However, the evidence is ironclad, and even if they want to exonerate the Tongxi royal family, they can't find a suitable reason. This black pot, Yongyao Emperor is bound to bear. Without waiting for Emperor Yongyao to give an answer, Marshal Qi Jing leaned back on his chair, crossed his legs on the conference table, and said contemptuously and presumptuously, "I also want to ask your majesty to solve a puzzle for me." The Golden Crow totem was engraved in the center of the conference table. As marshals, even if they did not need to be respectful, they should still show the most basic respect. This was the consensus reached by the totem family since the establishment of the Yongyao Empire. Marshal Qi Jing's behavior of crossing his legs on the conference table was no less than trampling on the Golden Crow totem. Emperor Yongyao immediately changed his face, not caring about the shock brought to him by the Golden Crow curse on Shi Yuan's arm, and a strong warning was revealed in his golden red eyes. The three marshals who were watching exchanged glances with each other, and the ominous premonition in their hearts became stronger. Marshal Qi Jing was naturally not afraid of Emperor Yongyao's warning. Among the 7 marshals of the Yongyao Empire, Ji Wu was recognized as the most difficult to provoke, and Qi Jing was the mad end that everyone kept secret. If he doesn't like someone, and the other party doesn't have the same strength as him, it's best to disappear from his sight quickly, and always avoid him, otherwise no one knows what the person will end up like. Qi Jing doesn't care about good or evil, right or wrong, he only acts based on likes and dislikes, and he is also the most fickle. He still has the same attitude as before, and took out a tongue snake ring in front of everyone and tapped it on the conference table. The crisp snapping sound hit everyone's eardrums, and the hollow tongue snake totem wrapped around the ring was dim, replaced by a breath of Golden Crow fire that was hard to ignore. Shi Yuan had never seen this ring, but knew what it meant. At the root of her index finger, there was also an arrogant and domineering Tao Tai ring, which Ji Wu put on her personally after the conversation in the study. The ring on the table is the symbol of the first heir of the Tingsha family. It was once worn by Qi Xian, but with his death, the whereabouts of the ring is unknown. Just like Tang Xixing lying in the ice coffin at this time, he was killed when he led the Jinwu guards to search for Yuan in the bottom lane. None of the Jinwu guards who acted with him survived, and Qin He, who found the body, did not find his ring. First, Qi Qingyuan was cursed by the Jinwu, and then the Tingsha ring worn by Qi Xian, before his death had the breath of the Jinwu fire. Even if Emperor Yongyao had 100 mouths, it would be difficult for him to refute himself at this moment. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the situation in front of him was a carefully arranged game. He stepped into the trap without knowing anything. Not only did he have to appease the delegation of the Winston Empire, but he also had to face the questioning of the Tao Ai family and the Tingsha family. Emperor Yongyao laughed in anger, just a golden house curse and a wisp of Golden Crow fire, what can it prove? My Golden Crow family has been passed down for many years, and there are many bloodlines. It is possible that there are members of the family who have awakened the pure-blooded Golden Crow and are wandering outside, being controlled and used by others, in order to make the totem family turn against each other and reap the benefits. You two are both smart people. Such a simple truth should not require me to analyze it in detail, right? Even if Emperor Yongyao's bloodline was caught on the spot by the two and knelt here, he would never and could never admit that the Tongxi royal family had the intention to harm the pure-blooded heir of the totem family. Without waiting for Ji Wu and Qi Jing to attack again, Emperor Yongyao took a deep breath and revealed a little sadness. I will do my best to remove the curse on Qing Yuan. I also regret Qi Xian's death, but it was not done by the Golden Crow family, and I will never take the blame. At this point, he closed his eyes tightly. You should all know about Sheng'er's death, right? My people found the breath of the tongue snake at the scene, and his crown prince ring is also missing. He stopped there, and everyone understood the implication. I don't know where you, Qi Jing, got this tongue snake ring, and thus determined that Qi Xian's death was related to the royal family, but my most beloved son is also dead, and my people happened to catch evidence of the tongue snake family's actions at the scene of his death. To be specific, Sheng'er's death is similar to Qi Xian's death that year. You should think about the biggest beneficiary behind this matter. He is the real murderer. The Congress Hall was quiet, and the atmosphere was not as tense as before. Marshal Ing glanced at Ji Wu, who had a cold expression, and then at Qi Jing, whose expression had not changed much. He touched his nose and laughed dryly. This matter is indeed full of strangeness. Why don't you tell us the details of the matter, and let us listen together? Maybe there are some omissions, so as not to fall into the evil schemes of those with ulterior motives. He said it decently, but he was cursing in his heart. Ji Qingyuan, Qi Xian, Tang Xixing, each of them is the heir of the totem family who has high hopes. Now one of them has been cursed by the Golden Crow, and the other two are dead. No matter how you look at it, Ji Wu is the one who has suffered the least loss. Tang Shihao is just about to point at Ji Wu's nose and curse that you are the one who controls everything. He didn't want to get involved in this muddy water at all, but the alliance of the totem family was broken, and the two most powerful families, Tao Tai and Tingsha, turned against the Tongxi royal family. The Yinglong family would also be forced to be involved in this dispute, and there would be no peace. When Yulu Star was massacred, the previous emperor bullied the Qilin family, which was on the decline, and did not dare to offend the Tingsha family, which was at its peak. He asked Marshal Yu to settle the matter under the banner of peace. Marshal Yu was forced to swallow his anger under the situation, and he has been brooding over it for many years. He is probably waiting for the Tingsha family and the Tongxi royal family to fight, so that he can vent his anger. It is impossible for him to come out as a peacemaker. As for Marshal Feng, she has always been calm and rarely expresses her opinions on such occasions. As long as the fire does not burn on the Phoenix family, she will not come out to interfere in this mess that cannot be settled. If it were 20 years ago, when the Baizhe family had not yet been destroyed, if there was a conflict among the marshals, Marshal Yun would stand up and explain the facts and reason to ease the atmosphere, and Marshal Ing could just be a bystander. But now is different from the past. Marshal Baizhe, who has the best temper, is dead. No one can appease the hot-tempered Tingsha and Tao Tai. How can Emperor Yongyao bear the two of them at the same time? If you ask him, he is really tying himself up in knots. He deserves it. Wait, I can't watch the joke. I have to control the situation first, otherwise, how can he have a good time watching people's fun in the future? Marshal Ying's face was almost frozen with laughter, but no one paid attention to him until Yu Guanchuan, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly said, "Back then, Brother Xian died in my arms." Unlike her quiet and mournful temperament, her voice was like the sound of rain falling into a valley, cold and distant, making people unconsciously listen attentively. Yu Guanchuan suddenly mentioned Qi Xian, when Emperor Yongyao pointed out that someone was playing tricks, and coupled with Marshal Qi Jing's unmoved attitude, the three marshals watching knew that the highlight was coming. As expected, Yu Guanchuan looked at Yongyao Huang and said clearly, "He was attacked in the alienation zone of Yulu Star. I waited outside the alienation zone for a long time, but couldn't find him. I ventured into it, and found him seriously injured in the ashes. At that time, there was also a Golden Crow curse on his arm. I wanted to save him, but his injuries were too serious and his consciousness was completely blurred. He only had time to give me this tongue snake ring and another thing before he was swallowed by the Golden Crow curse and died." She placed a token on the conference table. The Golden Crow totem on the front of the token was flapping its wings and mocking Yongyao Huang silently. Yu Guanchuan added in the deathly silence, Is this the Golden Crow Death Soldier Order? No one expected that she could take out the Golden Crow Death Soldier Order, especially with Qi Xian's tongue snake breath on it. The Golden Crow fire breath on the tongue snake ring may be fake, but the tongue snake breath on this Golden Crow Death Soldier Order cannot be a trick by someone to frame the Tongxi royal family. The only ones who can dispatch the Golden Crow Death Soldier are Emperor Yongyao and the Crown Prince. When Qi Xian died, Tongxi Hao had been named the Crown Prince of the Empire. No matter what, he could not escape the charge of being half a murderer. Not to mention that the late emperor was his biological father. It is only natural for his son to pay back the half of the debt owed by his father. Qi Jing tapped the table with his fingers and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you don't think I'm the kind of fool who is used as a gun by listening to some rumors? Can you give a reasonable explanation for this Golden Crow Death Soldier Order?" He still maintained the respect for Emperor Yongyao in his words, but there was no respect in his tone. Now, even if Marshal Ing wanted to make peace, he couldn't find a suitable excuse. The evidence is irrefutable. If he talks too much, Qi Jing might label him as a member of the royal family and cut him off as well. Marshal Ing sighed helplessly in his heart and began to think about whether to start a new business or follow Qi Jing and Ji Wu in the future. Why not choose Emperor Yongyao? Look at the miserable situation of the Tongxi royal family, where everyone is pushing down the wall. Wouldn't it be like waiting to be liquidated if you follow him? Yongyao is a fun-loving person, not a complete fool. It seems a bit early to think about these things now, so let's wait until the situation is clearer before considering it. So, Marshal Ing changed his previous shape of having nails under his buttocks, crossed his legs, and waited for Emperor Yongyao to quibble. But he didn't get what he wanted. Someone start conch rang, and the slight vibration could not escape the ears of the marshals. Ji Wu, who had been waiting for another attack with his hands folded on his chest since just now, frowned slightly, glanced at the notes, and frowned even higher, and connected the sound of the tide in front of everyone. Adlet's respectful voice came from the other end of the star snail. "Marshal, we found Master Cu." I don't know if it was difficult to say the next words. Adlet hesitated for 2 seconds before saying, "In the Rainbow Sun Forest, there are broken bodies everywhere, Master Cu. Master Cu is dead." The marshals are all powerful saints with amazing hearing. Adlet's voice is not loud, but they can be clearly captured by them. Ji Wu stood up suddenly and asked sternly, "What did you say?" From the situation at the scene, Master Cu should have been ambushed in the Rainbow Sun Forest, fought with the ambushers for more than 12 hours, and finally died of serious injuries and exhaustion. There was a little reluctance in Adlet's voice, but he had to report the facts he found to Ji Wu. After saying this, he remained silent. As if silently mourning the child he watched grow up. Ji Wu got a definite answer and closed his eyes tightly. "Have you found out who did it?" "This?" Adlet obviously hesitated, but it was his duty to obey his master's orders. He gritted his teeth and said, "When I led people to search the Rainbow Forest, I met the Golden Crow guards. They were blocking this area. I asked to go in to find the trace of Master Cu, but they refused. I felt that something was wrong, so I forced my way in and saw them, burning corpses. Master Cu was unrecognizable. If I were not familiar with his breath, I would not be able to recognize him from the broken limbs and debris on the ground." Hearing this, Ji Wu was like a mother beast who lost her cubs, and suddenly slapped the conference table with one hand. The chi force infused with the breath of Tao Tai instantly broke the conference table made of 3S level Liang stone into pieces, and the greedy and fierce pure white star power penetrated directly into the ground, shaking the entire hall 3 times, and it seemed to be crumbling. Marshal Feng, who had been standing still, said in a deep voice, "Ji Wu, calm down." Ji Wu sneered, "My son is dead. How can you ask me to calm down? If it was Feng Nancheng who died now, would you still say this?" Her words were really unpleasant to hear, and Marshal Feng frowned, but everyone knew Ji Wu's temper, and she couldn't stand the slightest provocation, and she was the most protective of her children. If anyone dared to attack the Tao Tai of the Tianduji family, she would dare to open the skull of that person. Ji Cu was not her biological son, but she had raised him for more than 10 years. In more than 10 years, let alone a person, even a cat or a dog could develop feelings. When Ji Qingyuan was cursed by the Golden Crow, she was still able to suppress her temper and join Qi Jing in attacking, but Ji Cu's death undoubtedly broke her bottom line. Previously, Emperor Yongyao had hinted that Ji Qingyuan was only cursed by the Golden Crow and survived, and that it was a self-torture trick used by Ji Wu, but now that the news of Ji Cu's death came, his hint became a complete joke. Ji Cu was a Star Seal master, and his influence was definitely not inferior to the second pure-blooded Tao Tai of the Tianduji family. With his death, the Taotai family was seriously injured. Marshal Feng was blocked by Ji Wu's words, and didn't know how to speak. He wanted to organize his words to state the pros and cons, trying to persuade her to put the overall situation first. But Ji Wu didn't give her this opportunity at all, staring at Emperor Yongyao with her phoenix eyes. Tang Shihao, for thousands of years, our Tianduji clan has been worthy of the subjects of the empire and the Totem Covenant. We have never responded to the imperial edicts. What have you got now? You are suspicious of me, and plot to slander our Tianduji clan for treason. When your plan failed, you set people to assassinate my children, and want our Tianduji clan to die without a succession. The fierce beast Tao Tai rose from behind her, breaking through the crumbling parliament palace, rubble falling, dust flying. Ji Wu firmly protected Shi Yuan beside her, and shouted, "You are an unkind king, and an unjust alliance. From now on, my Tianduji family will no longer be loyal to you, an unkind and unjust person. The Star Crown will no longer protect the Golden Crow seat. The Totem Covenant is over." After speaking, she ignored the Yongyao Emperor who stood up suddenly, and left with Shi Yuan. Marshal Ying and Marshal Yu Lao were also shocked by this sudden turn. One sighed, and the other frowned. The situation was irreversible. Qi Jing looked at Ji Wu's back as he left, retracted his legs and stood up, and said to Yu Guanchuan, "Guanchuan, let's go too." He was calm and indifferent, as if saying that the weather was really good today, but when he walked away, he looked back at the shocked Yongyao Emperor. Ridicule, contempt. Just like when he was drinking with Tang Shize, he deliberately spilled the wine in his hand, and arrogantly asked the Ying prince standing in the corner to kneel down and clean his shoes. It was like teasing a toy, extremely insulting. In an instant, Emperor Yongyao's eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 143. The noise of the collapse of the Congress Hall, and the fierce breath of the Taotai alarmed everyone in the imperial palace. The Golden Crow guards, who were guarding the palace, rushed over immediately, and saw Ji Wu, who was full of murderous intent, walking out of the Congress Hall that was about to collapse, followed by Shi Yuan with a cold face. The commander of the guards saw this, and stopped in a hurry. Because he didn't know what happened, he didn't dare to move forward or retreat, and was in a dilemma for a while. Ji Wu ignored him directly, raised his hand, and a silver spear fell from the sky, carrying the power of destroying the world and breaking the defensive star array covering the sky above the imperial palace. The long spear flew down like a rainbow, and was held in Ji Wu's hand. Taotai Hua Wu Tan Yin. Ji Wu waved Tan Yin, and repelled the national protection holy domain that appeared from various hidden corners of the palace because of her sudden attack. At the same time, she blew a long whistle. For pure-blooded Golden Crows, they had never participated in a fight for the throne, and swore an oath to the Golden Crow totem, voluntarily gave up the throne, never betrayed the Golden Crow family, and guarded the safety of the royal family for life. They were the pillars of the Tongxi royal family. As strong men in the Holy Domain realm, they could only be forced to resist under Ji Wu's angry attack, but could not counterattack. Such a terrifying strength made the marshals who came out of the Congress Hall narrow their eyes slightly. Naturally, there are differences in talents of the same realm. Those who inherit the position of the Totem Patriarch will be favored by the totem, and have more totem power at their disposal. However, throughout the generations, there are only a handful of patriarchs as strong as Ji Wu. Marshal Ying leaned against a piece of rubble, with his arms folded across his chest, muttering softly, "What a monster." It was like this when they entered Xingyao Military Academy together. Ji Wu showed her talent, and led the Yaguang camp to beat other camps. Only Qi Jing and Tang Shize could barely compete with her. Once, the two even joined hands to deal with her, but not only did she see through their conspiracy, but she also beat them up in the snow. The scene was so tragic that the young Ying Yao almost laughed his head off. Unfortunately, after graduating from Xingyao Military Academy, he never saw Qi Jing's pretty face beaten into a pig's head again. Otherwise, why do we say that the time of youth is the most beautiful and the most memorable? A loud whistle spread across the sky, and a unicorn with golden mane suddenly appeared above the imperial palace. It raised its front hooves, and let out a majestic and high-pitched neigh in the air. Its crystal-clear golden horn sparkled with brilliant starlight, and it swooped down towards Ji Wu outside the Congress Hall. The oppressive feeling brought by the unicorn Pegasus, whose combat power is comparable to that of the top extraordinary third-level talents, made the Jinwu guards feel like they were facing a great enemy. Tianyao Star has a no-fly order, not to mention that this is the imperial palace, the majesty of the Tongxi royal family. Marshal Ji Wu is crazy. He actually ignored the no-fly order and summoned the unicorn Pegasus. Before the guard leader could react, Li had already stopped in front of Ji Wu, folded his gorgeous wings, lowered his proud head, and paid the highest respect to his master. Ji-woo took Shi Yuan's waist, took her to sit on Li's back, and gently shook the reins. Li received the order, exhaled a breath from his nose, spread his wings again, and flew into the sky in an instant. The whirring sound of the wind blew past Shi Yuan's ears. Before leaving the imperial palace, she looked down and unexpectedly saw Tang Xia running out of the palace with her skirt lifted. Tang Xia raised her hand to hold down her hair that was blown up by the wind. When she looked up, she found the flying Li, and recognized that the people sitting on Li's back were Ji-woo and Shi Yuan. Her face was full of panic and confusion. Obviously, she didn't know what happened yet. At a distance of hundreds of meters, the two people's eyes met. Shi Yuan's eyes were calm and cold, as if they were saying goodbye and didn't know when they would see each other again. Tang Xia seemed to understand the meaning in her eyes. Her pupils dilated slightly, and she moved her lips to say something, but before she could say it, Li had turned around and disappeared into the vast and distant sky with Shi Yuan. She left. Did you arrange this? Tang Xijin pushed the door open, and saw Ji-su wearing a thin white shirt, sitting on the terrace and drinking tea in the twilight. The afterglow of the sunset fell on him, giving him a golden edge. He was no longer anxious or depressed, but rather more relaxed than ever before. Tang Xijin was relieved that he did not lose his will because of his arbitrary decision, but was also at a loss because he bypassed him. Ji-su drank warm water, and asked without raising his head, "What did you say?" This was a question he was asking knowingly. The matter of the Rainbow Sun Forest. Tang Xijin raised his head slightly, and unbuttoned the collar of his military uniform, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. As Emperor Yongyao hinted in the Congress Hall, compared with the dead Qi Xian and Tang Xixing, even if Ji Qingyuan was cursed by the Golden Crow, the Taotai family did not seem so tragic, and seemed more like the mastermind behind the incident. However, the news that Ji-su had died, and that the Jinwu guards were caught on the spot by the Tiandu-ji family when they were destroying the body reached the National Assembly, giving Ji-wu a perfect reason to turn against him. No matter how many excuses Emperor Yongyao had, he couldn't say them in front of the furious Ji-wu, and it was even more impossible to temporarily stabilize the situation by refusing to admit it. The falling out between the Taotai family and the Tongxi royal family was a foregone conclusion. Even if Qi Jing was willing to stop pursuing the truth of Qi Xian's death for the sake of the overall situation, and even suspected Ji-wu because of Tang Xixing's death, he would now carefully consider how to stand in the interests of the Tingsha family. It was not a wise move to continue to maintain the totem covenant. With Qi Xian's death in the middle, Emperor Yongyao could not trust Qi Jing. After dealing with the Taotai family, the next one would be the Tingsha family. On the contrary, the Tingsha family took this opportunity to leave the totem covenant, and did not have to submit to the Tongxi royal family, nor did they have to bow to Ji-wu. They could completely establish themselves as kings, and do whatever they wanted in the future without having to worry about the mountain pressing on their heads. Qi Jing is not a fool. It is meaningless to worry about whether Ji-wu framed the Tingsha family for Tang Xixing's death. He and Emperor Yongyao cannot be of the same mind. Instead, he and Ji-wu have the same dilemma. It is wise to know how to choose. The remaining three marshals are also smart. Instead of choosing a certain force to stand on in the multi-party competition and being the inferior one, it is better to start a new business and be the master of their own house. The totem families are independent and restrain each other, which can return the Yongyao Empire to a new balance. After today, the 7 totem families of the Yongyao Empire will no longer exist. Ji-su heard the meaning of his words, but he didn't keep him in suspense. He said frankly, "You have your ideas, and I naturally have my considerations." The Golden Crow curse has tortured him for so many years. He has been thinking about killing the Tongxi royal family day and night. How could he only develop an Aurora Chamber of Commerce? As the minions of the Tongxi royal family, the Jinwu guards can play a key role in certain matters. So, he planted spies in it, and he arranged for Ji-su's death and the destruction of his body by the Jinwu guards, in order to help Ji-wu and completely free the Taotai family from the constraints of the Tongxi royal family. Tongxi Jin stared at him without blinking, as if sarcastically and mockingly. "You are a good son," she raised. He pushed the Taotai family to the cusp of the storm in order to make Ji-wu and Tongxi Haoyu fight to the death. The counterattack of an entire totem family, even the Tongxi royal family, which is also a totem family, will find it difficult to extricate themselves from this catastrophe. The remaining totem families will definitely be involved. Only when the Yongyao Empire is completely in chaos, he will have the opportunity to avenge the blood feud of the past. According to the current situation, the Taotai family and the Tingsha family are very likely to form an alliance, and the other 3 totem families will remain neutral and wait and see. Only the Tongxi royal family will be under pressure from the Winston Empire. GCU seemed not to feel the malice released when he lost control of his emotions. He put down the water cup in his hand, stared at the pair of golden red eyes that he hated so much, and said calmly, "Since it cannot be destroyed, why not replace it?" Tongxi Jin paused with his forehead. GCU said word by word, "You can lead the Golden Crow Legion, which means that you have not made the Golden Crow Oath and have not given up the supreme position. Why not replace it? In the totem family, the pure-blooded descendants, who have made an oath to the bloodline totem cannot use the power of the totem to command the totem legion. This is to maintain the absolute rule of the family head over the legion. Therefore, the 4 Saint Domain strongmen of the Tongxi imperial family, except Emperor Yongyao, can only use limited power of the Golden Crow totem and cannot command the Golden Crow Legion, but Emperor Yongyao needs a commander to fight for him. Therefore, the commanders of the Golden Crow Legion have at most the top level of the Third Order supernatural combat power. They can use the power of the Golden Crow totem to command the Golden Crow Legion, but they cannot compete with Emperor Yongyao, who is a Saint Domain strongman, for the supreme control of the Legion. Emperor Yongyao himself has come to this day through hardships, and it is impossible for him to fully trust Tongxi Jin, but he has advantages that Tongxi Zhe did not have back then. He has achieved the Saint Domain, and there are only a handful of people in the universe who can kill him. Tongxi Jin is a stray dog he picked up from the cold palace of the Empire, living on the meat and bones he threw, and he is a sitting hawk dog that he can call and dismiss at will, and currently only has the combat power of the Third Order supernatural, so it is not easy to turn against his master. Tongxi Jin also knew this very well, so he could not lead the Jinwu army to mutiny, and could only operate in secret, using the method of using the power of others to fight against the power of others to make the Tongxi royal family fall into a quagmire that is difficult to extricate. He was very smart, and chose the time when the Winston Empire delegation visited, making the Winston Empire the biggest beneficiary of this matter, so that Emperor Yongyao could not determine who was secretly manipulating it, or whether multiple forces were pushing it. GCU could not see the emotions in Tongxi Jin's eyes, retracted his gaze to look at the water cup reflecting the setting sun, and whispered, "Even if the Tongxi royal family is destroyed, the Baizhe family will not be able to return. As long as Baizhe Tianji exists, it will attract countless prying and fear. It is better to disappear than to become a thorn in the eyes of countless people. Yuan Shao lives in a cage surrounded by eyes, and he doesn't want Yun Xing to be implicated. Hiding in the city or in the mountains, for Baizhe, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. This is also the original intention of the ant, to secretly send Baizhe's bloodline out of Yuhing Star." Yongyao Calendar 1261. Tao Tai family leader Ji Wu tore up the Totem Covenant and publicly condemned Yongyao Emperor Tang Shihao for harming Ji Qingyuan, the pure-blooded heir of Tiandu Ji family, and murdering her eldest son GCU. He is a hypocrite with a double face, sweet words, and a sharp heart. The Corona constellation will be separated from the Tongxi imperial family from today. Once the statement was issued, it set off a sensation in the world. On the same day, Marshal Qi Jing condemned the Yongyao emperor and his father for conspiring to kill Qi Xian, the first heir of the Tingsha family many years ago, and announced that the Snake Lance constellation would immediately become independent from the Yongyao Empire. The Qilin family, the Phoenix family, and the Yinglong family also issued statements in succession, no longer supporting the Tongxi imperial family. The Yuqiong constellation, the Qifeng constellation, and the Panlong constellation successively separated from the Yongyao Empire. The Yongyao Empire fell apart. The Jinwu constellation, located at the core of the Yongyao Empire's territory, lost its direct jurisdiction over the distant constellations of the Jinli constellation and the White Lion constellation. Among them, the Jinli constellation adjacent to the Corona constellation was governed by the Tao Tai family. Marshal Qi Jing announced that he would take over the White Lion constellation bordering the Yuqiong constellation and the Snake Lance constellation. The Corona constellation and the Qifeng constellation continued to guard the 3 alienated areas bordering the Chaos Star domain, and the Snake Lance constellation and the Panlong constellation each guarded the 4 alienated areas bordering the desolate new domain. In addition, the Tongxi royal family sent the second prince Tongxi Su and 2 national guardians to the former Baizhe family's Yun Hezuo to take charge, and did not let Yun Hezuo leave the Yongyao Empire. Later historians said that the above events marked the decline of the strongest empire in the universe, and called the Yongyao Empire, after this period, the post-Yongyao Empire. Tiandu Star, floating city. The afternoon sun shines through the treetops, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The wind blows the leaves, making rustling sounds. The emerald star power hovers between the trunks and leaves, sometimes undulating into small circles of light, and sometimes disappearing under the bark, like naughty elves, setting off a peaceful and tranquil atmosphere. Xiao He curled up his waist, which was half as thick as a bucket, and swung the tip of his tail from time to time, lying lazily under the tree to bask in the sun. Compared to when Shi Yuan just returned to Tiandu Star, it has gained more than 1 circle of weight, and its scales are smoother and harder. It has grown from a juvenile python to an adult python. It was enjoying the rare sunbath in recent times comfortably, and suddenly heard a startled voice, and instantly raised its flat black head, turned its yellow vertical eye, and looked around. Then what about your golden crow curse? We have completely fallen out with the Tongxi royal family now, and it is even more impossible for that old villain Tongxi How to remove the curse for you. Ji Qinglian looked at Shi Yuan, who was eating star dates leisurely. Can't you let him help you remove the curse before you turn against me? Shi Yuan glanced at him. Are you playing house? Can you help me remove the curse, and then turn against me? Let's not talk about whether Emperor Yongyao can remove this curse. Even if he can, Shi Yuan dare not let him do it. Who knows if the insidious and vicious old crow will secretly use more vicious means when removing the curse for her. By then, she is afraid that she will die without a complete body. Now, although she is cursed by the golden crow, she has the help of the power of the Wushan Hua and the sacred tree to suppress it, so there is no negative impact for the time being. The person who cursed her obviously didn't really want her to die. She could feel that the curse power of this golden crow was not as strong as that of Jiciu. Ji Qinglian knew that Emperor Yongyao was not that stupid. He was just too anxious and couldn't think of any other way, so he blurted out these words. What should we do? He was so anxious that he was sweating. It was not like when he just returned to the Corona a few days ago, when he had no energy to do anything. Shi Yuan used a stick to pick up a piece of star fruit and put it to his mouth, motioning him to eat. Ji Qinglian had no mind to eat fruit, but seeing that his sister's eyes were clear and her face was not worried at all, he made up his mind and reluctantly bit the star fruit with a sweet fragrance and chewed it twice. But those beautiful silver blue eyes were still staring at Shi Yuan, asking her to give a definite answer. She was much cuter than when they first met. Seeing that he ate obediently, Shi Yuan turned the bamboo stick in his hand and said, Tongxi How can't solve this curse. There is someone else who can solve it. This answer was beyond Ji Qinglian's expectation. He was stunned for a moment and immediately asked, He can't solve it. Then who can solve it? After the incident, Ji Qinchi told him everything that happened that day. He already knew that there was someone else hiding in the dark and directing everything. The Tongxi royal family, and the other totem families, and even the Winston Empire that came to negotiate were all pawns in the hands of the person behind the scenes. He also knew that Jiciu was not dead. When he asked where the other party went after faking his death, Ji Qinchi did not give him a clear answer, but only said that they would meet one day in the future. This feeling of knowing half of the answer was not pleasant, but Ji Qinglian was no longer a fool. He would not wait for others to tell him the answer, but used the intelligence network in his hands to send people to investigate. But time is limited, and because the 5 major totem families have left the Yongyao Empire, the Tongxi royal family has been seriously injured, and the Jinwu seat is under full martial law. The intelligence personnel of the Taotai family dare not act rashly at this dangerous moment, and can only lie and wait for an opportunity to search for clues. Shi Yuan put down the bamboo stick in his hand, looked at the distant sky, and gave an intriguing answer, a vicious dog. Evil dog, Ji Qinglian didn't understand, and gritted his teeth and said, What riddle are you talking about? Speak clearly. Jiciu was like this before, and now my sister is like this too, 1 or 2, so like to be a riddler? Jinwu seat, Tianyao Star, Prince Bailey's residence. Puff, a stream of bright red blood fell to the ground. Tongxi Jin stopped going down the stairs, grabbed the handrail, and wiped off the blood stains on the corners of his lips without changing his face. Jiciu, who followed him downstairs, frowned immediately. What's wrong with you? Just now, he seemed to feel an overly hot breath, with strong resentment and unwillingness, like an evil spirit crawling out of the dead, which was very different from Tang Shijin's golden crow fire breath. That eerie feeling made people's backs cold, and Jiciu instinctively felt dangerous. Tang Shijin shook his head, nothing. His unwillingness to say more made Jiciu frown even higher. He stared at Tang Shijin for a few seconds, and a complex emotion flashed at his cold ink-colored eyes. Then, regardless of Tang Shijin's wishes, he directly grabbed his wrist, and wanted to use star power to check his body, but was knocked off by the other party. The sound of the back of the hand hitting the palm was crisp and loud. Tang Shijin was slightly stunned, and felt the tingling on the back of his hand. He pursed his lips, turned his head and said, I said it's nothing, don't you still have things to do? Go early and come back early. In fact, he has always had spies from Emperor Yongyao around him, but his residence has never allowed outsiders to enter. Even if those people want to monitor him, they can't disobey his orders and swagger into the prince's residence. So, he played a trick of hiding the truth and took GCU back to the prince's residence to recuperate. GCU stood still. His silence quickly cooled the atmosphere in the living room. Tang Shijin was not intimidated by his silence and turned to leave. GCU suddenly said, You didn't cast the Golden Crow curse on Qingyuan? Or it wasn't cast with your power, right? If it was, his mother would have come to the door long ago. Tang Shijin couldn't have hidden until now, and he wouldn't have left such an obvious handle to let all the spearheads point to himself. Tang Shijin didn't answer. GCU suddenly grabbed Tang Shijin's neck and threw him against the wall, saying in a grim tone, Didn't your mimicry awaken failed? Why did you awaken again more than 7 years ago? Although there are indeed examples of mimicry awakening twice in history, there are very few cases of totem bloodline, almost none, at least I haven't found any in the official history that can be traced. Tang Shijin's face turned paler every time GCU said more, but he kept his eyes down and didn't look directly into the questioning eyes. GCU sneered. 7 years ago, what a coincidence, Tang Shizhe also died 7 years ago. Not only was he pierced into a hedgehog by Rose 10,000 arrows, but his blood was also drained, and he looked like a ghost. He approached Tang Shijin, only an inch away from his face. What were you doing when he died? The gentle words seemed to be the last straw that broke Tang Shijin's back. He closed his eyes tightly. His vision fell into darkness, and he heard a vicious dog barking. In his distant memory, the high and mighty crown prince wore a gorgeous robe, sitting proudly on the throne, with a chain inlaid with various gems on his bony fingers. The chain meandered down and tied to the neck of a disheveled boy. His clothes were torn and his body was covered with wounds. He was like a half-dead dog, crawling at the feet of the imperial crown prince. Blood and sweat intertwined and dripping, and teasing and frivolous laughter came one after another. Suddenly, the high and mighty crown prince kicked him, pressed his fragile neck with his toes, leaned forward slightly, and said condescendingly, Good dog, come and listen to your barking. The boy was forced to raise his head, his right eye was completely soaked in blood, and a sneer appeared in his dull left eye. After that, he was drowned by the endless barking of dogs. Tang Shijin clenched his fists tightly, and veins popped out on his arms. He restrained his hands from shaking uncontrollably, lowered his eyes slightly, and said hoarsely, See you, some things don't have to be dug up. The truth is of no benefit to you. GCU was completely enraged by his attitude. What do you mean by no benefit? When I found you, you kept me at a distance, saying that you didn't remember the past and told me to get out. I'm going to get out. I'm going to get out. But why did you come to save me later? What does it have to do with you whether I live or die? You continue to be your imperial prince, your imperial prince. Why do you interfere in my life? What does the Baizhe family have to do with you? You are a golden crow. A pure-blooded golden crow. You can swear to Tang Shihao and be his most loyal lackey. Enjoy the boundless power of being second to none. You. Before he finished speaking, a strong force attacked GCU's neck, and he was thrown against the wall, with deep pain from his spine to the back of his head. The two switched positions. Tang Shijin's eyes were red, and he used his tiger's mouth to hold GCU's jaw to force him to raise his head, and said coldly, What about you? You have obviously escaped from Yuheng Star. Why don't you follow your father and mother's wishes, to forget everything that happened that day, and be an ordinary person? Instead, you want to sacrifice your Baizhe to the demon god and come back with Xianju? The biggest secret was exposed, and GCU suddenly opened his eyes wide. The memories he thought he had forgotten came like a tide. His former name was Yunk. He was the most outstanding genius of the Baizhe family in the past 1,000 years. He awakened the pure-blooded Baizhe soon after he was born, and awakened Baizhe Tianji at the age of 3. His father was the younger brother of the Baizhe family head. Because he awakened the subspecies Baizhe mimicry, he lived far away from the power center of the empire, and lived a free and easy life since he was a child. One year, when he was out playing, he saved a woman who was fleeing with her child, healed her wounds, and fell in love with her in daily interactions, and gave birth to Yunk. When the Baizhe family head learned of Yunk's powerful talent, he was more worried than happy. After obtaining the consent of the couple, he sealed his appearance and power, thinking that one day he would arrange for him to fake his death and leave Yuheng Star. But before this plan could be implemented, the Baizhe family was destroyed, and the young Yunk drifted to the chaotic star field, and was sent to the Colosseum by human traffickers. He could not forget the blazing fire. When he was lying in the cage waiting to die after his spleen and lungs were pierced by the strange beast, he grabbed the black token that flowed out of the strange beast's intestines and offered his most precious thing to the demon god, Bai, who had grown up with him. From then on, Bai was tied up with chains and dragged into the endless abyss. Xianzhu came to the world in his place. He was no longer Bai, but a prisoner under the seat of the demon god. Jisoo took off all his strength and collapsed on the wall. The hair on his forehead covered his eyes and hid all his emotions. Xianzhu came out from behind his shoulder and gently rubbed his cheek with the blood-colored gem on the handle of the knife, as if to comfort him. Its shadow fell on the wall, and there was no palm-sized knife. Instead, there was a beast with its head held high. The horns on the top of the beast's head were pressed against Jisoo's side face, accompanying him in this silent way. When Tang Shijin saw this scene, his heart seemed to be hollowed out, and it hurt so much that he could hardly breathe. He let go of his hand and stepped back in embarrassment. Another mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat. He could not support the weight of his body for a moment, and fell to the ground. Now that the secret had been exposed, he no longer hid it. He took out a pure black token from the space ring and greedily, and wantonly absorbed the black air wrapped around the token. The resentful golden crow fire breath that was about to burst out from him seemed to be bound by an invisible force, undoubtedly pulling it into the abyss of darkness. If Shi Yuan was here, she would definitely recognize that this token was no different from the one she got from the black gifted person, except for the number. There is such a legend circulating among the pirates in the desolate star field. When a person who gets the demon god's order is on the verge of despair, he can ask the demon god for a wish. The demon god will meet all his requirements on the condition that he exchanges it with the most precious thing of the wisher. After a long while, Jisoo raised his head and asked, "What did you exchange with the demon god?" Tang Shijin put away the demon god order, wiped the blood from his lips again, and did not answer his question. Chapter 144. What did he exchange with the demon god for? Tang Shijin asked himself in his heart. What could the demon god like when he was only half alive? Jisoo was no longer the child who always liked to lie in the arms of his father, mother and brother. In the past 19 long years, he learned a lot of things, including forbearance and controlling emotions. He pulled himself out of the huge panic and looked at the silent Tang Shijin. This time, Jisoo didn't intend to let him fool around. He touched Xianzhu, who had gone into his chest pocket, and stood in front of the stairs, as if he would continue to be deadlocked here if Tang Shijin didn't answer his question. He had clearly told Tang Shijin, with a sneer, that he was not a child who would play tricks if he couldn't get a toy, but his behavior at this moment was still very much like the little white Tuanchuan who blocked his brother's bedside in the middle of the night, and insisted on sleeping with his brother because his brother went out to play without him. Tang Shijin sighed helplessly, and said in a compromised manner, "Besides my mimicry, what else can he like?" When a person is on the verge of death, with strong resentment and unwillingness, even the soul can be abandoned. So what is mimicry? The incomplete mimicry is his greatest reliance. His straightforwardness made Jisoo feel that he was not telling the truth, but after thinking about it, he really couldn't find anything more valuable than mimicry in a gifted person, so he had to reluctantly accept his statement. While he was thinking, Tang Shijin turned and went upstairs, without looking back, saying, "Don't delay, go early and come back early." Jisoo looked at his back, and wanted to ask him what happened after he was brought back to the imperial palace by Tang Shize, and where did the demon god order come from? When the words came to his lips, he didn't stab people in the heart as straightforwardly as before. He knew very well that if there was a choice, no one would make a deal with the devil. He didn't know much about the demon god. When he made a deal with the demon god, he was in a desperate and helpless state, wanting to grasp every life-saving straw. He just wanted to survive, and live to avenge his father, mother, and tribe. For many years, he has been investigating the demon god order and collecting news related to the demon god, but the information he got was pitifully little, mostly some specious legends, with no origin and no basis. Even in the library of the totem family, the description of the demon god was only a simple sentence, sealed by the gods in the abandoned land of the gods. As for which gods the gods were, and where the land of the artifact was, there was no way to investigate. In addition, the most valuable clue he got was the mysterious ancient teleportation star array under the Biqiong Sea, where there was a residual breath of the power of the demon god. But he still hasn't figured out where the other end of the ancient teleportation star array will reach. Jisoo pinched his eyebrows. Just at this moment, the star snail in his pocket vibrated slightly. His original star snail was crushed by Tang Shijin, and this star snail was a spare. Seeing the note, GCU's eyes paused and clicked on the sound of the tide. I have a bell. Marshal Qi Jing brought Qi Huan to Xinguan City. He likes Jing Yuan very much and mentioned things like marriage and good relations between the two surnames. Eat melon. Eat melon. Eat melon. GCU stared at the sound of the tide and read it twice. His eyes fell on the words in the two quotation marks, as if he wanted to stare them into a hole. Xinglua shook again. I have a bell. You haven't contacted your sister yet, have you? I have a bell. Qi Huan is handsome, so it's not impossible for him to be the son-in-law of our Xinguan City. I have a bell. He still respects me and calls me the second brother. Hee. I don't know if he has seen enough jokes, or if he is sure that GCU is not dead. After receiving these two words, Qi has no movement. GCU was disturbed, opened the notes list, looked at the only one pinned to the top, the sound of the tide, hesitated for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to send a message. The smiley mask thing was not done by me. He waited for 3 seconds, no response. Waited for another half a minute, still no response. Waited for another minute, still no response. GCU sent the sound of the tide to Qi with a stern face. Where is Qi Huan now? Qi responded very quickly. I have a bell. I went to Tiandu Star with my sister. Do you have something to do with him? GCU stared at the last 5 words that revealed gloating everywhere, chuckled twice in his heart, and replied very decently. Oh? Then where are you now? I have a bell. Being dragged by Ji Qinglian to be a stalker, GCU, He opened the note list again, found troublemaker, and pulled him out of the blacklist. He didn't use this star snail very often. He happened to use it when he went to Xiamong Star. Because Ji Qinglian was too noisy, he pulled his title sound into the blacklist, and it was not until today that it was brought to light again. But as soon as the sound of the tide came out, the star snail began to vibrate wildly, and all the messages Ji Qinglian had sent before came out all at once. GCU clicked in and took a look. It was really noisy and hurt his eyes and ears, so he put it back on the blacklist. Forget it, Ji Qinglian is just a big light bulb of tens of thousands of watts. With him around, what can Qi Huan do? There is really no need for him to do anything unnecessary. After convincing himself, GCU was ready to put away the star snail, but after thinking about it, he opened the note list again and sent a message to the top sound of the tide. After sending the emoticon package, he finally felt relieved, put the star snail back into his pocket, and went to do the business that had delayed him for a long time. Sure, Yuan was indeed visiting Tiandu Star with Qi Huan. It has been a whole week since the Corona constellation left the territory of the Yongyao Empire. For the people who have lived in the Corona constellation for generations, this incident has little impact, especially the people who have lived in Tiandu Star for a long time. The prestige of the totem family in this constellation is unattainable by the Tongxi royal family far away in the Jinwu constellation, especially the Tiandu Ji family's domineering and protective attitude, which is not limited to the members of the Taotai family, but also includes the people of the Xinguan constellation. If people holding the Xinguan constellation permanent resident card are harassed when going to other constellations or are harassed by outsiders in this constellation, and the situation is verified to be true, the local relevant departments will take protective measures as soon as possible, negotiate with the management department of the other party involved in the incident, and give the residents of Xinguan constellation a sense of security. In addition, in the laws implemented by the Taotai family in Xinguan constellation, those with mimicry talents are strictly prohibited from harassing ordinary people. Once discovered, they will be sent to mine at the least, and the spiritual power spring will be abolished at the worst. It is the most orderly constellation among the 9 constellations of the Yongyao Empire. Many ordinary people want to move to Corona constellation, but it is difficult to obtain a permanent residence certificate for Corona constellation. It requires at least 3 generations of clean family history, no black talent, no crime, and a temporary residence permit for Corona constellation for 10 consecutive years. Under the governance of the Taotai family, the economy of Corona constellation is booming, and everyone lives and works in peace and contentment. No one would move their family away from Corona constellation for the Tongxi royal family, which is far away and has no concept. The last Duke of Rose in the Winston Empire once used a sentence to mock and alienate the relationship between the Tongxi royal family and the Taotai family, knowing Taotai, but staying away from Jinwu. This is an obvious fact, and it is also one of the major reasons why the Tongxi royal family cannot tolerate the continued prosperity of the Taotai family. Who would have thought that the Yongyao emperors of recent generations have been so despicable that they have not only failed to solve their biggest problems, but have also torn the Yongyao Empire apart, completely losing the dignity and prestige of the strongest empire in the universe, and becoming the biggest joke in the universe after the Winston Empire royal family. Of course, the Corona constellation's departure from the Yongyao Empire's territory has also had an impact on the people, especially those who run cross-constellation chambers of commerce. Because the Golden Crow constellation was under full martial law, the alienated area connecting the two constellations was also temporarily blocked, and all the shops opened by the Corona constellation and Snake Lance constellation chambers of commerce in the Golden Crow constellation and the Cloud Crane constellation were sealed. These losses have not yet been counted, but the Tao Tai family and the Tingsha family have announced that they will provide certain policy support to the chambers of commerce affected by this incident in the future. Are you busy? Or should we go back? Seeing that Shi Yuan looked at the star snail twice in a row, Qi Huan asked curiously. He and Marshal Qi Jing arrived at Tiandu Star in the morning. This trip was kept secret, and Yu Guanchuan was also traveling with them. Because Qi Jing did not inform Ji Wu in advance when he came to nothing. Now he went to the reception room to rest. Yu Guanchuan was not interested in shopping, and stayed alone in the tea house to drink tea. Ji Wu left Xingmian City yesterday, and would not be back until the evening. He did not tell Shi Yuan what he was going to do. Shi Yuan took a last look at the hand-painted simple cat head in the sound of tide, put away the star snail and said, "Nothing, harassing information." Qi Huan blinked. Who dares to send you harassing information? Let's not talk about whether Shi Yuan's sound of tide will be leaked. Who dares to send harassing information to pure-blooded Tao Tai? Even if the high-end luxury brands under the major totem family chambers of commerce want the young masters and young ladies of the totem family to wear their products, they have to respectfully submit the invitation to the Life Secretariat of Xingmian City. After they carefully screen and evaluate, they have the opportunity to send limited products that are not sold to the public to her. The food, clothing and daily necessities of the main family of the totem family are mostly customized privately, and there are not many such opportunities. Shi Yuan winked at him. Someone who makes me unhappy. Qi Huan understood. Most likely they are friends, otherwise they would not mention each other in such an intimate tone. After exposing this topic, Shi Yuan asked frankly, "What's the matter with your sister-in-law?" Qi Xian, who split from Qi Huan's spiritual world, is still Qi Huan in essence. It is unknown what he would think when he saw Yu Guanchuan when this body was controlled by Qi Xian. It is unlikely that he would regard her as his wife, right? Qi Huan shrugged. I don't know the details, but she didn't come back alone, and she brought a 2-year-old child, that is, my little nephew. This matter is not a secret. Everyone in the family who should know it knows it. It will be spread sooner or later. It's okay to tell Qing Yuan now. Shi Yuan really didn't know this news. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, but she soon realized the possible meaning behind this matter. The child is extremely talented. Otherwise, with Marshal Qi Jing's temper, how could he easily accept Yu Guanchuan and bring her to Tiandu Star? Shi Yuan asked with a smile. You and your sister-in-law have come to Tiandu Star, and your little nephew is following your mother now? Qi Huan was surprised at her sharpness at first, and then realized why she asked this question. He lowered his head and sighed. Nothing can be hidden from you. Madame Qi has always been worried about Qi Xian's death. Since then, she has been crazy and wants Qi Huan to become the second Qi Xian. Qi Huan has been under great mental pressure. Over time, he has split into a second personality and wants to meet the expectations of his mother. Madame Qi might not be satisfied with Yu Guanchuan, but if Yu Guanchuan gave her a little grandson with outstanding talent, the situation would be different. With Qi Xian's previous experience, she would definitely protect this little grandson like the apple of her eye and would not allow anyone to harm him. It is no wonder that Marshal Qi Jing personally admitted that Yu Guanchuan was Qi Xian's widow. If it was just to prove that the person who killed Qi Xian was related to the Tongxi royal family, it would only be necessary to say that Qi Xian and Yu Guanchuan were secretly dating boyfriend and girlfriend, and there was no need to give her the identity of Qi Xian's wife. Shi Yuan glanced at Qi Huan, whose eyebrows were slightly lonely, and took out a Qinglu fruit from the space ring and handed it to him. Do you want to eat it? It is a specialty of Tianma Lake and is not exported. The young master who was not valued suddenly got all the attention from his mother one day, and was inspired by her to become a man as strong as his genius brother. But he just couldn't learn those intrigues. He finally forced himself to become a brother, but before he could show his talents to his mother, he lost all her expectations. Anger, suffering, grievance. All these emotions will exist, but he can't vent them, and can only continue to move forward in a daze. What kind of person will Qi Huan become in the future? Go to destruction in denying himself, or rise up to resist his mother who treats him as a tool, or... Qi Huan met those bright and dazzling silver blue eyes, and somehow thought of the time when Xiao Mongxing knew that Ji Yuan's real identity was Ji Qingyuan. At that time, she was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and she also looked at him with such clear and bright eyes. Obviously, she didn't give any hints or make any comfort, but it made his heart surge in joy. It seemed like he hadn't looked into Qingyuan's eyes so seriously for a long time. After more than half a year, he finally found that feeling again. His heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, as if something unspeakable was about to burst out. Qi Huan lowered his head in a panic, and was about to take the Qinglu fruit in front of him. A white and slender hand reached out from the side, grabbed the Qinglu fruit in Shi Yuan's hand, put it to his mouth, and took a bite. Ji Qinglian hooked Ji Qingqi's neck, and ate the Qinglu fruit cleanly in 3 or 2 bites. Then he raised his eyebrows slightly in Qi Huan's incredible eyes. "What a coincidence, you are here too." After throwing out this perfunctory remark, Ji Qinglian spread out his hands, and placed them in front of Shi Yuan. "I'm thirsty because I'm tired from walking. Qingyuan, do you have any Qinglu fruit? Give me another one." Ji Qiqi, who was forcibly dragged over by him, silently lit a candle for Qi Huan, but nodded without any position. "I'm thirsty too." It seemed to prove that Ji Qinglian was not targeting Qi Huan, but just happened to see the two of them when she was shopping here, so she took the fruit from her sister's hand to eat. Shi Yuan did not expose the lies of the two cheat brothers. He took out 3 Qinglu fruits from the space ring, and gave 1 to each of them. When Ji Qinglian was about to grab Qi Huan's Qinglu fruit again, he stuffed 3 in a row into his hand, letting him take 4 alone. Ji Qinglian held 2 Qinglu fruits in one hand, and could not free his hands to grab Qi Huan's, so he had to grind his teeth in his heart and secretly curse Qi Huan as a vixen. Since he entered Xingyao Military Academy, this guy seemed to be unable to walk independently, and always liked to stick to Qingyuan. Does he have no sister? Why did he have to snatch her from him? After scolding him, Ji Qinglian realized that Qi Huan did not have a sister. He was the youngest child of Marshal Qi Jing. Although he was a pure-blooded tongue snake, he was not smart since he was young. His father and mother did not love him. Only Qi Xian protected him. Even though Qi Xian died later, and could no longer protect him, other pure-blooded tongue snakes did not regard him as an opponent at all, and collectively believed that Madame Qi was betting on Qi Huan, and that the idea of making him the next head of the tongue snake family was nothing but a pipe dream. Forget it, this kid is also very pitiful. What's wrong with giving him a Qinglu fruit? He is 4. After expressing sympathy to Qi Huan, Ji Qinglian put away 3 of the Qinglu fruits and ate the 4th one with a crunch, and had no intention of leaving at all. They were not enemies, so the 4 of them simply found a park with few people to sit down, and chatted about the recent developments of the Jinwu seat. How could Emperor Yongyao let it go after being blamed for several things without knowing it? The Jinwu seat was under martial law in order to thoroughly investigate the matter, but unfortunately, nothing was found after so many days of investigation. The Jinwu guards who burned GCU's body committed suicide one by one after the conspiracy was exposed, and there was no evidence. This made Emperor Yongyao, who was provoked by Marshal Qi Jing's glance, furious. He checked their origins and families, and found that they were all Tang Xixing's trusted subordinates. No one involved in the investigation expected such a result, and even Qin He, Tang Xixing's confidant, found it difficult to explain. Because they were indeed people who were personally screened by Tang Xixing and received by his side. After checking and checking, he found his son, who had high hopes for him. You can imagine how Emperor Yongyao felt at the time. He even began to suspect that the group of people who went to kill GCU were sent by Tang Xixing, and Ji Wu knew about this. He killed him in anger, and used this as an opportunity to break away from the rule of the Tangxi royal family, and join forces with Qi Jing to make trouble in the Congress Hall. But Tang Xixing was already dead, and no matter how many suspicions he had, they were just suspicions, and he could not question whether he did such a stupid thing. This was not the only thing that made Emperor Yongyao anxious. The Winston Empire delegation had no intention of leaving at all, and insisted that he give a reasonable explanation. Amelia was prevaricated several times, and was not very satisfied with Emperor Yongyao's attitude, so she asked Chris Hudson to announce to the world in a high-profile manner that she was seriously injured after being assassinated by the assassin sent by the Tangxi royal family, and was currently in a coma. If it was a week ago, Emperor Yongyao would have definitely sneered, and had her carried out of the border of the Yongyao Empire, letting her die anywhere she wanted. But now that he has lost the support of the other 5 totem families, he has no confidence to do so. He also has to worry about whether the Winston Empire will use this as an excuse to send troops to the Golden Crow seat from the SS-level alienation area Xingqiang Grand Canyon, which is no longer guarded. If the Tangxi royal family goes to war with the Winston Empire, Regardless of whether they will win or lose, the ward losses will be enough for Emperor Yongyao to drink a pot. The Golden Crow seat has a lot of bad debts. Ji Qinglian dislikes the Tongxi royal family the most, and it is not polite to laugh at it. Qi Huan is obviously a fellow traveler. For a while, the two of them actually chatted happily, completely forgetting the matter of snatching Qinglu fruit not long ago. Ji Qingqi didn't express much opinion. He sat by the fountain with a small comb and combed the mane on the neck of Lingdang, who was lying at his feet. Lingdang obviously liked this kind of service very much. She snorted lazily, and occasionally tilted her head to nudge Ji Qingqi's palm. Sometimes when Ji Qinglian and Qi Huan disagreed, they would drag Ji Qingqi to him for judgment. He didn't like this kind of behavior of taking sides, so he pulled his sister out as a shield. The situation in the universe was complicated, and they stole a half-day of leisure in this corner. The sun set in the west. Shi Yuan received the sound of the tide from Adlet. Ji Wu had already returned to Xingman City, and was discussing matters with Qi Jing at the moment, asking them to go back immediately. Jin Wu's seat, Tianyao Star, second prince's residence. Tang Shishu's mood recently can be described as a roller coaster ride, rushing to the peak for a while, then falling to the bottom of the valley, and soon stuck halfway up the mountain. He had always wanted to compete with Tang Shishing for the throne, but he didn't put his ambition on the table because he knew that his chances of winning were low at this stage. Taught by his mother, who was from a noble family, he was quite arrogant. He disdained to belittle himself and didn't kowtow to Tang Shishing. In the past 2 years, he had privately won over many people. Tang Shishing was repeatedly reprimanded by his father because of Ji Qingyuan. In addition, he had entered the magic tree illusion with Ji Qingyuan before and got some secret and important information, which made him look good in front of his father. Tang Shishu believed that as long as he satisfied his father in the future, he would have more and more chips. But he never dreamed that Tang Shishing would die before he could pile up the chips. He became the only 2 adult pure-blooded golden crows under his father's knees, and the most favorable competitor for the position of crown prince. As for Tang Xia, he didn't think that the sister who was spoiled by Tang Shishing could compete with him. He is almost 19 years old, and still only has the combat power of a level 6 talent. It is simply refreshing the lower limit of pure-blooded Jinwu. It is embarrassing to tell others about it. Tang Shishu has not yet recovered from the good news of Tang Shishing's sudden death. The fact that the totem families have successively left the territory of Yongyao Empire has made him feel depressed. He wants to become the crown prince, or even the next Yongyao emperor, but he does not want a country with internal and external troubles. Then, he received an order from his father to guard Yunhezuo. Yunhezuo is the former territory of the Baizai family. It is also the only constellation controlled by the Tongxi royal family except Jinwuzuo. It must not fall into the hands of others, otherwise Jinwuzuo, which borders the 6 major totem constellations, will fall into an embarrassing situation. Tomorrow he will set off for Yunhezuo to recruit soldiers and train his own legion to prepare for the conflict that is likely to break out in the future. This made Tang Shishu very excited. Since the establishment of Yongyao Empire, there has never been a situation where an adult prince, who is not the crown prince, is in charge of the legion. Tang Shishu privately thought that this was a hint from his father. As long as he did well, he would be the heir of the Jinwu family when the current dilemma was over. In particular, his father also sent 2 national guardian saints to go with him. They were responsible for deterrence and protection of his safety, and did not participate in the political affairs of Yunhezuo. For this reason, Tang Shishu did not sleep well for 3 consecutive days. But now, an uninvited guest came to his mansion. Tang Shishu pushed the brewed tea in front of Tang Shijin, and his attitude was respectful and polite. "Uncle, how come you have time to come here at this time?" He also deliberately avoided people. He and Tang Shijin had no intersection. The deepest impression he had was that he was a down-and-out prince, who relied on his father to get out of the cold palace. If his father had not entrusted him with an important task, letting him lead the Golden Crow army and achieve gratifying results in the Rose seat, Tang Shishu would not have this attitude now. He and Tang Shijin had no conflict of interest, and he really couldn't guess why he came to him at such a sensitive time. If people knew about it, and got to his father's ears, it would cause trouble for him. Tang Shijin took a sip of tea, and under Tang Shishu's slightly tentative gaze, he said directly, "You are the one who sent people to kill GCU, right?" This concise and clear sentence instantly frightened Tang Shishu into a cold sweat, and his heart beat violently, causing the blood flow to speed up and produce a slight dizziness. Before he could deny it, Tang Shijin threw a frozen broken arm on the table. The loud clang made Tang Shishu's ears ring and his eyes dazzled, and he couldn't see what the broken arm in the ice looked like. Tang Shijin seemed to just throw out a trivial piece of garbage, and said indifferently, "You did it very secretly, but I have seen the owner of this broken arm, and I clearly remember that there is a scar on the inside of his left little finger. He is your dead warrior." As if he was judged by the gods, Tang Shishu's whole body was stiff, and the boiling blood quickly cooled down under the stimulation of this sentence, and there was a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. 7 big words appeared in his mind. How could there be evidence left? Tang Shijin seemed not to notice his rapidly changing physical condition, and leaned forward and said, "Xiaoxiu, I haven't told His Majesty about this matter yet. Can I ask you why you want to kill GCU?" Tang Shishu stared at Tang Shijin's emotionless face, and cold sweat dripped down his back. Yes. He sent people to kill GCU, because his people found out that GCU was the remnant of Bai Zhe. He wanted to capture GCU alive, send him to his father, and tell his father about Ji Wu's rebellious heart, but the subsequent development was completely out of his control, and he didn't dare to tell his father what he did. Time passed by minute. Tang Shijin bit his fingers and knocked on the table. "Can't you say it?" There was no threat in his tone, and it was no different from talking to an ordinary uncle and nephew, but it made Tang Shishu feel boundless pressure. He didn't want to be killed yet, so he laughed dryly twice. "Uncle, did you remember it wrong?" Tang Shishu didn't expect so many things to happen that night, nor did he expect that GCU's death would become the fuse for Ji Wu to rebel against the Yongyao Empire. If his father knew about this, he would never have a good ending, and the position of the crown prince would naturally become a mirage, and he would no longer have anything to do with it. Tang Shijin tapped the table again, and his patience ran out. "Xiaoxiu, if you don't tell me the reason, I can only tell His Majesty about this. Traps are never one here and one there, but one trap after another." Tang Shihao was smart all his life, and he probably never thought that he would give birth to such a fool. He didn't have the strength to match his ambition, but he still wanted to stir up the situation. After the plan failed, he was unable to remedy it, and he became a turtle, as if he didn't admit it, the mistakes he made would be buried with history. Shi Yuan rode the baby, and landed on the empty small square in front of Ji Wu's study. After being carefully fed by her for a while, Bao Bao is no longer the foal she first saw. His limbs are strong and powerful, his temperament is upright and outstanding, his abdominal muscles are tight, and with a beautiful and smooth mane on his neck, he looks like a horse. It is still several months away from adulthood. If he continues to be fed like this, his size may not be comparable to that of Shang Tsung, but he should be able to catch up with Ling Ling, and become one of the few large Pegasus unicorns bred artificially. It seems that he also knows that he has a promising future. Recently, he has been leading the underage unicorns in the horse farm to wander around Tianma Lake, and he seems to be the big sister. Bao Bao is a female unicorn. Shi Yuan touched the mane on Bao Bao's neck as usual, and got off the horse. As soon as she stood firm on the ground, she noticed that someone was looking at her, and immediately looked over keenly. It was Ms. Lola, who was standing in the corridor, outside the study. Beside her stood a tall man in a white robe. The man was dressed a little strangely, with a hood covering most of his face, leaving only his jaw. He was a man of superior height, and even though only half of his face was exposed, one could still see his handsome face, which seemed a little familiar. There seemed to be no such person in Xingwan City. Was he Ji Wu's guest? Before Shi Yuan could make further judgments, the other party also noticed that she was looking at him, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose, and he nodded slightly to her. Shi Yuan was a little surprised, and out of politeness, he also nodded to him. The smile on the man's lips widened, and he quickly followed Ms. Lola through the corridor and left the small square. Shi Yuan felt the kindness emanating from the other party, and felt a little strange in her heart, but Adlet, who had already come out from the outer hall of the study, temporarily put aside her doubts. She touched the baby's mane, let it play, and walked inside. Ji Wu didn't like people guarding outside the study, so there were no guards here. It was very quiet and private, with only the slight rustling sound of leaves in the wind. Halfway through the walk, Shi Yuan remembered why she felt that the lower half of the face of the man in the white robe was familiar, and immediately stopped to wait for Ji Qinglian, who was walking from the other side. Seeing her suddenly stop, Ji Qinglian asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Ji Qingqi and Shi Wan also looked over. Just now, Ling Ding and the marshal landed on the other side of the small square. The three of them did not see Ms. Lola and the mysterious man in the white robe, nor did they notice the short communication between Shi Yuan and him. Shi Yuan did not answer. In order to verify her guess, she raised her hand and gestured on Ji Qinglian's face, covering the nose and above, and only letting him show half of his face to her. The effect presented made her raise her eyebrows. It seems Ji Qinglian only inherited Ji Wu's hair color and eyes. Judging from her facial features, She actually doesn't look like her. Ji Qinglian was full of doubts after seeing her gestures, and grabbed her wrist and asked, "What are you doing?" Sure Yuan blinked, "Nothing." Chapter 145. There are various speculations about Marshal Ji Wu's partner, and Ji Qinglian's father. Including but not limited to that man was Ji Wu's classmate when she was studying at Xingyao Military Academy, an ordinary person, who was handsome, but could not awaken the mimicry she met on a certain planet, and a peerless beauty presented by a subordinate force. If you want to list all those gossips and rumors one by one, you can't count them with 10 fingers. There is one thing that is recognized in these gossip stories. The mysterious man is very likely to have passed away. Otherwise, with the status of Marshal Ji Wu, unless he is the head of another totem family, how can he not marry into Xingwan City? Unfortunately, Ji Qinglian's appearance has nothing to do with the pure blood of other totem families, so this rumor was refuted as soon as it appeared. In other words, compared to Ji Wu's outstanding leadership and strong fighting power, this gossip is not worthy of being passed onto her ears. People who admire and respect her will not pay attention to this kind of gossip that has no nutrition, let alone the man who doesn't even deserve a name. So these gossips are only circulated on some irrelevant forums. It has been quite a while since Shi Yuan returned to Tiandu Ji's family, and he has never heard Ji Qinglian mention his father. It seems that it is not important to him whether there is such a role in his past, present, and future. Therefore, she did not tell Ji Qinglian her guess, but smiled mysteriously when he cast a doubtful look at her. Ji Wu naturally had her reasons for not mentioning Ji Qinglian's father. Either it was unnecessary to mention it, or it could not be mentioned. In either case, it was not her turn to be a troublemaker. Besides, the man in white robe only looks like Ji Qinglian on a small part of his face, so he is not necessarily his father. He could also be another member of the Taotai family, Ji Wu's blood relative, so there is really no need for her to over-associate. Having said that, Shi Yuan still felt uncomfortable. If Ji Qinglian's father is still alive in some corner of the universe, and may appear one day in the future, it also means that the other party will occupy the title of her father. The role of father did not bring many good memories in her life before she crossed over, so she almost forgot what he looked like. I hope there will not be such a day. If there must be, that person had better not become an obstacle to her. She is not a kind person. Ji Qinglian was puzzled by her laughter. Just when she was about to ask her what she was laughing at, she saw that her brows were frowned, as if she had encountered a difficult problem, and immediately stretched out her hand and waved it in front of her. "What's wrong with you? Are you tired from walking around outside for too long today?" There was obvious worry in his tone. Qi Huan also looked over eagerly, only Ji Qingqi looked at the end of the empty corridor thoughtfully. He did not see the white-robed man walking with Ms. Lola, but his combat power level was far better than Ji Qinglian and Qi Huan. When he got off the bell's back, he could faintly sense a secret and strange breath in the corridor. People who can walk in Xingwan City under their mother's eyes must be safe. There must be other reasons for his sister's current reaction. Before he could think more, Shi Yuan was shaken back to his senses by Ji Qinglian's hand. Putting aside the things that had not yet appeared, he shook his head and said, "How can I get tired so easily? I just thought of something. Mother is waiting. Shall we go in first?" Seeing that she didn't want to say more, Ji Qinglian had to swallow the question on her lips and followed her inside. Ji Wu's study was divided into an inner hall and an outer hall. At this time, there was no one in the outer hall. There were only 2 pots of blooming flowers on the conference table. The faint fragrance of flowers drifted in the air, giving people a sense of relaxation and joy. The door of the inner hall was closed. Adlet took the lead and knocked on the door gently. After getting Ji Wu's consent, he pushed the door open and entered. The inner hall of the study had good lighting. The afterglow of the sunset sprinkled into the room through the fan-shaped woven bamboo windows, forming shadowy spots of light on the carpet, bringing a little warmth to the late autumn weather. Ji Wu had her long hair tied up, and sat in her casual clothes at a tea table carved into the shape of a glutton. In front of Ji Wu, she elegantly brewed Yunning Luqing. No matter how strong she appeared to be, she was still the best heir cultivated by the Taotai family. She had the etiquette and bearing that she should learn, which was no less than any noble. Her movements of brewing tea were smooth and flowing, like a flowing painting, which made people unconsciously indulge in it, and they would be amazed and brought back to their senses by the tea fragrance flowing to the tip of their noses. Qi Jing sat opposite Ji Wu, crossing his legs in a very unmartial-like manner. He smelled the curling tea fragrance boredly, picked up a piece of Qinglu fruit and bit it into his mouth, and ate it in 3 or 2 crunches. Ji Wu's tea was already brewed, and he brought a cup to him. Qi Jing put down his crossed legs, lowered his head and tasted the tea, and said lightly, "After so many years, you are still so good at pretending." Although he was most impatient with useless red tape, he would always brew a pot of yunding luching when guests came, calling it entertaining. But if the guest said something she didn't like, or did something that made her unhappy, she could flip the table on the spot and teach the guest how to be a guest. When Qi Jing first met her, he suffered a lot, but he couldn't beat Ji Woo in a fist fight, and he was honest after suffering a few losses. Only now that they are all in the same holy domain, and the noise is too loud when they fight, he dares to be mean in front of Ji Woo. Of course, Marshal Qi Jing would not use the word mean to describe himself. He would call it provocation. Ji Woo took a sip of yunding luching and said slowly, "If I don't cultivate my character, I'm afraid I can't help but flip your skull." A group of young guys who just came in. Can they listen to this? Will Marshal Qi Jing get angry and fight with his mother on the spot? Qi Huan timidly moved a little step behind Shi Yuan. He was familiar with his father's temperament, and absolutely could not tolerate such words that almost stepped on his face and crushed it back and forth. He would open the other person's skull on the spot to see who dared to speak so arrogantly to him. What was beyond his expectation was that Qi Jing did not get angry but laughed. "Why don't you try it? Don't talk better than singing." Ji Woo was obviously immune to his bad mouth. He raised his eyelids indifferently, ignored his self-humiliating provocation, and looked past him at the group of little kids who were as quiet as chickens. He changed his indifference to Qi Jing and showed a faint smile. "Come and sit." She was always dignified and reasonable in front of the children. As long as there was no test on homework, Ji Qinglian could quickly change her attitude of a mouse seeing a cat, always sticking to her to ask her to guide her fighting skills, and Ji Qingqi would also ask her for advice on the doubts he encountered in the process of improving his strength. The three siblings lined up and walked over consciously. Qi Huan didn't dare to follow them. When he sat down, he found that he was sitting diagonally opposite his father. When Qi Huan received his father's gaze, his scalp tightened. He quickly raised his butt and pretended that nothing happened, and sat next to his father. Qi Jing snorted lightly, probably because he felt that his son was really disappointing, and was confused by Ji Woo's simple 3 words. Qi Huan pretended to be dead skillfully. Compared with his mother, who forced him in the name of love, he was not so afraid of being evaluated as a father with an uncertain personality. Sometimes, when his mother forced him to a hurry, he would use the excuse of going to his father for dinner to avoid the homework arranged by his mother for him. His father didn't see him every time, but he would have dinner with him once or twice out of 5 times. Sometimes he would feel that his father didn't really not love him, but that he had too many children and was busy with more things, so he had no time to take care of the education of each child. And his love was divided, and he was not the best one, so how could it be easy for his father to take notice of him? Ji Woo didn't think much of the way the Tingsha family educated their children, which was too cold-blooded and ruthless, but each totem family had its own survival rules, and it was not the turn of others to intervene, and she had no intention of stretching her hand so far. She glanced at the gentle and quiet Yuan group sitting on the other side of Qi Jing, and said straight to the point, "Tell me, why do you want me to call the children back?" From the beginning, Qi Jing avoided the topic, and never said the purpose of his secret visit to Tiandu Star this time, only saying that he would talk about it after the children were all here. When it wasn't time to talk about things seriously, Ji Woo had never guessed what he was going to do, and now that everyone was here, he didn't plan to play dumb with him anymore. Qi Jing did not immediately explain his purpose, but looked at Shi Yuan, who was sitting next to Ji Woo. She did not look much like Ji Woo. At this moment, she was drinking tea with her head down, quiet and calm, like a harmless girl next door, which made people not have the slightest sense of defense. This kind of well-behaved and lovely temperament had nothing in common with the high-spirited Ji Woo in those days. Before Qi Jing came, he had someone investigate Ji Qingyuan in great detail. He knew very well that the soft dough that could be kneaded by anyone was a false appearance she pretended to be. Behind this extremely deceptive mask was a cannibalistic flower that ate people without spitting out bones, a wild thorn that people dared not offend, and even worse than Ji Woo in the past. They did not look like mother and daughter, but they looked like mother and daughter. Such a woman was too easy to make people's hearts break, but she was also like the snow lotus on the top of the mountain, which could be admired from a distance but not played with. Because if the person who loves her doesn't have the strength to match her, he will only become her vassal. Idiots are an exception. It's his honor to be her vassal. Shi Yuan naturally felt the scrutiny from Qi Jing, and felt a little strange. Before he had time to think deeply, he heard Ji Woo beside him put down the teacup in his hand with a thud, and said in a cold tone, "Get out of here if you have nothing to do. Don't waste my time." A Philistine snake that changes women like changing clothes stared at her daughter. It would be strange if she could tolerate it. Qi Jing was startled back to his senses by her action. He realized that his silence might have caused misunderstandings, and hurriedly laughed. "Don't be so irritable, I have something serious to say." No matter how hungry he was, he would not covet the daughter of this glutton, okay? Qi Jing didn't dare to delay. He raised his hand and patted Qi Huan's shoulder, which frightened the latter so much that he raised his head and chest, and dared not to continue pretending to be dead. Ji Wu looked over suspiciously. Qi Jing said meaningfully, "The Tao Ai family and the Tingsha family are now on the same front and are allies who help each other. What do you think of my son? Although he is not very smart, he is obedient and good-looking. It is not a disgrace to Qing Yuan if he marries into your Tianduji family. If a child is born in the future and the awakened child is a pure-blooded Tingsha, he can also inherit the position of the head of the Tingsha family. What do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Qingqi spurted out the tea in his mouth. For a moment, before Ji Qinglian and Qi Huan had time to be shocked, they turned their eyes to Ji Qingqi, who could remain calm even in a single fight with an SS-level alien beast, but suddenly lost his composure at this moment. Not only the two of them looked over, but even the indifferent Yuguanqin was attracted. Ji Qingqi realized what he had done, and quickly put down the teacup in his hand, took out some paper to wipe his mouth, and said apologetically, "Sorry, Mother, Marshal Qi, I lost my temper." The messages he sent to GCU were all made up by him. Marshal Qi Jing arrived at Tiandu Star, and did not see his mother. He was arranged by Ms. Lola to rest. He did not say anything about marriage or friendship between the two families. The main reason was that he could not stand the guy who always kept things secret, and said nothing. He did not report home that he was safe after a week. He deliberately said those words to anger him, and make the cat slave anxious. Who knew that his words would come true? Mother, please do not agree to Marshal Qi Jing's outrageous proposal. Tiandu Star has enough Ji Qinglan, and with another Qi Huan, he can fully predict how tiring the days ahead will be. Qi Jing certainly wouldn't bother with him about such a trivial matter. He just thought that his proposal for marriage was too sudden, and his brother Ji Qingqi couldn't accept it for a while. He was very self-aware. The children of Tiandu Ji's family were famous for their solidarity and friendship. In his investigation, several children of this generation, from Ji Siyu to Ji Qingqi and then Ji Qinglian, all responded to Ji Qingyuan's requests. It was normal for them to be shocked and lose their composure when they heard that she wanted to marry their stupid son. On the contrary, Ji Wu had never relaxed his frown since he knew Qi Jing's intention, and he could almost pinch a fly to death. Adlet walked over quickly, took away the tea set in front of Ji Qi, and cleaned up the tea table. Ji Qinglian and Qi Huan also reacted after this episode. One of them had veins on his forehead throbbing, and the other had eyes wide open, as if he couldn't believe that the reason his father brought him to Tiandu Star was to marry Qing Yuan. There was no precedent for the pure bloodline of the totem family before, because the totem family is very exclusive. The partners of the head of the family are almost all vassal-like existences, with limited power in their hands, or even if they want to gain power, they cannot dominate the clan members, who are only loyal to the totem, and the head of the family because they do not have the totem bloodline, and cannot enter the power center of the totem family at all. Therefore, for thousands of years, the totem family has never had a situation like foreign relatives interfering in politics, and Madame Qi is a typical example. It's not that she has no desire to fight for power, but that if she only relies on herself, there will be no tongue snakes who will submit to her. Therefore, after Qi Xian's death, she insisted on making Qi Huan the head of the family. Only in this way can she keep her position and continue the glory in the future. Otherwise, if Qi Jing's illegitimate son takes the throne, her career as Madame Qi will be over. The pure blood of the totem family has advantages that ordinary people do not have. It is strong and has a strong maternal family as a backing. If someone interferes with the inheritance of the wife's family/husband's family with ill intentions, it will not take much effort to destroy the totem family. In addition, there is another concern, in order to prevent the totem family from joining forces and threatening the rule of the Tongxi royal family. For this reason, the Tongxi royal family clearly stipulates that the totem family is not allowed to marry. Now, the covenant of the 7 totem families has become a piece of waste paper. The Tongxi royal family's clear decree no longer constitutes a constraint on the totem family. Whether to marry or not, and how to marry are naturally decided by the major families themselves. After Qi Xian died, Qi Jing realized that none of the useless children he gave birth to could support the tongue snake family. Rather than letting those useless children ruin the family, it would be better to find a powerful wife for his stupid little son. He didn't think that with the powerful tongue snake bloodline, the offspring they bred would only awaken the Taotai mimicry. As long as a pure-blooded tongue snake can be born, there will be hope for the next generation. Of course, the cub born to Xian'er by Yuguanqin has good talent, and it may not be impossible for him to reproduce his father's amazing talent in 20 years, but talent is just talent, and it is hard to say whether he will become a dragon or a worm in the future. Don't put all your eggs in the same basket. This is the survival rule that the tongue snake family has never changed for thousands of years. Qi Jing's little abacus was crackling, and he looked more and more satisfied when he saw Shi Yuan. It's a pity that Xian'er died too early, otherwise he wouldn't have to lick his face and marry his stupid son to Ji Wu as a son-in-law in order to deal with a changing situation in the future. Shi Yuan was so amused by his look that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ji Wu, on the other hand, had already seen through Qi Jing's wishful thinking. He picked up the tea on the table and splashed it on his face without thinking. He sneered in Qi Jing's unbelievable eyes. If you have time to play these tricks, you might as well teach your grandson well and stop trying to kill him in front of me. Being splashed with water in the face by Ji Wu in front of so many juniors, Qi Jing couldn't stand it anymore and slammed the table and stood up. Trying to kill yourself? Let me ask you, at this stage, is the marriage between the Taotai family and the Tingsha family more beneficial than harmful? The Tongxi royal family is in trouble, and you and I will join forces to kill him while he is sick. Phoenix, Yinglong, Qilin. None of them are good. As long as the balance of the totem family is not completely broken, they will not easily take sides. Do you think that you can kill Tang Shihao by relying on the Taotai family alone? Don't daydream. He is not a good person. After solving the troubles of the Winston Empire, you will be the first to be settled. At this point, Qi Jing showed sarcasm. You dare to keep Bai Zhe by your side for more than 10 years. You are really brave. As soon as these words came out, Yuguanquan, who had been acting as heir, also raised his eyes. Qi Huan and Ji Qinglian showed puzzled eyes, and then reacted to the meaning of Qi Jing's words, and were shocked. The younger generation of the totem family may not know why the Bai Zhe family was destroyed, but they all know why Yun Xiao is in the embarrassing situation now, and they also understand what it means to secretly raise a Bai Zhe behind the back of the Tongxi royal family. It is a heart of disloyalty. Shi Yuan frowned slightly. Even Qi Jing knew GCU's identity? Did he know it before, or did he get the news recently? If it's the latter, the Phoenix, Yinglong and Qilin family should have heard the news. Fortunately, GCU faked his death and escaped, otherwise he and the Tiandu Ji family would probably fall into a deeper predicament. Ji Wu was not offended by Qi Jing's words, and retorted, "Don't talk so high-soundingly. I think he will settle accounts with your Tingsha family first. After all, who let you, the head of the Qi family, have eyes on your head and step on the emperor's feet, and let him clean your shoes? If Qi Xian's death is really related to Tong Shihao, it is hard to say whether it is the evil seed planted by Qi Jing back then. The things revealed in Ji Wu's words are secrets that the younger generations have never heard of. The two little idiots, who laughed at the Tongxi royal family not long ago, didn't care about who Bai Zhe was that Ji was secretly raised, and they all pricked up their ears." Qi Jing sneered. "Do you think I'm afraid of a dog that bites its master?" Ji Wu replied, "Then what am I afraid of?" The two totem marshals who could shake the ground when walking on the street were like an old lady and a lazy man quarreling in the vegetable market. They were so fierce that they forgot about the marriage. While the two were silent, Shi Yuan poured them each a cup of tea and handed Qi Jing a handkerchief, saying gently, "I don't have any idea of getting married yet, and I only think of Qi Huan as a friend, and I don't have any other ideas." Qi Jing waited for her to come before mentioning the marriage, because he had guessed that Ji Wu would not agree. Ji Qingyuan is different from Ji Wu, who acts casually. She will weigh the pros and cons, choose the most beneficial way for herself, and reap huge rewards. There would be no loss for her to marry Qi Huan, and she could also give birth to a pure-blooded tongue snake to inherit the tongue snake family. It was a completely profitable deal, and she had no reason to refuse. But her words at this time made Qi Jing doubtful. Rejected? This ambitious and capable girl rejected the temptation to control two totem families. She was not like Ji Wu, whose eyes were on her head. She would not even give a glance to those who were weaker than herself. He did not restrict her from interacting with other men after marrying Qi Huan. Ji Wu resisted the urge to kick Qi Jing out of the Corona constellation, and did not stop Shi Yuan from trying to smooth things over. He just snorted coldly. Shi Yuan saw Qi Jing take the handkerchief to wipe his face, and smiled softly. The marshal proposed a marriage, just to make the connection between the Taotai family and the Tingsha family closer, so that they can deal with the Tongxi royal family together. To put it bluntly, Qi Jing's idea of marriage was not for a single purpose. One of them was to want a layer of protection, to tie the two families together, so that they would prosper together and suffer together. There are pros and cons to doing this. Qi Jing thinks the pros outweigh the cons, but Jiwoo doesn't like his calculations and disdains to use Shi Yuan's marriage as a tool. Seeing that the two had calmed down a little, Shi Yuan changed the topic of marriage. It's not difficult to put the Tongxi royal family to death. Her words successfully attracted the attention of everyone present. This is obviously the most difficult thing at the moment. Because the situation is deadlocked, Qi Jing doesn't want to give the Tongxi royal family a chance to recover, and wants to defeat it in one fell swoop. So he took the initiative to come to Tiandu Star to discuss countermeasures with Jiwoo. Shi Yuan unfolded the light brain and projected the territory map of Yongyao Empire on the tea table, pointing to the place surrounded by red circles on the map. Qi Jing raised his eyebrows. Xingqiang Grand Canyon? This is a very special SS-level alienation area with multiple stargates, connecting Iris, Angel, Phoenix, Jade and Golden Crow at the same time. Because the Yongyao Empire controls 3 of the stargates, while the Winston Empire only controls 2 stargates, more than 2/3 of this alienated area is divided into the territory of the Yongyao Empire, and soldiers from the 3 totem legions are stationed there all year round. Now that the Yongyao Empire is falling apart, the Phoenix family and the Qilin family have announced their separation from the rule of the Tongxi imperial family, and the land division and garrison issues in the Xingqiang Grand Canyon have become awkward. Shi Yuan said with a smile, "If the Winston Empire sends troops to the Jinwu seat at this time, what do you think the Qilin family and the Phoenix family will do? If they don't help, the Jinwu family is finished, and the Winston Empire's ambitions will definitely expand rapidly, and they will soon target them who control the other 2 stargates of the Xinjiang Grand Canyon. If they help, wouldn't it be a relief for them to announce their separation from the rule of the Tongxi imperial family in a high-profile manner? With the Taotai family and the Tingsha family both keeping their troops in place, this move is tantamount to taking sides." Shi Yuan asked himself and answered, "No." Qi Jing's eyebrows were raised higher, and his curiosity was also aroused. Shi Yuan tapped the table with his fingers. The Golden Crow seat is in the heart of the Yongyao Empire. If the Winston Empire cannot capture the Stargate guarded by the Phoenix and Jade Unicorn, it will be very likely to be cut off from supplies if it rushes into the Golden Crow seat. The army that penetrates deep into the enemy's heart will also face the risk of being shut out. By then, even if the Duke of Iris and the Duke of Angel lead the troops in person, they may not be able to escape unscathed. There is no need for the Phoenix family and the Unicorn family to help the Tongxi royal family block the knife when they send troops. It is better to wait until the Winston Empire and the Tongxi royal family are both injured before taking action. By then, the Winston Empire, a major threat, will be eliminated, and the Tongxi royal family will no longer have the ability to stir up trouble. It will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Qi Jing understood what she meant and questioned. The Dukes of Winston Empire are not fools. How could they step into this trap? Amelia Reinhardt has stayed in Rose's seat until now, just watching the situation and waiting for the opportunity. Shi Yuan tucked the hair hanging down behind his ears and smiled. Winston Empire will definitely send troops. As soon as he said this, Qi Jing and Jiwoo looked at him at the same time. Before Shi Yuan answered, Yuan added for her. Because the Winston Empire is not of one mind, the Holy Angel family and the Griffin family have always been dissatisfied with Amelia Reinhardt as the crown prince, and Amelia is also constrained by them, and cannot implement the policies she wants to promulgate. Now there is a great opportunity in front of Amelia. She can send the Holy Angel family and the Griffin family to attack the Golden Crow seat, and use the Tongxi royal family to weaken the strength of the Holy Angel Legion and the Griffin Legion. Of course, the Duke of Angels and the Duke of Griffin are not fools. They will not really do their best to attack the Golden Crow seat, but Amelia only needs to contain them in the battlefield of the Yongyao Empire. Continuous war can also weaken their strength. Yuan played the role of a transparent person from the beginning. Even Jiwoo could not figure out the purpose of Qi Jing bringing her to Tiandu Star for a while. Now he suddenly spoke up and gave a sharp analysis, which made the people present look sideways. Especially Shi Yuan, her guess was verified, and the smile on her face deepened. From the moment she saw Yuan appear in the Congress Hall, she guessed that she was not a simple character. Now it seems that it is true. In fact, Yuan's testimony in the Congress Hall that the Tongxi royal family killed Qi Xian has a lot of loopholes. If you think about it carefully, you will find that many things cannot be explained. If the situation had not taken a sharp turn for the worse due to the news of GCU's death, Emperor Yongyao, who was so thick-skinned that he could deny anything he did, might not have been able to nail Tongxi royal family to death with a golden crow death order and kill Qi Xian. It is hard to say how Qi Xian died, but it is enough to see Marshal Qi Jing's attitude towards the matter. And when she learned from Qi Huan that Yu Guanchuan had given her child to Madame Qi for temporary care, she was more certain of this guess. Madame Qi was not an easy person to get along with. Even if Yu Guanchuan gave her a grandson with outstanding talent, it did not mean that she could stay on Tianqiong Star as Qi Xian's wife. Sure, Yuan thought that Marshal Qi Jing brought Yu Guanchuan to Tiandu Star because the matter he wanted to discuss with Ji Wu was related to him, but the topic was never directed to the other party, so she knew that her guess was wrong. Marshal Qi Jing was very likely teaching Yu Guanchuan. The grandson is too young, and Marshal Qi Jing can't take him with him to educate him. But if his daughter-in-law is smart and capable, it will be beneficial for the grandson to follow her. Since the totem family relies on blood inheritance, he doesn't have to worry about Yu Guanchuan's hen crowing at the dawn, just like he dared to promise Ji Wu that if the child born from the marriage between Shi Yuan and Qi Huan is a pure-blooded tongue snake, he will also have the right to inherit the position of the head of the tongue snake family. Yu Guanchuan seemed to notice Shi Yuan's faint gaze, turned his head, and smiled at her. She is very beautiful, but her temperament is sad, and she has a sense of indifference that keeps people away from her. When she smiles at this time, it can't help but make people's hearts sway. Shi Yuan has not yet figured out where she came from, nor does he know what role she plays in the tongue snake family now, but the other party took the initiative to show goodwill. She has no reason to refuse. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. After finishing the conversation and watching the group of kids leave, Qi Jing poured himself a cup of tea and stopped talking about marriage. To be honest, after seeing Ji Qingyuan's quick thinking, he deeply believed that his stupid son was not worthy of her, and was not even worthy of being a vase. Qi Jing accepted the regret of not having a smart, intelligent, courageous and bold daughter-in-law, and asked Ji Wu curiously, if you didn't find Ji Qingyuan, do you really not plan to have another one? It's strange to say that among the 7 totem families, only the Tao Tai family has a weak bloodline, and pure-blooded Tao Tai is almost passed down from generation to generation. Ji Wu said without even raising her head, "What's it to you?" and gave a very disdainful evaluation. "Do you think everyone is a stud like you?" Qi Jing originally just wanted to chat with her normally, but was suddenly attacked by a personal attack. He was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead. "I think you really want to fight with me today." Ji Wu sneered, "Why should I give birth to a child for a pure-blooded Tao Tai? If I can't give birth, do I have to keep giving birth? When I die, the Tao Tai family still has no pure-blooded Tao Tai, which means that the fate of the Tianduji family has ended. What does it have to do with whether I give birth to a child?" Even if she knew that Qin Lian was a subspecies of Tao Tai, she never thought about having another child, let alone letting Qin Qi and Qin Lian get married as soon as possible and let them become tools for giving birth to children. This is her pride, and also the pride of the Tao Tai clan. Qi Jing never expected to get such an answer, and was stunned on the spot. The heads of the Tang Snake family of all generations indulged in sensual pleasures, and had many children. The subspecies tongue snake was not even worthy of being taken to Tianqiong Star to be raised by the head of the family himself. He came to Tiandu Star today to make bets everywhere for the continuation of the family, but he never thought of carefully cultivating each child, making them united and friendly, and jointly maintaining the glory of the tongue snake family. Seeing that he looked like he had lost his soul, Ji Wu served tea and said, "If you want to be in a daze, go back to your snake spear seat and don't get in my way." For the first time, Qi Jing did not argue with Ji Wu and walked away with a frown. Chapter 146. Amelia is ambitious. As long as she can remember, her mother, the Duchess of Iris, has told her not to depend on anyone. She was too young at the time to understand the meaning of this sentence, but she just kept it in mind. As she grew older, she witnessed the cruel and bloody infighting of the Iris family, her cold father, her ruthless eldest brother, her moody second brother, her mother who watched from the sidelines. At first, Amelia didn't quite understand why her mother, who had carefully raised and cared for her children, would turn a deaf ear to her brother's fights. Later, she gradually understood that power breeds ambition and desire, and as long as her brothers want to become the powerful Duke of Iris, they will not stop fighting, even if they are brothers from the same father and mother. Her mother couldn't control their thoughts, and she became a flag in the hands of her brothers, and almost died in their chess game. Amelia fully realized that if she was just a daughter that depended on others, and could not face the storm alone, she would be easily abandoned by the people she depended on without hesitation when the inevitable crisis came. When she found out that her awakened mimicry was the blue whale, the bloodline of the Reinhard royal family, Emilia guessed her life experience. She found that she was calmer than she thought, and could weigh the pros and cons, and think about the future like a bystander. She decided to take a path that she had never thought of before, which was unpredictable and full of dangers. Maybe one day, she can reach the end of the road and get everything she wants, or she may die halfway, and become a nameless skeleton. People should not hesitate because of fear of possible crises in the future. Emilia considers herself a crazy adventurer, and is unwilling to live in an ivory tower, and become a plaything in the hands of others. She jumped out of the life called the castle, but actually a cage, to chase the brilliant red sun in her life. So, Emilia pretended to be panicked and found her mother, asked her for help in fear, and leaked the news that she had awakened the blue whale to her nominal father, Duke Iris. The Duke Iris and his wife were a family marriage, and they had no husband and wife relationship. After giving birth to Chris, they started to play with each other. The Duchess slept with Emperor Winston at the masquerade held by Duke Iris, and Duke Iris always knew that Emilia was not his child. The inheritance method of the Saint Totem family is the same as that of the Totem family. It relies on blood inheritance. Only the pure-blooded heirs, who have awakened the Saint Totem mimicry, are qualified to become the new head of the family. Emilia's existence is no hindrance to Duke Iris. If she can awaken the blue whale one day, it will be of great benefit to him. When he learned that Emilia really awakened the pure-blooded blue whale, Duke Iris was overjoyed and decisively announced this matter in the Imperial Congress. He and the Duke of the Holy Angel, the old lover of the Duchess, supported Emilia as the Crown Prince of the Empire. From then on, Emilia Hudson changed her name to Emilia Reinhardt and became a puppet Crown Prince controlled by Duke Iris and Duke of the Holy Angel. Emilia Hudson did not have the opportunity to stir up trouble, but Emilia Reinhardt was qualified to compete for the pinnacle of power in the Empire. As a young girl, she obediently obeyed all the arrangements of Duke Iris, but secretly joined forces with Chris to help him seize the position of Duke Iris. She gradually gained her own power, and from being a well-known puppet crown prince, she became the only heir to the empire with great power. After Duke Iris was replaced by Chris, Duke of the Holy Angel realized that Emilia had been out of control without knowing it. He wanted her to become his yes-man again, and he confronted her many times, openly and secretly, but failed to get any good results, so he stopped supporting her and supported another prince with the mimicry of the subspecies of the blue whale. The head of the Griffin family simply looked down on Emilia's illegitimate origin, was unwilling to bow down to her, and mocked and insulted her many times in public. In order to discuss the head of the Griffin family, Emilia deliberately announced to the people of the whole empire on National Day that her future partner was the most talented pure-blooded heir of the Griffin family, Laird Weissman. With the character of the Griffin Duke, how could he suffer such a loss? Not to mention that she looked down on Emilia, and didn't mind destroying the dignity of the royal family. She immediately announced to the public that the engagement did not exist, and that it was the vulgar crown prince's wishful thinking for his gifted son. But no one expected that the situation would happen. As the person involved, Laird Weissman accepted the engagement and took the initiative to go to the imperial palace to thank His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for his mercy, which almost pissed off the Griffin Duke to death. So, when Emilia saw the Griffin Duke who came to meet her with her trusted generals, and did not play any tricks in the rose seat, she did not hide the surprise in her eyes. If the timing was not wrong, she would have ridiculed him a few times. Compared to the delicate relationship between the totem families of the Yongyao Empire, which appears peaceful on the surface, but actually has turbulent undercurrents, the Holy Totem family of the Winston Empire is much more straightforward. It is normal for them to point fingers at each other and curse each other due to political differences. There are many examples of them openly declaring that they want the other party to be killed without a burial place. They even dare to interfere in the inheritance issues of their rival families openly. The crowds of the Winston Empire were often amazed. Therefore, the Griffin Duke was not displeased by Emilia's straightforward surprise. Compared with what the vulgar crown prince had done before, just showing a face could not provoke the Griffin Duke's anger at all. Emilia closed the door to visitors on the grounds of serious injury, and let Chris deal with the Tongshi royal family. In fact, she had secretly left the Golden Crow seat and returned to the Winston Empire on the day of the incident. The situation was chaotic, and she could not guarantee that there were still eyes on her. It was unsafe to stay in the Yongyao Empire, and her movements were restricted. This was one of the reasons. Considering that the Griffin Duke and the Holy Angel Duke might unite to send troops to the Tongshi royal family, causing the Yongyao Emperor to take her hostage, so as to take the opportunity to get rid of her and Chris and regain control of the Winston Empire was the second reason. Chris was a gifted person in the Holy Domain realm. Without her is a burden, as long as he wanted to leave, unless the Yongyao Emperor and the 4 national guardian holy domains of the Jinwu family took action together, he would not be able to stay. At present, Emilia is relieved that he will stay on Tianyao Star temporarily to confuse those who are spying on him. Is your trip smooth? In the tent of the temporary camp on Rose 404 Star, Admiral Robert, who is burly and full of beard, asked respectfully. He is a person promoted by Emilia, and currently serves as the deputy commander of the Cheonlan Corps, a legion directly under the Winston Empire royal family. Contrary to his sturdy and somewhat clumsy physique, Admiral Robert is slick and good at judging the situation. He has repeatedly frustrated the Duke of the Holy Angel, who tried to let his confidant split the Cheonlan Corps. Emilia has always been lenient to her own people, and nodded. It's okay. Her answer was ambiguous, and it was hard to tell the depth of it, let alone guess what she was thinking at the moment. The Griffin Duke frowned. The news that the Totem family had left the Yongyao Empire one after another had spread throughout the universe. Although the Taotai family and the Tingsha family had publicly announced the reasons for tearing up the Totem Covenant, the dust had not yet settled, and all parties were watching the situation. In particular, the time when the Yongyao Empire fell apart was exactly when the Winston Empire delegation went to the Jinwu seat for peace talks between the two countries. It was hard not to wonder whether Emilia had done this. If it was really her doing, it would be a means of alienation that could be recorded in the history of the Winston Empire, and was worth passing down through the ages. Emilia naturally noticed the inquiring eyes of the Griffin Duke on her, but she didn't care, and didn't pay any attention to it. She had more important things to do than to make meaningless sarcasms at the Griffin Duke. The young and weak-looking crown prince sat in a wheelchair, scanning everyone present. Except for the Griffin Duke, the generals in the tent were all her own men who were promoted by her. Each of them had outstanding abilities, and with a sword and shield in her hands, fighting for her in all directions. Send a message to the Rose Duke, asking him to lead his troops into the Rose constellation immediately, and cooperate with Admiral Robert to recapture the Rose sequence star occupied by the Yongyao Empire. Send a message to the Holy Angel Duke, no matter where he is now, come to see me immediately. Announce to all the nobles that the temporary Imperial Congress will be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Emilia gave the order in an orderly manner, and finally said to the Griffin Duke, who was hesitant to speak, Duke Weissman, thank you for coming all the way to greet me, but I am very tired now, and need to rest well. If there is anything, wait until the Holy Angel Duke arrives to talk. After that, she raised her hand to Vincent without caring about the reaction of the Griffin Duke. Vincent understood, and pushed her out of the Griffin Duke's sight. Splash! The fountain rose to the sky, spraying transparent water columns, and spreading thin water curtains around. GCU sat beside the fountain pool, put his hand into the pool water, and let the flowing cold water wash away the blood stains on his fingertips. The deep red blood stains were washed by the running water, gradually becoming lighter and lighter, and finally disappeared into the floor drain at the bottom of the pool with a small vortex. The light mist wet GCU's hair and clothes, but he seemed unaware of it. He rubbed his 10 fingers carefully until his fingers were clean, then he took out a handkerchief from his pocket, and slowly wiped the water stains on his hands. Beside him, there was a general in the uniform of the Golden Crow Army, with blood-stained shoulder straps indicating his rank of major of the other empire. If Tang Shishi was here, he would definitely recognize that the young man lying in the pool of blood was his cousin from his mother's clan, who was about to follow him to Yunhezuo. After wiping his hands, GCU casually threw down his handkerchief, which burned without wind and fell on the young general, who had just died, burning him and the pool of blood under him to ashes in an instant. A gust of wind blew, sweeping away the bloody smell that permeated the garden. The ashes on the ground seemed to be summoned by an invisible force, spinning and flying up, and all fell into the fountain pool. Under the flushing of the water, they were swallowed up by the floor drain. The ground was so clean that it seemed as if nothing had happened. The pale flames that fell to the ground even burned the blood stained on the gravel and dust cleanly. GCU took out the star conch and looked at it. It was quiet inside, without the sound of the tide that he expected. He pursed his lips, and was about to take the star snail back when a sound of tide jumped out. GCU's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately put the star snail in front of him. But what appeared in his field of vision was I have a bell. I have a bell. Marshal Qi Jing really wants to marry Qi Huan to his sister. He also said that if the child they have is a pure-blooded tongue snake, he will also have the qualifications to inherit the tongue snake family in the future. With Ji Qingqi's cold personality, he can send 2 exclamation marks in a row when sending a message, which is enough to show the seriousness of the matter. The arc of GCU's lips, which had not yet risen, immediately became flat. After 2 or 3 minutes without a response, Ji Qingqi sent another sound of tide. I have a bell. Where are the people? Result? The two concise words are simply infuriating. Ji Qingqi stood under the ancient tree of the floating city, touched Song, who was concentrating on eating the star fruit, and whispered, "Don't tell him." Song paused while eating the star fruit, moved his 2 ears, turned his head and snorted, and it was unclear whether he was agreeing or disagreeing. When GCU and Ji Qingqi went to Tianyao Star, they left Song and Lingdang in Xingyao Military Academy. Later, the situation took a turn for the worse, and GCU faked his death to escape, creating an opportunity for Ji Wu to turn against the Tongxi royal family. Before leaving Jin Wu's seat, Ji Qingqi went to Xingyao Military Academy and took them back to Tiandu Star. Ji Qingqi thought Song was agreeing, and touched another star fruit and put it to its mouth. But before Song could open his mouth, Lingdang moved his head over, took the star fruit away in one bite, chewed it 3 or 2 times quickly, and swallowed it whole. Song looked over coldly, only to see Lingdang holding her head high and neighing, and even arching her horse's butt over, squeezing between it, and Ji Qingqi, rubbing her head against the latter's hair, proudly swearing her ownership. Ji Qingqi, Song seemed to have sensed the master's bad situation, and had been in low spirits these days. The 3 brothers and sisters would come to see it every day. Sure, Yuan and Ji Qinglan would usually bring the baby and the marshal, and Ji Qingqi would usually come with Lingdang, the big jealous jar, who knew that sneaking around would still be caught. Ji Qingqi pretended to be calm and touched Lingdang's mane, and taught it seriously. "Lingdang, you are a mature unicorn, you can't be so stingy." He took out 2 star fruits from his pocket, and handed them to Lingdang and Song's mouths respectively. Lingdang bit it in one bite. Although her eyes were still fixed on the star fruit in front of Song, she didn't try to grab it this time. Song then bit the star fruit and started to eat it. GC waited for a long time, but Ji Qingqi didn't respond. His frown could almost kill a fly. He sent a question mark, but Ji Qingqi still ignored him. GC ran out of patience and began to resonate with Ji Qingqi's sound of the tide, but the wave was ruthlessly extinguished as soon as it sounded. Ji Qingqi rejected his sound of the tide. GCU took a deep breath, but couldn't help it and cursed in a low voice. "Little bastard." He was really bold, daring to play with him. I don't know who was the person who was trapped in the giant python forest, and sent him a pitiful message for help. Don't expect him to save him next time. GCU cursed Ji Qingqi in his heart, but his finger fell honestly on the sound of the tide at the top of the note list. With his sister's control over messages, it's impossible that she didn't see the 2 title sounds he sent. But it's been more than half a day, but she hasn't responded. She must be furious. GCU looked at the cat-cow emoticon he drew casually, and was shocked. He went to apologize. How could he use the cat-cow emoticon? He slapped himself on the forehead, and when he was about to do something to remedy the situation, the star snail shook. "Is Ji Qingqi that kid putting on enough airs?" GCU sneered, and when he was about to see what tricks he was going to play, he found that the one who sent the title sound was not "I have a bell," but it was Yuan Yuan, not Yuan Yuan. GCU's hand trembled, and he didn't hold the star snail firmly, and watched it fall into the fountain pool. At the critical moment, a dark red light quickly passed by, steadily taking the star snail away from the fate of taking a cold bath. Xianzhu put the star conch into GCU's hand. The tip of the knife drew a cold arc in the air, and outlined 2 words with star power. "What a success, GCU, He turned around expressionlessly, turned his back to Xianzhu, and opened the sound of the tide. The crisp and pleasant sound he imagined did not appear, but was replaced by a full-bodied howl. The sound of the tide was very short, with only the call of the kitten. GCU swept away the fatigue of the past few days, raised the corners of his lips, and listened to this slightly disgusted howl over and over again for more than 10 times. He replied with an emoticon package. Chapter 147. When Shi Yuan came out of the shower and wiped her hair, she saw the kitten lying on the table, holding her star snail, and poking it with her short legs, and occasionally making low growls, and no one knew what she was doing. She walked over and wanted to get a toy doll for the kitten, so that she would not toss the star snail, lest she break it with careless kicks. As soon as she approached, she found that the star snail was vibrating. She picked it up, and saw a simple emoticon package of Dai Dao Cao. It was vivid and a little funny. Shi Yuan raised her eyebrows slightly, and glanced at the notes. It was indeed Cheap Brother. Above Dai Dao Cao, there was a title sound sent by her side. Shi Yuan had never sent it, but it did not prevent her from guessing who did it, so she clicked it and listened. As expected, it was a full-bodied and slightly disgusted howl. She looked down at the kitten lying on the table with its front paws in its lap, tilting its furry head to look at her. She bit her index finger and flicked it between its eyebrows, saying unhappily, "He really didn't feed you so many alien crystals in vain." It looked very well behaved, but it was not honest, and had learned to play tricks behind her back. The kitten rubbed her fingertips and made another howl, which was many times more obedient than the one left in the sound of tide. Sure, Yuan didn't really blame it. It didn't reply to the sound of tide for several hours, just to make someone reflect on why he had a mouth. Now it seems that he hasn't thought it through. She put down the star snail, turned around and went to the cloakroom to dry her half-wet hair. Seeing her walk away, the kitten raised its 4 short legs, ran quickly to Xinglua, hugged it, and continued to cry, as if it wanted the food bowl on the other side to feed it something delicious. GCU connected to several tidal sounds that only made sounds, and almost understood what was going on with his sister. He was a little amused for a while. He chatted with the kitten for a while, and then sent a message to Ji Qi. "Bring me some S-level alienation crystals for Yuan Yuan tomorrow." Yuan Yuan was the name GCU gave to the kitten. He would call it when teasing it. Once, Ji Qi and Ji Qinglong heard it, and they called the kitten that way since then. "I have a bell? ? I have a bell. Don't order me around. I still helped you feed Song. Didn't you want to give Lingdang a saddle made of black jade wood? I give it to you when I come back. I have a bell. Deal." After finishing the conversation with Ji Qi, GCU looked at the top pin sound of tide again. I don't know if he was caught chatting with him secretly, but Mousier didn't send him sound of tide again. GCU imagined the little guy being held by the scruff of the neck by his sister, and his limbs were hung down obediently to be scolded, and he couldn't help but chuckle. When he finished cleaning up the Tongxi royal family, he would go to his sister, apologize to her, and feed Mousier delicious food. GCU put away the star snail, brushed off the fountain water drops on the corner of his clothes, and walked towards the exquisitely decorated small Western-style building behind the garden. When he came out again, he had changed into the general uniform of the Golden Crow Legion, with the rank of major on his shoulders, and his face was exactly the same as the young officer who turned to ashes. The Winston Empire launched an attack on the Rose constellation. The Legion stationed at Rose 404 and Rose 313 of the Yongyao Empire were attacked by the Rose Legion. In just one day, the defense line collapsed and the defenders were forced to retreat to Rose 252. The 2 planets fell into the hands of the Duke of Rose again. Since the truce between the 2 countries, the Taotai Legion and the Tingsha Legion have gradually withdrawn from the Rose constellation. The several planets that were captured were mainly guarded by the Jinwu Legion and its subordinate legions. Originally, they would withdraw from the Rose constellation after the 2 countries signed an armistice agreement. Unexpectedly, the situation of the Yongyao Empire changed suddenly. The Tongxi royal family offended the Taohai family and the Tingsha family at the same time, becoming a mud Buddha crossing the river. The situation of the legion stationed at the Rose constellation immediately became embarrassing. Although the garrison commander guessed that the Winston Empire might take this opportunity to do something, even if they were prepared, they could not resist the attack of the Rose army without the Totem army as the main force, and they were defeated quickly and had to retreat. Once the news came out, Emperor Yongyao was furious and sent people to Yugue Manor to invite Emilia to the imperial palace, but only captured a few insignificant peace envoys, and Emilia Reinhardt and Chris Hudson were nowhere to be seen. At this point, Emperor Yongyao would not have guessed that Emilia had used the strategy of escaping from the shell and had run away long ago. As for Chris, he did show up in the morning, but with his strength, it was not difficult for him to hide from the spies outside Yugue Manor and leave Tianao Star. If it were in the past, Emperor Yongyao would never make such a low-level mistake, but a series of recent events have made him overwhelmed and unable to take care of many things. Also, because there was a traitor among the Jinwu guards, an internal screening was being conducted, and the manpower available for deployment was limited. For a while, he was deceived by the envoys of the Winston Empire. Without Emilia and Chris, the abandoned pawns in the delegation who were obviously left behind to confuse the vision could not stop the Winston Empire from taking back the Rose constellation. If the Winston Empire took the Rose constellation, the Tongxi royal family would further lose its deterrent power in the universe. But if Prince Bailai led the Golden Crow army to fight again, not to mention the loss of soldiers, where to send troops, and how to set up the supply line would be a big problem. The Golden Crow constellation did not have a star gate directly bordering the Rose constellation. Before, the Golden Crow army passed through the Jade Qiong constellation and entered the White Lion constellation and headed for the Rose constellation. Now that the Qilin family has left the territory of the Yongyao Empire, it is still a question whether Marshal Yu Lao will borrow the passage. The White Lion constellation is even controlled by the Tingsha family. With Marshal Qi Jing's temper, even if he agreed to let the Golden Crow army pass through the White Lion constellation, Emperor Yongyao would have to consider whether he would change his mind temporarily and cut off the supply line of the Golden Crow army, making Tongshi Jin attack from all sides and further weakening the strength of the Tongshi royal family. If we abandon the original route and enter the Rose constellation from the Phoenix constellation bordering Rose 737, we are likely to encounter the Qianlan Corps that assists the Rose Corps in the battle. Not only will we be unable to immediately support the garrison, but we may also face attacks from other Holy Totem Corps. This is a bad idea. If we cannot advance, we can only retreat. As long as there is green, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Preserving strength is more important than maintaining dignity. Emperor Yongyao can get to where he is today. Ambition, means, and brains are indispensable. He made a prompt decision and ordered the corps that remained in the Rose constellation to retreat immediately to the planet at the edge of the White Lion constellation, and thus enter the only star gate in the White Lion constellation leading to the Phoenix constellation. Marshal Feng is the most stable among the totem marshals. He is good at playing balance and never takes sides. This also means that she will not offend the Jinwu family until the Tongshi royal family is completely unable to stand up. She will not disagree if Emperor Yongyao asks her for a passage. As Emperor Yongyao expected, Marshal Feng agreed to his request after a little consideration. The reactions of the other totem families were different. Qi Jing intended to detain these people, which was one of the reasons why he took the White Lion constellation into his pocket, regardless of the fact that the White Lion constellation was specially reserved by the Yongyao Empire as a strategic buffer zone with the Winston Empire. However, the Tingsha family had just taken over the White Lion constellation, and they had not been able to fully control either the military or the government affairs. In particular, there were quite a lot of black talents active in the White Lion constellation, and they were in collusion with the local government. It was not easy to purge them in a short time. And the incident happened suddenly. When he received the news, the retreating garrison had already entered the Phoenix constellation. It was late at night when the news reached Tianqiong Star. Marshal Qi Jing's study was brightly lit. A group of pure-blooded tongue snakes had rushed back to Tianqiong Star because of the falling out between the tongue snake family and the Tongshi royal family, and the return of Yuguan group with Qi Xian's children. They were now sitting in a row in the study. Marshal Qi Jing had an outstanding appearance, and his children were all handsome men and beautiful women. Except for Qi Qinyu and Qi Huan, they had all graduated from the Xingyao Military Academy, and most of them had joined the Tongue Snake Corps, and were stationed on the planets bordering the Desolate Star region in the southern part of the Snake Lance. The strongest one had been promoted to the 3rd level of Extraordinary, with a bloody aura that could stop children from crying at night. At this time, the pure-blooded tongue snakes who were arrogant outside all restrained their fierce fangs, and sat obediently under Marshal Qi Jing, waiting for his instructions. The defense line of the Desolate Star Field cannot be neglected. The star pirates wandering in it are not vegetarians. When they get a chance, they will cross the alienation zone and enter the edge planet to burn, kill and plunder. Most of the pure-blooded snakes sitting here will go back. Now, the pure-blooded snakes are concerned about who their father will send to deal with the White Lion. Because the White Lion is used as a strategic buffer zone between the Yongyao Empire and the Winston Empire, the economic development is limited. In addition, the empire did not establish a good management order in the early days of its founding, resulting in the prevalence of gray transactions. There are often black talents and wanted criminals roaming around, which makes it more difficult to manage and fall into a vicious cycle. This is a disadvantage, and the benefits are also obvious. The White Lion has many resource stars, and the mining progress is limited, and the reserves are still sufficient. The resource stars of the Snake Spear are much fewer than those of other totem constellations. Many mineral veins must be used as strategic reserves and cannot be mined. The daily resource consumption mostly relies on the trade of the Chamber of Commerce to purchase from other constellations, or the Tongue Snake Corps will search from their nests when clearing the star pirates in the Desolate Star Field. If a pure-blooded snake receives the task of guarding the White Lion and manages it in an orderly manner, it will surely win the favor of its father and increase its chips for the election of the Marshal. Marshal Qi Jing has always been unrestrained and will not put on a majestic attitude in front of children like Ji Wu. At this time, he leaned on the comfortable and wide chair, with his feet on the desk, and his straightforward eyes swept over every well-behaved face below, stopping at Qi Huan who was sitting at the end. The stupid son lowered his eyebrows and eyes, not showing any of the spirits in front of Ji Qingyuan, and was even more different from his brother. It is more or less desirable to be seen by Ji Qingyuan, a little girl with more tricks than a hornet's nest. It is said that in the points competition held by Xingyao Military Academy, stepping on Tang Xixing is not too useless. Marshal Qi Jing made a decision and tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers. The pure-blooded snakes immediately perked up and listened to their father's orders. Qi Qinyu sat slightly in front of Qi Huan. Compared with her arrogance in the past at Xingyao Military Academy, she was much more silent and restrained at this time, and her eyebrows were not ostentatious. Marshal Qi Jing didn't say any nonsense and said directly, "Qi Huan, you will set off for White Liu in 2 days, and clean it up for me." When the 2 words Qi Huan sounded, the pure-blooded snakes looked back at the same time. Some opened their eyes wide, some raised their eyebrows slightly, and some had complicated eyes. They all couldn't believe that this extremely test-taking task would fall on the recognized useless brother. Even Qi Huan thought he had heard it wrong, and looked up at Marshal Qi Jing blankly, as if he wanted to get a second confirmation. Marshal Qi Jing ignored him and continued, "Qi Qinyu, you will go with Qi Huan as his deputy, and be in charge of military affairs." Facing his daughter, he did not show any pity and called her by her full name. Everyone was used to it, and did not think it was a big deal. Qi Qinyu did not expect that she would be involved in this matter. After a moment of shock, she immediately reacted and said loudly, "Okay, father." Qi Huan seemed to realize it late. He swallowed back the words, he was used to shirking, and accepted his father's appointment. Marshal Qi Jing was slightly satisfied and added, "In addition, Guan Kun will also go with you. She will be in charge of government affairs." Compared to calling Qi Qinyu by her full name, Guan Kun's 2 words were called gentle, and the pure-blooded snakes frowned. Some pure-blooded snakes wanted to raise questions, but suddenly, there was a slight sound of footsteps behind the screen on one side of the study. The woman in a black knee-length skirt walked out from behind the screen, with a cold face and indifferent eyes, but the pure-blooded snakes were shocked. Yu Guanchuan had been behind the screen, but they had not noticed it since they entered the study. Wasn't she an ordinary person who could not awaken the mimicry? Yu Guanchuan said nothing, slowly raised her eyes, and the aura of the top extraordinary 3rd-level talent swept the entire study. Except for Marshal Qi Jing, everyone present was forced out of mimicry. She said gently, "Thank you, father." It was as cold as frost and snow covering her face. At the same time, on Tiandu Star, where the sun was rising, the soft sunlight dispelled the slight chill of late autumn. Migrating birds formed a large human-shaped V-shaped pattern, flying in groups from the sky, and the bustling streets were full of noise. In the urban area near Xinghuan City, the patrol team of the Taotai Legion passed by in an orderly manner. I saw a unicorn flying over the flock of birds, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Sure Yuan jumped off the baby's back, and landed in the camp of the Taotai Legion. She changed into combat uniforms, and tied her long silver-gray hair high. She changed her previous well-behaved and gentle temperament, and showed the same decisiveness and killing as Ji Wu. She walked towards the garrison of the 9th Legion of the Taotai Legion, with a crisp step and neat manners. The Taotai Legion has more than one camp on Tiandu Star. The training ground in Xinghuan City is one of them. There are garrisons in the alienated areas leading to other planets, which are not only to control the main roads in and out of Tiandu Star, but also to facilitate combat training for the Legion soldiers. In addition, there are 10 sub-legions in the Taotai Legion. Sure Yuan came to the 9th Legion of Taotai today, which is the most unruly sub-legion in Ji Wu's words. The soldiers stationed outside the camp were startled when they saw her, then recognized her identity. They were a little surprised that she would appear here, but then they remembered their duties, and decisively raised their hands to stop her. This is a military stronghold of the Taotai Corps. No one can enter without the marshal's order. Sure Yuan held the Taotai Corps' 9th order in his hand, and raised his voice slightly. According to the marshal's order, from now on, I, Ji Qingyuan, will lead the Taotai 9th Corps. Chapter 148. The Taotai Corps has 10 divisions under its jurisdiction, and Ji Wu is the commander of the entire Taotai Corps. Each division has a commander who can independently lead soldiers to command large-scale operations, and is called the Corps Commander with the rank of General. However, the 9th Taotai Corps is an exception. They do not have a Corps Commander with the rank of General, but are personally led by Ji Wu for training, and are jokingly called the Marshal's direct line by other divisions. The reason for this is not that Ji Wu is so special to the 9th Taotai Corps, but because the 9th Taotai Corps is full of difficult-to-discipline thorns. The Taotai Corps has only one criterion for selecting Corps Commanders: military exploits and strength. The 9th Corps has a group of extremely capable officers, and no one can rank them in order. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. Because except Ji Wu, none of them would obey the other, and they often quarreled in the stage of formulating battle plans, and it was difficult to reach a unified opinion. The soldiers of the Ninth Army of Taotai also formed factions and serious internal competition because of this stalemate. Seeing that the situation was not right, Jiwu had to personally take charge of the Ninth Army of Taotai to prevent the situation from getting worse and developing to an irreversible point. With her, the situation of the Ninth Army of Taotai improved a lot, but the fundamental problem was not solved. The wind of disobedience from top to bottom still existed. The soldiers believed in and respected Jiwu, not Marshal Taotai. Therefore, when the soldiers who finished their morning exercises heard that the marshal gave the Ninth Order of Taotai to the eldest lady, they all wondered if there was something wrong with their ears, or if they were still dreaming. The eldest daughter of the Tiandu-Ji family, the pure-blooded Taotai Ji Qingyuan, had already become famous when Marshal Ji Wu announced her identity. Many soldiers of the Taotai Corps had heard about the conflict between her and the third young master when she just returned to Xingguan City. Some people thought she was too weak, and the third young master would just give her a cold shoulder and beat her up with his fists, right? But she didn't do that. Instead, she went to the door every day to be scolded. The soldiers with hot tempers almost vomited to death when they heard about this, but later they learned that the eldest daughter had just awakened her mimicry, let alone beat up the third young master, and she might not be able to come out alive after entering the giant python forest, and there seemed to be no other way to deal with it except to be scolded obediently. This made the impatient soldiers feel uncomfortable, as if they were holding back a fire. Especially the Taotai Ninth Corps, the strong strength and highly competitive training environment made it impossible for them to obey those who could not defeat them. The fact that the pure-blooded Taotai of the Tiandu-Ji clan still needs a long time to grow up was like a basin of cold water poured on the soldiers' heads, making them quite worried about whether this wildly grown young lady could take on the responsibility of the heir of the Taotai family. It has only been a short time since the marshal handed over the Ninth Order of Taotai to the young lady who is said to have a weak personality. Is it because of the breakup with the Tongxi royal family that the marshal is eager to sharpen the young lady and let her have the ability to stand on her own, by using the Ninth Taotai Legion as a whetstone? Isn't the marshal afraid of grinding the young lady off? Sure, Yuan didn't know what kind of image she had in the minds of the officers and soldiers of the Ninth Taotai Legion, and maybe she wouldn't care even if she knew. Her performance in Xingyo Military Academy was not heard by the soldiers of the Taotai Legion. To put it bluntly, the competition among the military academy students is no different from children playing house for these soldiers who have fought on the battlefield. Even if they knew, their impression of Shi Yuan would not change much. At most, they would think that she was the relatively powerful one among the group of rookies pecking at each other, but she was still a rookie in essence. This cognition is common in various totem legions, so when the heirs of the totem family enter the legion, they basically do not hold important positions, but start from the rank of Major General and accumulate military merits, and move up step by step. Ji Xiu, who already has the rank of Major General, and Ji Qiqi, who already has the rank of Second Lieutenant, have both come this way. Shi Yuan suddenly parachuted into the 9th Legion of Taotai, and she didn't need to guess how the troublemakers would view her. It is absolutely impossible for them to obey her without reservation. Maybe they will do something to make her stop thinking about ascending to heaven, and start accumulating military merits from a small soldier. After all, the Taotai Corps is the top corps in the world. The basic qualities of the soldiers are there. Although they have various thoughts in their hearts because of Shi Yuan's arrival, they will not express them directly. They still line up neatly, waiting for the inspection of the first non-ranking corps commander in the history of the Taotai Corps. The treading sound of military boots on the ground came from far away. Most of the soldiers of the Taotai 9th Corps had never seen the eldest lady. Although they grumbled, they couldn't help but secretly glance at the direction of the intersection of the training ground with their peripheral vision. The daughter of the marshal can't be bad, but before she grows up, she is still a cub who may die midway and needs protection. The girl who is imagined to be gentle and lovely even in a military uniform did not appear. What entered their field of vision was a slender and upright figure. The girl has a slender figure. Although she is fragile, she wears her combat uniform with a neat and courageous temperament. The long silver-gray hair that is the symbol of a pure-blooded Taotai is tied up high with a blue headband, and there are no extra accessories in her hair. When walking, the muscles of her hands and legs are relaxed, as if she is not nervous about the face-to-face dialogue with the 9th Legion of Taotai. Or maybe the little Taotai, who has only been enrolled in Xingyo Military Academy for more than half a year, has not yet realized what a behemoth the regular army of the Taotai Legion is. Those who do not know are fearless. As if she noticed that someone was secretly looking at her, the girl who was talking to one of the deputy legion commanders turned her head and looked over. Her calm eyes swept over every soldier who secretly glanced at her with the corner of her eye. Bumping into those silver blue eyes that were as clear as cold marrow, many soldiers subconsciously lowered their eyes, and after a few seconds, they realized that it was not Marshal Ji Woo who was walking over at this moment, but the little Tao Tai, who had not yet grown up. When the soldiers looked up again, the new commander had already withdrawn his gaze, and stood on the rostrum in front of the training ground. More than 2/3 of the core regular army of the 9th Tao Tai Legion went to the Golden Carp constellation to reorganize the defense line against the Chaos Star region. Only 1/3 were stationed at the entrance of the giant python forest. In addition to daily patrols and field training tasks, there were only more than 1,000 people lined up on the training ground. Sure Yuen stood on the high platform and took in the 10 neat square formations. The two deputy commanders stood one step behind her, with serious expressions, and no joy or anger could be seen. She didn't say anything high-sounding, but saluted the soldiers below the stage and went straight to the point. I am Ji Qingyuan. From now on, the 9th Tao Tai Legion will be led by me. The voice containing star power spread to every corner of the training ground and reached the soldiers' ears clearly. No one expected that she would announce her arrival in such a strong manner, without any preparation or hesitation. She was completely different from the poor little girl who was scolded in front of the third young master in the past. But the training ground was quiet, and no one responded to her announcement, which was completely different from the scene where Ji Woo responded to her call. Deputy Corps Commander Mo was the one who took the overall situation into consideration among the deputy corps commanders. He never questioned Ji Woo's orders. Seeing this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that the young lady was young. It was absolutely impossible to get the respect and awe of the 9th Corps of Tao Tai with just one word and a token. Perhaps for her, who had just returned to the family, her performance at this moment was good enough, but most people would not consider so much, and would only measure whether she was qualified to get their loyalty. Deputy Corps Commander Mo was considering whether to make a smooth situation, so as not to hurt the self-esteem of the young lady, and make her even less dignified in front of the soldiers in the future. But he unexpectedly found that the girl in front of him on the left had no embarrassment on her face, and even had a smile on her lips, as if she had expected this scene. Suddenly, someone at the back of the queue shouted a report. Deputy Commander Mo subconsciously looked over, and found that it was a new recruit who was selected into the Tao Tai Corps last year. His name seemed to be Raven. Because of his outstanding personal ability, he stood out from the recruit camp at a very fast speed and joined the Tao Tai 9th Corps. This is a great thorn. After entering the Tao Tai 9th Corps, he challenged his squad leader every now and then, and did not retreat even when he was beaten black and blue. In just 2 months, his actual combat quality was qualitatively improved, and in the 3rd month, he defeated the squad leader and replaced him as the new squad leader. After that, he began to challenge the platoon leader of his platoon. 3 months have passed. Although he has not defeated the platoon leader, he has been holding out for longer and longer. It is only a matter of time before he wins. Raven dared to talk nonsense in front of the marshal. Now he has to hit the soft persimmon miss hard. Deputy Commander Mo was about to speak, but Sure Yuen spoke before him. Speak. Raven immediately stepped out of the line, and Deputy Commander Mo closed his eyes. Marshal. If you want to train the young lady, you can choose any of the other 9 subcorps. Why did you send the 9th Corps of Tao Tai? The young lady is not the you of the past. At the age of 18, you can beat most of the Tao Tai Corps and make them unable to raise their heads. As expected, the next second, Deputy Commander Mo heard Raven say loudly, what makes the young lady think she could lead the 9th Corps of Tao Tai? Although the words are unpleasant, they are to the point. With neither military merit nor combat power, what does Ji Qingyuan have now except the identity of a pure-blooded Tao Tai? As soon as these words came out, the troublemakers in the queue instantly became more energetic, waiting to see the eldest lady's reaction. Is it bluffing, taking out the Tao Tai 9th order given by the marshal, saying that she has accepted the marshal's appointment, or is it like when facing the 3rd young master, actively showing weakness, admitting that her strength is low, and asking everyone to be more tolerant? No matter which of these two options, it will not work in the Tao Tai 9th Legion. This is a place where strength speaks. Even the original marshal was holding the greedy hatred, defeating those who disobeyed one by one, and establishing his unshakable authority. Some people have already imagined the scene of the eldest lady leading the Tao Tai 9th Legion in disgrace, but they didn't find it funny, but more depressed and uncomfortable. If the young lady had not been living outside for many years, but had been taught by the marshal himself since childhood and grew up in the Tao Tai Corps, she would definitely not be worse than the marshal of the year. Damn it! If they knew who caused the young lady to be living outside, they would definitely skin that bastard and make him regret being born in this world. The soldiers did not soften their hearts because of the complicated feelings at this time. The heir of the Taotai family does not need pity and sympathy. When Ji Qingyuan awakened the pure-blood Taotai bloodline, she was destined to embark on a lonely and thorny road. Being soft on her is cruel to the entire Taotai core, and even all stakeholders in the Taotai family. She must step over the thorns and reach the top of the mountain. Faced with the sharp doubts, Shi Yuan was not annoyed or angry. The moment she raised her hand, a huge bone sickle appeared and solidified in an instant. No one saw how she moved, and her figure disappeared from the stage. In the blink of an eye, the sharp tip of the sickle was against Raven's throat. The young girl held a greedy holy scythe in her backhand, stood sideways behind Raven, and asked with her head tilted, "Did you get the answer?" Her voice was very light, completely different from the tone she had loudly announced not long ago that she would take charge of the 9th Legion of Taotai. It was a little arrogant and a little calm. In an instant, the training ground fell into a more terrible silence. Raven, who was pressed against the neck by the greedy holy scythe, felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and cold sweat dripped down his back. He, who possessed the extraordinary second-level combat power, did not even notice how the person behind him approached, and did not even offer any resistance. Fast? How could it be so fast? If the person standing behind him at this time was an enemy, he would have died on the spot. Shi Yuan pressed the sickle handle, and the white bone sickle passed through the air with a dangerous edge. She swung it down in one move, and the blade cut through the air with a sharp explosion, which pierced people's eardrums. She stepped into the queue and asked with a smile, "Is there anyone else who needs me to help him solve his doubts?" Chapter 149. The sharp explosion sound of the greedy scythe cutting through the air stimulated the eardrums of every soldier present, telling them an indisputable fact in a strong and clear way. Ji Qingyuan is not a ferocious beast cub who can only hide under the protection of his mother. On the contrary, Raven, who has the second-level extraordinary combat power, is more like a small beast that has not yet grown up. Under the claws of the ferocious beast Taotai, he has no power to fight back. Looking at his expression, he was shocked with fear. Obviously, the blade has been against his neck, and he has not been able to react to the enemy's instant approach. Such a terrifying speed is rare for those who are not talented at the 3rd level of extraordinary. It is said that Ji Qingyuan, who has awakened the mimicry for less than a year, has the combat power of the extraordinary realm? Where does he move so fast? Is it related to the talent of Taotai awakening? The ferocious beast Taotai is not known for its speed, and the pure-blooded Taotai of all generations has no talent for speed. This possibility is not high. Maybe Ji Qingyuan wore a star weapon that increased her speed? No, she only wore combat uniforms, without any extra accessories, and no star weapon at all. Could it be that she has already raised her mimicry level to the 3rd level of transcendence? For a moment, the officers and soldiers present had the same thought. How is it possible? There has never been an example in history where the level of awakening mimicry was raised to the 3rd level of transcendence within a year, because mimicry absorbs star power to increase the level step by step. And it is impossible to absorb a large amount of star power in a short period of time, and naturally it is impossible to increase combat power very quickly. Someone carefully tested his mental power, trying to sense Ji Qingyuan's specific combat level from the star power fluctuations generated by the greedy holy scythe. But she was like an unfathomable cold pool. Any spiritual power that approached her was like a drop in the ocean, unable to stir up the slightest wave, let alone test her depth. The completely unexpected development made the soldiers unconsciously tense their nerves, straighten their backs, and hold their breath. People with a keen sense of smell have realized that Ji Qingyuan is not a soft persimmon that they can squeeze at will as they imagined. Even if the ferocious beast cub is not fully grown, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can provoke. For a moment, no one stepped out to respond to her arrogant provocation. The leading officers at the front of the queue exchanged glances silently, and decided to stay put for the time being. Shi Yuan was quite satisfied with the deterrent effect of this attack, and slowly walked out of the queue. Where she passed, pure white star power overflowed, and the greedy and fierce breath swept the entire training ground with the breeze blowing past at a lightning speed. The Taotai star power accurately captured the breath of every soldier present, and fed back to Yuan's spiritual power spring, which was remembered by her. Everyone noticed her undisguised exploration, and could not help but be amazed at her vast spiritual power and her perception ability that worked perfectly with the star power. When her spiritual power boldly recorded the breath of Deputy Corps Commander Mo, the mature and steady middle-aged officer narrowed his eyes slightly. It is undeniable that he just looked at people through the cracks in the door and looked down on them, because Miss Qingyuan's past attitude towards life lost the caution that the senior generals of the Taotai Corps must have. How could she be incompetent and weak if she could get the Taotai Ninth Order from the Marshal? The Marshal knew better than anyone how hard it was to chew the Taotai Ninth Corps. Even for Master Chi-Chi, who was extremely powerful, the Marshal only let him act with the 10th Taotai Legion, and not come to the 9th Taotai Legion to suffer a bad beating. Deputy Corps Commander Zhao, who stood next to Deputy Corps Commander Mo, was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a tall and strong figure. He was taciturn and liked to challenge people who were stronger than himself. He would go to the Marshal for sparring every few days. Every time he was beaten to the ground and couldn't get up, but he never gave up looking for abuse. Since Shi Yuan entered the camp of the 9th Taotai Legion, he only said hello to her simply, and there was no extra words. Seeing that she was being harassed by Lei Wen, she didn't react. At this time, Deputy Corps Commander Zhao felt the breath of Taotai in the air, and his eyes showed a little eagerness to try. He had no interest in fighting against weak people, and would not waste time making things difficult for them. He was standing here because Ji Qingyuan was the only pure-blooded Taotai of the Ji family in Tiandu, and the future commander of the Taotai Corps. He wanted to see how this little Taotai would deal with the troublemakers of the 9th Corps. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. She acted decisively, and with the force of thunder, she suppressed the first troublemaker who showed up, making people unable to see through her strength and dare not act rashly, thus generating awe. It was a very effective deterrent. At this point, it proved that she was qualified to join the 9th Corps of Taotai, but it was not enough. The most difficult thing for the 9th Corps of Taotai was not the soldiers who jumped up and down, but the officers with different personalities and arrogant and powerful. If these officers could not be dealt with, the orders issued by Ji Qingyuan would be no different from waste paper. Deputy Commander Mo and Deputy Commander Zhao were from the same batch of recruits who joined the Taotai 9th Army. For many years, the two had been competing all the time, and neither was inferior to the other. Later, they became deputy commanders together, and often performed the same mission. Mo knew Zhao's character best, and noticed the changes in his eyes. He said in his heart, "Oh no!" and quickly controlled his star power to poke Deputy Commander Zhao's waist, signaling him not to go crazy in such an occasion. Although he didn't know what level Miss Qingyuan had raised her combat power to, maybe it was the 2nd level of extraordinary, or maybe the 3rd level of extraordinary, and the powerful mimicry of Taotai could indeed deter the little bastards below, but she was young after all, and her actual combat experience would definitely be a little lacking. If she really fought with Lao Zhao, a madman who didn't care about anything when fighting, she would definitely suffer. In any case, Miss Qingyuan had already shown enough strength, and her leadership and command abilities could not be seen for a while. As the deputy commander, Lao Zhao would be too bullying if he took action again. Deputy Commander Zhao was suddenly poked in the waist by Deputy Commander Mo's star power. The fighting spirit was not yet condensed, like a ball punctured by a needle, and it fell thousands of miles. He turned his head to look at Deputy Commander Mo, knowing the latter's cautious character, and bit his back teeth unwillingly. In the end, he resisted the urge to compete with Ji Qingyuan. The Marshal still had to give her face. Since Miss Qingyuan had already shocked the group of brats below, she should be allowed to stay in the 9th Taotai Legion for a while to test her ability. As for the chance to fight, there would be more opportunities in the future, so there was no need to rush. The two deputy legion commanders did not take the lead in making trouble. The leading officers at the front of the queue more or less guessed their thoughts, and barely suppressed the urge to test Shi Yuan's specific strength. Unexpectedly, the girl who walked out of the queue did not think that she had won this tug-of-war. Suddenly, the greedy holy scythe turned its blade, and aimed at a major officer standing next to him, with his hands behind his back. Without a word of greeting, he attacked directly. The young major had never expected her to suddenly attack him, and was startled. Instinctively reacting to danger, he subconsciously bent down and retreated, narrowly avoiding the sharp edge of the greedy holy scythe. The huge bone sickle did not give him a chance to think or counterattack, and the blade turned again and chopped straight down. If this attack hit, the young major would be ripped open. He bent down and kicked his legs, and the green scales covered his entire calf. He kicked directly at the blade of the greedy holy scythe. He was like a flexible snake, dodging the dangerous attack in a strange posture that ordinary people could hardly do. The two fought for only a moment, and the leading officers standing by were also shocked. After reacting, they showed interest in their eyes, and quickly retreated, with no intention of intervening at all. The soldiers lined up neatly, after a brief moment of shock, were more excited than each other, and released their mental power to watch the two fight. I may not be able to win, but the superiors are different. They are all experienced, and have fought more battles than they have eaten. It is difficult to find a rival in the same level, and it is common for them to challenge each other. But before the soldiers had time to judge who was better, Shi Yuan had already let go of the greedy holy scythe in his hand and came behind the young officer. He raised his leg from top to bottom and hit his left shoulder, stepping him to his knees on the ground. At the same time, the greedy holy scythe kicked away by the young officer came back and happened to be held in her hand. The sickle blade hooked back and pressed against the opponent's vital point without saying anything. The training ground, which had just caused a little commotion due to the sudden fight between the two, fell into a dead silence at an incredible speed. The one kneeling on the ground was the devil major who had trained them to death. If he had not joined the 9th Tao Tai Corps for too short a time, had too little experience, and had not made enough military achievements, he would have been a general officer by now. Raven was no match for him. 5 seconds or 6 seconds, kneeled like that, the shock to the soldiers was far stronger than when Shi Yuan teleported from the stage to behind Raven to give everyone a warning. Qi Yuan was attacking by surprise? What a joke. The battlefield situation changes rapidly. No one can guarantee that the enemy will not attack behind them without knowing it. Qi Yuan's sudden attack is one of the most basic training items of the Tao Tai Corps. If you think that doing this can achieve a surprise victory in the 9th Tao Tai Corps, it is simply ridiculous. After getting used to this training mode, if someone is successfully attacked by surprise, there will only be 2 reasons. The first is insufficient strength, and the second is carelessness and underestimation of the enemy. The former is irrefutable. As for the latter, whoever commits it will be given extra training and recorded in the register. Those who committed more than 3 times will be demoted. The young major who knelt on the ground did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. His eyes widened slightly, his chest rose and fell violently, and fine and dense cold sweat appeared on his forehead in this short half-minute. Shi Yuan seemed not to notice his emotional changes. He pressed down the sickle handle, put the greedy holy scythe behind him, stepped back, and said slowly, "Is this the famous 9th Legion of Tao Tai?" He paused and added lightly, "Nothing more than that." At this moment, did she still have half of the gentleness and gullibility in the rumors? It was clear that she was arrogant and domineering to the extreme. However, these 4 words almost turned into fine needles, fiercely piercing the hearts of all the soldiers present, instantly making their faces flushed and burning with anger. She just taught a lesson to a new recruit and dealt with a colonel-level officer. What qualifications did she have to speak out against the 9th Legion of Tao Tai? Immediately, another major-ranked officer stepped out, swung out the red fire long sword, and the scorching fire breath swept through the air, igniting the scorching temperature, and attacked Shi Yuan without saying anything. She raised the corners of her lips, and turned her head, to avoid the fire blade that was approaching her. Time seemed to be infinitely stretched at this moment, and then quickly compressed, when the pair of slender fingers clamped the blade. The pure white star power was like an unbreakable giant lock, attached to her fingers, easily imprisoning the red fire long sword that was close at hand. The next second, the breath of gluttony surged out of her body, turning into a blazing white chain that wrapped around the red fire long sword, biting fiercely at its owner. The greedy holy scythe, which was controlled by Shi Yuan's mental power, suddenly appeared behind the major. The red ruby embedded in the sickle handle slid across a dangerous and fierce light, and hit the gushing flame mimic with the force of thunder. The 2 forces collided with each other, and the air waves surged, blowing Shi Yuan's silver-gray long hair into a flutter. She did not stop at all because of the confrontation between the greedy holy scythe and the flame mimicry. The breath of gluttony moved forward strongly, crushing the red fire long sword that was close at hand inch by inch. In the harsh explosion, the major's lips bled, and he was immediately kicked more than 10 meters away by the long legs that swept across, and finally slid to the ground with half of the long sword. Shi Yuan held the greedy scythe in his hand again, turned around and glanced at everyone who was looking at him, and said in a cold and sharp voice, "Next." Now, it was not the soldiers of the 9th Tao Tai Corps who wanted to test her, but she wanted to inspect the soldiers who were about to join her. Realizing this, Deputy Corps Commander Mo took a deep breath in his heart. Arrogant! Too arrogant. It was even worse than the original Marshal Ji Wu. The soldiers were completely provoked by her and clenched their fists to compete with her, but the 2 majors who lost in succession made them hesitate and hesitate. Standing in front was not the enemy, but the heir of the Tianduji family, the future commander of the Tao Tai family. It was ridiculous to rush up and attack their own commander. The Tao Tai Corps never attacked its own people, but the 4 words nothing more were like a tight hoop around the minds of every soldier, making them angry and red-eyed. Do you want to take action? Do you want to fight? The morale of the army was shaken. It is a taboo in military strategy. An officer immediately stepped out. The 9th Army of Tao Tai, Lieutenant Colonel Officer Shinwan requests a fight. Defeat. The 9th Army of Taotai, Colonel Officer, Xue Ziqing requests a fight. Defeat. The 9th Army of Taotai, Major General Officer, Zheng Mingting requests a fight. Defeat. One after another, requests for a fight were made, and all were repelled by Shi Yuan without exception. The slender figure in front of the training ground, although apparently weak in appearance, was as strong as an insurmountable mountain, rising higher and higher in front of the soldiers of the 9th Army of Taotai, and becoming more and more majestic, when the last officer, who requested a fight, was sent flying by Shi Yuan with the greedy holy scythe. The soldiers watching the battle had long lost their initial contempt and disapproval, let alone the later anger and indignation. They were all sweating profusely, their faces were red, and their eyes unconsciously followed the slender and tall figure. She is the pure-blooded Taotai Ji Qingyuan, the new leader of the 9th Taotai Legion. When the silver-boned sickle was raised again, the blade pointed at the 2 deputy leaders, who had stood on the stage from beginning to end without moving. The fierce beast Taotai, who had experienced round-the-clock battles, was still arrogant and domineering. Only 2 were missing. She raised her willow leaf eyebrows slightly, and her hair fluttered gently in the autumn wind. Although she was in a lower position, she had an aura that made people want to look up. Deputy Legion Leader Zhao narrowed his tiger eyes slightly, and no longer cared about Deputy Legion Leader Mo's warning just now, and kicked the stage and jumped to the ground. As soon as he landed, the place where he had been standing before seemed to have been hit by a huge force, and cracked with dense spider patterns. He raised his chin to the girl, who was less than his shoulder height 10 meters away, and said in a thunderous voice, "Zhao Qiufeng, the deputy commander of the 9th Legion of Taotai, is willing to fight." As soon as the voice fell, the golden armored bear rose from the ground behind him. Its huge body was like a moving fortress. The golden scales on its body reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. The aura of a top-level extraordinary 3rd-level strongman instantly enveloped the training ground inside and outside. When the golden armored bear swung its fist, it was like a mountain pressing down on the top. The gravity field covered Shi Yuan without warning. Her limbs all felt heavy like being filled with lead, as if she was trapped in a swamp. The more she struggled, the harder it was to move. Since Shi Yuan took action, she has always been in the dominant position of attack, but now, the offensive and defensive momentum is out of place. The golden armored bear in the field of vision was getting closer and closer. It was about to defeat the girl who was rampant in the 9th Legion of Taotai in one fell swoop, but a deafening roar sounded from the boundless. The fierce beast Taotai swung its rough long tail, and walked out from behind Shi Yuan. The pair of fierce eyes under its armpits looked straight at Deputy Corps Commander Zhao, who was calmly standing with his hands behind his back, over the huge golden armored bear, as big as a mountain. In an instant, Corps Commander Zhao Fu had a creepy feeling of being stared at by an extremely dangerous thing. The fierce beast Taotai blew out a tide of star power from its nasal cavity, showing its fierce fangs, jumped up from the ground, and pounced on the aggressive golden armored bear. The power of the ancient fierce beast is not something that ordinary people can stop. The two collided, and the golden armored bear roared in a low voice, trying to get rid of the instinct of fear of Taotai in its blood, and exerted its fists and feet vigorously. But the fierce beast that never took everything seriously ferociously threw it to the ground. The long fangs easily penetrated the armor of the golden armored bear, and bit its neck. The strong and powerful limbs revealed sharp claws, and attacked the golden armored bear's weak points without hesitation. Shi Yuan, who should have been suppressed by the gravity field and unable to move, held the greedy holy scythe in his hand, and walked towards Deputy Corps Commander Zhao, who was surprised. Her steps were light, and her posture was calm, as if she was strolling in the garden. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from the spot. Then Deputy Corps Commander Zhao sensed the strong crisis from behind, and decisively turned sideways. The heavy golden armor wrapped his entire arm, and held the greedy holy scythe that tried to sneak attack him. As expected of the Deputy Corps Commander of the 9th Corps of Taotai, both the reaction speed and his own strength were far superior to any officer who had challenged Shi Yuan before. The greedy holy scythe was firmly held by Deputy Corps Commander Zhao, and the golden star power covered his palm, confronting the extremely sharp pure white star power on the sickle blade. For a moment, no one could break the opponent's defense. Deputy Army Commander Zhao's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and he exerted stronger force with his 5 fingers, trying to throw away the greedy holy scythe and Shi Yuan. But what he never expected was that he did not pull the slender and thin girl in front of him, but was kicked on the shoulder by her, walked around on his back, and released the star blade to threaten his throat. What a decisive actual combat decisiveness! Deputy Army Commander Zhao also decisively changed the rhythm of the attack, turning from pulling to pushing, and pushed the airborne Shi Yuan to the high platform in front. Shi Yuan was caught off guard by the huge force of the counterattack, and stepped on the hard platform with one foot. With the greedy holy scythe as a fulcrum, he was pushed more than 10 meters away before stopping the retreat trend. Immediately, a strong pulling force pulled her and the Taotai holy scythe up again, and threw them heavily to the ground. In the face of absolute power suppression, if you can't break the opponent's defense, no matter how exquisite the fighting skills are, no matter how varied the attack rhythm is, it will be nothing but a mirage, and it will disappear in the blink of an eye. This can't go on any longer. Shi Yuan immediately changed his strategy, let go of the greedy holy scythe, stepped on the sickle handle with one foot, turned up, and avoided the fate of being smashed to the ground. The military boots landed on the ground, making two crisp sounds, and the greedy holy scythe turned into a star-like glimmer and disappeared. Shi Yuan made a fist with 5 fingers, and with a boundless momentum of strength to pull up mountains and cover the air, he smashed hard at Deputy Corps Commander Zhao. Deputy Corps Commander Zhao was shocked by her attack method again. The gifted person who mimics the giant sickle actually wants to compete with him in strength? This is even more ridiculous than a 3-year-old child telling an adult that he can knock him down with one punch. Although he was shocked, the scene of his officers being beaten to a pulp by Ji Qingyuan was still vivid in his mind. Deputy Commander Zhao did not underestimate the enemy and decisively organized an offensive to bully the enemy with his fists. The two fists collided, the air was pierced, and a terrifying sonic boom was emitted. The surging air waves pushed in all directions. The soldiers, who were close to him, reflexively opened the star power shield, but even so, they were still shocked by the aftermath of the power shock and their blood surged. So strong, Ji Qingyuan could actually wrestle with Deputy Commander Zhao. Deputy Commander Mo, who was still watching the battle on the stage, refreshed his cognition again and looked carefully at the fierce beast Taotai fighting with the golden-armored barbarian bear. It is indeed a Taotai. Although its size is not as big as the martials, it is undoubtedly a Taotai in terms of its aura and appearance. Taotai does not intimidate others with its strength. Greed, cruelty, and devouring are its strongest talents. Deputy Commander Mo's heart beat wildly uncontrollably, and his always calm eyes were stained with a hint of fanaticism that ordinary people could hardly detect. Pure-blooded Taotai Ji Qingyuan, the new commander of the Taotai 9th Army. Wow! Deputy Commander Zhao shouted in a low voice, and at the same time as Shi Yuan, he withdrew his strength. In a flash, the two forces that enveloped the training ground and made it almost difficult for the soldiers to breathe disappeared without a trace. The fierce beast Taotai swung its long tail, slowly raised its left front leg, and roared a warning at the golden-armored bear, which was snorting. The golden-armored bear seemed dissatisfied, but before it could express its emotions, it turned into star-like fragments of star power and disappeared. Taotai growled in dissatisfaction, probably thinking that the opponent ran away before the battle was decided, which was really disrespectful to him. Shi Yuan stood at his feet and touched his hairy legs. Taotai lowered his head and put away his momentum to overthrow the place. A tuft of hair hanging from his right chin rubbed her hair, and his huge body gradually returned to nothingness. The autumn wind re-entered the training ground, caressing the faces of every soldier, wiping off drops of nervous sweat. Deputy Corps Commander Zhao panted slightly. Wherever he looked, the girl who had met him with force seemed to be unaffected. She was still straight, like a pine or bamboo, not inferior to plum orchid. A smile flowed from his cheeks, which had been tense for years. He walked to Shi Yuan, put his fist to his chest, and knelt on one knee. Xiao Qiufeng, Deputy Commander of the 9th Taotai Army, pays respect to the commander. Instantly, the mountains roared like a tsunami. The 9th Taotai Army pays respect to the commander. Ji Wu, who was in the floating city, seemed to have sensed something, and turned her head slightly to look at the camp of the 9th Taotai Army, with a faint smile on her lips. Her child, Ji Wu, must be excellent. What are you so happy about? A lazy voice sounded. Ji Wu turned around and saw a man in a white robe standing at the door of the study with his arms folded across his chest. His hood covered most of his face, revealing only his lips and jaw. She said indifferently, "Why haven't you left yet?" The man in the white robe didn't care about Ji Wu's cold attitude at all, and walked towards her with a swagger. When she reached out to push him, he grabbed her wrist in advance, lowered his head, and kissed the base of her ring finger. "It's fine if you don't let me see Qin Lian, but why didn't you tell me about Qin Yuan's existence?" Ji Wu took back his hand, turned his back to him and said, "She is my child. What does it have to do with you?" Chapter 150. The setting sun painted the clouds in the sky, reflecting the clouds of fire, and the world was dyed into a dazzling golden color. Xinghuan City, on the floating city. You successfully took over the 9th Legion of Tao Tai? Ji Qinglian, whose combat uniform was completely soaked with sweat, jumped off the marshal's back and landed easily on the ground. He quickly chased after Shi Yuan, who came back earlier than him, and his tone was full of disbelief. As the only young master of Tiandu Ji family, Ji Qinglian was brought into the camp of Tao Tai Legion by Ji Wu since he could crawl. As soon as he walked steadily, he waved his short legs enthusiastically to train with the soldiers of the Legion. He knew better than anyone how difficult the troublemakers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai were. He admitted that his sister was very powerful, but it seemed that she was not powerful enough to easily deal with the troublemakers of the 9th Legion of Tao Tai. Ji Qinglian could not suppress his surprise and curiosity. Before getting his sister's answer, he asked, "How did you do it?" Shi Yuan clenched his fist and shook it in front of him. The meaning was obvious. He did it with his fist. Ji Qinglian whispered, "How are you so powerful?" For so long, he still didn't know how strong his sister was. Occasionally, he would be curious about what she had experienced in the past and asked tentatively, but his sister always avoided answering, so he didn't ask to get to the bottom of it. Shi Yuan pretended not to hear his mumbling, picked up the kitten lying on his shoulder, and happily chewing the S-level alienation crystal, and shook its little butt. When he came back, he met Ji Qinqi. This S-level alienation crystal was given by him, and he said that he was feeding it for someone else, for fear that she didn't know who he was feeding for. Shi Yuan felt that his previous perception of his cheap second brother was somewhat stereotyped. What social phobia? He was clearly a mischievous ghost. The kitten had long been accustomed to being touched and rubbed by her, and had no reaction at all, concentrating on chewing the alienated crystal in his arms. Ji Qinglian also felt a little itchy, so he stretched out his index finger and gently touched its furry little ear. The kitten paused chewing the alienated crystal, raised its little head, and looked at him. Somehow, Ji Qinglian felt a little guilty, but his finger had already been stretched out, so he simply hooked the little ear that felt very good. In the past, this little thing would have jumped up and bit him, but now it just held the alienated crystal and chewed it while looking at him. Ji Qinglian felt inexplicably happy, and was too embarrassed to continue touching it. He withdrew his hand and asked, "Ji Qinqi said that your mother wants you to take the 9th Tao Tai Legion to the Golden Carp constellation?" The Golden Carp constellation is located in the northern part of the Corona constellation, bordering the Chaos Star region. Like the White Leo constellation, it is a strategic buffer zone reserved by the Yongnao Empire. Each planet has more than 10 alienated zones, which cannot be defended by the local garrison alone. Therefore, the flow of people with the Chaos Star region is very large, and there are a large number of free killers and wanted criminals. The order is more chaotic than that of the White Leo constellation. Of course, the large number of alienated zones also means a large output of alienated materials. The Tao Tai Chamber of Commerce purchases a large amount of alienated materials from the Golden Carp constellation every year for military and civilian consumption. Now that the Totem family is independent, the Yongnao Empire cannot reach the Far Star region. The major forces in the Chaos Star region have coveted the Golden Carp constellation for a long time, and they may take this opportunity to divide it up. Not to mention the resources, if Corona is adjacent to the Chaos Star field, those freelance killers and wanted criminals are very likely to enter Corona to cause trouble, increasing the difficulty of management for the Tao Tai family. Therefore, the Golden Carp constellation cannot be incorporated into the Chaos Star domain in any case. Then someone must be sent to take charge and cut off all the hands that extend from the Chaos Star domain. Shi Yuan scratched the kitten's chin. "Mother and I have discussed it, and we will set off in 3 days." "I will go with you," Ji Qinglian said without thinking. Shi Yuan shook his head. "No, you have things to do. What's the point of following me all the time?" "What do I have to do?" Ji Qinglian immediately retorted. It has been almost 2 weeks since he returned to Tiandu Star. Apart from going to the 7th Legion of Tao Tai to get beaten every day, he has nothing else to do. Shi Yuan blinked. "Who said that? I am going to the Golden Carp constellation, and my second brother has accepted the task of going to the Snake Spear constellation to clear out the Star Pirates with the Tingsha family. Naturally, you also have things to do." Hearing this, Ji Qinglian pursed his lips. Why do they have to separate? Shi Yuan saw what he was thinking, and stood on tiptoe to tidy up the slightly messy hair on his forehead. "Of course we have to separate. No one will be together forever. Separation is for a better reunion." Ji Qinglian was slightly stunned. No one has ever said such words to him. When he was a child, every time he watched his mother lead the Tao Tai army to the battlefield, he was excited and lonely. He was excited that his mother was the Tao Tai marshal respected by everyone, and lonely that he could only stay in Xingwan City, worried that his mother would be injured. He remembered that once, when his mother led people to capture a third-level black talent, the other party suddenly promoted to the holy domain, and finally injured his mother at the cost of self-destruction. That was the first time he remembered his mother was injured. He wanted to find his mother, after hearing the news, but was stopped outside Star Crown City by Adlet. The old housekeeper, who had always been gentle and respectful in his impression, told him that he was too weak, and was his mother's weakness. Leaving Star Crown City would not only not help her, but might also become a burden to her. Every time they parted after that, he could only stand in the floating city and watch the Taotai Legion leave from afar. Until now, he has not been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with his mother. Sure Yuan saw him in a daze, raised his hand, and waved it in front of him. What are you thinking about? Ji Qinglian came back to his senses, and saw that the kitten stopped eating the alien crystals, and was looking at him with his head tilted. He felt embarrassed and raised his head and chest and said, I'm not thinking about anything. When I see you next time, I will definitely be promoted to the extraordinary realm. Sure Yuan didn't know what he had imagined, and coaxed him skillfully. You can definitely do it. Ji Qinglian raised the corners of his lips slightly, turned sideways and strode forward, without turning his head, and said, You don't need to tell me. He walked too fast, and when he turned around the corridor, he didn't expect someone to come towards him, and he bumped into the shoulder of the person who came. The other party restrained his breath to the extreme, and he didn't even notice it. Ji Qinglian took 2 steps back, holding his bruised chin, and said unhappily, Who is it? The man supported his elbow, and said in a gentle and low voice, Are you okay? It was a very unfamiliar voice. Ji Qinglian looked up alertly, and saw a man wearing a silver mask. He was wearing a white robe, and his snow-white long hair was like a gorgeous cold silk shawl, reaching his waist. A silver olive branch hair ornament, with a water drop-shaped emerald gem adorned his forehead. The man had a pair of very beautiful amber eyes, which seemed to contain endless stars, and could easily make people indulge in them. Even though only the lower half of his face could be seen, one could still see what kind of stunning face he had under the mask. Ji Qinglian was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped back several steps after reacting, and asked cautiously, Who are you? He had never seen this person in the floating city, and this place never received outsiders. The man held his hand, and stopped it in the air. After a brief pause, he smiled. My name is Yuan Zhou, and I'm a friend of Marshal Ji Wu. Well, maybe you should call me Uncle Yuan. He said it as a matter of course, but his tone was a little bit mischievous, without the kindness and tolerance of an elder to a younger generation. Ji Qinglian looked at him suspiciously, and raised his chin slightly. You said it was? How come I didn't know that my mother had a friend like you? Yuan Zhou didn't mind his attitude at all. There are still many things you don't know. Immediately, his eyes passed Ji Qinglian and fell on Sure Yuan. When they looked at each other, Sure Yuan easily recognized him as the mysterious man in white robe who had appeared outside Ji Wu's study a few days ago. Because of the overly similar lower half of the face, she guessed that the other party was Ji Qinglian's father. Later, she deliberately paid attention to whether there was another mysterious visitor in Xingwan City. Unfortunately, she did not find any traces, and naturally did not expect that the other party would appear in front of her and Ji Qinglian. Qingyuan. Yuan Zhou called her name softly, with a little inexplicable tenderness. If someone with a poorer emotional perception ability, he would not be able to detect the implicit meaning of his words. Sure Yuan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her heart was more certain of the previous guess, and the awkwardness she had once again emerged. When she traveled to this era, she was trapped in a cramped and oppressive container, with a group of abducted children. She was an ordinary girl with black hair and black eyes. She had no memory of the past, and could not predict what she would face in the future. She only knew that the original owner had the same appearance and the same name as her. When she took the rose heart from the previous Duke of Rose, and was dying of the rose curse, she suddenly awakened to mimicry and changed her hair and eye color. Later, she met Ji Siyu, who came to her house, and became the noble eldest daughter of the Tiandu Ji family, and the only pure-blooded heir of the Taotai family. She naturally became Ji Qingyuan, and was willing to call Ji Wu mother, but it did not mean that she really accepted this identity. Her name was Sure Yuan. She was, is, and will be. It was difficult for her to call a person who had no interest entanglement with her, and no emotional foundation as her father. So Yuan Zhou saw the girl smiling at him with curved eyebrows and soft tone, Uncle Yuan. He couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips, walked past his stupid son who raised his chin unfriendly to him, walked to his obedient and soft daughter, took out an anonymous star card and handed it to her. This is our first meeting. I don't know what you like. Take this card, buy whatever you like. It's really his precious daughter. Even if she is wearing ugly and rustic combat uniforms, she is uniquely beautiful, standing there like a remarkable landscape, adding more brilliance to the world. According to Ji Woo's character, in order to cultivate an excellent heir for the Tao Tai family, he must be stricter than caring for her. The more Yuan Zhou thought about it, the more distressed he felt, and the pity in his eyes became more obvious. Ji Qinglian didn't expect that this person, who suddenly appeared, would chat with his sister. His mind was blank for a moment, and he turned around immediately after reacting to pull the person away. Before he could make any move, Yuan Zhou said, "I heard you were going to the Golden Carp seat. If you need any help, just come to me." "I will." Yuan Zhou. A sudden scolding interrupted his words. Yuan Zhou froze, and when he turned around, he saw Ji Woo standing in the pavilion at the end of the corridor, with a cold look between her eyebrows. He came here without Ji Woo's knowledge, because she didn't answer any of his questions directly, and didn't let him see the two children. He admitted that he had promised Ji Woo that he would not snatch the child from her, and promised not to disturb the children's lives, but it was obviously she who hid it from her first, and she gave birth to twins. If he knew that there were two children, he would never be a transparent person for so many years. So, he could no longer abide by the promise made that year. He thought so in his heart, but Yuan Zhou didn't have the courage to say these words to Ji Woo. He closed his eyes, quickly stuffed the anonymous star card in his hand to his precious daughter, and then pretended that he didn't hear anything and knew nothing, turned into the corridor next to him, and disappeared without a trace. Sure Yuan looked over, and felt that the calm and elegant figure suddenly had a bit of embarrassment, like a mouse seeing a cat. "It seems to be different from what I imagined. It's quite cute." When I looked back, Ji Woo had already walked over from the pavilion, frowning slightly, and seemed unhappy. Sure Yuan blinked, and handed her the star card. "Mother, this." Ji Woo's eyes paused on the hollow olive branch engraved on the anonymous star card, and she closed her eyes helplessly, pretending to be blind. "He gave it to you, so just keep it." "Idiot! Do you think Qing Yuan is as brainless as Qing Lan? What's wrong with wearing a mask?" With the same stupidity as Qing Lan, Qing Yuan can guess his identity with her toes.